BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Drink, Hellscream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor.
Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
But of course, you could forget all that and just have fun.
Well played.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished. And you should all run. Malthael. The Nephilim will stop you.
No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. lives. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Drano
Poses unthinkable danger, yes. But you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend.
Groma, mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No. will not be broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the warsong, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be warsong.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogreland. This time, however, the Ogre Warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the warsong rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellscream. The Warlord with the Iron Will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white frost wolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the Garn will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us. She's not dead! Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What? No. No.
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome
to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face!
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son.
I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future.
Why then do you seem so troubled?
Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices. For the good of the clan.
At last. This is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Now know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
What you cannot see is the burden I carry each day. I was there during the assault on Shetreth City. Our beloved dwelling of light, under siege by a relentless army of demon-corrupted orcs. I witnessed countless acts of brutality, unspeakable horrors from atop the wall.
Group of refugees to safety! Go! Now!
Yes, Exarch! I did as I was commanded. I gathered the refugees, led them away from battle. Then I saw him. It was my charge to see the refugees to safety, yet the horrors I had witnessed, the suffering. Despite all my vows, vengeance burned in my heart. Take the path through the tunnel. I'll rejoin you when I can.
We have no weapons.
The path is safe. The light will be with you. Now go! Avenge the countless Draenei who had perished! I struck out to find the refugees. My heart fell. The path had not been safe. The light that I promised would be with them had forsaken them instead. Just as I had.
welcome. Come on in, grab a seat. We're at the Hearthstone World Championship opening weekend.
We are here. The World Championships begin now.
That's right. You know, 16 players come from all different parts of the world.
Look at his hand. He has a high main, he has a sludge belcher, he has the freezing trap to protect this. This is getting horrible, and I think the Beast actually maybe... Look at Tom's face, man. He is not too pleased about that.
This could define the game right here.
Oh, this is such a big deal.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, it looks like it.
Oh!
We have a lot of exciting Hearthstone action.
That's right.
I gotta say, I just enjoyed that last match a lot. I think that was so close, so well played.
What I really liked about Rios' play is that you keep your health as high as possible, because now he's going to be on Soulfire to win the game no matter what. Well played. That's going to do it.
What a match.
Oh, is he going to make him overdraw?
Trying to overdraw him.
Oh, Antonidas!
Wow.
Oh my God.
The
What
silence.
a play!
Such
Two
a problem.
fireballs.
Wow.
Crazy.
But he's got explosive trap as his trap.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
He can never attack.
You're right. I think that might be the case. He's going to go for the Azure Drake, and that's not the right play, but Maligos is not in.
What a close series.
That game was so crazy. I can't. That was the craziest game of Hearthstone I've ever seen. This has been a fantastic weekend of Hearthstone.
The road to BlizzCon ends at BlizzCon.
We'll see you guys next time. From Frode and Artosis, Ben Brode, and all the people at Blizzard, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys this weekend.
Welcome to the Tavern of Champions. The doors of BlizzCon 2014 have just opened. And even though the tavern isn't officially open yet, before, the opening ceremonies, we're still gonna sneak in a game today. I'm DJ Wheat, joined by Rachel. And Rachel, you've got to be as excited for BlizzCon as I am.
Marcus, you know it. BlizzCon is the shining light at the end of the tunnel. We've been dying for this event. And you know who's been dying for this event? For the past 8 months since we've had competitive Hearthstone, our professional Hearthstone players have been training, working so hard, and now we are down to the top 12 in the world, Marcus, from Europe, Asia, and good old USA.
Yeah, every region that qualified for this tournament is here to play, and we've got an exciting set of players. We've got an exciting game before us, and also an exciting prize pool. $250,000 is up for grabs, and I think every single one of these players has a little eye on the prize there, so.
That's right, $100,000 to the winner. $5,000 to everyone right off the bat, just for coming here this weekend. So everyone's got a lot of Hearthstone packs to buy in the end. But you know what? This isn't just about our players. It's also about you guys.
Yeah, of course, we've got Hearthstone happening all day long. Now, as we mentioned, the tavern's not open, not until after the opening ceremonies, but we're still gonna sneak one game in. Our schedule today means that you have plenty of Hearthstone to watch today. And of course, we'll give plenty of games for these guys to play. But we're gonna be kicking off with one of our deciding group stages, or matches. Then we're gonna have the opening ceremonies. We'll move on to the remainder of the group matches where unfortunately 4 more players will be eliminated. And then the end of the day, we'll see the quarterfinals jump in.
I'm so excited for this, Marcus. And if you guys are excited too, the best way to join the conversation is to get on Twitter. Make sure you're following Play Hearthstone and use that hashtag BlizzCon so we know what you're talking about. If you have any questions for the players, any comments about our fabulous set, any compliments for the wonderful host, feel free to get right at us.
Anything and everything, whether you're here inside the arena or you happen to be at home, we want to connect with you all weekend long. Additionally, there's also the virtual ticket to check out. Head on over to blizzard.com. There's access to panels that you might not otherwise see, access to in-game items. It is truly a complete BlizzCon viewing experience.
That's right. You can get yourself, if you buy the virtual ticket, you get all those sweet online items. There's even a special Hearthstone card back for you guys. And don't forget, you can watch on DirecTV too.
Yep, and what else do we have? I mean, we want you guys to keep connected. We want to also say hello to all the people participating in the fireside gatherings. I'm not sure if anyone anyone has ever been to one. I know I have a lot of Hearthstone to be played. This weekend, a lot of Hearthstone to be watched as well.
Absolutely, and taking us through that action, we have three very talented casters who've had a lot of experience in Hearthstone. Good morning, Artosis. Good morning, Frodan. Good morning, Nimsh.
Good morning, Rachel and Marcus. How you guys doing? That set looks really good. You guys build it yourselves?
We did.
We've spent the last few days. My hands have a few calluses on them from all the hard work we've done. But yeah, no, the set's amazing. I wish that I could say that I built it, guys. Not the case. All we did was watch in amazement as it sort of came together and all the hard work to get there. But I actually have a question for you guys. Up there on the panel, if I'm not mistaken, you have a defending BlizzCon Hearthstone champion up there.
I don't know if we would say defending DJ Weed.
Okay.
I am up here on the commentary desk where I truly belong, but I'm really happy to be here, be able to cast some Hearthstone and see who really is the best player in the world right now.
Well, have fun, guys.
Thank you so much,
Joy.
Marcus and Rachel. And yes, welcome everybody to the Hearthstone World Championships, day number 1. This is where it all comes down to, and this is where it starts to become a lot more intense for some of these players. But at the same time, as you can see, a new set from last weekend, and we're here to have some fun.
Oh, and fun we will have, won't we, Nimsh? I mean, this is the biggest stage in the world. We're going to have so many people watching, both here and at home. Make sure to tell your friends, let them know that this tournament has already begun before even the opening ceremony. That's how much awesome Hearthstone we have to get in today.
Oh man, I'm so excited to be here and to watch those players. They came like, they had a long way to be here, and best players in the world, best matches in the world that we'll be watching here. So a lot of excitement, a lot of really good Hearthstone to watch and spectate.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 16 players come in from all different parts of the world. And you know, we actually have new commentators coming in from different parts of the world. Welcome, Nimsh, to the desk, by the way. Last week, I think you were doing some other tournaments, but this weekend, it's great to have you here. I think you're a wonderful representative, not just for Cloud9, but also for what you've done for Hearthstone over the years. So it's a pleasure to be casting with you again.
Oh, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to casting with you, like with Artosis as well. It's my first BlizzCon to be here on site.
Oh man, you must be going crazy. Nimsh loves
so
everything
excited.
about the Warcraft universe. Oh god. There's a store over there, by the way, but you have to cast first.
All right,
so
wait. Oh, okay. I'm staying for this match at least. So I was watching BlizzCon every time with the virtual ticket, and this time I'm here and casting with those wonderful guys. And I'm just
Nimsh, look, thank you. You're going to enjoy yourself here as well. Like, if you guys haven't been to BlizzCon before, like, you may want to go ahead, get yourself a virtual ticket and check it out, because I think this is my 6th in a row or something. It is insane every year, and this year actually kills the other years. I look at the other years, I'm like, what was this, some podunk convention? But if you walk around this year, check out these stages, check out these matches. Blizzard has really outdone themselves this time.
Yeah, absolutely. They went all out, not just for the Hearthstone stages, but there's all great stuff, action with World of Warcraft, with the Warlords or Draenor announcements. We have Heroes of the Storm exhibition matches. There's StarCraft 2 in the arena, which of course you can catch Artosis there as well. It's going to be one fantastic weekend, so make sure, guys, go on social media, hashtag BlizzCon, let you guys know, or let your friends know rather, on Facebook, and tell everybody that this is starting. And of course, we're just doing one match before the opening ceremonies, so don't get too carried away that we're going to be missing opening ceremonies. We're going to be able to watch that.
That's right. I was actually worried about that when I was walking over here from the StarCraft area. I'm like, when does that start? When does this start? Am I going to be able to watch what Mike Morhaime has to say? Because it is always so much fun to see him address everyone at BlizzCon and hear about what Blizzard has in the works for the year. But yeah, we are not going to overrun anything, so don't worry about that. Stay tuned right here, because this first match is going to be awesome.
Yeah, and after the opening ceremony, everybody is telling me you have to watch the opening ceremony. So after this match, we jump to that, and then we'll just continue with the full weekend of Hearthstone. And this stage just behind us is amazing.
Oh my God, I have never seen anything like it before. I mean, Frodan, you've been around doing every Hearthstone event of any merit, really, in the world. Have you ever seen a stage anything like this?
No. You see everything, all the small details. You see the barrels in the background. You see Rachel hanging out by the bartending table. You see a nice fireplace where both players will sit inside of a soundproof booth. It's going to be an amazing experience.
Look, a Merla portrait on the wall.
As it should be.
It's like home.
Auntie Merkai up there. But yeah, you see, look at that. It is just amazing. Guys, that's actually real wood up there. Okay, I have been to so many different esports events, but the stages at BlizzCon are putting everything else ever to shame.
Yeah, that's right. They really want to recreate everything as much as possible to get that tavern feeling, and I think people are really appreciating. I can see so many people taking selfies already with their Instagrams and their Twitters, just saying, "Look, I'm part of the Hearthstone universe right here."
Oh man, this is going to be fantastic. I cannot wait to actually start this action. You know, this past weekend, of course, we were in that Burbank studio getting ready. We did eliminate 4 players. We qualified 4 into the top 8. And now we, of course, have those other matches left to see who else is going to be in that top 8. And so far, the games have been fantastic. Yeah. Who would have thought, you know, a little over a year ago, a year and a half ago or so, when Blizzard really announced Hearthstone, that it would become this good and this competitive?
It's just been a year. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
It seems like we are here for like a couple of years already with so many games, so many tournaments. And those players coming from nowhere to be like the celebrities of Hearthstone and playing on an absolutely top level. So it's just fantastic. Like this year was really long and short at the same time.
It's not over yet, Nims. We're just getting started. It's the beginning of the end, so to speak. And we're going to start things off with D2 versus Number Guy for the deciding match in Group A. These 2 players, the winner gets to move on to the top 8. And we take a little bit closer look at some of these guys. D2 is a player from Japan, hailing from now Team iHeartView, that is, but formerly from DKMR. And D2 is a player who's been surprising people, to say the least. People didn't expect him to be one of the top players in his region.
No, certainly not, but his play has been on point. He's had some great matches, but can he get through this guy? A very young player, a Number Guy, just recently joining SK Gaming, one of the most fabled teams in all of esports history, and this guy showed us a lot of great games as he just tore through the EU qualifiers.
Number Guy is certainly very young, but very dedicated at the same time. He just comes back from school, finishes homework, and then sits there and plays Hearthstone all the time, practicing, dedicated to be the best in the world, to try his strength. And he also went through very good players to qualify and to be here. So definitely a good representative for Europe. And a lot of skills and a good decks as well.
Absolutely. And you know what? The fact that he might be 17 years old doesn't faze him, even though he's on one of the biggest stages yet of his entire life, right? Being here at BlizzCon, oftentimes the nerves can ramp up a lot, but he told me, I'm just going to get up there and play some of my games and just completely focus and zoom in. And already I can tell by his composure that he's not rattled, at least not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe the fact that you can see each other directly across the computer screen, though, there might be some room for a little bit of mind games there.
Also, we've mentioned this, how awesome the stage is, but the insight for the players is just amazing. You're inside the box, like inside a small world, only with your opponent. And normally when you are playing Hearthstone, you're just facing your computer screen, but here, those guys are facing each other. They can look each other in the eyes. As you can see, there are no screens in front of them, so it's just your opponent in front of you.
Dude, I gotta tell you guys, like, I am someone who has lived on the stage for years and years, and last year, with no money on the line, playing on the stage at BlizzCon, I felt so much pressure. So I can't even imagine what these guys are feeling right now. The audience is starting to fill in. Even though the doors just opened, we have so many people out here ready to watch this match. So there is a ton of pressure on these guys, especially with $100,000 going home to first place.
That's life-changing money.
Absolutely. And these 2 guys, you saw a little bit more about him. D2, for example, I didn't know he played cello when he was in the orchestra, but of course, you know, these guys, they're not just good gamers, they're also very talented and smart people. Number Guy is, of course, getting straight A's wherever he goes. In fact, he plays Hearthstone and competes to challenge himself intellectually.
Well, it is a very challenging game, intellectually speaking. You know, even though I may like to sit down and just play Murlocs all day, some of these decks they're going to be using are pretty tough to play, and we're going to be able to watch that and see the amazing moves these guys actually pull off that you would never even think of that will help them to win the title.
Can you guys tell me more about the format, by the way? Because, you know, we all love Hearthstone. It's one-on-one. We have our beloved decks, but we have a bit of a different format here at BlizzCon. So, Frodan, can you tell us more? Like,
yeah, absolutely. For those of the people who've never watched competitive Hearthstone, you've played a few games through the tutorial, maybe even the ladder, we function a little differently here at BlizzCon. Every player is allowed to bring 4 decks, but during the series, before it begins, the player, your opponent, can veto one deck that you can't play. So you'll be bringing 3 decks, and you play a best of 5. When you lose with a class, that is eliminated until you basically have no classes left. We call it last hero standing. So you can basically follow along. When a player loses that class, they can't play it, and if they lose 3 games, they're out.
So basically coming to the tournament, you bring those decks and you know how the format works, and you need to have strategy as well. Like you need to prepare certain decks and think, okay, what is my opponent going to ban? So which class am I likely not to be able to use, and what am I banning on his side? And then you have to think about different matchups, because certain decks and strategies, they match well evenly against some, and like they have an advantage. So you have to think about all those small details and then practice all the matchups that are possible.
That's right, and you can change a deck. You know, these decks are just 30 cards big, so you can change a few cards in it. If you think you have a bad matchup that you want to fix to try to trick your opponent, you can customize your own deck however you like to try to get the upper hand here. So that is something that all these guys are going to be keeping in mind, saying, okay, what special cards does he have in this deck? What is his overall strategy with this deck? And how do I best choose the order of my decks and how to play the cards that I draw to win?
That's right, preparation will matter just as much as execution. Let's take a look at the matchup screen and see what these guys have prepared for this series. Now, Number Guy and D2 are telling me that they feel like they have a good grasp on their opponent. Let's see if it pays off. And right off the bat, an unconventional ban from D2. He's going to take away Number Guy's Druid deck and leave up both the Hunter and the Warlock class.
Wow. I think this is actually a smart ban, and he is really respecting the Druid from Number Guy. Number Guy was able to take Druid and win versus Fraser in the EU Regionals qualifier, and he was really presenting a splendid display of Druid skills.
Well, yeah, you know what? I look at it and I think to myself, I kind of like this by D2. You know, he has Warrior and he has Priest, so he feels like he has two classes that could fight against Hunter here. Leaving Warlock up, though, that is always a very scary prospect. Warlock is one of the most flexible and strongest decks in all of Hearthstone.
Yeah, it's also very hard because Warlock has two different archetypes, which means different decks that you can face, and you never know what your opponent is playing unless you are actually checking out and studying your opponent. But basically, you can play an aggro deck, which is a very fast minion-based deck that wants to kill as fast as possible. And the other archetype is a handlock, which is a control deck, which just waits, draws cards, and plays giants, and wants to win when just playing the big minions and attacking you in 1 turn or 2 turns. So that's why Warlock is really tricky to play against.
I think throughout the tournament, you're going to see mostly Warlock bans followed by Hunter, and then in some special circumstances like this, you're going to see something like Druid ban, where you give a lot of respect to the deck, you give a lot of respect to the player using that deck, and you say, oh, maybe this deck is the one that I'm afraid of here.
Yeah, I'm looking at really cool, unique bans like against Shaman, for example. People really respect what Shaman's been able to do recently. The Rogue, which draws a lot of cards and bursts you out of the game. That deck is also really strong against some of the slower decks. So we'll see how these guys really respond to their opponents. And again, these guys have been preparing for the past 2 days. Whenever we said, let's go hang out, we're in Anaheim. It's Disneyland is like right in our backyard. And they're like, no, I'd rather practice and train and make sure that I'm getting these games in.
Well, with that much money on the line, you win BlizzCon, you can go to Disneyland as many times as you want, Frodan.
Yeah, but it's not even about money. It's about glory and fame, or like respect. You are here. Like, this is the pinnacle of Hearthstone, competitive Hearthstone. You want to be the world champion. You want to be the one. Like, Ardos, you want the Invitational, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like this tournament is the first world champs, or is it the second world champs?
Wow, really put me on the spot there,
the reigning champion on his opinion.
Well, no, I mean,
this tournament's the search of second.
This had such a huge amount of qualifiers. Back when I was playing in this tournament, you know, it was just like select people were sent the beta and they invited some of the good players to play. But I mean, these guys have gone through so much already. Even if you see someone lose 0-3 here, they have won so many matches to get here, and that's why they're going to go home with $5,000 still, because they've been trying to qualify for this for like 6 months already. This has been endless games to prove themselves as a top player.
That's right. We came through lots of qualifiers, through the ladder rankings, through weekly tournament cups. We even had a last chance qualifier, which some of these guys got through, and that was just phase 0. Then we had phase 1 qualifiers where we had it in DreamHack, and we also had it at the New York Hammerstein Ballroom. And then we finally got to phase 2 at Burbank, and then we're finally here at BlizzCon. These guys have gone through hell and fire in order to get to this stage.
Yeah, definitely, and it only proves that you can't just get lucky to be here. Like, you really have to show the skills, you have to practice a lot, and be dedicated to build up your decks and to play them well. And really, like, hours of gameplay by those players to be able to face the difficulties. And not only that, because when you're playing on a big stage, you have to show restraint. Like, you can't be stressed. Like, or even if you're stressed, you have to play your A game and be able to like go through all your opponents.
You know, I would be very surprised if any of the players that are left here in BlizzCon haven't played at least 10,000 Hearthstone games and watched countless hours, talked about the game for countless hours, thought about decks for countless hours. This is almost like a full-time job for some of these guys.
Oh yeah, certainly. And one of the most beautiful things about competitive card games is that those guys playing right now in this tournament, they are growing while they are playing. So we've seen D2 and Number Guy last weekend playing against other people, but right now those guys might be a different D2, a different Number Guy. Like they skilled up. They had a week and they played those matches last weekend.
We'll see, because the game is about to begin. Match number 1 between Number Guy and D2. The BlizzCon World Championships begins now, and already the fans want to see what these two guys have prepared. Let's jump into it. We're going to start things off with Warlock versus Warrior.
Oh man, the Hunter is banned, by the way.
That's right. You know, we'll see how this works out for him. Hunter, one of these very strong decks that you expect to see banned a lot. But it looks like, yeah, it's going to be Warlock going up against Warrior. It's going to be a Zoo deck, a very aggressive deck here from D2, going up against a very controlling Warrior deck from Number Guy.
All right, already a split in styles where one player is very defensive, one player is going to be very aggressive, and well, it looks like Number Guy is going to be pretty happy with that curve in the very beginning portions of the game. You want to try to get out as many minions as possible and swarm the Warrior player.
Oh yeah, certainly. He has like very good minions against the Zoo. Armorsmith is a fantastic card to gain life. It's really hard to deal with for a Zoo player. But on the other hand, D2 has a Flame Imp. That's a perfect card to start with. It's 1 mana, a 3/2.
It's some of the best stats in the entire game. He's such a bargain. Yeah, he does some damage to you, but D2 doesn't care. If it comes down to him taking too much damage, he's already lost the game. He's got to get a very fast start.
Well, he got a decent carding. He kept the Armorsmith, but everything else seems to be a lot slower. He's going to need some help with the Fiery War Axe, perhaps.
Yeah, a Fiery War Axe is exactly the card you're looking for, and I'm almost surprised he didn't draw it. I feel like every time I play on the ladder, guys, that Warrior has his Fiery War Axe.
He still has some time. You can draw into the next turn, but he doesn't have that much time. Knife Juggler is going to put a lot of pressure back on the D2.
That is a fact.
Artosis, you are a control guy. Like you're playing a lot of control decks. Can you let me know how this Warrior works? Like,
you know, you want to slow down his board, remove all his minions, keep your life total as high as possible by using your hero power and arming up, and then win in the late game. But if we take a look at this game and how it's working out so far, it's not actually going well at all right now. For D2, he's in a hard spot.
D2 practiced this matchup relentlessly. He had a few of his practice partners simulate it, but he was struggling a little bit in practice. He says, this deck is just sometimes too fast, and I can't stop it. And in this scenario, look, he only can remove 1 minion on board, but it barely does anything to the overall strength of it. To follow up is really difficult.
This is just brutal. Like, looking at here, okay, he has Brawl. This is a really important card in D2's hand. This is going to allow him to remove most of the minions on the board, but that Nerubian Egg, that 0/2 you see there, oh my god. He just comes right back to life if he dies.
Yeah, this is the power of the Zoo deck. You are just spawning the board with the minions, and then when they destroy your field, you just use your hero power, pay to life, draw a card, and do it every turn. So basically every turn you're drawing 2 cards, and you can spend life because you are the aggressor, you are dealing damage, so you always have life to spend, and you just play more and more minions, and at some point your opponent's out of removal. Like, he can't clear your board, and he just dies.
Well, it looks like D2 wants to go ahead and use a Whirlwind there. It will kill the Knife Juggler, but still, he's going to be taking a lot of damage next turn.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. Kill off that Knife Juggler and just pretty much pass to your opponent and pray that he has a very passive turn. If he just plays really weak attack creatures, even if it's just another Nerubian Egg, that gives him some stalling potential where he can perhaps get this Brawl off.
Well, let's see, guys. Draws the Undertaker. Kind of a dead draw right now. You don't want to be drawing Undertaker after the first couple turns. And
yeah, but still, Undertaker is a nice card. It's like for 1/1/2, it's fine, but you can really buff it. Whatever you play with a death roll, it gets bigger. And this board is getting really strong.
Well, it does look strong right now, but that Brawl is going to be coming out this turn, I think. And if, let's say that Nerubian Egg is the one that survives, then suddenly D2 is in a very winnable position.
Is there any value in just playing a Sludge Belcher, trying to stop the onslaught and then maybe Brawl next turn?
Yeah. I mean, you definitely could go for something like that. In fact, he's going to go with the Fiery War Axe.
Well, honestly, if you're staring at this board, you only see, well, like 6 points of damage. It's not that much, and Warrior has 27 points of health and 2 armor, so it's comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to wait a little bit longer. Another Death Rattle minion will come out to add a lot more damage to that board, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup for a Warlock player.
But yeah, I think what we're going to see here, probably, guys, an axe swing onto the egg into Brawl to try to get rid of that Nerubian.
Yeah, but what's going to win the Brawl if it's the 4-4? That is going to be devastating.
Also, the Harvest Golem has Death Rattle, so it will leave a 2-1 token if it doesn't survive.
Yeah, look, that's what he wants to survive.
Oh man, the first Brawl.
Who's going to come out? Only one minion can survive. It's the Nerubian!
Oh, man.
If you're a Number Guy fan, that was excellent. That's right, I'm starting off the cast.
That was fantastic, Froden.
I approve of this joke.
Seriously, that was amazing to have the Ruby. Look at all these minions he has out here.
Oh no, and he's already going to drop below the halfway point here. 15 health, already close to death because he's looking at a lot of damage next turn and no clear way out of it.
And that's exactly what we talked about. You clear the board, but look at this board. Do you feel like you just cleared it? Not really.
You certainly do not. That is a big and scary board right there. You know, Zoo, man. This is the way it happens sometimes. He's got some defensive cards in his hands, but I don't know what this is going to really do.
There is an Iron Beak Owl just waiting for anything that has taunt or any effect. It can silence a card and just go through it. How much damage is there even on the board right now? It's 11.
It's a lot. It's quite a bit. And I think we're going to see that Iron Beak Owl coming out. And that's, in fact, we could easily have him drawn to lethal this turn.
If Number Guy gets 2 points of damage, he will win right there.
That's right.
Yeah. So far, in our Abyss Surgeon. Oh, right. He needs 4 now.
It's painful, but D2 just is in survival mode. And he's going to hopefully rely on this Sludge.
So far, can make it. This is.
Oh, that's it. that's 2 points right there.
I think that's not enough because he armor up, so he needs some more.
He actually needs 2 more.
That's
points
2 more.
Damage, but Soulfire would be it.
That is 2 more, but delayed.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be all it needs, though. Because even if D2 had a second Brawl, for example, if he kills off the Leopard Gnome, he suicides himself.
That is a fact. And in fact, just by playing that Leopard Gnome, this should, like, ensure victory.
Well, here's something hilarious. There's too many creatures on board that you can't even fit all of it. First world zoo problems.
Well, you have to count the creatures every time. 7 is the maximum number, so you can't play anymore.
All right, maybe the shield blocking get something Unstable Ghoul. Does that help?
Unstable Ghoul is a good card. If he plays Armorsmith plus Unstable Ghoul, like, this is the part where I don't really want to commentate because there's so much math involved, right? This is for them to figure out. But he can gain a bunch of armor. He's at 12 health. Yeah, it's...
So, Froden,
maybe.
How does Warrior win from this spot?
Well, if you can pull out from this huge onslaught of minions, maybe you can bring out some of your really late legendary cards that can swing the game. And don't forget, look how much health the Warlock player has. So in the instance where perhaps he finds a way to get one of his big, strong finishers for 10 damage, there might be a case where Number Guy is life tapping too much.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely a chance that we go into a victory for Warrior here, but I'm still looking at this as very difficult. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
He is going to get through for so much, even though there's a lot of armor gained.
He's got 9 damage remaining, plus the 4 in hand.
Wait, that's it.
13, right?
That should be it. It's 8,
Number Guy
10.
has to calculate this one more time.
Get in there and fight, maggot!
But it should be it, and that Flame Imp is going to do a lot of damage.
Oh my god, this is it. That's it.
That's right. And it looks like D2 will have to go to game 2.
A bit of hesitation. Number Guy wasn't sure because he wanted to double check and calculate.
Oh, you have to do all them off a couple of times. You have to be sure that you're winning the game.
Well, that's why they call him Number Guy, right? He's counting it, recounting it, making sure he has that chat lethal right there, and he did, in fact, have it.
Absolutely.
He did his homework, for sure.
Well,
A+.
Indeed, that's what he does. Number guy really wanting to go in that top 8. Of course, D2 does as well, but where do you go with as D2 from here?
Well, D2 has his priest available, and he also has, I believe, his warlock available. And we know his warlock is the slower warlock. It's not the same kind of deck that you just saw from Number Guy. It's actually the complete opposite spectrum, where it's much slower. You play a lot bigger creatures, and you're very defensive.
So it's very tricky. Like originally, the slower warlock was good versus the faster warlock. But it's not the case anymore because people are playing Iron Begal and can just silence your minions. So I think you should definitely go with the Priest, which is anti-aggro. You have a lot of removal. It also depends what kind of Priest he's running, but if he's running the Control Priest, it's very good versus Zoo. Like you have Pyromancer to clear the board. You have Alkanized Soul Priest with Circle of Healing, which like also deals damage to the whole board. Holy Novas, you can steal minions. So if you're able to like survive a couple of turns, then you're able to take the game.
Well, you know, it's hard to say because with the Priest deck, you have to get the right draw. Like, if you get Akanai, Soul Priest, as well as Circle of Healing, you can wipe that board out. But if you don't get that, if you get a slightly slower hand, you're drawing your things like Thought Steals to steal cards out of their deck, that doesn't do anything for you. So I'm actually leaning a little bit more towards the Warlock deck that has a lot of taunts that he can throw out there. You know, it has those Molten Giants, so in case he does get rushed down, he still has a chance to come back and win that game very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree there. But at the same time, if you don't, you can have the biggest creatures in the world, but if you don't have those taunts, they can still just rush past you anyways. So even if you get the right cards, you need to have the perfect synergy across the board in order to fight back against a deck this quick.
Yeah, and that's why Hearthstone is beautiful, because we have those different opinions on what's better. And D2 has to decide what will be better for him to be able to continue playing in this tournament and not get eliminated after a couple of games.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely agree. Now, you know, people say Warlock is one of their favorite classes. Is it one of your favorite classes, by the way?
Oh, I just love the class. It's like so flexible, and it's Gul'dan, which is, you know, the Orc Warlock, originally one of the most evil characters in World of Warcraft. So certainly my favorite.
So yes, absolutely.
No, Warlock, no. Okay, listen, if you want to be a good guy, you want to play Paladin. That's where it's at.
That's right.
Okay.
But every time you start a game,
I bring the justice when I play Frodan.
You toss out a well-met, right? Every
you better believe
game.
that. That's what I say when I meet my friends nowadays.
That's right.
But honestly, who wants to be a good guy?
Artosis wants to be a good guy.
I want to be a good guy.
That's right. And you guys should be good guys, too.
Don't play Warlock.
Don't be like that.
Help the ladder. Don't play Warlock.
Yes.
Play Paladin
And
instead.
together we can create a better ladder. Is that what we're trying to do?
That's right. And then they're like, oh, I'll just play Hunter. No, that's not what we meant. That's not what we meant.
No, not at all. You know, in fact, we do have a Paladin player here. I believe Nicholas is still in this tournament. He's also going to be playing later on this morning or afternoon.
Gun and run as well, actually.
Run and gun.
Run and gun. Yeah, I was testing you.
That's right.
But
Gun and Run is actually putting out fires in Twitch production over in the other part of the venue, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Shout out to Gunrun. The Paladin class is very interesting because most people feel like it's not a deck that you can bring to the tournament at the moment, but these Chinese players seem to beg to differ.
Well, I feel like Hearthstone is really balanced right now. You can play any class. We have a mage player in the tournament. We have Paladin players. Like every class is well represented. Like even if there's one of two players just taking classes, still it's not a dead class. You can play it. You can have fun. So if you just like World of Warcraft and you like classes that are available there, you can play your class. You can have fun.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
In fact, I never played World of Warcraft. Okay, here's a quick little Artosis story time. I never played World of Warcraft. I've been playing StarCraft for 15 years.
You should fix that.
I skipped over WoW. I didn't play a lot of these other games.
Sure.
Just hardcore StarCraft. I started playing Hearthstone, loved it. Priest was my favorite class back then, and I now have a level 26 Undead Priest.
Really?
That is correct. I now play World of Warcraft.
Wow. Well,
already to level 26. It's only been a year.
Wow. So in a couple of years, you will reach end game.
I'm hoping so. I just got done, I think it was called Gnome Regard or something like that.
Gotcha.
I killed a bunch of leper gnomes, basically. It was sick.
Oh, wow. It hurt.
Yeah. I had a good time. But, yeah, we should be getting into this next game pretty quickly here. And by the looks of it, I think he is going to choose the Warlock deck.
Yeah, I think so. You know, the Priest, like you said, maybe still can get overrun by the fast Warlock. We call it Zoo. So I think this Handlock deck, the Control Warlock is very strong. Even if he had Hunter, I still think the Handlock would be a much better choice. Would you guys agree or disagree?
Yeah, I agree. But there is also one more important thing. Number Guy still has his Rogue available to him.
Yes.
And Rogue is a natural counter to a Priest deck.
That's a good point.
So if you would take a Priest, which might be better against the Zoo, still, you know that you will be easily countered by a Rogue. And Handlock has a good matchup versus Zoo, and then it has a good matchup versus Rogue as well.
Well, Handlock, yeah, it's quite the case. Like, he might be looking to get multiple wins here. In fact, I would say he is. But do we remember if this Rogue deck is, in fact, the board control Rogue with Violet Teachers?
Oh, man.
I want to put you guys on the spot.
I think it is. I think it is.
Like, Frodan, what was Number Guy's middle name?
I don't know, because if so, I'd be able to get into his Battle.net account if I knew all the answers to those questions. But at the same time, these Rogue decks have also been the big X factor. Sometimes they go on streaks and they win 3 games in a row. Sometimes they fall flat on their face and get nothing done whatsoever. So I feel like it's often the deciding factor in the series how well decks like the Rogue perform for Number Guy rather. If it can perform well with the Violet Teachers, like you said, then all of a sudden the series is blown wide open for him.
Oh yeah, certainly. There's also a lot of versions of the Rogue deck. We call it Miracle Rogue because the decks are centered around Gadgets and Auctioneer. When you play a spell, you draw a card. So you want to play as many spells as possible to draw as many cards as possible. But there are different versions. Like you can have more minions with Violet Teacher, with like spawning tokens. So it's like more mid-range with more minions. Like you are not that dependent on spells. You can have the Maligus version, which applies like damage spells. So you play this dragon with spell damage just +5. And you just play a Sinister Strike, which is 3 damage. And with that, it's just 8 for 1 mana. This spectacular finisher. So many different versions of a Rogue. And it's also hard to say, what are you playing against when they just apply it against you?
All right. Well, I believe game number 2 is almost ready, guys. I didn't ask for your predictions, but I think now that we saw Number Guy take the first game of the series, he's in a pretty big advantage, correct?
He's at an advantage. It is true, but Handlock can kill everything. Like, Handlock is one of the strongest decks in the entire game. If he can take out this Zoo deck, it's still going to be tough, but he absolutely can get 3 kills with the Handlock deck. Warlock, that's why you're talking about how often it gets banned. It is so powerful, it can kill everything.
All right.
My prediction is if Number Guy is playing Zoo versus Handlock from D2, Warlock is going to win the next match.
Okay. Wow, you went all out there. You took a lot of risks with that prediction.
Ooh, very edgy and unpopular opinion, Mitch. I like it a lot. I believe the game is ready to go, so let's see if D2 can equalize, or will Number Guy jump out to a 2-0 lead?
We will see. It is time, guys. Big audience already, by the way.
That's right. Everyone's here is excited.
You guys like Hearthstone out there? Okay, just checking. This is Hearthstone stage, so.
All right. A Leper Gnome.
Hey, look at this opening hand. Not too bad. Immortal Coil. Oh, he might throw back the Ironbeak Owl.
Yeah, that's interesting. The Ironbeak Owl can be very useful to the slower Warlock player because you can immediately answer a turn 1 threat. Oh, he has Jaraxxus, which is a card that's very slow, but pretty epic.
Yeah, if we get to turn 9, Jaraxxus is very important because he's going to bring you back up to 15 health.
All right.
And he draws into Ironbeak Owl, which is how Hearthstone works once you throw a card away.
Yeah.
On the other hand, like Handlock, even if he doesn't have good cards in the beginning, he will be using Life Tap for the next couple of turns, like at least 2 or 3. So he can improve in time. But this start from Zoo, oh man.
Well,
it's pretty sick.
You toss out your owls, they always come back to you. Man's best friend, right? Is that the saying?
That's exactly what they say. Owls have been helping man hunt for millions of years. For millions of years, Frodan.
The Ironbeak Owl.
But look at this. He actually life tapped there. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought we might see the Sun Fury Protector come down and try to start working on this board a bit.
I would definitely like a Sun Fury. Oh. Okay, this changes a lot.
Yes. So this Molten Giant, the lower health he goes on, the easier it is to play, and he has a Talk Healer. Now, but the problem is, Number Guy also holds a ticket to get past the Molten Giant. He has the all-access VIP.
The Owl.
With the Owl.
Iron
That's
Beak
right.
Owl's name is on every
Man,
club's
best
list.
bet. It gets you into the club.
Everybody is playing an Iron Beak Owl. At least one. Sometimes two, obviously.
Iron Beak Owl is the MVP of Hearthstone. And you wouldn't think so at 2-1 because he dies immediately. But you know what else he does?
He also
tells you to
silences
shut
eggs.
up. Or yeah, silences. That's the other way.
So this Owl is doing so much work here. Just silence the egg and we'll be able to trade with a 3-2.
Yeah, well, that's what you would hope, but we see there are Voidwalkers in hand, which, you know, 1-3 taunts. Iron Beak Owl doesn't do anything against that. He flies into it like it's a very clean window and breaks his little Iron Beak Owl neck.
You can still use the Shadow Flame, and the Owl will reach the Imp.
Oh, that's actually a good point. In fact, that's going to be a fantastic play if he goes for it.
Oh man, he has to do it.
Killing 3 minions with that one spell?
Impressive.
Let's see it. You gonna do it?
The only thing he could have picked up better would be Hellfire.
Yeah.
But in this scenario, Shadow Flame might also be the answer to the board.
Dude, if he doesn't Shadow Flame here, I'll be a little bit surprised. But he could do something like Defender of Argus. You know, that would help his Iron Beak Owl to go ahead and pick off one of these 1-3s. But he may want to prevent the damage a little bit quicker than that.
Well, being D2 here, you have to plan your next turns. Like, it's not like in Hearthstone, you can't just do the knee-jerk reaction and just, yeah, Shadow Flame, clear the board. Not really. You have to think, what are my other plays? What's the best line that I can take to come back in this game and win it in the end?
Wow, that's a really nice draw to pick up, but his hand's a little bit awkward to get through.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. This game not going to end too quickly here, it looks like. But strong cards in Number Guy's hand here. First, though, he has to get through this Owl, which, well,
yeah,
that's never that hard.
Lothab is such a powerful card against Handlock, against any deck in particular. If you have the board, if you have advantage, just play Lothab and lock down their hand. They won't be able to play spells. They can still play minions, but you get a 5/5 that's not easy to remove.
Man, that Owl was pretty worth it, though, chewing through 2 minions and disabling that egg. And, of course, he had the Defender of Argus backing it up. So that's a good bro right there. Defender of Argus always has your back.
He still has a way to Shadow Flame, but I guess you don't Shadow Flame here. Just develop the Belcher.
If you didn't do it last turn, maybe not, yeah. But that's good. You know, look, that's a nice big taunt. Again, the Owl can cut through, but if he uses the Owl, Lothab can't come out next. And, you know, Lothab always likes to join the party.
All right, another Nerubian egg is not exciting at all, but he still has both Lothab and Doomguard.
Well, I think he's going to skip that, probably play the egg this turn. Makes his board pretty strong.
But then how does he... Did he just leave up this board and play, or doesn't really play around AoE?
Wow. He's going to face.
So he's not respecting Molten Giants at all, and you can see that Molten Giant is an 8/8 for 0.
Dude, that is so big, and he has a Taunt Giver in hand. He can go ahead, play the Molten Giant, give his 2 biggest minions Taunt, and, I mean, even clear stuff off the board. He's got everything going for him.
He has a full board clear, in fact, if he uses his Soulfire and Shadow Flame in tandem.
Yeah, that's true.
Sludge Belcher still has Taunt.
Oh man, this is such a powerful turn. Just cleared. BlizzCon, this is Handlock.
Draxus actually automatically goes out with Soulfire. We already know that.
Well, how do you get past this one? Lothab tries to disable the turn, but that's perfectly fine.
Oh, man. So much damage incoming.
Well, D2 has to be feeling pretty good about this, guys. He's got everything he needs and then some.
How do you even come back from here? Like, you had so much damage, you had an advantage, you had a full board.
No, I don't even.
Suddenly.
I don't think you come back from here is the answer to that one, Nimsh.
Can he do something with a Leopardon?
No, I think you don't even play. I think you play the Doomguard and then Life Tap for a Soulfire, but, well, it looks like he wants to sacrifice this in.
That's it? Is that it? No, okay.
Yeah, his opponent still has only 13 damage, needs 4 more. But he can just still stall for time. He's not in any rush. He has the biggest creatures, and he's going to put Number Guy on his last remaining turn.
Siphon Soul the Leopardon.
Worth it.
The value is real.
The value is real.
Right. Harvesting.
And that looks like that's going to be it. We're going to have this series tied up right now, 1-1.
Wow.
Warlock taking out Warlock Nimsh.
The Warlock wins.
A brilliant suggestion by you, a brilliant prediction that Warlock would win that game.
That was a tough one, but I did my best.
And that's all we can ask for. As these two guys sitting by a big fire, by the way. They have to be careful not to get too close to it.
It's very toasty in there.
Right.
But yeah, that was a nice little series there. And now the Handlock, having won that game, Handlock is so scary, as you saw. Like, if you get the right draw, and you oftentimes do because you're drawing so much off of that life tap hero power, you can do amazing things. 0 mana Molten Giants.
Yes. 0
for an 8/8. We were talking about how 1 for the 3/2 Flame Imp that damages you is really good.
I would make
0 for an 8/8.
Yeah. Handlock is scary, you're right. For Halloween, I dressed up as Handlock, and I went knock knock, and they said trick or treat, and I said, Molten Giants! I just completely scared them off, and every kid in the neighborhood did not want my candy anymore.
Did he life tap out of fear?
What?
Like, you
Did he life tap out of fear?
Yeah, did they laugh out of fear? Or like, you know, sap you?
Okay, I went as an Iron Beak Owl, and you guys are going to be quiet now as we figure out the next deck that's going to be played. It looks like, it does look like he is choosing Hunter, in fact, and Hunter does pretty well against Handlock overall. I would say it's pretty close, but Hunter favored a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say so too. If you have the advantage to be able to do direct damage to the control Warlock player, they'd be able to just finish off the game despite the fact that taunts. Artosis, why are you laughing at me, man?
I love this. This is so much fun. I hope you guys are enjoying some awesome Hearthstone. This game has just exploded, and I couldn't be happier than commentating it right now with you two guys.
Yeah, this is so much fun. But let's talk about Hunter for a bit, because we kind of missed it. Like, Hunter was banned for D2, and Number Guy has still Hunter available. And this matchup is originally it was really good for Hunter. So with Hunter against Handlock, Handlock needs to life tap to get the cards, so your health was going down, then you're getting the cards, and you try to have taunts. But Hunter has a very strong hero power, steady shot. Just deal 2 points damage every turn.
Yeah.
So you deal as much damage as possible, and then you finish Handlock with kill commands, with steady shot. Right now it's changed a bit because Hunter slowed down somehow.
Yeah, it's not as aggressive as it used to be. You know, it's a little bit slower now and is, for that reason, better against other control decks like Warrior and sometimes Druid and stuff like that. The Savannah High mains are hard to get through, but, you know, what you said is very important. The hero power, like, in fact, you want the Warlock to use his hero power because you don't really care that much how many cards they have in hand a lot of the time. It's more like, well, every time they use their hero power, they take 2, and then you use your hero power and they take 2, and that's, Number Guy knows, that's 4.
It's 4 every
that's
time.
Working 2 against 0 because they're killing one person really fast. I believe Game 3 is almost ready to go, so let's see if Number Guy can turn the tides and take the series lead, or will D2 win this game and perhaps run away with the series?
We will see in just a moment here. Getting into those opening hands. Very tense situation for these guys.
Right. Some of the players also watching intently, Green Sheep, Rainy Hour, etc. Of course, they'll be cheering on for who they're rooting for. We're going to start off with a very quick curve for the Hunter player. He has Web Spinner and Loot Hoarder. And Kill Command is one of those important cards that you do want to have against the Handlock player.
That's right, but you want it a little bit later in the game. This is like kind of quick for him to be using.
You want minions. You want to have as much pressure as possible. But on the other hand, D2's hand is fantastic. Ancient Watcher, Iron Vigal. That's a dream hand.
Although, do you want to keep the Twilight Drake? Because you're gonna, it's dependent upon how many cards you're holding, right? And you're often not gonna be holding many cards.
Yeah, but still, like for 4 mana, if you play it as a 4/4 or 4/5, it's a good creature.
It's. Yeah, I think it's an okay hold. You don't want to draw something like a Mountain Giant. You know, it's just too expensive. You're never going to get it out. So I'm okay with him keeping that. I think his hand overall, very nice this game.
Number Guy will be very sad if he sees Iron Beak into... All right. That's the power of the owl. You can silence your own minions.
That's right.
And your co-cashers when they make bad jokes.
That is a fact. And once again, kind of being the MVP here, allowing him to take out one of these dudes. And now we get to see the Iron Beak Owl possibly just fall down and die.
Undertaker a bit late to the party.
Did he want Leok there? I don't feel like he did.
No, Leok is generally the worst one to get.
Makla. This card is bananas.
This is kind of funny because if he plays that next turn, it's going to power up Twilight Drake.
That's true. In fact, he can afford to because that's the first time that he's life tapping. He's at a comfortable health. Sometimes, as much as it's hard to believe, on turn 3 or 4, you might already be in the low 20s and the high teens based off how fast the Hunter is able to start. And look, Number Guy drew a little short here. He needed a little bit more to deal with this Ancient Watcher and play something on the board.
This could not have gone better for D2 as of yet. Like, this is the perfect scenario to be at 27 health on turn 4. Like, that doesn't seem like a lot, but against Hunter, it oftentimes is.
It seems like D2 is an aggressor here. He is dictating the rules. He is trading with minions and attacking face. And look at that Ancient Watcher. Like, normally the card is just 4 or 5 blank. It doesn't do anything. But here it was able to trade with 2 minions and deal 4 points of damage to Europe.
Yeah, and the bow hit as well. We got to take into consideration that would have been 3 damage right to his face. So it's worked out fantastically. If we look at this hand, it's like everything he would ever need he has in this hand. It's so awesome for him.
That's right, and he's even up on cards. Normally, if you can be in this position with that much health and that much firepower, you're often holding 3 or 4 cards, but he's already at 6 and will pick up his 7th the following turn. D2 is in a wonderful spot.
Savannah Jaime, one of the best minions of the game, but there is Siphon Soul. Oh, and even Faceless.
Well, I don't know if you use Faceless here, to be honest. I think you're using this Siphon Soul. You don't want this Savannah Jaime to stay out. A 6/5 is just too big, and you have an opportunity to remove every beast from the board. And this is really important. The beast type of minion is super important for Hunter because it triggers kill commands, it triggers Houndmasters, and as we can see, both are in his hand right now.
Yeah, but you still have choices. Instead of using Siphon Soul, you can just go for face. Like, D2 is so much ahead that he can be an aggressor here.
Now, he does choose to clean up all of those beasts for the time being.
Smart.
Yeah,
you don't want to give any beast energy, especially because the Houndmaster there. He's just sitting there idling.
Yeah, that Houndmaster a little bit useless right now. He's just a 4/3 for 4 mana, and that is not good value at all.
You can still play the Makla and then buff it to have a 7/7, but you are giving bananas.
Right. You're giving ways for your opponent to strike back.
What do you guys, like, I hate using kill command on minions. What do you think about, like, Mukla Freezing Trap hero power? I feel like that's, like, pretty good.
That might be good.
Yeah, that might be fine.
I really want to see the Freezing Trap.
Mad Scientist develop more tempo as well.
We're going to see a Leperno.
Okay, so an interesting choice.
I think it's okay. Like, you want to keep the kill commands to actually kill him with, because he's going to have big taunts, but when you play King Mukla, you want there to be nothing on the board for your opponent.
Yeah. Because you are giving those bananas. Bananas are +1/+1 for the creature.
And a good source of potassium as well.
Yes, they are. Thank you, Dr. Artosis.
Yeah, no problem.
You know, interestingly enough, there are ways to deal with King Mukla too. If your opponent has the big game Hunter, they just double banana and then snipe it down. So it's actually a very unfortunate situation. D2 didn't have that perfect scenario.
Well, now we're in this situation that's kind of interesting. Like, do you play your Freezing Trap?
I think you can
for
still.
7 mana, or you can play Houndmaster instead.
Yeah, you're totally allowed to go ahead and do that, and he does, in fact, go for that.
You lose 7 damage killing off this Lotheb.
Yeah, I don't know that I can get behind that, to be honest.
That's pretty tough.
The thing is, he can turn into a 7/7 with the bananas, or if there's a Hellfire, everything can get cleared. So I understand why he's thinking this, but I think you have to go to face with this. I think if Number Guy doesn't go to face here, he is going to end up really being in trouble. Oh.
Well, you know, if he did, he put his opponent down to 15, and that gives him room to play those Molten Giants, which are so nasty because the Hunter doesn't have an ability to deal with it.
Yeah, but now it's like really easy to clear the board.
Yeah.
So how are you going to win from those positions if the board gets cleared?
He was saying, I'm afraid of the bananas I have in your hand, but when he was being afraid of the bananas, he fell and slipped on the banana like a cartoon cat with this Hellfire just clearing everything out.
Oh man, that was a tough clear.
Rough.
Well, at least Number Guy got a secret off of that Mad Scientist. We don't know which one just yet, but he does have something for his losses. And a pass from D2.
Okay.
He gets a trap. He won't be able to... Oh, he can actually play both of them. So it means it's Explosive Trap.
It probably is Explosive Trap. You're right. Wow. Okay. Well, that's extra damage that can go to face. So He still has his chances in this game, but this is looking really, really rough. Like, if he had gone to face with the 7-7, the Molten might be out, but the Warlock would be down 7 more health, down to 8 health right now. And 8 is something that's kind of easy for Hunter to get done.
That's right.
So Headlock is just going to develop the board, and he still has Jiraxis. If something happens, he can heal up to 15.
Oh, I mean, how long do you hold on to Jiraxis? Is it your heal back to up to 15, or is it a move to win the game?
Well, if you're going to play it and win the game, you can do it. But first, you have so many good cards.
Oh!
That's a nice top deck.
That's an auto pass right there, man. Ooh.
You set that creature to 1 health. It doesn't matter how much attack it has. You're able to take it down with just a lowly spider.
That's right. And now you get 2 spiders because that's what spiders do, and that's why they're so creepy.
Oh, God.
But they are not beasts.
No, they certainly are not.
They're the ghost spider.
Yes, he just keeps getting these huge taunts out. And the thing is, he has Jiraxis behind this to heal up with as well.
Do you buff the spiders with bananas just for fun?
You know, I think you can buff one of your own minions. I don't think you're that far ahead where you're comfortable giving your opponent help to kill you.
Look, if he buffs one of his opponent's spiders, he gets 10 out of 10 on his BM rating.
That's right.
That's for sure.
Does he want to impress the judges, or does he want us to go for the win?
In my opinion, you should be impressing the judges. I love to be impressed, but I mean, it's up to him.
I think he also wants to debate what secrets there are. There's 2 up, and if he can activate one of the snake traps, he can use his Shadow Flame to clear as well. So he's trying to kill 2 birds, or 2 snakes.
Or 3 snakes and 2 spiders.
With 1 stone.
With a Defender Vargas and then a stone of some sort.
The other secret didn't pop too, so there still is 1 up. That should give him confirmation that this is Explosive Trap.
That's right, which kind of makes me surprised that he threw away the 2-3 and not the 2-2. Because now with Explosive Trap out, he plays the Freezing Trap, and both of them will trigger. Both these minions are not going to be really doing very much.
Unless he uses the banana.
Into the breach!
Feed him a banana! D2!
Will, he doesn't feed the banana!
Oh. He's just saving
God.
the bananas to finish the game with them.
All right, well, I think he realizes...
See the oops? That was a mistake.
All right, well, time for contingency plan.
Jiraxis.
Well, that's going to be...
Is that Eridar Lord time? Or do you face
of the Burning Legion?
Yeah.
Is it?
I think it is.
It's the Burning Region or Legion.
You face Jiraxis!
Trifling no.
Oh god, there he is.
He's got 2 Soulfires to back this up, by the way. So it's a lot of damage. And you know what? You can just have this this Twilight Drake as the impassable wall.
Yeah, you can attack for days with that hero ability. You know, his hands do a lot of damage.
Oh wow, another Hunter's Mark.
Man. Okay. Now he has to decide, do I take this out? Because that Hunter's Mark can take out this Twilight Drake so easily.
Now it's actually pretty interesting because Jiraxis just heal damage, but it's only 13. So if Hunter is able to continue dealing damage and gets a kill command, maybe he can still win the game.
Yeah, it is definitely a possibility here, but with so few cards in hand, it's looking really rough for Number Guy. Like D2 is, especially after this turn, look at this. He's got Faceless and Sludge Belcher. He can get so many taunts out right now.
He's in such a spot. Just like you said, if he puts out that Faceless Manipulator or the Sludge Belcher, it is just so many walls to get past. Yeah, and I mean, D2 also has killing damage the next turn because he's got 2 Soulfires in hand.
That's a lot of damage. That's 8.
That's true.
If he doesn't discard a Soulfire, he can do 8 plus 3 with an attack. It's 11. So
Number Guy needs a big rebound potential, but I mean,
Web Spinner is not the card he
draws one of the weakest cards possible at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the best he can do is play his Web Spinner and kill off this Drake, and that's just not what you're looking to do.
That's game.
Well, it depends. It depends, Nimsh.
Yeah,
If Soulfire discards the other Soulfire, but I think you go for it, right? This is an opportunity to win the game. Whoa! Now that does seal the game right here.
This is game.
But does he want to conceal that Ragnaros? He doesn't have to show it. That's information he's giving his opponent for the following game.
Well, it looks like he is going to play the Rag. When you attack the Spider there, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Sure.
Looks like he wants to go for it, and...
Well, it's definitely not good to rush.
There's a lot of ways to do this.
Yeah.
Okay, so he pops the Freezing Trap. There are no more secrets available.
You will have to play Ragnaros then to finish the game.
Now, do you create an Infernal before you end the game? Or do you
That is the
Soulfire
question,
again?
is
Do you
it PM?
Soulfire again?
No PM, and Ragnar is going to seal the game.
Wow, a strong victory there for D2.
Oblivion.
And that handlock deck showing what we were talking about before. You can just beat anything with this deck. It's crazy. But another crazy deck awaits. Miracle Rogue, another deck that can kill absolutely anything.
Or can lose versus absolutely anything.
That is a fact as well. Against Priest, it's a pretty high order to lose, but absolutely it can lose against Handlock. Handlock is actually considered a good matchup against Miracle Rogue.
Yeah. The pressure that you can create with really large minions often forces the Rogue to use all of their spells, and then they have no synergy with that Auctioneer that draws in the rest of their deck. So it's a combo deck that's really oriented upon that one card drawing, but you need the resources in order to make it happen.
Also, there is a different strategy even, because Miracle Rogue basically needs time to set up the combo. Like, you want to get a Gadget Stand, you want to get a coin, you want to get to the turn 5-6 and be able to trigger the spell drawing turns, the power turns. But Handlock knows about it. So if Handlock plays his Twilight Tricks early, he can start dealing damage, and at some point, Rogue will be on the defensive. And being defensive, you don't win versus Handlock.
No, you certainly do not. It is the best deck at being defensive. So you don't want to out-defense it, you gotta out-offense it.
Sounds good to me. The Miracle Rogue wants to turn on the flame. This is elimination game for Number Guy. He needs to win here, or his BlizzCon journey ends now. Let's go into game number 4 and see if D2 can close it out.
All right, Number Guy needs miracles to happen.
Literally, it is Miracle Rogue.
He has the Gadget Stand.
And he has the coin, and the coin is very important. It does count as a spell and gives you that extra mana. So those are two things that you really, really want as a Miracle Rogue player.
Oh man, but look at the hand from D2. Twilight Dragon, Mountain Giant.
Best hand you can get right there. These cards are so important.
Yeah, and very difficult for the Rogue player to deal with. Just how do you remove that Giant? You have Eviscerate and SI but that's not even enough damage.
Well, you still have a couple of turns to draw the cards you need.
To be honest, both these guys have basically the best hands you can get in this matchup. So we're really going to see, you know, who wins in this situation. Is it the Violet Teacher-based Miracle Rogue, or is it Handlock?
Violet Teacher is such an important pickup because Handlock doesn't have any AoE clear right now. He will be going for the minions, but he still has 2 more turns.
Well, he draws into a sap as well. That's actually a nice draw right now.
So do you coin your Violet Teacher?
Wow. Maybe. You know, saving the coin for your Gadgetzan Auctioneer can be very good as well. I'd actually like to see him just play the Earth Ring or the SI7. And I think it's the Earth Ring is the one I'd like to see the most.
There is merit to playing the Violet Teacher earlier, though, because it's very difficult for the Handlock player to easily remove it.
That's
so
true.
it does have a minion that sticks. You may be able to respond to the first creature and then get some other things out, but I think you're right. Saving the coin is extremely valuable to the Rogue, especially compared to other classes.
And you can still, oh my god, another Mountain Giant. That's so much damage.
Well, ooh, that's a good draw right now. He can actually end up killing this off, but I think he's going to want to use his Dagger Charge for sure here.
Do you can maybe just play Violet Teacher and even use Preparation and Sap. Like, use Preparation aggressively to set up a board. But he's going
we'll use his Gadget Stand instead to go for some card draw.
He's going ham, guys.
I like it.
The Gadgetzan already out.
I like it as well. He will be able to draw so many cards and just cycle Preparation, which is useless without Gadgetzan.
That's right.
Absolutely.
And look at this. He does get to remove this. Really doesn't lose any cards there. The power of Miracle Rogue. That is just, what a crazy turn he has on turn 4 with that coin.
And D2 can't deal with it. Well, the only way you can do is silence it with the Ironbeak Owl.
And once again, the Owl shows his worth.
And you have to deal with the Gadgetzan. You just can't leave the 4/4 on the board and let your opponent to cycle through all his deck, like through all the deck.
But there's ways around it anyways. Number Guy can still draw and take board initiative with this Azure Drake. And this is what Miracle needs. He needs to get ahead of the Handlock player before they can get the threats out. Because now, any spell that plays gets amplified by that dragon.
Yeah, and look, he has all these big bodies on the board. This is, like, really difficult to deal with.
But that Soulfire was an excellent draw,
Yeah, he needs the Soulfire. And it should be running right into that Azure Drake.
Soulfiring Azure Drake is such a delicious play. a 5-mana creature being dealt with easily with a 0-mana spell.
Yeah. Pretty nice. So,
Cold
well,
Blood.
I mean,
Wow.
there's plenty of things here as well for Number Guy to do. I mean, look at all these different combos he can actually go for. The Cold Blood onto this 4/1 to kill off this giant. Already he's dealt with 2 very hard to deal with minions.
And he keeps the board, so Number Guy is able to push with, like, he wants to establish a board and deal with the threats. And when you have the board, you can make the push and go for the win.
Well,
D2 introduced once again with an interesting choice between Sludge Belcher and Mountain Giant. But he says, you know what? There's no way you can deal with the second giant as easily as you did the first one.
Yeah, no way. But there is a way. There is a way.
No way, but there is a way.
Yeah.
You can still sap it and draw a card. That's so much value.
Do you
there.
want to do that, or do you want to Loatheb Sap? Because you're at the mana now where your Gadgetzan will be taken care of no matter what. Like, he will kill it the next turn if you don't do this.
I like Loatheb Sap because you are able to attack this turn, and you know that nothing scary will happen. Like, the opponent won't clear this board because of Loatheb power.
It just gives you so much to deal with the next turn, so let's see what he ends up going for. This is actually starting to look pretty scary for D2.
Yeah, and his only line of defense is that Sludge Belcher. Remember, he discarded one of his Taunt Givers in the Sunfury Protector, and D2 already looked like he stressed. Number Guy is pretty happy about the situation because he looked over at D2, he glanced at him and said, oh, it must be a bad situation for him.
That's
I like
true.
it.
He's
Using
getting
that
the
information.
tells. He's looking at his face and saying, oh, you look sad, and that makes me happy. And isn't that just the spirit of Hearthstone right there?
Absolutely.
That's why Loatheb is such a powerful card. You can just snowball from there. It's just you play it, you attack with whatever you have, and then you know that you will be safe next turn as well.
Yeah.
And he has that sap for whatever is being played by D2.
That's true. It's like free turn, and then you you go for it the next turn as well. So much damage on board. Like right now, we see 11 damage just sitting there. And more damage can just pop right out of the woodwork.
And 10 points of damage is not that hard to get for a Miracle Rogue. So D2 might think he's staring at a possible lethal next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be. Sometimes these Violet Teacher rogues can be a little bit slower, and he already used 1 Cold Blood, so he's probably like,
he's gonna
oh my god!
He needs to hit one of these big creatures.
Oh, the 1/1. Just that was the biggest 1/1 I've seen in this tournament.
That
is a good apprentice.
Oh man, he took it for the team right there, guys.
All right, so what Number Guy can do here?
He's shivving Ragnaros, implying that he doesn't want to sap it.
Well, I think he should sap though, right? Like, I feel like sap is pretty awesome. Like, removing it, I guess, is okay, but if you sap it, it's the same as removing it because he will never play this rag again. He will not have time to play it again.
He didn't have the guarantee of being able to draw cards and be able to sap, but now he does with the preparation. So he can still draw 2 more cards here, or he can remove with his SI7
I think he'll still remove the Ragnaros. Just deal a couple more points of damage.
Sap a little bit longer.
You have to be mindful of the Molten Giants. You don't want to deal too much, but you want to set up yourself to win in a couple of turns.
Well, then do you hold on to it and just weapon up, or
I think Farseer is
attack?
Looks like he might commit to the board. Okay, I like the weaponing up here, to be honest. If you commit like so many minions to the board and he does have a Hellfire, then suddenly he's very happy to use it.
There's no Hellfire yet. Shadow Flame is a clear.
Yeah, it may be one that he has to do, but that will use up all of his mana. He can't really play anything else. If he goes Ancient Watcher, Shadow Flame, well, that doesn't even do it, right? You'd have to use a giant.
Yeah, it seems like he is 1 mana short or 1 card short to be able to play a Mountain Giant, Ancient Watcher, and Shadow Flame.
Yeah. Well, you could Mountain Giant, Shadow Flame. Like, this board is very scary. How safe does D2 want to be? He's got to leave himself some way to win the game as well.
Well, he still has like a lot of minions. He has Molten Giants and a Faceless.
Do you have the flexibility, health-wise, to remove a minion with Siphon Soul and play an Ancient Watcher to try and set up for something next turn and just say, all right, well, maybe I'll take a little bit more damage. Molten Giant might become a little cheaper.
Yeah.
And then, hopefully you just don't kill me when I'm at 19 health.
It's a little bit...
Oh, Hellfire.
Okay, he's going to remove everything.
He doesn't trust his opponent.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, I think you still have flexibility to do that.
Okay.
Because you just seen Miracle Rogue just killing a Ragnaros instead of going for face. So you can probably risk it.
Now, taking a look at this board, guys, like, and the hand that we have right now for Number Guy, yeah, he has some 0-mana spells. He has other spells as well, but these aren't spells that you just want to cycle through Gadgets on. Like, he wishes he had a Shiv right now. A Shiv would be amazing, but what he has, like, it's a gamble. If he places Gadgets on, he might not be able to protect it.
I still think you go for it. Like,
you think so?
Passing the turn is not optimal.
What do you think about maybe attack, re-dagger, and Earthen Ring?
You're giving up
2 weak.
You're giving up a lot of initiative on the board, and you still have so many cards you want to draw through.
All right.
He's thinking about healing his opponent to put him out of Molten Giant range.
And that's not BM.
What? That is creative.
Or is that BM or is it not BM?
No. He's obviously trying to play around the Molten Giant, which we know D2 has. And you know what? He can't play both Molten Giant and the Sludge Belcher. He has to make a choice.
Double Sludge Belcher is still a very powerful turn.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It kind of worked out for him to get the 2 Sludge Belchers out here because he can actually deal with these pretty darn easily with this Gadgets on. This is not going to be hard at all for him to clean up this board.
Oh, yeah. Right now, you just spell. You have to start a spell slinging.
Yeah. Let's see what he draws into. Oh, that's exactly what he wanted, guys. That is exactly it. Now he just has to math this out because he has Blade Fury, which allows him to do a lot of AoE damage with his weapon.
Destroy a card with Deadly Poison.
Yeah, he's gonna draw into so much here.
And look at the power of this deck. Like, this deck is really unique.
Yep.
And, oh my god, another Deadly Poison.
Deadly Poison. And he's got to conceal.
That's everything.
It just doesn't end with Miracle Rogue.
Christmas came early for Number Guy. And he's pretty much dealt with this board so effectively, he could play the SI7 agent and clear or even conceal.
Yeah.
Just conceal and
I like the conceal. I really like it.
That looks like lethal next turn.
Yes, it certainly looks like it. Well, we'll see what his opponent can do. Does he draw into something that can actually remove this Gadgets on Auctioneer? That's, you know, he does have the Hellfire for the other one, but that deals damage to him. And no, I mean, he doesn't have the cards he needs here. Does he have to life tap and hope for a Shadow Flame?
You want to know something cool, Artosis?
What?
If Number Guy didn't heal D2, what would his play turn this be? It would have been Molten Giant, Sun Fury Protector, and Faceless.
Whoa! Wow. Did healing his opponent win him this game?
I mean, it's a factor in disrupting this turn at least, and this is a critical juncture.
Oh my god, you are right, Frodan. This is actually kind of crazy. See, I've never healed my well, turn 2 Priest, the light shall burn, you heal him. That's a standard move, but this one,
this is War Champs. Those players play thousands of games and they know those matchups really well.
I mean, he still can go for a defensive play with the Ancient Watcher instead, but how much would have been more intimidating to have 2 8/8 creatures? Your opponent already used 1 sap, correct? So he needed to deal with the second giant more honestly.
Dude, and Number Guy has held on to this sap. Like, look at his hand. He's got a lot of great stuff. He has played so well this game. It's actually amazing. D2, on the other hand, like, has played extremely well also, but he's in a hard spot here. Number Guy has just had every single answer he could ever want.
It's a really hard spot. I don't think he can do anything here. If he plays a big taunt, it will be sapped.
And he knows his opponent's holding a 5 damage dagger. He needs to go defensive, and this Ancient Watcher is his best chance, along with the Molten Giant, to stay alive. We know that Number Guy has it. He fist pumps. This series will be tied up.
Number Guy did count his numbers. He's just going with the sequence now, sapping them all in.
Here we go, guys. That is a big Blade Fury. This is a big sap. And with that cold blood, he is going to end up taking this game and bringing it, of course, to game number 5.
Wow, well played. And D2 is going to have to turn to another deck here. His Priest deck is all that remains to advance to the next round.
And that's a very bad matchup for the Priest.
It can be really hard to use Priest against Miracle Rogue. You know, you're a slow reactive deck. You want to kill other control decks. You want to kill minion-based decks. But Miracle Rogue does things that are outside of your sphere of influence. So it's tough, but I do want to point out that last week when we were doing the lead up to the road to BlizzCon, the final road to it, we saw Priest actually beat this exact type of Miracle deck
True. Multiple
times.
Yes,
It is doable.
It
This
certainly
is doable.
happens.
Not once, not thrice, but twice.
It is doable, but is it D2able?
Oh,
Well,
all right. So I got one in. He got one in. You have to get one in.
if he doesn't mix his numbers, then number guy might actually lose.
You're such a guy, aren't you?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Not bad, Nib. Not bad.
So,
We have all day though. We can get this.
Basically, it is a bad matchup for the Priest, but a bad matchup means that you still have around 30% to win it. So if the cards flow your way, if you know what to do, if you know if you have to be super aggressive, if you have to hold your cards, you can still win, even if you are in a bad spot.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound like odds that are very comfortable to a guy like D2. 30% is pretty low. That's actually very lopsided if you think about it in the current balance of things. Can D2 use this Priest deck to hold off against the Rogue? Because since the Miracle Rogue player is no longer using charged minions to do damage from their hand, they have to use the board minions. Priest can respond to that. They have AoE, they have board players, they have heals. They can put themselves out of range and stall long enough. And like you said, Artosis, we've seen this Rogue deck fall flat a few times.
Yeah, that's true. If the Priest gets the right draw, if he can put on the right pressure and then, well, end up doing what Priests do, which is steal all your stuff, they can kill you off. So
you need
we will see
pressure.
about that.
Basically, you need pressure because if you give Miracle Rogue time, they will draw all the cards they need.
Yeah, and
I hear the button. That means it's time for Game 5. The last game to determine who's going to the top 8, D2 or number guy. Priest versus Rogue. Let's jump into the game.
Let's see the hands of the players.
Alrighty.
The light shall bring victory.
All right, so number
I hope
guy.
so, Anduin, because you're going to need a little bit of help here.
Well, D2 gets the coin. He did mulligan, thought steal away. Thought steal is not great in this matchup. Just getting deadly poison.
Yeah, it's not very exciting, but this Priest hand is actually pretty nice. A Wild Pyro followed by a Dark Cultist and then an Akanai Soul Priest. Oh god, it's
he has the combo.
Yeah, he has a lot of great tools here. This is actually a good hand.
How does the combo really work? It's like, instead of healing your minions with Circle of Healing, you just reverse it. You just deal damage.
Yeah, instead of healing, you deal damage.
It's a fantastic clear.
Yeah, you look at Circle of Healing, you're like, well, I don't want to heal all the minions on the board, and then you pair it with Akanai, it's like, oh!
Yeah, it is. Was that your reaction when you first saw the card?
Yes, it was.
Well, you were one of the first players to show us Circle of Healing combinations in Priest last year. And we've come a long way.
Well, it has stayed strong, Prodan. We'll see if it ends up paying off for him or not.
Okay, well, you know, D2 immediately reaches for Thought Steal rather than putting Minion on the board.
Okay.
He gets 2 cards, which aren't useless.
Yeah. Hey, Azure Drake is a fantastic card. Can allow him to put on some pressure and backstab. It's like, meh.
It's not terrible.
Well, it's, I mean, it helps get rid of this Hearth here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you really complain about that?
Yeah.
He can actually coin out the Azure Drake and use backstab to kill the free.
Absolutely.
That's a fantastic play.
It's quite nice.
What is your opponent going to think? It's like, oh, he's playing Azure Drake and backstab in a Priest deck.
No, you know your opponent stole it from you.
The mind games are real.
I would hope so. Well, he does use that. At least he knows what the Mind Steal got.
Sure, that's right. You know, it's always a mystery if your opponent's holding on to cards that he took from you.
Well, this turn,
I mean, it normally feels like the Azure Drake turn, but he was thinking about creatively taking out this Azure Drake just in case. But I think you don't really care as much about that compared to drawing cards.
Yeah, and you just developed the 4/4 minion against the Priest. Priest, in general, has problems dealing with 4-attack minions.
Yeah, 4-attack is, you know, Shadow Word Pain doesn't get it, Shadow Word Death doesn't get it. It's in that little sweet spot right in between, so can be a little bit annoying to deal with.
All right, so Miracle Rogue still doesn't have the Gadgeon Auctioneer, which is the key card. But right now,
spell power is awesome.
This is, look at this. He just gets to deal with this so easily. He used 1 card here, total, because he got to draw a Fan of Knives. He only lost 1 card to deal with his Sludge Belcher, developed his board more, drew deeper into his deck. The power of Miracle Rogue shown once again.
That's a fantastic sequence, but are we going to see the Circle of Healing here?
Whoa, I guess
not. To time it.
Okay. I thought we might see Circle that turn, Nimsh.
Well, I think he wants to use it against a concealed gadget stand auctioneer. You can't really reach a minion that's stealth if your opponent has it concealed away. So at that point, D2 says, I'm going to drop the Arcanized Soul Priest, use Circle Field, and clear the board.
Also, it's a very powerful play you want to save for the future. And Sylvanas, you still have some health. Like, you have 25, so you can use your Sylvanas now. You won't have time for Sylvanas later.
That's true. But what do you think about sapping her? I would love to see a sap.
Well, I suppose you draw first before you... Ooh, you sap and you play Van Cleef. But do you do that before you drop? So that way you have a 4/4 minion. Or do you play it as a 6/6?
If you did that and he has Arcanine, for sure it's going. But I guess Arcanine is still going to have to come out this turn, right?
Arcanine is still killing this because he will have mana for the hero power.
Yeah.
Right?
Or he still has silence if he didn't have the Arcanine.
Yeah, but this is the Arcanine turn. You have to clear the board. Just play Arcanine Soul Priest, turn to the Shadow Priest a bit, like kind of the Shadow Priest. And then heal and kill.
And okay, is going to choose to do this and play the Dark Cultist with it instead of using Hero Power, which is fine. The Silence card doesn't have a lot of targets in Miracle Road.
Yeah, and you want to develop the board. You want to be aggressive.
And you know what? He's done a good job. If we actually look at this, it looked great for Number Guy, but now his hand is very lackluster. He doesn't have a whole lot he can do here.
Right, we're still searching for the Gadget Stand Auctioneer to draw those cards, and Number Guy, he's running low on resources after he gets rid of these creatures.
If the priest stabilizes, he will be able to heal himself, but then you have to kill your own Arcanine. Right now, the hero power is for 2 mana, deal 2 points of damage. That's a powerful dealing damage spell, but...
But I feel like looking at this hand that you don't have much option. I feel like you maybe have to clear this board, right? Like play that Earthen Ring, dagger up to kill the 3/1 with your hero power, and then use your Eviscerate on this 3/4. Because if you don't, he's going to be dealing so much damage to you. He can deal 8 damage a turn to you right now.
Yeah, I think you definitely have to clear. And your sequence is very nice because then you don't buff the Arcanized Soul Priest. Unless you want to keep the Arcanized Soul Priest on the board so the priest will never heal.
That is also... that is a strategy that you can use, but usually it's dangerous to keep up the Arcanized Soul Priest. Just because the pressure that it can put on you is way too much.
But hey guys, like we were talking about how this is very rogue favored, and we can see Priest is low on health, but as Frodo and Nimsh were saying, if we don't see him draw into something big soon, he's going to be in a terrible spot.
Sylvanas is coming back after the sap. She wants to have a mark on this game.
Oh, sure he has. Oh man,
not the card you need.
Still no Gadget Stand, but this is the Miracle Rogue. Like when you get a Gadget Stand Auctioneer, this deck is just fantastic, phenomenal. You use all those spells to draw another card every time you cast a spell. But if you don't have it, you are in trouble basically.
What do you guys think about going all in here? Oh god, I think it's too risky. Like you could go for a Cold Blood on your guy and go for a Conceal on him after attack and deal like a lot of damage. But if your opponent has Shadow or Death, which all priests play at least 1 copy of, you are in so much trouble because they will just steal your stealth minion.
If he steals that minion, that might be game right there because you spend all your resources. In fact, that probably will be the game.
Yeah.
But we do know that D2 doesn't have to Shadow Word Death.
If he did the brave move, it would pay off, maybe.
I think...
Yeah, it's like you go all in and it maybe pays off. Is it the risk that you have to take? Is Number Guy left to this? This is an elimination game and he's running out of time.
Oh my god, he might have to do it because... what else are going to do?
Okay,
he goes for the trade.
He's not going to take that risk. I think this is okay. If he draws in the next 2 to 3 turns,
that's generous,
Auctioneer.
Artosis, because Ysera looks like she's primed and ready to go down.
She certainly is, and if you get a Ysera's Awakening off of her dream cards,
whatever you get is good.
Oh, no.
That's true. Let's see what it is.
A Drake.
Drake is great pressure. That's just like a giant against the Miracle Rogue.
It's really hard to deal with. This is not the card you want here, unfortunately.
Still no Gadget Stand for Number Guy. Just has to continue dealing damage as much as possible, but now it's not that good anymore.
Okay, he's going to Conceal. This means he's looking for a big play next turn with Cold Blood.
But that's... how much damage is that? That's 7 plus... that's 9 points of damage.
It's not quite enough, guys. He has to get cards to draw more cards with.
So from here, the priority for D2 is to make sure, like when your opponent conceals, that's an act of desperation.
Yes.
Like on a weak minion like the SI7 agent, the 3/3 there, So D2 just has to play very careful. In fact, what do you think about drawing more cards first before you do anything else?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. One thing I would look at, I'd say, I'm going to heal this turn. You know, another thing I'd say, I want to put on some pressure, but I think, yeah, I love this Power Word Shield. It's so good.
Whoa,
that's a good card.
Too.
Oh, he can gain so much health with that next turn.
Yeah, and I think D2 might have found the key to unlock the top 8 for him, because that Holy Fire puts it so hard for Number Guy to kill him.
Has to be an Auctioneer. What is it? Oh, it's
no,
Lotheb.
it's the wrong 5 minion.
It's a Lotheb, and it doesn't change that much.
God, this is so rough.
Number Guy in trouble. He can deal. He's staring at so many dragons at the same time. Sarah.
That's a Drake, Nimsh.
That is Sarah is a dragon.
So many.
Well, that's technically
the
a dragon
Drake
as well.
is a Drake, though.
It is like technically a dragon as well.
Isn't a Drake a baby dragon?
It should be a baby dragon.
All right.
Should be fine.
Why is it more attack than your Sarah?
Because Sarah is passive right now.
Where's Ben Bro?
She's just chilling.
Don't look at me, Archos. I don't question Nims when it comes to these things.
Well, this is such a rough turn for Number Guy. Like, if he could draw that Gadgetzon, even this turn, he still had a good chance. But looking at it now, this, especially next turn when he gets Holy Fired, because guys, he will get Holy Fired.
Unless he plays Lotheb. But he will get Holy Fired eventually, and that will just seal the game. So somehow Priest was able to just hold steadfast and just not die, and right now he has this very significant board.
I think if he still had another conceal, perhaps he had a chance to go for it, but now he has to rush damage, but we also know that there's ways for the Priest to respond and put himself out of range.
All right, let's see what he does with this.
Well, hold on, he's got
not a lot of spells that he can really play.
But he can clear the board.
I think you do.
You need to clear. You need to clear here. You can't play Holy Fire this turn. Still a chance for Number Guy. It is getting very slim, though.
He's not out of the tournament yet. But
do you clear by using all of your minion trading down, or can we use Holy Nova here to start putting a little bit counter pressure back on their opponent, or are you just gonna play super safe?
I think minions are fine, and you can still.
Look, I think you want to heal yourself here. I think I'd sack this 3/4 into the 7/3, or the Sarah would work as well.
Okay.
Both are pretty good. And that hits exactly what you wanted on. Heal yourself, play your Black Knight, sick pressure board still. Number Guy, I don't even know what he's supposed to draw here.
D2 has lethal next turn, so whatever Number Guy draws has to win him.
Yeah.
Got that +5, and
That
Violet
is not
Teacher's
it.
not going to be it, and I think Number Guy sees the writing on the wall, where his journey of BlizzCon might be ended on this next turn.
Oh man, and he had such an advantage. This was a good matchup for him, but he didn't see the Gadgetzon Auctioneer.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky. You know, sometimes this is what Rogue does. Even though it's heavily favored in some matchups, you don't draw your Gadgetzon Auctioneer, you can't get through your deck and do the things you need to do.
That's going to be it. Well play gets tossed out. D2 will take Game 5 and advance to the top 8.
Wow, very well played by D2.
Fantastic match.
Winning a very hard match there. Well played by both players, no doubt about it. A nice hug between them two.
Lots of respect between the two. But once again, D2 surprising people. He is in the top 8 representing Americas.
That's right. Great to see him go up there in front of, you know, this American crowd, the region that he did qualify from. A strong contender for the title, I would say.
A fantastic comeback. Like that was a great series. 5 games overall. He didn't fall to the pressure. He was able to just use his hand lock. And the last match where he clearly was disadvantaged, he was still able to pull through, didn't do any mistakes, and just took the game from Number Guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's not all about the matchups. You were talking about maybe 30, 35% if that Gadgetzon came out. But he never came. We waited for him the entire game. Gadgetzon never RSVP'd to the party.
Good deals everywhere, but not for Number Guy this time.
Should have talked to Ironbeak Owl, would have gotten him in.
That's right. That's because he didn't draw it. Well, you know, guys, that does end the journey for Number Guy, but he still places top 16. I think the future is really bright for this kid.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's got a great team in SK Gaming backing him up. He's someone that's already been invited to a bunch of new tournaments. Everyone's like, wow, Number Guy, he's a serious contender. And He definitely could have won that match and went forward. It just wasn't in the cards, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Number Guy is waiting with Rachel, or sorry, D2, excuse me, is waiting with Rachel. He is the victor of that series. Let's hear a couple of words with him.
Thank you so much, guys. D2, an incredible match. You and Number Guy were our first two players here on this incredible Hearthstone stage in the box, looking out at all these players and going to 5 full games. I mean, that had to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah. My stomach's literally like hurting from just like the stress of that match. I'm sure I made a lot of misplays. It was really hard to think. It was just so much pressure, and having to win 2 unfavored matchups was really just daunting. And I don't know, I'm like barely standing up right now. So.
Well, you did a great job. You're moving on. We're going to see more from you today. But Marcus, what's happening first?
Yeah, so we're going to shut down the tavern for just a moment because it is time for BlizzCon 2014 opening ceremonies. But when we return, the tavern opens back up. We've got more group matches, the quarterfinals, all that and more live from BlizzCon 2014. We'll see you back at the Tavern of Champions after this.
9 years later, and he's got 5 or 6 max level characters. A full half of my best friends are people that I met in World of Warcraft, of course, including my wife.
The human need for connection goes beyond what we can provide in a virtual space.
We wanted to create a way to be able to connect with our players more intimately.
An event, a moment, a platform for people to literally come together.
Thank you for all the support that you guys have given over the years.
Thank you to everyone for being part of this.
It has been so important in so many people's lives. It's been the community that has made this the most amazing experience through passion for the game, through comments.
It's what we rely on to continue doing what we're doing. And let us know how you guys feel about it. Yell as loud as you possibly can, because that just gives us more momentum.
It's been a hell of a ride so far, and in many ways, we're just getting started.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and CEO of Blizzard Entertainment, Mike Morhaime.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to BlizzCon 2014. I know there are some of you who have attended multiple BlizzCons. How many of you have been to BlizzCon before? How many of you are joining us for the very first time? We are thrilled that you are here. Not only are you among friends, you are among family. Some of my favorite life memories have been created here with you at past BlizzCons, and I expect this year will be no different. This is an extra special celebration for us. It's our 8th BlizzCon together, and this show is our biggest one yet. Millions of people will tune in from around the world to watch the show on more than 50 broadcast streams and in 14 languages. And more than 25,000 of you have come here from all 50 states and from nearly 60 countries across 6 continents. You've come from as far away as Brazil, New Zealand, South Africa, and Russia. That's amazing. We truly are a global community. Whether you are joining us from near or far, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. For the next 2 days, this will be our home. We're going to be playing games, talking about games, cheering on our favorite esports and contestants in the contests. Before I go on, I'd like to take a moment to talk about something serious. Over the past couple of months, there's been a small group of people who have been doing really awful things. They have been making some people's lives miserable, and they are tarnishing our reputation as gamers. It's not right. BlizzCon is a great example of how positive and uplifting gaming can be. Let's carry the good vibes from this weekend out into the world all year round. There is another person on the other end of the chat screen. There are friends, our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters. Let's take a stand to reject hate and harassment. And let's redouble our efforts to be kind and respectful to one another. And let's remind the world what the gaming community is really all about. Thank you. Okay, now as you know from the video, this year is the 20th anniversary of Warcraft. It's also the 10th anniversary of World of Warcraft. Seeing the history of Warcraft in that video gave me chills. It's obviously been a big part of my life, and I know it's been a big part of yours as well. We can see clearly how this community has grown around this amazing fantasy world, and I'm here to tell you that the best is yet to come for Warcraft. I'm talking, of course, about Warlords of Draenor. The game is almost here. It's coming in just a few days. We're really excited about it because we're going to take you back to some of the settings and characters that established the world we've been adventuring for the past 20 years. It's fun to reminisce about those adventures that we've taken in Azeroth together. To help you do that, we will be screening a special documentary to commemorate the 10th anniversary of World of Warcraft. It includes a look back at the making of the game and key moments in World of Warcraft history. The film is called Looking for Group, and the world premiere is tomorrow at 5 p.m. right here on the main stage. You'll be able to watch it again later on the World of Warcraft site, as well as on the Warcraft YouTube channel. We also have a special party planned for the World of Warcraft 10-year anniversary. That'll take place tonight at 8:30 p.m. just outside the convention center. We will have food trucks and drinks as other fun surprises. The party is open to the public, so tell your friends to come join us. And there's also another cool bit of Warcraft news that we hope you'll tell your friends about. Coming in December, we're rolling out a new World of Warcraft charity pet. 100% of the proceeds made this year will be donated to support Red Cross in Ebola relief efforts. It has been really rewarding to partner with you to assist worthy causes in the past, and we're honored to continue the tradition this year. Okay, last but not least on Warcraft, the movie. We are very pleased to have Duncan Jones, the director of the Warcraft movie, who will join Chris Metzen and other guests on a special panel. That'll be here on the main stage this afternoon at 2:15. And throughout the show, we have a special theater on the 3rd floor of the convention center. This theater will be running continuously to show you Blizzard's latest cinematics, as well as a sneak peek at work-in-progress footage from the film. And I gotta tell you, Dolby set up a special sound system in that theater that is completely amazing. And if you want even more info about the movie, go visit the new websites that Legendary Pictures just set up, fightforthehorde.com and fightforthealliance.com. Choose carefully and be true to your faction. All right, there'll be time for that. So that's a ton of Warcraft for the anniversary. But BlizzCon is more than just Warcraft. It's a celebration of the entire Blizzard community, your passion, and your creativity. We have a lot of contests this year. The talent, movie, art, and costume contests will all be hosted by Chris Hardwick right here on the main stage tonight at 6. Don't miss out on that. It is always one of the best parts of BlizzCon, and it's a chance to cheer on your fellow gamers and congratulate them on their hard work and unique talent. We have some other very special guests coming to the show tomorrow. Level 90 Elite Tauren Chieftain will be back. And they will open for a band that needs no introduction, Metallica. And of course, I can't forget one of my favorite parts of BlizzCon, esports. This year, we have more games to showcase than ever before. Here's the Storm exhibitions, World of Warcraft Arena, Hearthstone, and of course, StarCraft 2. $750,000 are on the line during the next 2 days. And these talented pro gamers have run a gauntlet of grueling and challenging competitions all year just to make it to BlizzCon. We've got a video here with highlights of this year's competition to give you a taste of what's in store this weekend. Let's roll the video.
Very, very careful about this. The Vikings go tumble. That's a big storm to start things off.
The wall, he's attempting to raise it. SCV flying up.
No, it is! 14 damage. He can do it.
Yes.
Oh, he can't use Blizzard. He can't use Blizzard.
He can't do it. It will kill him.
No,
not again.
Not
the Medivacs caught on the edge of the map. Wolf steps up, kills every single one.
For the siege tank, he's going to bring that down as well. GG!
He blocks offensively. Bry is going to go down. They're trying to break this tank line.
He has gotten his ticket to BlizzCon. But there's only one high Templar left. The storm doesn't really hit the mark. This is a strong bio force here.
Not enough. The procs come in. Soda goes down.
GG!
Awesome. We will have esports action going on all weekend. Hearthstone is just next door in Hall C, amazing stage. World of Warcraft Arena and Heroes of the Storm exhibitions will take place in Hall B. And the StarCraft 2 World Championship Series Global Finals will be over in the arena. That's all the way at the other end of the convention center, past Hall A and through the tunnel. We've created a brand new stage for the WCS Finals with dynamic lighting and visuals. We think you're gonna love it, so make sure to get over there to check it out. Of course, we have a few new things to share with you. Let's start with Heroes of the Storm, our upcoming team brawler. This game has your favorite Blizzard heroes from all of our universes fighting on unique battlegrounds. Thanks to your feedback during the technical alpha, Heroes is coming along great, and it's going to continue to evolve through the years. We've got fun new stuff to show you here at BlizzCon, so let's take a look. Roll the trailer.
Come out, wherever you are. For Doomhammer!
So that's right, closed beta is coming January 13th, and we're excited to get more of you into the game to continue helping us make it even better. All the new heroes and the Sky Temple Battleground you saw in the video are here at the show. You can get a sneak peek at what else is coming in Heroes by attending the panel discussions today and tomorrow. So like I said earlier, this is our biggest BlizzCon yet. We are so excited and have so many cool new things to share with you. To get us started on that, I would like to introduce our production director on Hearthstone, Jason Shays.
Greetings, BlizzCon! Well, this has been an incredible year for Hearthstone. When we were last together at BlizzCon, Hearthstone was in closed beta. Since then, the PC version of Hearthstone launched in March. In April, Hearthstone for the iPad came out and quickly climbed to the top of the App Store charts. In July, the doors to the ancient necropolis of Naxxramas swung open, releasing the first Hearthstone adventure for players everywhere. Then, in October, some of the top players in the world earned their tickets to BlizzCon and will be competing here in the first ever Hearthstone World Championship. And then finally, coming up this December, we'll be opening the tavern doors for Android tablet players everywhere. Now, Hearthstone has come so far already, but we're even more excited to geek out with you guys about what's to come. Today, as it turns out, is a very special day in the Hearthstone Tavern, because today we have something new to share with you, something bigger. And for that, we're going back to the very beginnings of Warcraft, to a long-standing rivalry between two proud races. One embodies the nobility and the fellowship of the Alliance. The other, the honor and the resilience of the Horde. For the first Hearthstone expansion, we've brought these two races together against their will for all of you. And the results are explosive.
Goblins and gnomes. Goblins and gnomes. Both are super brilliant, but you would never know. Everything they seem to make is faulty or explode. Perfecting imperfection. Goblins and gnomes.
Unleash Goblin Fury for Gnomeragon!
Goblins versus Gnomes is the explosive first expansion to Hearthstone. In it, you'll find over 120 of the most dangerous cards you could imagine. You'll find the greatest inventors in Azeroth's history, along with their amazing creations. Creations of blood-curdling horror, like the explosive sheep. Devices of raw genius, like the amazing Annoyotron. Now, the team is in its final balance pass on Goblins versus Gnomes, as well as our final safety checks. But make no mistake, the fuse has been lit. Goblins versus Gnomes will be launching for players everywhere next month. Now, all of you aren't going to have to wait that long, because Goblins vs. Gnomes is playable here at BlizzCon today. We've got a ton more to share with you on Goblins vs. Gnomes, so make sure to check out the fireside chat that'll be happening on the panel stage later this afternoon, where we'll reveal a bunch of new Hearthstone cards. And then finally, on behalf of the dev team, we wanted to thank you all very much for all your incredible support and passion for Hearthstone during this, its first year of launch. We cannot wait to share with you guys what we have in store. In the meantime, we have many other awesome updates to share with you guys. So for that, we're going to call up to the stage Game Director Dustin Browder.
BlizzCon, I'm here today to talk to you about a game called StarCraft 2. This is a game we've been working on inside Blizzard for 10 years. StarCraft has a tradition going all the way back to 1998 with the original StarCraft and Brood War, where Blizzard created these amazing characters and this incredible science fiction story and put it inside a real-time strategy game. And then, in 2010, we brought you Wings of Liberty, where we had this amazing campaign, and we had a whole game devoted just to the story of the Terrans. And then in 2013, Heart of the Swarm, where we told the epic quest of Kerrigan's hunger for revenge, for her betrayal at the Battle of New Gettysburg, which happened all the way back in that original game in 1998. And now, today, in 2014, we are ready to show you a glimpse of StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void.
Future can be held only oblivion. The Zerg swarm came as was foretold. And the Protoss rose to fight them.
The invasion fleet stands ready. We await only your command, Hierarch.
Today, we will reclaim our homeworld!
Now, the Xel'Naga that forged us all are returning.
The galaxy will burn with their coming. Fitting that we should face oblivion together.
Amon whispered of this from the stars. He told you of ruin, extinction, end of all things. The fate of creation hangs in the balance. My life for ire.
In Legacy of the Void, you will command the power of the Protoss. You will reunite the scattered Protoss tribes and find the ancient technology to create your Protoss army. You'll command the Spear of Adun, this ancient arc ship from a lost age that will always be above you in high orbit. With the touch of a button, you can command that arc ship to destroy an entire enemy army. And you're going to need that firepower, because the threat of the Xel'Naga is very real. In the end, all of your questions will be answered. The fate of Kerrigan, Zeratul, Raynor, Artanis, all the others, the three races of the StarCraft universe will come to a conclusion in this, the final chapter of our trilogy. Now, I know some of you have not had a chance to get into StarCraft just yet. And that's okay, because this is not an expansion pack. Legacy of the Void is a standalone product. You don't need a copy of Wings of Liberty. You don't need a copy of Heart of the Swarm. You can just get a copy of Legacy of the Void and jump right into the action. There has never been a better time to check out the StarCraft universe. We have so much to show you here today at the show. You can play as Artanis, and you can build your Protoss army and check out an early look at our campaign missions. We have new multiplayer units for all 3 races. And yes, the Lurker is back. We have a new mode, Archon mode, that combines the best of cooperative and PvP play in a single mode, where you and a teammate will work together to control a single base and a single army together. If you want to know what it feels like to be a professional gamer, to be able to be everywhere at once at the same time, this is the mode that can give you that experience. It takes 2 of us to make one of them, maybe more, we'll see. Come to the arena tonight to see your favorite pros playing Legacy of the Void, and check out our panels today and tomorrow to get more information about StarCraft 2. BlizzCon, thank you so much for your support of StarCraft 2. You've been absolutely amazing. And next, please give a warm welcome to Chris Metzen.
What up, BlizzCon? Holy cow. Guys, it is so good to be back with you all this year, especially given this anniversary we are celebrating. 20 years of Warcraft, 10 years of World of Warcraft. Looking back, it hardly seems possible. How is that possible? I know how it's possible. It's kind of crazy thinking about it, guys. As Mike said earlier, this community is everything. And looking back 20 years with all the worlds we were able to build, the stories we were able to tell, the heroes, the villains, the rise and fall of it all, the amazing thing looking back is the friendships we've made, is the connections we've made through this thing. It's so much more than a game in a box. Look, guys, look around. Look at this room. It is amazing to feel part of this thing, almost like this tradition that is uniquely ours. So thank you, and thank you for being here and celebrating with us this weekend. We love you guys. In light of that, I thought it might be fun to kind of do what we do in these opening ceremonies and take a little roll call. Get the blood pumping. I'm going to assume that most of you in here have played a little game called World of Warcraft. Oh, come on! 10 years, y'all. Here's an interesting one. How many of you have been with us since Warcraft 1? It's pretty cool. How many of you have played a little series called StarCraft? Oh my life for ire. Are you kidding me? So good. How about Diablo? Where's the Diablo players at? And how about a little game called Hearthstone? It's pretty cool, guys. Think about this. We have shared, over the years, many adventures together. Exotic worlds, heroes and villains, probably some convoluted plot lines here and there. It's fine. And at a moment like this, it strikes me. It has been something like 17 years. if my math holds up, since Blizzard opened the door to a new adventure. Since we opened the door to a new world of heroes and villains, a new universe of adventure and possibility. And if any of you had ever wondered what kind of new world Blizzard would create, well, I think 17 years is too long to wait. And my friends, the wait ends right now. Holy cow, this is going to happen. We're going to remember this moment, guys. I want you all, as I freak out, to relax. I want you to open your hearts and your minds to what comes next. You are about to get a glimpse into the future. So my friends, get a load of this. We hope you love it like we do. I'll see you on the other side.
Conflict. As the world teetered on the brink of anarchy, a new hope arose. An elite international task force charged with ending the war and restoring liberty to all nations. Overwatch. Soldiers, scientists, adventurers, oddities. Guardians who secured global peace for a generation. Under its steadfast protection, the world recovered. And today, though its watch has ended, its soaring ideals of freedom and equality will never be forgotten.
That was so cool! In that one battle, they had Soundquake. Remember, he has, like, chest missiles? So which one's your favorite? Mine's Fusionator. No. Tracer. Yeah, Tracer. She's like, cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Pew, pew, pew. Whoa. That's Doomfist's gauntlet. Oh, man. They said he could level a skyscraper. And remember, he was all fighting and Winston beat him and was like, Primal Punch!
That's only in the holovids. Everybody knows Overwatch got shut down. Half of them are just mercenaries now.
Enjoying the exhibit? All right, playtime's over. Get to cover.
Come on, move it!
There you are.
Psst, what are you looking at?
loves. Cavalry's here. Come on, big guy. Get up. Oh no!
Stay here.
Watch out!
Hey!
You know, the world could always use more heroes.
Yeah! That was awesome!
Overwatch. It sounds like you guys liked what you saw. It feels good to share this idea. Holy cow, that's a feeling. I'm sure you all have many questions at this point, not the least of which is, well, Blizzard, is there a video game associated with this idea? My friends, I am very, very happy to announce that in fact there is, and it is nearer than you think. To tell you a little more about Overwatch, I would like to introduce a good friend of mine. Many of you will remember as your first game director on World of Warcraft. He's one of the greatest game developers in the world. He is the game director on Overwatch. Give it up for Mr. Jeff Kaplan.
What's up, guys? It's so good to be back here with everyone. You guys look beautiful, by the way. Just a good-looking group. So we wanted to make a game in a genre that we have always been passionate about at Blizzard. So what Overwatch is, it's a team-based multiplayer shooter that is completely action-packed. You guys are going to get to meet our cast of characters. They're absolutely dynamic, over the top. They've got great abilities. But what we're going to do is make the game very approachable and allow for everybody to experience what can be fun about this game. You guys know that with Blizzard games, what we like to do is find genres that we're in love with and game types that we're in love with and take the best elements of those and really amplify it and bring that out. You saw us do it with the real-time strategy genre, the massively multiplayer online game, and most recently the collectible card game. But you guys do not want to hear me talk right now. Would you guys like to see Overwatch? All right. Play the movie.
Attackers incoming. Prepare your defenses.
Get behind!
Locked and loaded.
Prepare to attack. 3, 2, 1. Capture the objective.
Let's do it! Let's try that again. Welcome to my reality. Turret deployed. Teleporter online. Farah reporting. Justice reigns from above.
The dragon hungers. The objective is mine. Perfect.
Objective captured.
See through the dragon's eyes. Time to reap. Let's get to work! Come on, damn machine. Shield up. Fall back.
Turret down.
Open core! Armor here.
Did someone call a doctor? I've got you. Healing stream engaged.
Sniper, be careful.
Heroes never die.
Oh, that's up.
One shot, one kill. I see you.
True self is without form. Pass into the iris.
You need a timeout.
Ivan takes them all on! Unstoppable! Hammer down!
気を食らう。
All right, so we weren't lying about that beta 2015. You can sign up at playoverwatch.com. We know you guys want to play. We want you to play. We're very humbled to be bringing this genre to you guys, and we want to hear what you have to say. So it's going to be awesome. So a couple other things you guys should know. At 12:30, we're going to have a panel right here in this hall. Chris and I are going to tell you everything you need to know about Overwatch. So please... Mostly. I kind of lied when I said everything.
Some suspense.
Some stuff. We'll tell you some stuff at 12:30 right here on the stage. Hopefully it'll be good. But there's one more thing. As you guys were wondering what that space is over there with those mysterious dark computers, Overwatch all weekend long is available for you guys to play in Hall C. We've got 600 machines there for you. We want to hear what you think. There will be Blizzard developers in the space the whole time. We want to make this game with you guys, and we care about what you have to say.
Absolutely. And guys, as we wrap up here, please, there's a lot of people in this room. If you're making your way over to the Overwatch machines, just be careful. Take care of each other. There's a lot of kids in the audience. Don't, stampede or anything like that. You got all weekend to play. Guys, thank you for being here with us once again. We hope you've enjoyed your first look at Overwatch. We love you. Have fun this weekend. Take care of each other. Have a great BlizzCon!
You're watching BlizzCon 2014, an original DirecTV production since 2008. Don't just watch TV, DirecTV.
And there it was, the opening ceremony of BlizzCon 2014. Hey everybody, it's Jeff Keighley back here at the DirecTV virtual ticket stage with Michelle Morrow and here with Mike Morheim from Blizzard. Mike, what an amazing opening ceremony. I've been with you guys for so many years doing this, and I got to say, it felt so amazing this year with you addressing, Gamergate right up front there, talking about being inclusive. That was such a strong message for you. You're one of the first executives in the gaming industry to really address that head on, so I want to thank you for that on behalf of gamers like Michelle and I, but also the announcements. I mean, Overwatch. We saw the interview with you and Kim when you did it at before. You were so giddy with excitement.
Yeah,
how do you think it went for you?
You're that excited.
I know.
You're very excited this year for BlizzCon.
We've been wanting to show those videos for a really long time.
I bet. I love that there's actually gameplay footage.
come on in, grab a seat. We're at the Hearthstone World Championship opening weekend.
We are here. The World Championships begin now.
That's right. You know, 16 players come from all different parts of the world.
Look at his hands. He has a high main, he has a sludge belcher, he has the freezing trap to protect this. This is getting horrible, and I think the Beast actually maybe, look at Tom's face, man. He is not too pleased about that.
This could define the game right here.
Oh, this is such a big deal.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, it looks like
We have a lot of exciting Hearthstone action.
That's right.
I gotta say, I just enjoyed that last match a lot. I think that was so close, so well played.
What I really liked about Rios' play is that you keep your health as high as possible, because now he's going to be on Soulfire to win the game no matter what. Well played. That's going to do it.
What a match!
Oh, is he gonna make him overdraw?
Trying to overdraw him.
Oh, Antonidas!
Wow.
Oh my God!
What a play!
Such
Two
a problem.
fireballs.
Wow.
Crazy.
But he's got explosive trap as his trap.
Oh,
Well,
yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
He can never attack.
You're right. I think that might be the case. He's going to go for the Azure Trinket. That's not the right play, but Maligos is not in.
What a close series.
That game was so crazy. I can't. That was the craziest game of Hearthstone I've ever seen. This has been a fantastic weekend of Hearthstone.
The road to BlizzCon ends at BlizzCon.
We'll see you guys next time. From Frode and Artosis, Ben Brode, and all the people at Blizzard, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your hosts, DJ Wheat and Seltzer. Let's try this again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage DJ Wheat and Seltzer. Hey, Ken, can you try to find them, please? Obviously, they can't read a cue sheet. Maybe check the ISO box, yeah. Oh,
Hey.
looky there. Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, yeah, just one second. My goblins are all lined up real nice here.
Okay, I know you're enjoying the new expansion. That's great stuff.
My gnomes will not die today.
You are going down.
Do you guys mind if I start the show? Can we do that?
Please start the show now.
Yeah. We can start
Quick,
now. We're
quick.
good.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome to the stage your hosts, DJ Wheat and Seltzer.
Welcome to the Tavern of Champions. This is BlizzCon 2014, and you are here for the Hearthstone World Championships. Yes, I cannot believe it, coming off of the opening ceremonies, Goblins versus Gnome, and next month, we're not privy to this information, so I'm really excited to be hopping up on here. We've got some great competition. I'm DJ Wheat, joined by Seltzer. I know you're excited as well.
I am so excited. And you know what the best part is? We don't have to wait until next month because we're here at BlizzCon and we get to play it today. So that's pretty cool.
It is very cool. Rachel, this is my 8th BlizzCon, and I know
Marcus.
counting on two hands is tough for me to do, but it is amazing to see Blizzard consistently one-up themselves from year to year and just how much they care and service this community. It's amazing to be a part of it. So thank you guys for letting me be here on this stage and experience this with you. It's very exciting.
Absolutely. Blizzard is a life-changing company for a lot of us. And this weekend, it's going to be a life-changing event here at BlizzCon for 12 players in Hearthstone from all around the world. We have representatives from Europe, Asia, and good old USA here to compete for an enormous prize pool.
Enormous. $250,000 is the prize pool. But you know, I did a little math backstage, and more importantly, that first place prize is $100,000 which happens to equate to 80,000 Hearthstone packs. So if one of these players wants to perhaps finish a completely gold deck, or they're going to be completely ready for Goblins versus Gnome. When
That's
that
what the
comes
money's
out,
going to.
They are going to be set. Either way, a lot of money to be given away this weekend, and it is going to be a fantastic time. Speaking of which, we've got Hearthstone for you all day long, and then going into tomorrow. We started things off with an early match before the tavern opened.
One small match this morning.
And now we will continue on to finish the group stages, where unfortunately 4 additional players are going to be eliminated. But that means we'll know the top 8 who will be moving on to the quarterfinals, and then the other matches later on tomorrow.
That's right, Marcus. And if you want to join the conversation, or if you guys want to join the conversation here at BlizzCon or watching at home thanks to the digital ticket, you guys can get at us on Twitter. That's at Play Hearthstone. Use that hashtag BlizzCon. Let us know how much you love the set, any questions you want to ask the pro players, how extremely good looking the hosts are.
How badly Rachel was beating me in that Hearthstone game. Yes,
pretty bad.
Everything is pertinent information, whether you are here in the arena or you happen to be at home. Also want to mention that if you want the complete BlizzCon viewing experience, you can get that virtual ticket. Not only gives you access to some of the cool panels that you've heard about during the opening ceremonies, but also in-game items and other cool stuff. You can go to blizzard.com to learn more about that and pick yourself up a virtual ticket.
And while you're on the internet, why don't you hop in, check out some of our fireside gatherings all around the world this weekend. We have Blizzard fans getting together, playing games with each other, watching BlizzCon, tuning into the announcements, and writing to you guys to join the conversation online and enjoy yourselves.
You know, the fireside gatherings are a great place to go to not only meet people who are also into Hearthstone, but for me, learning about the game. And in fact, many people wonder, because we play things differently, a little bit differently here on the World Championship stage. We do something with picks and bans called Last Hero Standing. It's how we can make these matches a bit more diverse and really show the true strengths of these players. But anyway, we've prepared a little video to tell you a little bit more about this format.
Last Hero Standing is a tournament format created for competitive Hearthstone play. Let me explain. Each player begins with a set number of decks using a unique class for each deck. For example, a player can have a warrior deck, a priest deck, and a warlock deck, but not 2 different warlock decks. When a match begins, each player selects their first deck without telling the other player which one they've chosen to play with.
Garrosh versus Uther.
When the first game ends, the losing player's deck has been eliminated, and they must choose from their remaining decks for Game 2. The winning player continues playing with the same deck they won with in Game 1. Once a player has eliminated all of their opponent's decks, they have won the match and will move on in the tournament. Some tournaments allow for an additional veto step, which takes place before a match begins. For example, players may submit 4 classes, and their opponent chooses to preemptively eliminate one of those classes from the match entirely. Now that you know the format, try competing in a weekly cup online or at a fireside gathering near you.
It's time to officially open the tavern. Of course, we'll be up here with some of the players, some of the people who are visiting us at the tavern and watching some of these Hearthstone matches. But we've also got a few casters, and we were talking about it, and casters, we actually have one question for you. It's a really simple one, but guys, goblins or gnomes?
Oh man, first I gotta go to Nimsh to this one, because he's the one who always follows these lore questions. What's it gonna be, Nimsh?
All right, so first, for the Horde, so the answer is goblins.
Admirable.
I'm going with gnomes. I like the.
Well, I gotta go
guys.
with the Horde as well. I think the gnomes, but you know what? Rachel and Wheat, we saw you guys playing, even though you picked your classes. What are you gonna go with?
My goblins crushed. I'm not one to brag, but I destroyed Marcus.
I'm gonna have to fight for the gnomes from this point forward, thanks to that match there. So I think we've got our rivalry set up here as well.
Sounds good. And you guys will be serving all day at the bar, is that correct?
Oh, that's right.
Yes, sir.
Come by and pay us a visit.
I will when I'm not casting here or playing other games. Guys, you see the Overwatch and the Gnomes and Goblins expansion, and well as Legacy of the Void. This BlizzCon already got off to a crazy start. I'm jittery because as much as I'm anxious to see these games, I'm also anxious to get my hands to play on some of these games.
Yeah, you're telling me. We were sitting down in the pit watching it, and Boz and I we were kind of looking at it, we were like, you know, maybe we can skip commentary for a round, head over to Overwatch, you know, check out some goblins and gnomes.
Oh man, guys, I have a tummy ache. You know what? I don't think I'll be here later tonight, but I'm just gonna go walk over here and play some.
Yeah,
Overwatch.
exactly. Seriously, like next month. Next month is
Yeah,
the
that's
release
right.
date.
The expansion. I can't believe it, and it's so quick because we're like used to announcements. It's like, okay, well maybe you have to wait early next year or something, because that's what happened with the closed beta announcement of last year's BlizzCon for Hearthstone. But no, as soon as December, we're gonna be able to access this new expansion, 120 new cards, and we saw what Next Rammus did with just 30. How can you imagine 4 times the amount of cards going to impact the metagame?
It's just incredible, and specifically with gnomes and goblins, like there is this specific theme of like explosions, inventions. Well, we have a couple of goblins and gnomes in the game right now, and they are pretty exciting. Like, can you imagine the whole expansion? Like, I want to try it right now.
I just want to know if there's more cards like Gelbin Mechatork, where you just summon a random invention that does things, or even, you know, Mad Bomber that does like weird stuff, and like obviously it's a little bit of randomness, but that's what's one of the most fun stuff in the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of people, you know, they talk about RNG being in these games. That's part of what I think makes Hearthstone so interesting. You take a look at other card games, and oftentimes to kind of get the ball rolling, you have to draw certain cards to really do that. Hearthstone gives that to you, so it has to have some more random element in it. So adding these things where you can manipulate certain scenarios of random things, that's really what the entire game is about, is seeing what you can actually do when things are seemingly out of your control.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, like already on the trailer, we could see like a gnome freezing the face of a goblin, but the goblin still having dynamite and like exploding. Oh man, it's like.
Well, you know what, guys? We're not the panel. I mean, we have to wait to see what comes out more, because I'm sure they're going to show some great cards. So again, guys, get your virtual ticket and get into those panels as soon as you can to see what's going to come up later today. In the meantime, we're still here going for the round of 16 to see who's going to the top 8. Let's take a look at the groups to see where we sit after 2 days and a little bit of play. We have Group 8 already decided, as Tiller Celestial and D2 will be advanced to the top 8. But Group B, only Kaur is the guy who has advanced so far. We have Nicholas versus Tare coming up.
Yo, yeah, this matchup I think is this is one of the more interesting ones to me, because Nicholas is one of the 2 players who brought Paladin, and Tare is the only player who brought Mage. And I played both of these decks in the tournaments leading up to this point, and sometimes they're thought to be some of the weaker decks in these kinds of tournaments. But these, I mean, they're putting up numbers with it. This is an elimination round for both of these guys.
It's ultimate bravery here.
Yeah, exactly.
Both these guys picking rare classes to a tournament, which, I mean, if you don't bring a class, it's often because you don't feel like it's consistent enough, and yet these guys are bringing it to the table.
Yeah, the surprise factor is so important in Hearthstone. Like, Hearthstone is a game of information, and if you're hiding information and using a deck that people are not accustomed to play against, and Tare is bringing a freeze mage, and he was able to free out the last match I was watching. It's just incredible. It's a deck that not many players know how to play against, and it's like a different type.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love hearing the stories of both of these guys. You know, I got to talk to Tare a little bit more and just hear more about his journey throughout competitive Hearthstone, and he just wants to do his best, because he feels like not only is he getting a chance to win a lot of money, but he's also making friends that he never had before too, because he's able to establish connections with all these players. He gets to meet, you know, us the casters and interact. Same thing with Nicholas too. He gets to be here on the big stage all the way from China, which their Hearthstone scene is absolutely exploded. Millions of players, and yet he's one of 4 players to be here.
Yeah, that's another thing I love about this game, is kind of the community feel and the presence you get from being in a place like this. It's, the fireside gatherings, I think, are awesome. We got our own little fireside gathering going right here with the 3 of us.
We were playing Hearthstone right before this cast too, and hanging out and talking about plays and whatnot.
Exactly.
So.
Frodan just cannot get his hands off of the keyboard. If he's near Hearthstone, he's going to be playing. We had about 6 minutes before some other events we did, and he's just, one more game.
Oh, that's me, man. One more game syndrome.
Well, we just love the game, and we just love watching and talking about the game. So. Certainly, we are one big family, and everybody who's watching the game right now at BlizzCon is a part of this family.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Absolutely. Now, again, taking a look a little bit closer at both of these guys, with such a unique lineup we see like Rogue, Paladin, Priest, and Warlock. That's a lineup that's very unconventional for Nicholas. And then for Tare, we have, you know, Rogue, the Mage, and the Shaman. Like, you don't usually see these combinations. Like, Tare is not even running a Hunter. None of these guys are running a Hunter.
Yeah, that's something else that's really unique about this. When I sort of touching back to the tournaments where I played both these decks, when you play these kinds of decks, you're trying to surprise your opponent. And you're using your proficiency in the matchups that you expect to face against versus the unexpected factor, like the unknown element that you're surprising your opponent with. That really gives you an edge when you know what they're doing and they kind of don't know what you're doing. They have an idea, but they don't know your exact 30-card list, where you can often piece together 28 or even 29, sometimes even 30 of the cards they're going to be playing with. I think it can really make a difference.
Yeah, certainly. Also, you can see on the screen right now that Nicholas is a basketball player. It's a fantastic thing.
Man.
Like in esports, if you're coming from the regular sports, you can bring a lot of experience.
Yeah, the competitive drive to win the basketball. I mean, I'm actually really interested in the last fact that we see here, that he wants to own an online store. He's not the only competitor that wants to do that. And it's cool because not only get to play Hearthstone, have some fans and meet the players, but you also get to make some dreams come true. If he wins that 100 grand, he can open up his own online store and perhaps be able to make that reality come true.
Yeah, Karo's doing the same thing, right? He wants to open a bookstore.
Exactly.
A lot of ambition coming into this tournament. No surprise to see this. And of course, Taray, this guy, I met him at Stage 2 BlizzCon. He plays phenomenally well, and he has some unconventional choices in some of his deck lists, but they really work out for him. And for a lot of people, he's kind of unknown. He's just more of a ladder player, but he has been beasting it the entire way through. I mean, this is top 16 in the world right here. This is where this guy deserves to be, I think.
Yeah, again, I mean, those players played like tons of games to be here, and they are winning them. They have the really good win percentages. They know their matchups, and definitely contenders, and one of them is a possible world champion, and maybe as we speak.
Taray didn't even have to go too far. He was from Irvine, so he's a local to Southern California. Although if you have to beat the traffic, it's kind of like flying from China. Like you both go through different stresses and like the 6 stages of denial, acceptance of when I was like, oh my God, is the traffic actually happening? Oh wait, the traffic is actually happening, and you just move on past it. But you know what? All jokes aside, Taray and Nicholas have been here for a while, over a week. They should be well rested. They've been practicing a lot, and I expect a great best of 5.
Yeah, I absolutely do too. I sort of what I'm thinking about this best of 5 is, what do you ban coming into this? Because both of you guys are like in the same position. Like you both brought unexpected decks. Are those decks that now you ban out from your opponent, or are those decks that you want to like leave in their lineup and kind of go from there? Like I don't. Where's the practice? I don't think either of you practiced.
That's a very good question. Do you ban Warlock because it's a class that can be either Zoo or a Handlock?
Yeah.
Or do you ban Mage that Taray was playing and he was very successful with it before? So definitely a lot of strategy coming into the picks and bans.
Well, let's even take a look and see what these guys have chosen for the upcoming match. Remember, this is elimination. In fact, every series from this point on is going to be an important one. And right off the bat, we see Paladin and Mage being banned away from both these guys. So the unique, niche, rare classes aren't going to be available for the series.
Yeah, I can't, like, it's no surprise, I think, to see this, because these are one of those decks that's like, coming into this event, these players have had so much experience versus everything else. These are decks that, again, both these players, a lot of ladder experience is what Hearthstone's about. These decks don't show up a lot on ladder, so they had a very finite amount of time to practice for this, a week tops to understand what you're going against. And you don't want to be facing those kinds of matchups when you're playing for a $100,000 first prize. It's just, that's not where you want to be. I like both these bans.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you guys. But what do you pick then as your starting deck? You're just one of your favorite decks that you brought to this tournament got banned. So what do you start with?
Well, it's different already because even though both of them have Warlock and both of them have Rogues, they are different. We saw Nicholas does end up running that Zoo deck, and we know Taray ends up favoring that Handlock deck as his choice. And then even then, Taray also has that very unusual Miracle Rogue with Sprint, Alex Straza, and Harrison Jones, like 3 cards you rarely see in the Rogue deck, let alone the Miracle archetype. And then we saw a more Malygos spell-centric one for Nicholas. So even though it's the same classes, there's already differences between these styles of play.
Yeah.
Well, he created this archetype. Like we reference it as a Taray Miracle Rogue because it's so different.
Right.
But a lot of players had a chance to actually practice against it. So right now, maybe Nicholas is prepared to face it. So that's why he didn't ban it.
Okay, well, I call it Raynad Miracle Rogue, but whatever, same thing.
All right.
Those unconventional choices you don't see every day. But yeah, I have to agree with you. He plays a lot of strange choices, and they're comfort picks for him. He's been playing for a very long time, and it's obviously been working out pretty well. He's come this far, but with some cards like that, I would expect it to be a little bit slower paced from him. Yeah. Really focusing towards like the turn 9, turn 10 area where he wants to strike.
Both of these decks do.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just when I look at these lineups and they have their Rogue and their Mage taken out, I don't think that either of these guys, I'm sorry, their Paladin and their Mage taken out, I don't think either of these guys really expected that throughout the course of this tournament. I'm curious if it really affects the way that they decide their lineups are going to go.
Me too. It's a little bit sad because we don't get to see the Paladin, we don't get to see Mage, 2 classes. In fact, I think these are like the last two people, other than Running Gun also playing Paladin, like these are the two least represented classes in the tournament. But at the same time, like you said, unfamiliarity also throws off your practice regimen. How do you even go about in the series? What's good against it? What's bad against it? Those things are all unexplored territory.
That's one of the best strategies as well. Just take your opponent out of his comfort zone and then defeat him when he's confused. And this is just a best-of-5 series.
So, Nimsh, you are actually a player, as we do have a few seconds before the match ends up starting. You're a player that likes to play outside the game, too. You said when you're in your previous WoW TCG pro gamer experience, you used to try to intimidate your opponent when you can see them face-to-face because it was tabletop. These guys can see each other very closely right across the screen and table. What are some tactics that you use to get into your opponent's mind a little bit?
So basically there is a couple of tactics you can use. First, you can use just no emotions face. Like try to not show any emotions. So whatever's happening, if you're in a bind or if you are in a very good spot, you don't show it. Or you show a lot of emotions, like you overreact. So there are those two different strategies to confuse your opponent.
Bluffing with emotions. You really think that can come into play here? What do you think, Ethan?
I definitely think it can come into play. It's something that I've employed in a lot of games that I've played.
Really?
Because card games especially, I've been playing them for a very long time. And Hearthstone is a game where you can never take advantage of that fact. You don't have that personal aspect a lot of times when you're face-to-face with your opponent in some of these tournaments because they're all played online. This is completely different. This is an aspect that I think that a lot of these guys are unfamiliar with and they haven't practiced too much. It really can come into play. We saw in the first match, actually, remember a guy really torn up over what's happening, and it rightfully so.
There's a lot of ups and downs.
Sure, I mean, this is a really big tournament, but imagine if say, like, D2's kind of on the other side of that, and he's playing Priest, and gets into a sticky position where his opponent continues to put minions on the board, and he's got a board clear in his hand. If he's emotionally overreacting that, like, oh, this is terrible, your opponent can be like, this is the time to strike, I'm gonna get him. They try to punish you, and you put it right back on him. I think that really can make a difference if your opponent's paying attention to that.
Well, let's see if it does come to play whatsoever between these two guys. Once again, an elimination match, a spot in the top 8 up for grabs between Tare and Nicholas. Let's go into game number 1 and see what these guys have in store. All right, well, I'm looking at a potential Warlock versus Warlock, but we know that it's not going to be a mirror match by any means. In fact, quite the opposite. One player is the clear aggressor in the early game, and one person is the clear defender.
So let's make a quick prediction. I predict that the Warlock will win this.
My apologies. Actually, Nicholas is not playing the Zoo deck. That was my fault. I really thought he was, but you know what? We've seen a lot of Zoo decks. I got it mixed up, so I'll take the hit on this one, guys.
Oh well, I mean, you know what happens. Everyone makes mistakes. That's why pencils have erasers, and that's why we're recording
this. Thank you, third grade teacher who puts posters on the wall.
And that's why we're recording this, is so it can stand there for all time for everyone to see.
Oh man.
Yeah, both of these guys playing a Giants Warlock deck. This is going to be a lot slower than some of the Warlock decks we've seen before. Very common strategies, apply a lot of early pressure and really look to leverage that to end this game. But these guys really looking forward to having a lot of cards in their hands so they can synergize between Twilight Drake and Mountain Giant.
This is my favorite matchup, by the way. It's like a chess game. It's move and counter. It's like you make a move, they want to respond to that. Mountain Giant is really important, but Shadow Flame is the play. Also, Lotheb is like a great card.
Yeah. Something right away that I want to point out is we've seen Power Overwhelming in one hand, and we see Big Game Hunter in the other hand, and that is indicative of two very different approaches to this matchup.
Right.
It's like they're blessings and curses and kind of in their own way. Power Overwhelming can really look to push for a victory a lot earlier, but Big Game Hunter is exceptional in this matchup. I mean, it kills a Mountain Giant and puts a 4/2 on the board for only 3 mana. That's pretty
looks
important.
like a really good hand for Tare. Even though you go second, I know a lot of handlock players like to go ahead of their opponent so that way they can get the threat out first. Do you feel like this is a good spot for either player yet, or it's still undefined based off how early it is?
I think just based on the Big Game Hunter alone, I would have to give an advantage to Tare. He's also got 2 copies of Mountain Giant. He's also got a Twilight Drake. But I feel like he's almost kind of more comfortable playing from behind because his hand's so powerful. And Nicholas, on the other hand, that's of course is a really important draw. But this could come back to haunt him. We know he's got Big Game Hunter.
And that takes precedence over playing yours for sure, so you can get the swing in. But you know, Tare did waste a little bit of mana because he'd overdraw if he life tapped yet again, and you don't want to burn any cards in this matchup unnecessarily. And Tare already off to an early lead here.
This is something we see from him.
Big Game Hunter is just killing giants. What do you say to that? Is instead of a beast, just shooting an 8/8?
That's a big deal. That's a big stone. The giant is made of mountains, literally made of mountains, and he's shooting it with a gun and killing it.
Sounds like the dream, man. I mean, I wish my guns did that too in real life, but unfortunately, it's not the case.
I still think the matchup is not decided yet. There's a lot of Mountain Giants there. And normally it goes back and forth because of the cards like Iron Beak that can silence the Drake. And Shadow Flame being important. Like, even if you seem like you're winning, getting the board control with a handlock, you push, and then the Molten Giant comes, and your board is cleared with Shadow Flame, and then there's Jiraxi. So a lot of back and forth, I would expect.
So this is where you already suspect your opponent might have that Iron Beak Owl, which is always starting to impress us, right, in the current meta game. Not just for Death Rattles, but, you know, the Twilight Drakes. But Taray doesn't have one. So instead, he might have to play a minion to try and take advantage of the board, or he has to expend a lot of resources. He has to use his coin really early, even though he has a hand where cheap Mountain Giants are available. Excuse me.
He has a lot of options, but this Twilight Drake doesn't represent that much pressure. It's just a 4-attack minion. You have a good board, you have a good follow-up. Just expanding your board is fine as well.
I really like here that he played Twilight Drake before he played this other Mountain Giant, by the way, because your opponent already has a Twilight Drake developed. So if you play the Mountain Giant, you are risking it dying to just the Soulfire. And that's the position he's looking to get, is to establish a Mountain Giant on the board and really take advantage of it.
And the Drake ends up living too because he has 9 health. But this is also something that you were afraid of. But I don't think you're as upset as you would be losing your Mountain Giant easily. The Twilight Drake is very vulnerable in this matchup.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy with it. Drake still got in 4 points damage and pulled a silence out of your opponent's hand. Obviously not what you're hoping gets happened, but not the worst. Certainly not as bad as a single Soulfire really turning the game around.
Sometimes the cup's got to be half full.
Yeah.
All right. It looks good for Taray, even though he only has the Big Game Hunter now. Do you develop the Mountain Giants?
Well, the unfortunate thing is that this owl is challenging the BGH.
That's exactly.
I mean, you use a gun to kill a mountain, but I use a bird to kill off a BGH. It's pretty good, you know?
Look at that handsome guy.
It would be.
Look at those Spalders.
His beard is nothing on you, Admirable, though. I just want to put that out.
Yeah, he is definitely.
I got to get a full gray one first.
Well, in about 20 years, if you're still casting Hearthstone, we can make that comparison.
Give yourself some time.
Yeah, I think Hellfire is not that useful in this matchup. There's a lot of minions in this deck that have above 3 health, so doing 3 damage to everything often doesn't get much value. So in this scenario, I think it's perfectly okay to let that go.
And look at this board right now. We had Twilight Drakes, we had a Mountain Giant, but right now we only have Ancient Watchers that don't do anything. They just stand there and watch.
Ah, well, he does have a Giant to play now. So Nicholas does have that available. Or you can go for a defensive play too. You have to be mindful that you are at 15 health, and you're not really sure what your opponent can do. You have to make sure not to get too carried away to potentially die at any time.
Of course, we see Power Overwhelming in his hand.
Exactly.
That oftentimes will indicate he's got some sort of charge minion in his deck that he really wants to put with, like Leroy, Arcane Golem, something like that. Is he thinking that his opponent has that exact same thing?
Sure.
Because right now, this is a mirror match in terms of both these strategies are very similar, but that's the difference we're seeing is how the approach goes. Or are you comfortable because you've already seen Big Game Hunter that you are kind of thinking your opponent didn't have room for something like Power Overwhelming, and so your life total not as much of a thing in your mind as it would be had you not seen that Big Game Hunter?
Oh, he decides to play the Lothar to be able to push with damage. Like, he is getting behind on health. But still, this matchup is not being decided who's more aggressive. It's like one key moment where the board is being cleared, and then one of the players just dies next turn.
Well, you know what the Power Overwhelming tells me, to follow up on your point, Nathan, is that he might be running cards like Sylvanas in this deck too, because Sylvanas also has become a very strong card in the recent metagame after Blizzard has changed the Death Rattle orders. Because before, it used to be a very specific set of rule memorization. Like, if Sylvanas trades into another creature, then like this would happen. But after the recent patches where Sylvanas will activate second, she's become a great choice, especially after the Leroy Jenkins nerf. So I feel like maybe that also could be a possibility if you see a Power Overwhelming. You have to be mindful.
That's definitely a possibility, but you can also just run Power Overwhelming to have a bit more power to push and to combo it with Shadow Flame and then Iron Big Owl.
Yeah,
those are also big ones too. Like, Power Overwhelming here is going to be an all-star.
But then, do you play the Mountain Giant before you do that?
Yeah. I definitely think you play Mountain Giant.
And you exactly have 5 mana left. So Power Overwhelming on the Ancient Watcher and clear the board.
Oh man. We're thinking the exact same thing. Oh gosh! Oh, it's
we've
so
all-
ugly when you're sitting in the other seat.
We've all been in this position before.
Oh,
where you're staring
jeez.
down 2 extremely large minions in the mirror.
His hand's not too. I mean, his hand's still really great for a position like this.
That's true.
He's gonna somehow take some damage this turn, but it's a matter of how much he can actually mitigate. Like, how much damage are you gonna take? That's really the big difference here.
So even though he had a big game hunter, he is behind.
He's behind in terms of like board position. I don't know if I'd really call him behind though. I think this position is still pretty even for both players. It really depends on how Nicholas is going to be able to attack through a board setup this turn. That's really what it comes down to.
Behind is very relative in this matchup because it's very swingy. The creatures hit hard, but there's also a lot of removal against it. So you're either in extreme danger or you're perfectly okay. And the dance is very delicate and intense.
Now, here's something that's kind of intense also is that in my experience with this matchup, the first person to play Jiraxis usually has a significant advantage.
You've been telling me about this.
Because they can start churning out the 6/6 minions with hero power.
Does it change at all, though, when you have Molten Giants in hand? Because don't you feel like you want to get those cards out before you play Jiraxis?
You want to play Molten Giants before Jiraxis.
Exactly. You feel like you want to play this, because once Jiraxis is in play, your life total is 15. Until you're down to 5, you can't cast Molten Giant. He's going to cost more than 10 mana. So that's a big issue. That card gets stuck in your hand after that, so you do effectively discard it. So he's got to think about, how do I go forward? Do I want to expend this Molten Giant first? Do I need a Jiraxis? Is Jiraxising right now a better play than perhaps using Molten Giant? A lot of those things coming into account for this turn, and he's played it a little quicker, I think, than maybe he should be, because there's so much to think. This is one of those turns where you have so much to think about. And even though you only have 4 or 5 different cards to play, it's very different lines. They go all over the place. This is a really crazy turn, honestly.
You're absolutely right. Like, he had the opportunity to not only play this Molten Giant, but also life tap before. But is that too low health? Does he want that extra card? Because once you have Jiraxis, your hero power gets replaced. It's an entirely new hero, as if you're not Gul'dan anymore, the Warlock. Instead, you get the Infernal that's a 6/6, so you can't draw cards anymore. Do you feel like you have enough cards to carry you through the rest of the game? These are all questions that these players have to ask before they commit to a big swing like Jiraxis, like you mentioned.
It's a very difficult matchup. If you're too aggressive, it can make you lose the game, but also sometimes your opponent just doesn't have the card to respond. For example, right now, Nicholas was able to develop the board. Entire doesn't have a clear. Like, he doesn't have Shadow Flame or Hellfire.
Just like you were mentioning, too, Shadow Flame, one of the most important cards in this matchup.
He doesn't even have a taunt giver other than the taunt creature, or taunt minion, excuse me, with the Sludge Belchers. So it's a little bit of a nervous situation because it is a significant amount of damage on board.
Yeah, he played this Sludge Belcher instead of playing the Molten Giant.
Right.
I wonder if that means that he is thinking that his opponent could have something like an Arcane Golem with the power overwhelming and really make a big push for damage.
Yeah.
Because that seems like that's a really safe play to make when you have an opportunity to just play another Molten Giant. But then again, of course, another thing that's coming to his mind, as you mentioned earlier, Nim, Shadow Flame. It's like one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, it's like if there is a Molten Giant with Shadow Flame and you would play your own Molten Giant, you just lose the board and then you start dancing again, but you don't have the minions.
Well, okay, he's gonna use the
interesting. If he gets rid of the coin, that'd be great. Faceless. What do you think about discarding the Faceless? Was it a good or a bad card?
Probably one of the better ones to discard, I think. Okay. He's gonna need Sludge Belchers. He's gonna need Siphon Soul. Loatheb is not gonna be like too important. But I think it's probably better than Faceless Manipulator, honestly. Because once the board gets cleared down and if you're stuck with a Faceless in your hand, that's not a position.
This is so close, by the way.
We're talking about swings in this matchup, Nimsh.
Do you life tap to get a Soulfire and win right there?
Well, I mean, you can do the same thing by just drawing out this Owl. In fact, if it is Soulfire, it is lethal.
Oh my gosh! That is a huge draw right now.
Soulfire for the win.
Oh, he's not even going to use Jiraxis.
Yep. But he's going to discard it. Oh, he doesn't discard it. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. GG.
Oh, man.
Nicholas taking it game 1. Very well played game. And, of course, I thought that big Game Hunter was really going to make a big difference, but he responded extremely well. And you saw Ironbeak Owl being just as important of a card.
This matchup is so delicate. Card for card, till this final moment when you explode. It's just fascinating to watch.
And it's a lot of information that they have to assume that their opponent has. You know, we saw that Nicholas could have gotten away with a little bit more aggressive plays, but he still made the conservative play while being able to weigh his probability. So I think it was an excellent game to start off the series, and Nicholas winning this matchup was crucial because look at the rest of the classes. There's still that Miracle Rogue deck that you want to deal with, and even Handlock can face well against Shaman. So I think Nicholas is in a really good spot.
Yeah, Tari still has a Shaman deck. which is originally a deck that can fight Handlock really well. With Earthshock just killing Twilight Drakes, you have Hexes, you have stuff to deal with what Handlock is throwing at you.
Yeah, I think before the Leroy nerf, it was a lot worse than it was because Shaman was really focused on removal spells.
Right.
But now they have stuff like Haunted Creeper, and they have sort of these early game minions that they're focusing on. That gives them a lot more leverage with cards like Flametongue Totem, and but at the same time, that makes them more vulnerable to stuff like Shadow Flame and stuff like Hellfire. So they're fighting like a different front on that level, and with the addition of Sludge Belcher, Handlock really got strengthened in that matchup. I don't think it's nearly as bad as it used to be, and certainly not as bad as I think a lot of people right now think that it is.
And it's also a very delicate matchup and a difficult one because, well, as a Shaman, you have to mulligan properly, you have to get those removal cards, or you have to be super fast. Like Flametongue Totem is the best card you can get. You just use the totems you're like playing every turn and push with damage.
Yeah.
Also, like there are different versions of the Shaman. Do we know which version is he playing? Is he playing a super fast one, or?
I think he's playing more of the early game board control. I did see Zombie Chows in that 2/3 creature that gives your opponent 5 health, but it costs only 1 mana. So it's more early game board centric. In fact, usually against every other matchup, if you have Shaman and you're up against a normal class, you usually keep Zombie Chow in your opening hand. But against Handlock, you might throw it away because you're like, I don't want to give more health to my opponent if that's the case. And that's only if you choose to go for it. Now, also the sleeper deck is that Miracle Rogue from Tare. Like, what can that do against Handlock? Do you know how it fares at all?
I know that traditionally Miracle Rogue's pretty poor against Handlock, but a lot of it depends on kind of how your builds are, and of course, more importantly, exactly how you draw in that matchup. Because in that matchup, it's a little bit differently. You're usually relying on Gadgetzan Auctioneer, Conceal, looking for these explosive turns where you draw a ton of cards with everything that you have. But one of the best ways that you actually win that matchup is just getting actual damage from your minions. It's one of those matchups where you have to pick apart everything your opponent does. So they're going to be playing Twilight Drakes, they're playing Mountain Giants. You need to kill all these things. Backstab Eviscerate is not enough. You have to have something a little bit extra to go through it. So cards like Azure Drake, really important. Not only is dealing 4 damage, but it's also drawing a card. It's taking you closer to that Auctioneer, where eventually it's really important. But more important early is just to kind of draw a few cards, stick some minions on the board, and look to get some value.
Tare is still playing Leroy Jenkins, right?
Yes, I believe so. But in fact, I think he's not going to queue up that Rogue instead. He's most likely going to be leaning towards his Shaman. I believe game number 2 is almost ready, guys. So Tare needs to win this. To be down 0-2 and have to win 3-0 with one deck is going to be a tall order. So we know that Tare needs to equalize right here.
And Tare knows that he's playing versus Handlock, which is very important. He will mulligan his hand accordingly.
Yeah, that makes a big difference too. Actually, that's something I want to talk about, is when you're playing on ladder, it's a lot different than if you already know what you're playing against. Because if you're playing against something like Zoo, you want cards like Lightning Storm, you want Lightning Bolt, Rockbiter, these early removal spells. But against Handlock, he can just keep Hex, he can keep Earthshock every time. Hex is not a very good keep versus a Zoo lock, but it's a really great keep in a matchup like this.
That's the key.
But on the other hand, it's the hand that Tare got with a Shaman is not that great. It's very slow. He has 1 Hex. But you want minions. You want a Flametongue Totem, you want those sticky Haunted Creepers to be able to deal as much damage as possible, as quick as possible.
All right, well, like you said, he has the Hex, but he even draws a second Hex. I think also you like to pick up that Earthshock to silence the Twilight Drakes that can often terrorize the board as well. But in your opinion, how do you deal with those cards like Sludge Belcher and Sylvanas that have such high impact, but you don't necessarily want to use those Hexes and save it for the Giants instead?
Well, that's where Flametongue Totem comes in a lot of times. It helps to really leverage that kind of board position. But it's not like a bad thing to use Hex on a Sylvanas. It's totally fine, because at a certain point in the game, you probably do have enough damage or enough minion presence that you can continue to kind of hurt your opponent's board. But again, one of the things that hurts you so much is when you're so focused on these early game cards like Flametongue Totem, Haunted Creeper, it makes you more vulnerable to Hellfire. That Hellfire is going to be a very key card in this matchup, and certainly one of the way that Nicholas can actually win the game.
Do you use it now, or do you develop the Giant? Oh, you can't develop the Giant even because you don't have mana for that.
I certainly don't think I'm using it now. I think it's pretty easy to wait. Taking damage in this matchup isn't like the worst thing ever too, because
you have Molten Giant right there.
Yeah, this is a matchup where Shaman does have some burst potential, but it's not usually much more than about 15 damage unless they have a bunch of stuff already on the board.
And you also want to deal with as many minions with the Hellfire as possible. You just want them to overextend and swipe the board instead of like dealing with only first bird.
That is a really weird play. Why did he do that?
Well, I assume he wants to get out board pressure and respond immediately. make it awkward for this Flame Tongue Totem to get full damage and trade out so he can Mortal Coil, but he's also going to dedicate his next turn to Mountain Giant anyways, if that was the plan. But you know what? On the flip side, he also can just use Hellfire now a little bit more cleanly.
There's a lot of value to the Hellfire now.
Right, but I mean, the stuff you're objective perhaps was to bait out.
I was just about to ask that. Do you think he was trying to bait out a Flame Tongue Totem there? Because if that's what he was doing, that's a fantastic play.
Yeah, that was a very nice play. I think that was exactly what he was doing. He thought like the Sun Fury Protector doesn't have that much value there. And if there is that Flame Tongue Totem, then he just set up a fantastic Hellfire.
This is dangerous. When you go for a Mountain Giant, it can immediately get hexed, and then your opponent can gain tempo to start pushing for damage. And it is getting to those stages where if you're wondering if your opponent has the burst to end the game, things can end very quickly for the Warlock player.
Yeah, I don't really think he has much of an option here, though. I mean, this is kind of a turn that you've been waiting for a little bit. And of course, we just saw, like, Teray, he kept a hex in his opening hand. His draw has been pretty good afterwards. This is just one of those spots where, sort of what you were talking about, Nimsh, it's a nightmare for Handlock if these removal spells get put together early.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you can't wait with the Mountain Giant and be afraid of hacks. You just have to play your cards. You can't just wait and be afraid there.
That's a burst card.
Alakir is a fantastic card to steal the game.
That's what you're trying to do. As a Shaman player, you want to draw closer to the burst. It's not all about the board control like the entire game. Towards the middle or end, you really want to pick up Doomhammer or the Alakir so that way you can find a way to
Oh, man. Misclick and silence your own Twilight Drake.
You just want people to get punished by their...
Oh, man.
You want Hearthstone mechanics to be a thing.
Yeah, just nerfs coming into play. That's just how it is.
None of these players have destroyed any of the surroundings around them, by the way. That tile is still intact. That sign's still there. The box is next to the Griffin.
The lights are still on.
Yeah,
really peaceful.
Oh, no, the bucket and the whale has fell down.
Oh, that's one of the weird ones, too.
It is. It is.
Yeah. The whole city would be crushed if it was me by this point. I wish you could destroy everything. I hate that they make me leave that building intact. I want to just, like, pull the boards off the side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Move the portrait maybe of the hero as well. There is no air shock, so Nicholas will be pretty happy not seeing his Twilight Drake destroyed by the 1-mana card.
Yeah, I think Teray is really considering using Hex here. A 4/10 is nothing to scoff at. You don't want that to stay on the board.
My shield!
It's a very tricky turn. How low do you get Handlock being a Shaman? You want to set up a one-turn kill, if possible.
Sure, this is a really dangerous spot, I think, for Handlock to be in, because if you're looking at a couple of burn spells, like maybe you're anticipating Lava Burst, something like that, that's 5 extra damage from the hand, or 6 extra right now, because he's got the Azure Drake on the board. So the spell damage really, that really is something you're thinking about too. Does he just have 2 lightning bolts?
Yeah, but you don't have that many options. You'll probably have to Siphon Soul. Sylvanas is a very courageous play.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that can be a very problematic card.
He's got 14 damage right now.
Is Teray going to press in here? Because he does have Lotheb to lock spells out the next turn and perhaps can start pushing for damage.
If he plays Lotheb and Totem up, maybe. I don't know. That Sylvanas is pretty annoying.
Pretty annoying.
What do you think about just another Defender of Argus here? Oh, he can't play that. He only has 3 mana left. Yeah, he would have to totem then.
Yes,
he can't use if he uses Feral Spirit, he can't play Alakir the next turn.
Right.
That's something he's got to think about. The Overload for 2 mana is going to leave him on 7 instead of...
Can he play Feral Spirit, like play Lotheb, then ensure that you won't be able to remove your board because all the spells are locked, more or less. You play Feral Spirit, so your board is huge. You're safe from Sylvanas. Just go for face. If they have Molten Giant...
Is he contemplating trading now to disallow Sylvanas to do anything?
I don't think it's like if you were gonna do that, you wouldn't have played Lotheb first.
Gotcha.
That's what I think.
Right.
So this tells me he's going for face, but how much does he want to attack for face? Because if he puts his opponent too low, he's gonna activate Molten Giants. So if he chooses not to attack with these guys, it's not because he forgot. This is a deliberate not attack.
Exactly.
And 4 health is or 4 cost on the mount. On the Molten Giant, I don't know if it really makes that much of a difference here because your opponent already can't Shadow Flame. I think it would have gotten in that 3 extra points of damage.
Well, it makes a difference if there's double Molten Giant. He won't be able to play double Molten Giant and Defender of Argus.
Sure.
That's true. He only wants to deal with, well, hopefully the Sylvanas doesn't steal the 5/5 because that would be devastating. Any other smaller creatures I think he'd be okay to live with because he can immediately use Fire Elemental.
Let none survive.
Gosh, I mean, this is to me like is sort of an obvious one. Like Sylvanas is going to hit this Azure Drake. Then you have to evaluate on what's going to happen afterwards.
Whoa.
You know, he could though. I guess there is a potential to Defender of Argus this instead.
Oh man, he takes a 5/5.
Okay, 2/3
2-free is fine.
No Molten Giant.
Wow.
Hovers over Twilight Drake. Well, he saw his opponent didn't have Earthshock to deal with the previous Twilight Drake. But he also saw 2 Hexes, so I think neither of those targets would have been bad.
Yeah, so at that point, he just wants to get more mana efficiency.
Oh, a Flaming Totem.
Oh, wow. How much damage is this now? So he's got Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm's going to be...
You do
2
Totem up
damage.
first, do you?
Yeah, well, it's important to calculate damage. So he's got, let's see, 5, 3, 5. That's 13 plus 2. That's 15. That's if he can get past everything.
Yeah,
though.
he's still pretty far away from actually being able to kill his opponent, but this Flame Tongue really going to do a lot of damage.
Yes. And you know, Matside Totem getting some work in, even though it's been silenced previously by the Nightbeak Owl.
Yeah, for sure. This is another danger of this deck, too. It's like, it's just silencing stuff, doesn't know what he's doing. They have all these cards that buff all the minions they already have on the board. Sometimes you don't have to be worried about Bloodlust coming in. You do 3 damage to everything. That can add up to a lot of damage. Imagine Bloodlust right here. This would be a ton of damage.
Also, very good positioning, by the way, because he will be able to attack with Defender of Argus and still have the Feral Spirit buffed. So Flame Tongue Totem in the middle. Positioning is very important when you're playing Shadow deck.
He doesn't get the Spell Power Totem, but he rolls high on 2 of them.
One of them, that's the one he didn't want to roll high.
Yeah.
Either way, it would have been fine for him. Yeah, so I imagine both these guys are going to get traded out here. When your opponent plays Twilight Drake over playing, say, a Molten Giant there, do you just think maybe your opponent doesn't have Molten Giant? And the other thing, too, is just this is just 7 damage. Is that enough? Like, yeah, here, you have your Molten Giants for free. I just tell you 7 points of damage.
Possibly. You're running out of cards, so you want to push the game forward.
This can be a huge swing turn.
Just clear.
Well, let's see, how do you want to do this? You want to get rid of a lot of those creatures, and you have Siphon Soul available, but you also have free Molten Giants. I guess you draw first, because you do have the coin available. You still use 9 mana.
Well, you want to heal yourself for sure.
Oh, Soulfire, I think that's a really good one right now.
So what's the sequence?
So what we have the ability to, you always want to play Molten Giant for free. Then you can use the Siphon Soul on the bigger creature.
Yep.
And then
still
you can
coin out the
Farseer.
Yeah.
If you're not afraid of losing it, you Soulfire as well.
I like it. You go 6 up in health, you just clear the board.
I think you have to take out this Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah.
If he doesn't take out this Flame Tongue Totem, okay, so he's going to. He really wants a Defender of Argus.
Oh my God, he needed that card.
Yeah, he needs to stop any kind of onslaught of burst damage.
Because even if he has a big board,
that's a big card.
Oh, jeez. This damage is really adding up. He just saw Defender of Argus discarded too. I think he's going to make a pretty big push for damage right here. I'd be a little bit surprised if either Alakir or Doomhammer did not come online this turn.
You have to. You just seen a Molten Giant, and even though Nicholas, he has a big board, he doesn't have those Stone Givers. He won't be able to win easily.
How do you go about this though? Because if you use Doomhammer, you do lose a little bit of mana next turn, so Alakir is the only thing you can play, versus if you play Alakir now, you can get some damage in, even trade off a little bit of the board, and be able to save your mana for 10 next turn. What's the play here?
I like Totem Up and Doomhammer.
Yeah, I like Doomhammer too, and the reason why is because this is going to deal 4 points of damage this turn. It's going to leave your opponent at 9. If you play the Alakir instead, there's a threat of that Alakir dying. It's not going to get another turn to swing in either. Siphon Solar set. Wow, this is a really different play.
Well, he gets a Taunt Totem, and that's really important.
Do you think that Taunt Totem really influenced his decision to play Fire Elemental?
I don't think so, but it positioned himself better. Like, you can play Fire Elemental if you see it on Totem.
Now it's just protected from the Molten Giant right now.
It's true.
Yeah.
You know, also, maybe not even beyond the Taunt Totem, because that it might be thinking a little too deep into it. But also, if you don't put Doomhammer, your opponent's a little bit more relaxed. If they see Doomhammer up, they're naturally like, oh, I'm going to die soon. If I have to be careful of it. You keep Doomhammer as an element of surprise, even if you don't get the damage in.
Definitely makes sense.
Well, Nicholas needs to clear this board. Do you life tap? Well, that's really tough.
Gosh, I don't know what you do. I mean, 10 cost Mountain Giant, not exactly sounding like a deal right now. But he's got to make something happen. I mean, you see a Fire Elemental on the board. That has to die this turn, one way or another. So if you're going to end up using Shadow Flame right here, I like life tapping, because maybe life tapping gives you some more options.
You life tap first and see what you get, and then Shadow Flame.
For sure.
Well, he's running out of time. He's got to make a decision quickly. We have seen some players, unfortunately, get roped.
Oh, this is
Mountain Giant is ultimate bravery. We know Torre doesn't have the lethal damage.
Yes, Defender of Argus.
Oh, he
did that. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Another huge draw has just happened. He doesn't even know which way he wants to do it. He's gonna be, he's got all the options in the world. He can do whatever he wants.
Just in case. Just in case.
Gosh. That is not. I think he's deciding which one he wants to kill his opponent with, because we've seen Torre before. He likes to kind of throw in some BM every now and then. GG ties up this series. Very well played Shaman game. That Hex was so important to keep in this opening hand.
Absolutely.
And now it's a tie, so anything can happen. How do you counter Shaman?
He does have Priest available to him, and a lot of players feel like Priest is an excellent choice against Shaman because of how much you can outvalue them. Your cards, card for card, can match them very favorably for the Priest.
Yeah, Priest is a terrible matchup for Shaman. I have been on both sides of that, and I feel like I think the only time I've ever actually beaten Priest with Shaman was like coined out a turn 2 Manatide Totem, and it sat on the board for 5 turns. So,
I definitely agree. I mean, matchup is so tough for Shaman. Your board is getting cleared, and at some point when you get like to middle game, you want to play your 1 attack, 2 attack minions. You want to throw them up even, and they have Cabal Shadow Priest to just steal your stuff.
They really have all the tools available. I mean, just not even that, but like Auchenai and Circle, that 4 damage is now going to clear out pretty much everything
Holy
you
Nova.
have. Yeah, Holy Novas. Just the whole matchup is, everything feels really bad. And then like they have 3 4s for 3 mana, so like all of your like Rockbiter and Lightning Bolt, those aren't going to take care of them. And like you really want to hex an injured Blade Master.
And on top of it, some of the Priest players, they play Harrison Jones to counter the Doomhammer, and that's just painful.
Just one more thing, like, oh, blow up your weapon and draw 6 cards. That's a.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Nicholas did have Harrison Jones. A lot of the Chinese players, they have that Harrison in some of their decks, which caught him off guard. In fact, that led to one of the craziest series that we've ever seen, where Running Gun, where you had Harrison Jones, was able to disarm quite metaphorically and literally, Jiraxis, because Jiraxis uses his hands as his weapon.
Twice. In 2 games.
Yeah, that was what was crazy to me. Is like it's like 2 times. Like
2 times in a row.
I've seen it happen before that, maybe 1 time. In fact, I don't think I've seen it happen.
Like a qualifier for the BlizzCon in the first place, or did that happen to you?
No, that happened to me. That's actually what I was trying to think.
right.
I was thinking about if I had it other than when it happened to me, and it was a nightmare because my opponent drew a bunch of cards. But yeah, it's like you don't see it very often to see it back-to-back games. It's just insanity.
Yeah, it's definitely really rare. But Nicholas also has his Rogue deck, and Rogue deck is not bad versus Shaman.
No, not at all. I think Rogue is a really good matchup against Shaman. It also depends on if he has 2 Blade Flurries or not. If he's got 2 copies of Blade Flurry, much better than if he's only got 1. And then, of course, if
Fan
he's...
of Nice.
Yeah, Fan of Nice, really big difference. And say he's running like Malagos, and so he tends to end the game with the spell damage and Sinister Strikes. That matchup, I think, is a little bit worse against Shaman, but if he's more board-centric, definitely a lot better for him.
But even if it's like a bad matchup, we've seen Shaman winning those matchups before. It's like, what, 30%? Maybe versus Priest, it's like 20% for the Shaman. The chance to win, but it's 20%. You can win it.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think we'll worry about that when we get there. We first have to see Shaman versus Priest. I also thought that it is very difficult for Shaman to win, but we saw Shrevko do it before. So if Torre can win this matchup, he'll be in a really good position, that's for sure. Let's go into game 3. Shaman versus Priest.
Versus Thrall.
For Doomhammer.
So how does Shaman win, Froden? What do you have to do to be able to beat Priest with all the roadblocks that Priest can put?
So I think being aggressive as a Shaman is really good. And that's where I think I'm looking at what Torre will do. Not even just what his opening hand and his opening cards will be, but also his opening emote. He needs to establish dominance from the beginning. Is he going to call him a friend, or is he going to threaten him?
Elements.
All right, so he lures him into the false sense of camaraderie. Says, greetings, friend, but that's when you throw out threaten. Nope, he missed it. All right.
I guess
Torre
no
off to a
emotes.
good start in this game.
Yeah, I really like the Wild Pyromancer here, too. I mean, it's good to save it, but he doesn't have any spells in his hand. This is one of those matchups where you kind of just have to fight what's going on. And if you go card for card as a Priest, you feel totally fine about it, because you're just at the end of the game, like your cards are just better than theirs. The way that they kind of line up against each other. Again, as you were saying, Cabal Shadow Priest really swinging the board around. But this is one of those spots. Again, I mentioned earlier, I coined out a Manatide Totem, and it stayed on the board. That was one of the only ways that I think you can actually win this matchup.
And right now, Priest can't deal with this.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to attack it at some point, so it's going to at least have gone to. Well, unless you just draw Shadow Word Pain, that's a pretty good way to go ahead and deal with it.
But do you do it, or do you just develop the board?
That's another thing too. What's he valuing here? Is his board development, or is it denying his opponent cards right now? I think I would like to see Shadow Word Pain here, because if your opponent's going to be drawing 2 cards a turn, they feel comfortable burning their spells. You might see a Hex happen, or you might see 2 removal spells. I like Shadow Word Pain right away. Don't have the kind of that thought of it lingering in your mind. What happens if this just stays on the board and I lose? That would just be.
I like it as well, because Priest wants to stall the game. So as long as you just respawn card for card in this matchup, you're going to win eventually.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just the Priest has an advantage long term because of that.
Well, he wants to get. Oh, he has a spell power totem.
Oh, that's going to change things.
He wants to get the Haunted Creeper on board earlier before the Cabal Shadow Priest could potentially steal that creature.
Now Lightning Bolt is such a great card.
Yeah, it's pretty appetizing, right?
Yeah, you deny that Death Rattle too. That's really important.
Do you double Lightning Bolt face? That's 8 damage. 8 damage.
I mean, you chunk basically a third of his life by attacking with the Harvest Golem as well.
Definitely better use for your cards.
That's a statement, right?
No, well, if you want to make a statement, you Lightning Bolt your spell power totem. I don't need this thing, and I'm going to kill it with the very thing that it trusted.
Got him.
Good BM.
I would be very surprised to not see Lightning Bolt here. You really need to take out his opponent. Here's another thing. You say you let that live, and he starts attacking your minions. His hero power just heals it right back up. That's how Priest gets such a distinct board advantage.
Right.
Once they've gotten to a point where they have initiative, they keep initiative with hero power. It's very, very tough to fight against, especially if you don't have kind of tools to really combat that.
You want to keep removal cards for minions.
Yeah.
We talked about Sludge Belcher being a problematic card against the Warlock class. How does the Shaman, is it approached the same exact way against the Priest?
I think it's really close here. It wouldn't surprise me to see a Hex right here, but it certainly is not a play I think he's comfortable with.
Hex is an option. What are the other targets you wanna Hex in this matchup?
If he has Ysera, you need a Hex for a card like Ysera. You need to be able to deal with Sylvanas as well, but you have Earthshock. So these are 2 cards in the back of your mind.
But if you don't get ahead by dealing damage, you would just lose when the Ysera drops anyway.
Right. I think even more than that, this is something Admiral always talked to me about when in our previous cast before BlizzCon. He's like, what does Hex gain you? Hex in this case just controls the state of the board and protects a board that's a little bit fragile anyways.
Yeah.
And it's not even pushing for damage that much. So using Hex in this spot to remove a 3/5 actually doesn't gain you that much position on board anyways. You might be more willing to part with something like Rock Fighter and save Hex for a bigger target.
Yeah, I like that a lot. He gets to keep toteming.
You like your own analysis? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I don't mean to brag about anything, But this play, it makes a lot of sense to me, simply because he wants to. It's important to, if for no other reason, just to keep a scary board for your opponent. The threat of Flame Tongue, a lot of times, is just as good as Flame Tongue Totem because your opponent's playing around it the whole time anyway.
Sure.
Power Word Shield, of course. This is one of the spots we were just talking about. The Priest is about to get enormous value by keeping this little taunt guy around and then using Northstar Cleric. He's going to start drawing cards from this. But he has a couple of other options too. He could just enter Blade Master and use Northstar to draw cards. He could just not continue to save Northstar Cleric, maybe draw some cards later.
You can just use the taunt here to kill the 1/1 and then leave it, because Shaman's board is not scary at all.
It's got so many options. That's really where the strength of this comes in. Is the Shaman doesn't have a ton of options, and the Priest usually does.
So do you really? Oh yeah, you want to develop the board. You want to have something to be able to counter whatever Shaman is going to play.
Yeah, and this Cinder Blade Master is also a candidate worthy of Hex. Sometimes because of how strong it can impose on the board.
Yeah.
Is there an easy response from Tare? Other than Hex, sorry.
Yeah,
clarify.
Certainly not an easy one. And this is what I was talking about. Do you really want to Hex an Injured Blade Master? Because this is kind of the same position that Sludge Belcher was. It's like, do you want to Hex Sludge Belcher? Like, what do you gain from doing it?
I think Lightning Bolt and Defender of Argus is fine. You play Defender of Argus, you attack the Sludge token with a 2/2 totem. And then you bulge the 4-5 and kill it with the
Great eye, Nimsh. I think that's a play that's available. It's easier and doesn't really overload him too much because next turn he can still fire Elemental.
Yep.
I completely agree with this play.
Really important to be able to not overload yourself on a fire elemental turn because you always want to have access to it.
And Priest kind of is not that exciting. He wants to draw some more cards. Right now he only has the minions.
Yeah, and his Northshire Cleric wouldn't be easy to protect, so it's more of a one and done like the Mana-Tide Totem.
Do they just play Sludge Belcher and Northshire, or do you Sludge Belcher and heal yourself?
I would tend to save the Northshire, I think, until I can draw some cards off of it.
Right.
Really have a lot of time in this matchup against sort of like in the handlocks position. You're not too worried about burst until pretty deep into the game, and Priest is going to be healing itself instead of dealing itself damage, so even that buys you just even more time. And again, just the way the cards line up, it's all the time in the world. You want to make sure that you're drawing extra cards.
Right.
Yeah.
You're not in any rush to do anything, basically. He's comfortable kind of taking his time.
There's no reason to risk. You can just keep it.
A little unfortunate for Nicholas to not have some of those high-value cards that you often look at. We mentioned Cabal Shadow Priest, but we also talked about the Akanai Soul Priest and the Circle of Healing combinations, or even cards like Holy Nova, which is really strong against what Shaman can do. Nicholas would like to have those cards as opposed to Mind Control, which won't be relevant until 4+ turns later.
That's why Northshire Cleric is so important. Because of the power to draw, you will be able to draw those cards eventually.
I like the Northshire here personally. I think I would have used this last turn even. Ooh, there's a Sylvanas too.
Okay.
Just speak of the devil, just as you were mentioning. And gosh, I mean, this is still.
Don't speak about my girlfriend like that.
This is still some strong turns, but like now, which one of these does he want to kill? Because he's got Fire Elemental, so.
Well, he wants to kill both, ideally.
Sure, but do you leave up the Injured Blade Master, or do you leave up this Northshire Cleric, or do you have some other sort of plan in mind? Because it doesn't look to me like he has any way to kill both of these right now.
Well, I think you recognize, like what you were saying, Nimsh, earlier, that Priest is not that high on cards, and normally they're the ones completely controlling the board, and they have 3 or more cards on you, so they have more resources available. This might be a spot where you can say, well, Northshire Cleric takes a little bit of a preference or priority, so that you can deny your opponent the ability to blow you out of the game with just way too many resource advantage.
Also, you just got a very important information. A Priest didn't play Cabal Shadow Priest, so we can assume that Cabal Shadow Priest is not in his hand. So,
well, not yet.
Not yet, but definitely you can leave the 2-3 on board. I think I would just attack into the 4-5, play the Fire Elemental, kill it, and then go for face. Leave the 1-3 on board. Maybe even if the Priest draws 1 card, it will cost 2 mana. So next turn he'll have 6. So what would you expect? A Cabal Shadow Priest top deck, possibly a Sylvanas, but then you have a lot of minions on board anyway.
I just don't ever trust a Northshire Cleric.
I'm the same way. I would kill that Northshire Cleric.
They tried to sell me some timeshares once, and I said, all right, maybe. And after that, I said, no way.
Why, timeshares are a great deal, Frodan. Are you kidding me?
Oh, gosh. Holy Fire is not one of those cards. It's a great thing to deal with the Fire Elemental, assuming you don't have Shadow Word Pain. This is still a little bit slow for the Priest player, unfortunately.
We've seen one game, Shaman versus Priest, when both players just refused to do plays. They just passed till they got all the cards, till it went to fatigue. And then Shaman was able to win.
So does this clear the board?
It looks to me like it does.
Wow.
This is a really strong turn for Dre. Again,
sort of Searing Totem.
Yeah, it's just.
He can still play the Fire Elemental if he wants to.
I'd be a little surprised if it got played.
I think he just wants to spawn the board again.
Yeah, I think you just put some small minions on the board, really pressure what your opponent's going to do next. Use the Fire Elemental to follow up on something. I think it's usually a better play.
It's a respond card. If you use the 3 damage to your opponent's health, yes, you get him closer to dying, but you didn't really get the value that you can of getting a 2-for-1 with Fire Elemental.
I like the positioning. He's just positioning minions on the left to be able to use their Flame Tongue Totem as much as possible.
Ooh, he's afraid of overextending into a big combo clear, isn't he?
Yeah, that's exactly what he's thinking about. Oh, there's half of it.
Good read.
Well, it's a half read, which summarizes my high school English class experience. Frodan, did you read Troy? Yeah. Half of it.
I have no time.
A few pages here and there.
I read the back.
Did you miss a lot of classes?
No, I actually attended all the classes, so I had to endure all the laughter from my classes when they told me to recite stuff about what happened. Oh, this is a really good target for Hex, though, by the way.
And it payoffs that he was able to keep it till now.
And again, no Cabal Shadow Priest to take the Flame Tongue Totem, perhaps, and fight for value. I mean, Tare is slowly gaining more confidence. but one card could crush everything Shaman's worked for.
Yeah, and Mind Control
Circle of Healing.
Mind Control is just... Oh, wait, that can grab a Lightning Storm.
Lightning Storm, and we're back in business.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see the cards. Oh, he gets it. Lightning Storm pickup will clear the board,
now,
possibly.
Now, here's something interesting to note. Like, how long do you have until you need a Lightning Storm? Like, can you use Holy Fire this turn? Because if you Lightning Storm now, you're going to leave your opponent with 4 tokens on the board from those Haunted
That is
Creepers.
true.
And let's say you rolled low on the Lightning Storm, that Flame Tongue Totem's still going to be there. So now what he has to think about is how much time does he have to wait until he can actually play this Lightning Storm? Like, does he want to Holy Fire the Flame Tongue Totem maybe? Does he want to start clearing out the Haunted Creepers first and kind of take out the tokens afterwards?
Flame Tongue Totem.
That makes a lot of sense, actually, because if you Holy Fire the Flame Tongue Totem, it's only 3 points of damage staring at you.
You just want to use Arcanine Soul Priest and start picking away at the board.
Arcanine Soul Priest also gets rid of the Flame Tongue Totem if you use Rock Biter.
Yeah, just
it's almost the same thing effectively, although you do give up Rock Biter.
A lot of lines of play this turn, honestly. This is a tough turn. Again, only a few cards you can play, but a lot of different targets and a lot of different turns that happen next turn.
I actually don't mind keeping Holy Fire because you do know there are targets, like after the first Fire Elemental or even like another creature like Loatheb, Holy Fire might be more useful, or even Shadow Word Death. If you want to use Holy Fire onto the Fire Elemental, you save Shadow Word Death for Loatheb, etc.
Yeah.
He prepares for this Lightning Storm next turn.
Lockbiter of his own.
All right, well, you see the Arcanine Soul Priest, and you just see a Hero Power. What does that make you think? Like, when he just Hero Powers your Flame Tongue Totems, like, does he have Holy Nova and he's just afraid to use it? Or did he take Lightning? Like, can you play around the Lightning Storm Steel at all?
I think you can.
Holy Nova feels like an appropriate read here, but sort of as you were mentioning, can you play around Lightning Storm? Well, this looks like a Holy Nova, so yeah, I think you can kind of assume that your opponent maybe did steal a Lightning Storm from you. It's not unrealistic. I think this is a really good spot to get value from these totems. As he continues to attack the lineup next to that Flame Tongue Totem, that's 7 points of damage.
Sure.
He's looking at being able to put in this Arcanine Soul Priest. I think that's a really good,
So he guarantees gets the roll on the healing totem, a wise choice, because he wants to heal up his totem a little bit longer.
I like it. And his board is really big right now. And even if the Lightning Storm is being cast, the spiders will spawn the small Spectral Spiders.
This could be tricky, and he's also got the Fire Elemental he's got to deal with.
Now return.
Oh, that is a really important one right now. He can take one of those Haunted Creepers, get the 1/1s for himself.
And then, so he's Shadow Madness first, and then Suicide into the Fire Elemental.
Not even necessarily Suicide. He could Rock Biter it and put it in the Fire Elemental.
You're right.
Make sure that
you're right.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that can happen
he has
here.
to clear with the Lightning Storm. Whoa, that's crazy.
Something he wants to keep in mind, though, is like a lot of people, I think, this is a mistake that I made before, tempted to take that 3-2, and you take it and you're like, oh, great, I get a 3-2 and I can, it's not next to the Flame Tongue Totem anymore. That's a 1-2 you can take. Make sure you don't make that mistake, as I have done. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, you know what, Nicholas? Instead, he's using the Rock Biter to go for a clear.
Is he going for the 3-2?
And then the Shadow Madness also kills off the 1/1s, but this way he also still, does he have mana to kill off with the Fire Elemental as well?
Yeah, the Holy Fire.
Oh.
But do Holy Fire, or do you kind of Shadow Word Death?
It's a little clumsy.
I think this is a good spot to Holy Fire.
You have to kill a Fire Elemental.
I like Holy Fire. It's mana efficient. You're healing yourself. You can use Shadow Word Death for whatever being played next turn.
I just realized he's overloaded for 2. That Mind Control is not going to be active next turn.
That is true. So you can't use Sarah or Mind Control.
Yep.
Does that give Tare the small window? Not with the Zombie Chow, though.
With a Loatheb, it might, though.
I mean, if you play Loatheb, he's not playing Mind Control anyways.
He can play Shadow Word Death because it's exactly 8 points of mana.
Oh, you're right. And that's where saving that Shadow Word Death or Holy Fire does end up paying off, like we mentioned.
No, a direct answer, but there's a lot of pressure developing here. This is... Oh my god.
The first Cabo Shadow Beast just arrived.
It seems like every time we start to talk about a board state, some card gets drawn that really changes how the game's going to be panning out. Few cards on both sides, but
Airshock is a blank for now.
He needed Rock Biter start putting on a lot of pressure back onto his opponent.
If he gets a Doomhammer, that would be huge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'd be 10 points right off the bat.
Well, that's what I meant. The Doomhammer with the Rock Biter. Excuse me, I was reading the card.
Oh, and there's a Holy Nova. So many good options available for Nicholas right now. And this is exactly what we touched on earlier, is that the priests density of cards that line up good in this matchup is so much more the Shamans. The Shaman has to do so much to be able to get to a winning board state that once you get to this position, the fact that it takes you so many turns to close out the game gives the priest so much time to find all the cards they need.
But, no, well, he does leave up the Zombie Chow, so there's still a little bit more damage. I wonder if Tare can pick up some cards to help him get some burst through it.
But on the other hand, this Zombie Chow represents a 5 heal. Wow. So if you're able to kill it, opposing the...
Yeah, but then Cabal Shadow Priest takes a Spirit Wolf.
And you follow up with Shadow Madness. Take a Spirit Wolf.
Let me change your mind.
Or do you?
Well, I mean, it just runs into the Taunt Totem. I guess you're not too crazy about that. Ray still needs to pick up his burst card. He still has a small window.
That's not a bad one right now.
It's not honestly too bad either, like you said.
That's a pretty good one.
Does he have to use? I guess
he's not out of this game yet. He's not out. He needs the Doomhammer.
Right, and Mind Control takes the entire turn, so Doomhammer still would be a possibility.
A Pyromancer, is that a possible clear?
More options available for me. We were just talking about how he could Mind Control this turn, but now he's got to think about how the interactions with all of his spells line up with how much damage he can do.
He doesn't have a clear.
I still like the
But
Mind
he can use Wild Pyromancer and Shadow Madness here to effectively clear the board.
He's just gonna, yeah, this is fine. I mean, this is like obviously a very fine turn.
Sure.
This is a ton of damage. And Tare, even if he drew Doomhammer here, wouldn't have the damage to
Oh, Lightning Storm is not bad.
I'll tell you what, Alec here would have killed him though.
You're right.
That'd be 14 damage.
That's also very risky.
This feels like a really strong Lightning here. Like, you're not like thrilled about it, but you're gonna get to kill both your opponent's minions.
I think you definitely go for it because you buy yourself time. You will be able to draw into something to finish the game.
I think one of the worries he has in his head right now is how much of an impact is Sludge Belcher going to have if my opponent draws this, because then he doesn't have the Earthshock anymore.
Right. All right. Well, the outcome of the Lightning Storm had 0 impact because the Earthshock was the deciding factor there.
This Zombie Chow is doing so much damage.
Yeah. Another Thought Steal.
Wow, and look, that's a spell for Wild Pyromancer and a good one.
Thought Steal will also grab 2 big cards.
Great cards. That
Heals for 5. Azure Drake. I don't even think he needs to use the Silence this turn.
Hey, we did say.
Harrison gets picked up for Doomhammer. Hex is not good right now.
Man.
Oh,
Tare needed definitely like one of the cards that just got stolen from him.
Such a passive turn for him. Well, but even if he gets Doomhammer, it doesn't win him the game right away, and then Doomhammer is being destroyed by Harrison Jones.
I think this game is about to start slipping away. That's what I think.
Tare in a very bad position.
Wow, 10 cards remaining and he didn't draw either of his big finishing cards.
Yep.
So do you hex the 4/4, or do you just pass?
That's painful. That's really. He's already drawn a card off of it. It's like you don't have anything. You're not even like really getting anything out of this except that your opponent isn't attacking you for 4 damage anymore. This is rough.
Tare needed his own Azure Drake to like play it, develop the board, and do stuff. But right now he's in a very tricky spot.
He needs every card he can get.
And this is because, in my opinion, Priest didn't draw very well in this game. He drew like Mind Control pretty early. Didn't really get a lot of the combinations that we normally see. In fact, we haven't seen Circle of Healing at all. And that's usually a card that you can blow your opponent away if you have the Alchemist Soul Priest. Well, I mean, there's just so little cards left. But yes, I do have a gift. Thank you.
every time you and I cast together, this always happens.
Right.
We talk about a card and it just appears.
Well, the chance to draw the card wasn't that low. It's,
not going to extend to Lightning Storm.
Airshock, another passive card. So do you Airshock the Frog and then concede?
Like I said, you Airshock your own Lightning or Spell Power Totem. Show him who's boss.
Wait, if you silence it,
you silence
it deals
it.
damage.
Oh, you're right. You can't kill your own Spell Power Totem with Earthshock. You're absolutely correct. Well, clearly I've never done that play, so I don't know the outcome of it.
That's nice BM, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Earthshock. Dang it, I thought I was going to kill it.
Yeah, no.
I still prefer Earthshocking Frog and then attacking with a Revider into 3-1, I guess.
It's so
So you have to shoot the Pyromancer, right?
All right, if he drew back-to-back Azure Drakes, is he back in this game?
I mean, You know, he might be until Nicholas perhaps draws his second Alkanized Soul Priest to go for the 4 damage clear with Circle of Healing.
Well, to be honest, Nicholas doesn't have that much pressure on board. So if your shock is 3-1, there's only the Gnomish Inventor, which is 2 points of damage, and you're comfortably sitting on 28.
I feel like to me he doesn't want to play it because he doesn't want to like give away cards that are in his hand. Like it feels to me like like if my opponent thought about it this long, to me it would feel a lot like a Lightning Storm, and he feels reluctant to Lightning Storm this few minutes. He's gonna go ahead and go with Earth Shock. I mean, I can't blame him. He's got to save some damage at some point. Because that Wild Power Lance continues to attack every turn. That's a lot of damage that's racking up. It's 3, and it's 6, and that's 9 damage. It's just too much.
It only gets worse from this point on. And it's like you said, there was a window of opportunity for the Shaman to potentially come back, but Priest has healed back up to 21.
Stand ready.
How do you win from this point? How do you deal 21 going through the Frog Taunt?
Azure Drake's the way to start.
Okay.
Okay, now he needs a second one. And wow, he gets a Doomhammer though.
But then your opponent has Harrison Jones.
But you don't know it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You have a Rockbiter too. Do you want to save for the Rockbiter? Like, he has another Rockbiter left in his deck.
You have to start chewing away the Priest's health. He's too high.
Right, he doesn't have another Rockbiter left in his deck because we saw him use it earlier on the Sludge Belcher. So I don't think he's thinking about drawing a second one and dealing that damage. Obviously, he's probably remembered that card at that point. And not like a... It's really tough to kind of say whether it's right or wrong to play Doomhammer here because Harrison is a fear that's in your mind. If your opponent Harrison's your Doomhammer, you have suddenly a 0% chance to win this game.
Well, there's a couple of reasons why you're not playing it. First, well, you can play it if you really want to win and you feel like if you don't play this Doomhammer right now, you're going to lose this game. So then you're forced to play it. You have to go with it. But you can possibly try to stall the game and wait for the Harrison to come.
Another Azure Drake.
Another Azure Drake is important.
I mean, back in the card count. And he
There's
has
an
both
Alec
of his
here.
finishers. I mean, he got so deep into his deck. He's on his last 5 cards.
Now, let me ask you this. Now that you've drawn the Rockbiter with the Alec here, I feel like he's not as worried about this Doomhammer maybe getting Harrison, but maybe he is.
Oh, if he does Harrison, though, his opponent goes too deep into fatigue.
Oh my gosh.
And then he
wasn't
starts
even
racing against
Oh,
him.
then you definitely go for it.
I was not even thinking about that.
Do you ever play Doomhammer and not attack to deny your opponent the ability to play Harrison Jones at all?
Oh
and then
my
your opponent
gosh.
just has to draw 8 cards.
I've never even seen that be an opportunity.
That's something that happened at DreamHack Bucharest Finals when the weapon was played, denying the win. When the Harrison was played to destroy the weapon, like Ties just destroyed Gara there.
And he needed the 5/4 body just to start dealing damage.
Yeah, exactly. It was like he was forced to do it. So if you play Doomhammer now, do you deny Harrison?
I think you might actually. I don't want to draw 6 cards when I've only got 4 left in my deck.
You do also restrict your mana. So Alec here, Rockbiter can't come out next turn too. There is a con to this play.
I think that's what he's actually thinking about.
That's a very correct play.
Second one, and he does that! Wow, Tare is trying to play around the Harrison Jones to say if you want to take it, you're going to have to pay a big price. That's 10 health and fatigue damage. And cards that Nicholas is drawing is not helping him. He's getting closer to fatigue.
Oh, that power, yeah, exactly. That power word shield is going to put him 1 point closer to that. And then that damage really starts adding fast. 1, 2, I mean,
and
3, 4.
The slower that Tare plays, it doesn't matter because then he can still keep up enough charges to push Harrison Jones into fatigue as long as he's swinging perhaps once per turn instead of twice.
Is he running his Sarah, by the way? That's Nicholas fishing
That's
for his
also
Sarah.
a possibility.
He needs to get his Sarah right now. If he doesn't, if he gets an Aura spell.
Right. If your Sarah is the last card in his deck, there might be an opportunity for Tare to win this off fatigue.
Oh my gosh. I was even
Shadow or Death is
that
a
was
blank.
like one of the possibilities I wasn't even considering. This just dig your opponent so deep into their deck that you've run them out of threats, but you let them die.
This is crazy.
This is one of the unique versions of this matchup where Shaman and Priest are going to fatigue.
Here's another thing. Priest is running out of minions to do damage with, and Tare still has cards, like I believe he has another copy of Lightning Storm, doesn't he?
Yeah, he should have one. Because it was stolen from him, so he never played it.
Oh, this Harrison Jones is playing with fire, and Nicholas knows he has to pass it back.
Oh,
there is a Lightning Storm. You called it, Froden.
Oh, come on, there's 4 cards left.
You called it, Froden.
Thank you. I will take credit for that one. So, Mind Control has been played. We've seen Holy Fire, and Alec here. We even saw Shadow Word Pain being played.
Shadow Madness? We've seen one Shadow Madness? No, we haven't.
Shadow Madness do against an Alec here is like, cool, you.
Oh, he's going to kill the 3-1.
Well, if you just Alec here, you clear the board, and Alec here will heal up a little bit from the healing totem, so you have a 3 remaining.
Is he taking too much damage from clearing his opponent's board? Because he's gonna have to actually attack the.
Well, he's only gonna attack once, right? He attacks once onto Akanai, and then he just clears.
Every point of damage is so important right now, though, too, because your opponent's gonna be able to heal going into fatigue, and you aren't able to heal as a shaman. Like that makes a really big difference.
I think it's fine if he actually attacks with the Roguebiter. Will heal the. Do you even kill the 3-1? The priest won't be able to heal.
I don't know. Like, what are the remaining cards in his deck? Does he have another zombie chow that he has to avoid playing at all because his opponent might heal up from it? This is a very tight scenario, and it's come down to the point where both these players might even be forgetting what's been remaining in their deck.
I think I like your play. I think I like taking out the Akanai Soul Priest and using Alec here to clear up the Dark Cultist. Gotta go from there. He's just gonna push for damage.
And no totem roll.
Oh my gosh, he knows his opponent can't play Harrison next turn. So it really depends on what his last couple of cards are. If
he's going to use Alec here just as direct damage. He says, you don't have a taunt.
How did we get to the point when you can't play Hearthstone Jones?
Wait, has he won because his opponent doesn't have a taunt anymore?
How much damage is this?
He's got, let's see, he's got Alec here plus the...
That's 10.
Oh, he can silence his own Akanai. That's also a heads-up play.
Wow,
right,
so
Nicholas
very impressive.
This is what he did. This is very next level Priest versus Shaman, and I'm loving it.
One card left. My face.
Okay, Priest is also on one of the last remaining cards, so this is starting to get really tight.
Yeah, I think you circle.
There's no point in holding it, right?
Yeah,
you want to protect your minion.
Can't make use of it right now. You just need to keep health on your minion.
An inventor.
I mean, it is a body.
Yeah, Harrison Jones is stranded in the hand now. He can't ever play it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think because we knew the right cards, I think the Alec would have paid off. But I mean, we had the luxury of knowing.
Yeah, but still, then a very impressive line of play by both players.
Yep.
Just playing around Harrison, then not playing Harrison, not lose the game. There's like this kind of game only proves that those players are on a top level because you have to count like everything, fatigue. You have to make plays that are not really logical, like counterintuitive.
Elements guide me.
Definitely attacking pace here.
Yes.
No question about that.
You still don't care about the Harrison Jones. How much damage remains? Does he have a lightning bolt remaining? I think that's what it is. I think he still has a lightning bolt.
I think he used both. Like we wanted to deal 8 points in.
Oh, you're right. We joked about that. Imagine if you can do 8 points of damage to face now.
He's missing it now. He's like, I was so close.
Oh
my
really God.
Wait.
You do taunt him up, right?
Why is he not making a totem here?
I think he doesn't want to give him taunt.
Yeah, he doesn't want to make a taunt totem and have it get stolen by something like Cabal Shadow Priest.
Oh, right. That's really well played.
There's the split, by the way, the Coleto split. Do you play Holy Smite or do you play Ysera?
And it is.
Yeah, he's playing the Holy Smite.
So no Ysera in this deck.
Next turn, Tare has a lot of damage. He's got the
14.
He's got 14 damage.
Yeah.
And Nicholas is only going to have 11.
No, I think that's game.
That's game.
Look at how heads up of a play it is, by the way, for Tare to have played around the possibility of rolling a taunt totem 25% of the time, and then it also getting stolen by Cabal Shadow Priest. That is
This is such an impressive game. I am blown away right now.
I cannot believe that Tare is going to take with the way that the mid game position looked. I thought for certain that Tare was out of this game. I would not have ever picked him to win this, but he has managed to, every single turn he's thought pretty much the maximum amount of time. He's taken everything into consideration. He's thought of every scenario.
We went 60 cards deep, and Tare has managed to take the series lead.
Unbelievable.
Till the last card, I really like not rolling the totems there. Fantastic foresight.
We are watching World Championship level play right now. This is insane.
Excellent. That matchup is so difficult for Shaman. It's very hard for us to stress without just telling you, go try playing it for yourself with these deck lists, and you'll find out more often than not, the Priest does come out on top, but Tare has somehow turned the tables, and he is playing excellently.
And he is in the lead right now. He needs to win one more game to advance to the top 8 of the World Champs. So, being Nicholas, how do you defend? What do you pick right now? You're down with the last deck, right?
Yeah, so he doesn't really get to choose.
Yeah.
He has to. Nicholas has his own remaining rogue deck.
He's got
and says, "I gotta win here."
He's got to mentally be prepared for this because that's a matchup you expect to win so often as the priest that when you come into it now and you're like, oh my gosh, I just lost that game. How did I lose that? You even drew Harrison at some point. You were so comfortable. You're like, even if he plays this Doomhammer, I'm going to Harrison him. I'm going to draw all these cards. He's going to be totally out of this matchup. That wasn't a possibility. Teray literally waited until Harrison was a liability instead of it being a bonus for him.
Well, Nicholas has to recover like instantly. He has to forget that game. I mean, he has to remember still what cards were played, but he can't be affected by what happened. He has to think about winning right now. He needs to win 2 more games with his Miracle Rogue, and I think it's possible.
Oh, well, it definitely is possible with this rogue class, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that too. He's also been playing very well. And let us know what you guys think too on social media, on Twitter and Facebook. Make sure to use the hashtag BlizzCon and tell your friends about what's going on. We've been seeing some excellent Hearthstone so far, and I can't wait to see how this series will conclude. It's going to be a fun time. So again, at Play Hearthstone or /Play Hearthstone on Facebook, let everybody know about what's going on here.
Yeah, like I said, I would not have picked Teray to win that game, but now that he's won that game, Teray's for the series.
I mean, you were talking about he might have been a dark horse to go super far in this tournament, to place top 3 or 4, maybe even to win the whole thing based off his ability to just bring unique decks and also be able to calculate very meticulously how to win from positions where it's really difficult.
Teray just continues to impress me with his rogue build, which was very unique with Alex Strauss and Sprint. Then just bringing the Freeze Mage to the tournament and winning 3-0 with that, like just destroying the matchups. Right now, this Shaman performance, wow, it's like out of this world.
Right. The deck is Sham Wow, not Shaman.
Sham Wow.
That's right.
So, he's just cleaning everything up with it, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Oh man, he's whacking everything away with his Doomhammer and trying to take this series, win 3-1, advance it to the top 8. And what an achievement that would be. Again, another unknown player before this entire tournament happened. And yet, if you ask a lot of the top ladder players, they were saying for a long time that Teray is one of the best.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was always consistently really high up there, putting up very good numbers, always a threat to win the match, even if he at one of those matchups where it's a lot more difficult to actually pick up the win because it's just, we saw it that game. This guy's a world-class player.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he's playing versus Nicholas, who qualified as well, and he's an excellent player from China. What else do we know about Nicholas?
That he's about to get eliminated if he doesn't win this game, Nimsh. Game 4 is about to go underway. Can Nicholas equalize, or will Teray get his ticket to the top 8?
It's so gross to think about. These guys have come so far. They've come all this way, grinding out Hearthstone and playing super well. Now you brought a Miracle Rogue deck with you, and you're like, oh, where's my auctioneer? That's got to be such a terrible way to lose.
That's the name of this episode of Hearthstone, Where's My Auctioneer? Except this one might only end up for one player laughing, and it often is the Shaman player if the Rogue is not able to draw that card.
You talked about earlier Sinister Strike being really indicative of something like Malygos.
Yes, like a spell-based Malygos build.
Right.
But still, you really want the Auctioneer in this matchup.
Yeah, do you think there's 1 or 2 Blade Flurries in here? Again, I think that's a really important key to this deck.
I think there's 2. I know that Nicholas likes playing a lot of those spells like Sinister Strike and leaning towards that Malygos. And if you do, you need those spells to combo with Malygos to get that AoE and damage in.
Black Knight is a card we are not seeing that often in the Rogue deck.
Yes, that is also true.
Yeah, a really unconventional card, I think, to see here, but it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. Sludge Belcher is one of the best tools that you have to sort of fight against the way that Miracle Rogue wants to work. It just provides a lot of pressure. It's a wall for your opponent. They need a way to kill it. So now this is just like something that Miracle does. It's playing a card that tries to take advantage of the fact that your opponent is playing such a predictable card in that nature. Draws Blade Flurry straight away,
That's
though.
That's a great card. One of the most important, like you guys mentioned, against the Shaman.
But he's still fishing like for more cards. He needs that Gadget Auctioneer. Because Malygos, even though it's a fantastic dragon to have and it provides so much damage, it's still like a 9-turn card.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, 9-mana cards they're tough to actually get a lot of mileage out of sometimes because you have to wait so long to use them. A lot it's just stuck in your hand.
Malygos is like the good old American trucks. Sometimes it doesn't get you very far, but when it does, it's glorious, right?
Certainly. I didn't have that experience myself, but...
I will take you on a ride afterwards, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
All right, my first time in California. Let's do it.
Right over to the hall next door so we can play.
I suppose so. There are some cool stuff on display. I don't know the exact name for the chopper, but there's like a motorcycle thing.
Oh yeah,
from that's on display that people can go check out BlizzCon.
Lotha being played, by the way, a very strong card versus Shaman.
Sure.
Manatide Totem here is actually like, it's got like a really big target on its forehead. Like Lotha normally in this spot so often would just be dealing 5 damage. But
wait, can you go for fatigue as well? Whoa, there's Gadgetzan pickup.
Oh my gosh.
This matchup just changed.
Yeah, there's very few cards I think that change the dynamic of a hand quite the way that Gadgetzan Auctioneer does. But wow.
How about Deathwing?
He doesn't have the follow-up though. He has this Gadgetzan, but he doesn't have the spells to. He has a couple of spells, but those are not preparations.
You're right.
Conceal.
He doesn't have a turn 5 Auctioneer kind of hand. This is like a turn 8 Auctioneer kind of hand. So he's going to want to get a dagger up. He's going to want to have 2 charges on it to make sure that the poison's getting maximum value. And in the meantime, he's just going to continue to try to pick away at this kind of board position.
Yeah, but still, this is a fantastic
He's
job.
going to Blade Flurry if he's doing this. I think.
Or Fan of Knives,
I'm sorry, or Fan of Knives. That's a possibility.
Fan
as well.
of Knives
But
with. Do you do even foulness?
Yeah, but the problem with this, he needs the Manatide Totem.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to mention. You're giving your opponent another card when you do it this way. Maybe you're just not worried about that though. Like,
right.
Like you've drawn your Auctioneer.
You draw your cards.
Yeah,
he draws his.
Yeah, like well, you draw the cards you want. I'm going to draw all the ones that I want.
You will have the answers eventually. Gadgetzan Auctioneer is such an important card in this matchup. If Rogue has Gadgetzan, it has so much advantage here. You just draw your whole deck. You can answer everything. Like Fire Elemental, sap it. Even like Eviscerate with spell damage.
Tare picks up Lotha, by the way. That is the answer for that Auctioneer. And you know what? He even gets a healing totem. So this Manatide is going to do work and perhaps bite Nicholas back in the butt a little bit for not killing it off.
Well, he still has the deadly poison and Blade Flurry.
This is one of the positions I think you're waiting for too. When you have Blade Flurry, is you want Barrel Spirits to get used. 6 points of taunt health from your opponent. And so something else you have to get through. And frankly, it's not something that you're willing to always invest for.
Right.
He's gonna actually. This is, I think, a much better board player. Now that I look at it, instinctively I look at it and I go, oh yeah, Blade Flurry, great turn here. But you really have
pick
to
up the SS7 nature was really key.
It's good to sort of look deeper into these turns. You find better plays like this. This is why these guys are sitting in the World Championship chair, and I'm here at the castle.
Yeah, just almost cleared the
Just
board
this
and
year,
developed.
Just this year. People who don't really get to follow the qualifiers. Admirable was also in the top 16 there too. So next year, buddy.
Yeah, next year, man.
Thanks for rubbing it in, guys.
You can do it.
I got you.
Doomhammer coming out though. That's a lot of damage he's gonna end up taking from it. And do you think that's his best response to what's happening on the board?
Well, it's either that or play minions that can get responded to. And of course, Lotheb is still, in your mind, off limits until that Auctioneer comes to deny draws.
Well, it's probably coming this turn.
I like the Doomhammer as well. You just develop the weapon because this game is a race. You want to deal as much damage as possible. So develop Doomhammer now and then continue dealing damage for the next couple of turns. Miracle Rogue normally doesn't have taunts, and then they can't deal with your weapon as well. They don't have removal.
All right, well, he's just going to go with Black Knight. I thought he was going to play Auction his turn. I thought Prep Sap was just fine. These are cards that I don't think are doing much in your hand.
Maybe he's waiting for something on board to be able to use his Sap with preparation.
We saw this earlier in the tournament so far. It was like a liability for the Rogue player that their opponent didn't have anything in play.
True.
It's very rare that that's the case. Hexing a Black Knight that didn't kill anything. This is a weird game
I know. And, the irony of it all is that frog gets taunt, too.
But still, he cleared the board. He is dealing some damage and pushing the game forward. And Rogue is dropping to 18. Shaman has a lot of explosion.
And Rockbiter is a lot of pressure back on it, so there is a way for Tare to perhaps wiggle in another win.
A lot of foresight again from Tare. This Doomhammer. The turn it was developed, it felt really weird kind of to me to play it. But when you look at it 2 and 3 turns later, it's like that's what he was looking at. Like this board position now looks really fantastic.
That's right.
He's got the option for Alakir or Lotheb next turn. Auctioneer going to counter out this turn, of course. A ton of cards going to get drawn. This
sapping the Haunted Creeper is not something you want to do, right?
I think you do want to do it right now. You have another copy of Sap and you're just drawing an extra card from it. And so now does he want to save the finishing strike for Malagos or does he want to continue drawing cards?
I think you want to draw cards.
I agree with you, Prodan. That's exactly what he's going to do. A second finishing strike.
Do you keep it now or do you draw cards?
You're still drawing cards, in my opinion. You just the more you get through your deck, you also get to eviscerate. You also get to another preparation with Malygos. You never know if that's like what you pick it up here.
Now, here's a question. Do you want to draw cards with Blade Flurry or with Sinister Strike? Because now that there's a little bit of thought to holding this, because on turn 10, that is 8 points of damage.
That is true. That is true. But I think
you can join the
a little
conceal.
bit more flexible.
Oh, he's got Assassin's Blade. I didn't know that. That is
Do
really...
attack with a weapon now then.
I think
you save it for the Blade Flurry, don't you?
Well, you can always play the Assistant Blade.
Well, no, that's true.
Yeah, you would lose the charges on it, but I sort of agree with you. I think this is a really good time to start kind of launching your attack on your opponent.
All right, Lothab is a great answer to Gadgets in action here.
Just attack phase. He doesn't even care anymore. He's just trying to race his opponent.
Wow.
Zombie Chow's gonna have to sit this one on the sidelines.
Down to 12.
Can Nicholas strike back?
5 mana backstab.
Yeah, that's not the best one right now. You know, that backstab would be really good if he did cost 5 extra mana right now, because he had Malygos the backstab on this Lothab. That'd be pretty good.
This might sound weird, but do you feel like you can get away with like sapping Lothab?
Yeah, I think...
And then just pushing for a little damage with the Auctioneer?
This board position, I think you can, but...
You might be forced to Blade Flurry here and trade Auctioneer, do you even? This is an awkward spot.
He's got to be concerned about his life total, too. I mean,
That's
he's got
true, exactly. That's why the sap is pretty important to kill off the Lothab. But I mean, if you give up your Auctioneer and Blade Flurry, I feel like it's the effective same thing, but the sap buys you a little turn, and it keeps up the pressure a little bit.
Okay, like backstab and an attack with Auctioneer, maybe.
Oh, you know what the problem is, though? If he draws into a finisher and his opponent plays Lothab again, then he can't play his spells. So it's a two-edged sword, and that's why Lothab is such high impact here.
This
is a tough turn.
He's gonna Blade Flurry. Okay.
That's why Lothab is so powerful, even though like he didn't have that many spells to follow up with Gadgets, and it's still stopping actions from him.
Yep, drawing a card. But now do we get on Rockbiter to end the game?
Flame Tongue Totem would do it too.
Flame Tongue Totem would do it. In fact, he's got, what, 10 damage right now? Just needs a little bit more.
Fire Elemental.
Oh, I mean, he needs the more mana to do that.
You know, I really agree with playing the Alakir here anyway, though.
Yeah.
Just because of the damage potential. That's 6, 7, 8.
Yeah,
you
you'll have only 3 left, so whatever happens, you win.
You have exactly 3 damage left after that. And this way, though, here's the thing. Teray knows that his opponent is playing the Malygos version, so he knows that there's not a bunch of charge moves in the sector that are going to come at him. But like, if this was like a ladder match, I really would have liked to see the Alakir there get a taunt on the board and try to stifle an attack your opponent may have. But again, just showing that he's done his research and really on top of his game. I mean, this is another matchup that isn't very favorable with Shaman, where it looks like he has the winning board position.
He needs to get rid of these, like, the creatures and draw into like a heal of some sort, because he's at 6 health and Alakir is 6 damage from the hand. So this is Nicholas's last turn, unless he can draw into something better. If he just goes for removal, he's dead.
This looks like here's the thing. This looks like a really tempting turn to go for Malygos and backstab.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know if he's playing Farseer or not. If he's playing Farseer, obviously, if he could see the hands, he would know he needs to draw. But he can't see that right now. This is
Can Nicholas resist temptation? He bites the apple, and that's gonna do it. Teray is gonna go to the top 8.
Oh my God! But that was the correct play because you want to gamble. Oh, and there's a Rockbiter. More damage.
All right, well, I like it. Teray going with a little flair. Well played.
Unbelievable. Teray taking 2 matchups that I think are not favorable for Shaman in this matchup, and it just goes to show you so many subtle little things in this game can really make a big difference when you're playing at this high level. You know, it kind of take a look at it. You're like, well, look at his way his draws where he's drew really well to be able to pan this out. But I think in the Shaman versus Priest game, he did not draw that well. In fact, I think he drew pretty poorly, considering that
both of them drew pretty poorly.
And that his Azure Drakes were like in the bottom 7 cards of his deck. They're some of the most important cards in that matchup. And then sort of again, same thing in this game. It's like, you know, his hand was pretty lackluster. Just kind of had some cards and the Hex like 4 targets, but
fantastically played.
Yeah, able to have the foresight for that Doomhammer turn, and looking forward, you know, he got 16 points of damage out of it. That was it.
It seemed like he was really ahead with every play he did. It's like just playing around stuff that Priest could have, and really outplaying Nicholas somewhere in like those small spots.
Yeah, Teray, he's an oracle. He's got a lot of foresight to see everything. I'm going to consult him a lot more often. As soon as I add him to my friends list, I'll be like, well, this is the play I need to do. What should I do? And he'll help me out. Very well done, and he goes to the top 8, and we're still figuring out all the brackets, but I do believe that we do have the predetermined things, right? So the winner of this goes on to play who, Nimsh?
So I'm actually not sure. I think Tiddler Celestial.
Okay, so he has to go up against Tiddler Celestial. That's pretty difficult because Tiddler looked like one of the best, if not the best, Chinese player at the moment. His play was solid. Do you think he can do it?
Oh yeah. I think that this matchup is like another clash of like these two guys who are really, really deep into the game, and perhaps you may not have heard of him, but Tiddler, he did very well in OGN. I think he had put up a 9-0 at some point.
In the qualifier run, it was insane.
At WC, I watched him play too, and sort of there was a match here or game here and there where like maybe his nerves are getting the better of him, but really fantastic play. Understands his matchups really well. His decks are built, what I would consider pretty close to 100%.
Yep.
And making those aggressive pushes and really putting their opponent on edge.
Yeah, well, a player that's also been playing 100%. It's Tare, the winner. I think he's been doing great. Rachel, what did you guys think?
Oh, we liked that match a lot. Tare, you did some really impressive stuff in that match. You proved to us what we're watching here is top-level Hearthstone, and no more was that evident than in Game 4 when you were Shaman and you had a blank board and you had plenty of mana, but you refused to totem, and it took us a while to figure it out. But can you explain that to everyone here? Why you didn't totem?
Who's this next match?
Absolutely genius. That's the kind of high-level thought that goes into pro Hearthstone.
Yeah, I feel like I get yelled at sometimes when I don't use all my mana. So it's great to see and cool to hear an awesome explanation. So you advance out of Group B, and obviously you're moving on to the top 8. You've got to be ecstatic about this, obviously.
Yeah, I'm very happy about it, and I'm very thankful to my teammate Dengshi for actually teaching me and my team how to play Shaman. I think I probably played around 50% of his level during these matches, but I hope to be able to play as well as him in the coming ones.
And it's true that your deck name is named after your teammate who helped you?
Yeah, Dengshi is basically like the creator of all Shaman decks and such, so I named after him.
An homage to them. All right, well, also here at BlizzCon 2014, of course, the new expansion for Hearthstone was announced. So the question is goblins or gnomes? Which side are you on?
Gnomes, because I hope it'll affect Auctioneer and make him even more buff.
Oh, yeah. I bet a lot of the goblins are going to be on the other side of that. Yeah, all right.
All right, Trey, well, is there anything else you want to say to all the fans who are watching this packed crowd and everyone at home?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Just
thank
make
you
sure to
to
put
all
this around
my
your back.
fans for watching, and I want to thank my teammates for helping me prepare. We worked really hard to work on the ban strategy and picking which deck to pick first, and I'm glad it worked out.
I'm glad it worked out too. I'm happy to see you here. So close to that championship title, so close to that $100,000 for first place.
Yep. Well, congratulations. We'll be seeing you in the quarterfinals later on today. We really appreciate it. Now, before we move on to our next match, that'll, of course, be the Group C decider, want to remind you guys that, of course, keep in touch with us via social. You can use @PlayHearthstone using the hashtag BlizzCon. We want to know what you think of these games. We want to know what you think about these decks, what you think about these players who are moving on. Unfortunately, we've got 2 more players that are going to go home before we move on to the quarterfinals. So we're going to be finding out coming up next year in the Group C decider. I'm ready for some more Hearthstone. I might have to get out my iPad and play along with some folks here up on the stage.
We're not allowed to play anymore. We got to stop playing. We're holding up the show.
We've got in trouble already. But, we're ready for the next matchup. Let's shoot it over to Casters. Casters, are you ready for some more Hearthstone?
Oh, Weed and Rachel, I'm ready, but I want to ask my co-casters, Amaz and Ben Brode. He stuck you away from the panels? Aren't you supposed to be talking about the upcoming expansion?
Soon.
All right, okay. Well, welcome to the desk. I guess we couldn't keep you away for too long. How you doing?
I'm so excited to be here, you guys.
I am super happy too. I mean, I looked at Blizzard's announcement of all the games,
and I basically became a Blizzard fanboy.
Yeah, Craiggasm all over the chat.
Shaking
We knew it.
and like, oh my God, this is happening. Oh, this is happening. It was just a bit too much for me.
I was crying in the opening ceremony.
Oh,
I can't
yeah.
help it. It is so exciting.
Oh, I heard you. It was an open weep of joy, right? Just in the background. That was Ben Bro. Well, you know what? The new expansion is very exciting, but also this third match is pretty exciting as well. We have yet another America representative versus China. We have Chiro versus Firebat. And Firebat also is really meaningful matchup because he's also on your new team of Archon. So how did you get to talk to Firebat? Like, how's his mentality going to this match here?
Yeah, I mean, Firebat beat Chiro already in the open weekend. And he actually said that his lineup is not that good against Chiro's. So he got pretty lucky with like 3-0ing with his Malagos Rogue. So hopefully that'll happen again. I mean, I don't want to be biased. I think Chiro's a great player too. So as always, I just want the best player to win. But Firebat, if you don't win, we have to have a talk.
We're making some cuts here early on.
Oh my God, yeah.
Well, the level of play has been outstanding already just to start off today. Did you enjoy that series, Ben, by the way? Did you get to catch any of it?
It was amazing.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Like, he's setting up his Doomhammer to play around Harrison Jones.
It was
7
incredible.
charges. Like, wow, that's really impressive stuff. Really well done. Really well done. Now, taking a look at these guys, the winner of this match will go on to play Kaor for the top 8, and I think all of these guys have been playing really well. But just looking at how the bracket ends up setting up, the winner of that will have to go against Strifecrow or D2. And I'm looking at that bracket and thinking, oh my goodness, that is stacked.
Well,
Very
I mean,
crazy.
at this point of the competition, you're always going to be facing against a strong opponent, right? It's not going to be easy from here on out. So, yeah. And how do I say it? Like, I'm rooting for Strifecrow too, personally. I don't know if I'm supposed to.
Gotcha.
I don't know if I'm supposed to say favorites or anything, but yeah, I'm really interested in seeing his game.
Well, thank you for letting me know, so then I can pick the other guy to make sure we have an even balanced cast. And then, of course, Ben's just happy to see Hearthstone on the screen because it's like, it's my baby to see it on here. I mean, how crazy is it to think 1 year ago, it was just a group of 8 very well-known figures in the community. We had Husky, Day9, Hafu, and Trump, and Artosis, and they were all having fun. But here, this year, it's completely ramped up. You're giving the same prize pool, effectively, for StarCraft 2. Like, was this the vision that you had for Hearthstone, or was it just like a serendipitous moment where it just came to be because of how popular it got?
I mean, I don't think anybody could have expected this amazing event today. This stage is nuts.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's so exciting. So yeah, we're really jazzed, and the competition is awesome. These players are really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you get a chance, by the way, to talk to any of the fans about what's going on here at BlizzCon yet, or have you been just so busy?
Yes, I had a couple people come up to me and say they played Goblins versus Gnomes.
Oh, yeah?
Super fun.
Oh, I'm so jelly. When do I get my break? I want to go check. I'm allowed to go play on my break, right?
I'm sure, yeah.
That's right. I'm going to talk about some of it. Really fun stuff, guys. And, of course, we want to make sure to let you guys know about everything that's going on in BlizzCon. So, once again, get your virtual ticket if you haven't already. In the meantime, let's take a look at the groups and see where the status report is for the tournament. We're still technically in the round of 16, but we're finishing up the last couple of matches. In Group C, Kranich, the Korean, surprised everybody, advanced in first place, while Green Sheep, unfortunately, was eliminated, leaving Firebat and Chiro. And, of course, the last match for the round of 16 will be Kalento versus Run and Gun, which I know a lot of people are looking forward to, especially because Run and Gun came off of a crazy performance to close out last weekend, Ben.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. That was one heck of a Priest versus Handlock match.
Oh, you got to catch it too?
Yeah, I got to catch it too. If anybody missed it, you have to go back and watch it. It was just amazing. It was not a game that's normal,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think the only more outrageous about that is the fire got bigger behind the players. I mean, they look over and this thing, like in the cage is frosted, so you can't really see too much outside of the cage whatsoever, but you look inside, there's this ginormous fire that's about the size of half of a Ben Brode, and it's just completely overpower you, because Ben is a huge guy, but that fire's only about half as big as you, dude.
I mean, the room is air conditioned as well, so it's kind of like the fire's an optical illusion. I went inside and I was like, oh, this is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Your brain thinks it's going to be scalding hot in there, and you walk in and it's like a refrigerator.
Well, I mean, we need to keep those players warm somehow, right? That's
exactly.
In order to get their mechanics going. Let's take a look at the matchup screen and see what Firebat and Chiro have selected. They've met before. Have they changed up their bands at all this time around?
It seems like they haven't. Actually. Oh, actually, no. Firebat banned the Shaman before. Because Chiro did sweep with the Shaman in the open weekend. So yeah, he's choosing to ban Hunter instead.
And of course, Chiro is afraid of the rogue. I mean, I am afraid of the rogue. You don't see the faceless, pirate haha play a lot. So, you don't really know what to do with it. So it's better if you don't know what to do, just ban it.
It is the South Sea deckhand version, which is very interesting to say. I think Chiro learned his lessons from the previous series. And, he wants to get through to the next round. He's going to have to rely on perhaps his own rogue. Meanwhile, Firebat comes off of an impressive recent streak of tournaments. Everything that he's been qualifying for or placing has been pretty consistent, top 8, top 16 throughout some qualifiers. But this is his opportunity to really put himself on the map. For a long time, people said he's one of the best players in his region, but he didn't get a chance to prove it that much. Time is now.
Well, last series, he got a little bit emotional and missed an opportunity, a very small opportunity to win the match.
Very small.
And ended up not using. I mean, it was very unlikely that it would have gone his way, but it could have.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This is a little bit more stress here on the big stage.
It is.
We'll see if these emotions get to these players.
Well, I mean, you can see the players right across. There's no hiding behind your screen this time. As you briefly saw on your screen, apparently Chiro plays WoW and raids for the Horde. Does that surprise anybody, or is that just like another cool fact?
I mean, if you're going to do raids, then you better be Horde, right? Because Alliance is a PvP kind of faction. But that was when I was playing. I don't know what is happening now, but oh man, WoW was really fun.
So you raided for the Horde too, Amaz?
No, I raided for the Alliance.
Oh, okay.
Because my friends were like, "Oh, we're Alliance. We're like little girls." But I am for the Horde for sure.
You play Alliance and you're for the Horde.
Double agent, yeah.
Terrible alliance.
Yeah.
I guess he tries to make everybody happy. It's definitely the Amaz way. Ben, who do you raid for?
In this match, or the Alliance or the Horde?
Or I guess both. Who do you raid for?
I play Alliance.
Okay.
I'm a Pandaren Brewmaster.
Gotcha.
Alliance. I had to choose, right? Pandaren get to choose. I chose the Alliance.
All right, good for you, man. Yeah. Good for you. Well, Firebat, a lot of people are rating for him. One thing that people don't know is that Firebat also has a full-time job. He works, at his own startup, and he also plays Hearthstone while on the job. And he's not doing a bad job either while playing Hearthstone. He's able to do both. And that's how he's able to cut his teeth playing these weekly cups and whatnot. So Firebat has been working his way up. He didn't come out of nowhere. He played a lot of those weekly tournaments that you see for like $100. And it wasn't a lot of glory. It was just a lot of practice. That's how he's able to cut his teeth on competitive
There's
play.
a lot of glory coming up if he can win this match.
Oh man,
It is.
He's been practicing a lot. He's been doing daily tournaments with his group of friends, just playing like 8-man tournaments, just going at it and practicing the bad format really. And I think he's ready for this.
I know Firebat's a big fan of spreadsheets and numbers. I wonder what chances he would give himself to win this match.
Oh, that's a really tough one. I know Firebat was telling me before the match that it heavily depended on what his opponent would ban, because then that would dictate a lot of the matchups. I mean, he's a player who believes that it's all about the strategy of preparation for the tournament more than the execution. So if he feels like he got the right ban sequence, then he told me that he might be okay. But if his opponent picked the right one, then he's going to be in a tough spot.
Did he tell you what he was worried about his opponent banning?
He did, but the way Firebat talks is extremely fast, and he uses a lot of Hearthstone terminologies and statistical definitions. And he just talks about like, well, if you just play along the mana curve of the initiation, so that way your taunted minions can get the spell power, and your hero power finishes off in turn 2, so that way you have a perfect curve in order to finish off your opponent. And I'm like, yeah, Firebat. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, I believe that game number 1 is about to begin. It looks like it's going to be Warlock versus Rogue to begin things off. And of course, Firebat, he feels like he's the underdog, but at the same time, I feel like we've seen some underdog upsets despite having tough matchups.
Well, I mean, yeah, Zoo can always just beat up any deck with the Godlike draws. And if you do not even get the Godlike draws, you still have a good chance, right? So it just depends a lot. So, yeah.
All right, well, we do know it is the Zoo. So let's see if Firebat gets a good curve. Let's see if Chiro can pick up his anti-Zoo tech. What does the Miracle Rogue player need, Amaz, to hold off the pressure from Zoo?
Well, the Miracle player needs the coin, which he didn't get. That's kind of sad. I mean, look at the coin SI is really good. Yeah.
Here from Chiro not getting the coin.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean, if he gets something that can clear creatures really fast, like Deadly Poison or Backstab, that can really help with the matchup.
Wow,
but yeah,
look at
Firebat's
that
gonna.
draw.
Oh my God! You don't want to see Mauer go so fast. Jeez.
This is a great opening hand for the Warlock player.
Oh. It's just perfect. You really do want the Undertaker to start.
There's synergy all across the board. Undertaker has a death rattle above it, and then the Haunted Creeper splits into minions to get knife juggles. Although I'm sure Firebat isn't on speaking terms with his knife jugglers at the moment.
Maybe train him after a while, after that open weekend then.
Perhaps. I hope so.
Well, that deadly poison draw is probably like one of the only things he's got to be able to handle anything.
Yeah, but the sad thing is that even if he's gonna deadly poison, he can't clear the Undertaker because he's gonna get buffed again. So I actually agree with this SI play. It was pretty good.
How important is the positioning on the creatures like the Haunted Creeper and the Harvest Golem here? Because before, you want to try to aim things up for Defender of Argus. Like, do you think Firebat's positioning it for taunts to defend creatures or to be more aggressive?
So yeah, there are actually two positionings that are really important. The first one is Direwolf Alpha, where you actually want the Death Routers to be as far as across the board as possible, so far left and far right, so it can shift. The other one is Argus, and you do want to Argus your Death Router mid. So this way he's playing with Argus. He didn't really see a Direwolf Alpha yet, so I think this is good.
And you want to Argus those guys, that way your opponent has to go into and spawn those extra minions.
Oh yeah, and protect the valuable Undertaker. But the Undertaker's gonna get taken out here. That was pretty good with Chiro. If he deadly poisoned last turn, he could have activated his SI, the second one.
I mean, he has Gadget Sand and Conceal, so there are ways for him to get some high impact. But we also see some Zoo players are also leaning towards including Lotheb into their decks nowadays, which also is powerful tech to shut down that Auctioneer.
I mean, Lotheb is all around just a very good creature.
Ooh.
So, okay, so he has to decide if this is going to hit. If this hits, it's going to be
Does he get to decide, or does the juggler get to decide?
Okay. Oh man, so he has to sacrifice his spider as well, which is really not that bad. I mean, we don't see any AoE clears in Chiro's hand right now.
And even if we did, that Nerubian egg is getting in the way.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. You got to go for it, right?
Go for it? I guess you do.
Oh, you also did have Azure Drake available to you, but you draw a couple cards. You might pick up Backstab in the process to snipe that juggler. But I guess you have to use your own health instead, which you're starting to get a little bit low. Is there any point where you're just like, this is too low, I can't take any more damage?
Like maybe right now.
Is that it? Is now the time?
You never want to take damage. That's just bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zoo is often trying to clear the enemy minions and get a commanding board position at some point against this Miracle deck.
Yep.
Are you just trying to go for the face and finish the game off?
Well, yeah, the Miracle Rogue only has like minions early turns, like turn 3s and turn 4s, like Farseers and SIs. So once you're done with that, you just basically just go for the face. Because if you trade in your minions, you're just trading in 3 minions to kill Gadgetzan or 4 minions to kill Azure Drake. It's not really worth it, unless you have like Abusive Sergeant and stuff like that. So here, I think Firebat's just gonna see how many turns he needs to get lethal.
It's not like he has an option here anyway.
Yeah, right.
Going into Concealed Auctioneer, impossible.
Right. Yeah, it looks like Firebat might set up for like a 2-turn lethal after this one. It just depends on what he draws. So really, Chiro's just on a ticking time bomb right now. He needs to draw and really quickly.
Right. He has 3 minions out of 4 cards, but it very easily can turn around if he draws into preparation to cycle into some more cards.
Yeah, like Blade Flurry would be pretty good. Oh, that's not bad.
Well, Phantom Dives draws 2 cards.
It does.
You're right.
That is a good start. But yeah, the thing is, the Nerubian is going to be very annoying.
Oh man.
Oh, he wants to Blade
Flurry
Flurry
here?
Yeah, he wants to Blade Flurry.
Well, he's got one more chance to try and draw it with that Sinister Strike, unless he feels like it's too late. Bail out, play Phantom Knives.
Oh.
Phantom Knives is a safer route, and Black Knight would have been the next card drawn.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
Well, he's still got it available. He still has his weapon up, even after he attacks here.
That stings.
Yeah, it seems like the minion-heavy Miracle Rogue is not this good in this position because you have an Auctioneer that's not going anywhere and you just draw minions.
Yeah, and you can't attack that egg because it unleashes another spider, or Nerubian.
You don't want to...
And you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah. Nerubians get offended if you call them spiders.
Do they?
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll make sure to avoid that. Thanks, Ben Brode.
Jeez. All right, another chance for Knife Juggler to do some work here. Unless Firebat wants to pop the egg. I don't think so. I don't think you want to pop the egg because the only thing you lose to right now is an AoE clear.
Ah, yes.
But you do have another egg.
You do have another egg, I guess. So we'll see if this egg pops it first.
Oh, man, these juggles.
All right, I guess you can pop it now because you do have another egg.
Well, and you know what? As much as these juggles have been missing the targets, they've also been allowing him to make trades that hit to the face as well. So he's getting some good damage in. That's 4 extra juggles. That rogue would have been at 9 health otherwise.
Yeah, some good value, I guess.
And another juggle once again.
But yeah, here's
so now he's on Soulfire. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that wasn't actually a mistake. But it was just unfortunate that he had to take 1 more damage.
Yep.
With that spell power, he can deal 4.
Well, I guess he maybe wanted to take the damage onto the Drake, because now Soulfire becomes an out.
Oh, that's not an out. Oh, that's okay too, I guess. Because it sticks on the void.
Yeah, it does shut down spells for the following turn. And Firebat just needs to like stall, right, as long as possible till he gets to
this reminds me of this other game where Firebat's just waiting to go lethal for the longest time, and he didn't get it.
He just couldn't do it.
So yeah.
Well, he's looking for Soulfire or Doomguard, right?
Or Doomguard, yeah. Because we know that rogues don't play any taunts.
That was a very ominous sound effect.
It was.
Yes.
The whole room just shook.
It was.
Well, what are you looking for as the rogue player here?
Oh man, if you sat that, it's kind of like...
You need heal or taunt of some kind. You just need to like not die to what your opponent can draw off the top of his deck.
Right.
But I don't know if he's running more than 1 Farseer, and if you only have 1 Farseer, that's a very specific card out of the remaining 10 plus cards you have.
Well, right now it's very bad. It's just a bad position because you need to kill the Lothar for sure because 5 damage kills you.
Right. There's only 2 ways to do it, and they're both 7 cost spells.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Shiv and Sap.
Yeah, you can't use your face to do that. And there we go. Okay.
Game over.
You dare summon me?
That was incredible.
Thank you. I've heard it a lot of times, Ben Brode.
Oh man. Wait, Ben Bro, did you voice that? Doomguard? Oh, okay. We're wondering if you did.
Frodan did though. That was
We're wondering like what creatures did you actually voice, or did you
None of
actually do
them.
it? None of them, really?
I'm in the tavern noise in the background. I'm like the male
That's
troll.
right.
Okay.
That was me.
Oh, nice. I got you. Well, I mean, maybe in the next expansion, Ben Brode can make a voice appearance, although I'm not so sure. He's done a lot already. He's designed the game and whatnot. So
Voice over all the pirates. All the pirates.
All the pirates, especially if you guys do a pirate expansion. All right. Well, maybe we can't get information out of him that way.
Pirates versus ninjas.
We can ask him at the panel, which is at 3 p.m. I believe is
3:30.
3:30 p.m. at the Fireside Chat and the panel stage. So make sure to check that guys out if you guys are watching here at BlizzCon with the virtual ticket. In the meantime, first game is over. The zoo has prevailed, and was that expected, or did you feel like that was a big upset for Chiro here?
Well, it's really swingy because the coin really matters for the SI opening. So yeah, a lot of people think that rogues are the deck to beat zoos with, but I think it's with the Death Rattle minions right now. It's actually closer than it has previously been without next round.
That was a great game.
Yeah, no, I agree. For once, Firebat actually drew a card that he needed to end the game. It would have been really devastating if, like, multiple times throughout this tournament, he just couldn't find his runner to end the game. So more often than not, it should happen. In the meantime, we see that Game 2 is queued up. Priest versus the Zulok. Chiro needs to equalize the series because, again, if you go down here 0-2, and Amaz, you can speak from experience, to be down 0-2 is really difficult.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I was distracted.
About goblins and gnomes, right?
Oh man, yeah, I believe so. But yeah, I mean, you would definitely like choose Priest against a Zulok. I mean, even if you draw really bad, you have a lot of us. You have Pyromancer Smite. You have like Arcanine Circle. Even the Death Rattle version of a Priest does pretty well.
Yeah.
If you get the Power Shield to buff it over the Soulfire range.
And you're just trying to stop the early aggression from Zoo and then heal out of range of that Doomguard kind of ending.
Yeah, and then they just fall off because while they have life tap to get more creatures, you have to heal to keep your creatures alive.
Of course.
Yeah. So it's really just about the stabilization of the early 5 turns, I would say. So if the Priest is 20 health or above in the first 5 turns, I would give it to the Priest to win the whole thing.
Well, Amaz is the Priest expert, the savant, if you will. Because even before Naxxramas, as you were saying, you liked Priest versus Zoo.
Yeah.
Even though it was unpopular opinion, people were like, well, can Priest even compete? But you were saying that for a while, it's a great class against it.
I actually liked Priest before Naxxramas came out because it wasn't popular. People don't know what to do about it. Like when they face me, it's like, oh, what do I do against a Priest? I've never seen one of these before. But now everybody plays Priest, so I guess I just switch to another underdog class.
Are you going to switch to another class?
A Paladin, maybe.
Paladin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
All right, well, there was a Paladin, but you saw it too, Ben Bro. Paladin was banned last series. How did that keep happening?
Terrible.
Well, we still have one after this. Run and Gun is also playing Paladin, so stick around.
I remember.
That's right.
It was great.
It was excellent, and this game will be too. Game number 2 is about to begin for Priest versus the Warlock. Chiro needs to win this one badly because Firebat's in danger of once again 3-0ing Chiro and getting a ticket to the top 8 to potentially play against Cower.
I mean, even if he loses this one, he's still a Shaman, which is a good matchup against like the other Firebat decks. But yeah, he just wants to win the game with the Priest because this is a favorite matchup, and he wants the Priest to have like an extra chance against another deck.
The light shall bring victory.
That's a pretty good start. He's on the coin. You always emphasize how important that is for the Priest.
Yep.
And then he even has ways to put on stuff on the early board. How, you're throwing away the Injured Blade Master. Is that a card you want to keep early on because it is a cheap minion? Or do you feel like it's just too in danger of getting traded easily for your opponent?
Yeah, with the Priest opening hand, you really need to look for those board clears like Pyromancer and Alkanize. But it so happens that Chiro does have a pretty strong opening hand already by itself. Like the Cleric is a fine turn one play if your opponent doesn't have a Flame Imp, because it does limit your opponent's options a lot, because they can only do a Flame Imp or a Coin Knife Juggler.
Well, he does have a Flame Imp, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. So,
Well,
he decides to pass it. Yeah.
Right, he's got ways to bolster whatever he has on board. Not to mention that, well, I was thinking if there was a Direwolf Alpha, all of a sudden Power Shield can't go in the 3-2, but the Egg is just a better setup.
Right.
Now, I haven't seen a ton of Priests running Shadow Word Pain.
Yep.
Is that specifically for this matchup, do you think?
Oh, right now, I think the meta suits Shadow Word Pain a lot. Because there are a lot of good targets. People are running Senjin because Senjin Shield Master because there are a lot of aggro decks running around. So it's just a very good answer. And of course, you need that Shadow Word Pain to kill that 3-4 Undertaker. That's a turn 1 drop.
Right. Yeah, let's be real for a second. Undertaker is hard to deal with sometimes, but Shadow Word Pain just stops it right there.
Right.
Okay, so then Firebat, is he playing one of his 1-drops here to prepare for a turn 4 Defender of Argus?
I think you just play it, yeah. Because you might be thinking about like an Alkanize Circle and losing a card, but then the Voidwalker will get more long-term investment because if, like, for example, Chiro does decide to put a 3-drop right now, the Voidwalker does soak a hit and protect the more valuable minions like the Wolf or the Flame Imp.
Well, Chiro's still not picking up any activators. He's Thought Stealing.
Wow, he's going pretty greedy here.
I mean, he gets 2 cards that don't have too much applications, but they're minions nonetheless, and that's something that he wasn't holding before. He held primarily spells, but does he have enough time to be able to survive?
Yeah, Chiro really wants to bank on the Pyromancer draw. You see that he's valuing the Powered Shield a lot, because otherwise, if I was him, I might have considered throwing out the Cleric and just, cycling the Powered Shield for something better.
Well, he has to draw something to clear this board.
Yeah. Right now, Firebat...
So he doesn't have Circle of Healing.
Yeah. I mean, Firebat played it so to counter Holy Nova. All his minions have like 3 health. So,
oh, yeah. Holy Nova just makes you take more damage next turn because it pops that egg.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it's just pretty brutal right now.
Yeah, that's quite amusing, in fact. Holy Nova actually helps your opponent. Was that you whispering in the background, Ben, bro?
Oh.
By the way, that stuff's going to give me nightmares for days.
The damage minimizing play here is it silence the Direwolf and Shadow Word Pain the Argus?
Argus? Oh, I don't think you want to silence the... you really want to put the silence on the egg, but there is no way of like Handlock, Zoolock to pop it without your minions by yourself, right? So he wants to save that for the Pyromancer. So he's not actually using it. So right now, I think you pain the Wolf to minimize the most damage, and you actually throw out a minion and try and point out, like, you just need more cards right now. You want to find that circle ASAP. Right. So the Power Shield would be a good play here.
So he needs to basically draw Pyromancer or Circle of Healing.
Or Circle of Healing.
Next turn.
Yeah.
Or this game's over.
This game is over. But then, if he does draw that, it might actually turn around.
Yeah, even so, there's still lots of ways for the Warlock to pressure.
Oh, no. So, do you Argus and Leopardome here, or do you just put the Doomguard and
it fits the curve so nicely, and you still have Doomguard the following turn. Plus, you're not overextending into AoE clear, and on the off chance you have. I mean, it looks pretty good if you go for Doomguard next turn.
Like, it feels like that if you play Doomguard right now, your opponent can't really Shadow Word Death and clear the board.
Yeah, losing 2 cards, not that big a deal for the Warlock. You can life tap, draw 2 more cards, play them both in the same turn.
Exactly.
He also is putting this this Flame Imp into range of Shadow or Death, so maybe he can see if his opponent has it.
Oh yeah, bait the Shadow or Death before playing.
If his opponent has it.
Yeah.
I mean, Priest on 8 health remaining. He's got 10 cards, but he only has 5 mana.
He could draw one card on the power shield here, and that could be the one.
And
oh, that's gonna do it. Firebat jumps out to a 2-0 lead.
Oh, incredible! Firebat could 3-0 again.
But he's been put in this position before. He 2-0'd his opponent really quickly.
True.
And I mean, what was the name of that person who beat him?
Name of who? The person who beat
in the open
Firebat?
weekend, yeah, in the open weekend.
Oh, it was Kranich.
Kranich, yeah. Kranich reversed all killed of the Hunter, and it was pretty surprising.
Well, Firebat learned from mistake. No Hunter this series, at least from Chiro. He's gonna have to use his no, it's not. Sorry, excuse me, his Shaman in order to win this series. And you know what? The Zoop deck can always 3-0 anything, and just because it's brutal efficiency, and Firebat's playing pretty well. He doesn't seem like he's affected the way he was in the previous series, where he was, you know, emotionally distraught after a few unlucky juggles.
No, he seems stone cold today.
Yeah.
Did we ever find out why he named this Zoo deck Argent?
That's a question for Amaz, not me. Do you know why?
Oh man, I have. Wait. Oh, if you guys have no idea, I'm not gonna say why.
Oh, okay.
So you know.
I may know.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Are there cards we have not seen?
How does it feel, Blizzard? Huh? To be walled with information.
Oh, soon.
He'll tell you soon. Well, you know, this last deck from Shaman, it struggles against the Zoo deck, but it does have answers to some of the early aggression with cheap spells, and it does have Lightning Storm. And after you clear the board a couple times, maybe twice, you can fight back pretty effectively as the game develops. But do you feel like, is it even? Do you feel like the Shaman has the edge, or even the Warlock player has the edge? Who are you leaning towards here?
It's actually very easy for a Shaman to stabilize, especially early on with Rock Biters, Lightning Bolts, and Earth Shocks. They do have a lot of cheap one-mana spell creatures, one-mana spells to destroy your Zoo opponent's creatures. But once again, the Zoo is just very consistent. That's why it's popular. Even though a lot of people say, oh, there's no skill involved in playing Zoo, there is a lot of skill. You need to know what kind of play, what kind of tech cards you bring into a tournament. And in the end of the day, you do want to bring the most consistent decks to a tournament. So,
absolutely.
yeah.
Well said, Amaz.
I would say
that's still not going to turn people away from hating the deck when they face it against Ladder.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I do like watching Zoo vs. Zoo Mirror.
Right.
A lot of people don't want to watch that, but I think there's a lot of skill involved.
Yeah, I completely agree here as well. I think people really undervalue like a lot of the small things that Firebat is doing. We talked a little about positioning, but also calculating damage and knowing when to trade is often a mark of a great player versus some of the best players. And so I think Firebat's playing on point. At the same time, I feel like there's nothing really that Chiro is doing as a mistake at all. I feel like he's playing pretty solid. Just the only thing that you can debate about is that as the Priest player, he only played, I think, 2 or 3 cards that entire game.
Yeah.
So perhaps he needs to be a little bit more aggressive on board against the Zoo deck.
That happened to me a lot when I was playing Ladder. You know, you queue against a Zoo and you're playing Priest, you play 2 cards and, oh, I can't do anything.
Yeah,
it's so crushing, you know?
You gotta be able
really
to stop that early aggression.
Yeah, you do.
Well, Chiro needs to stop Firebat some way, somehow, or else he is out of BlizzCon.
And that is not a hand to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe he'll find something better.
That's right, he is playing Sylvanas in his deck. This sound is a little bit weird. And because he has Kel'Thuzad.
Oh.
KT, that's the first time we'll see him all tournament.
Yes.
Although we might just have to have a gallery view. I'm not sure if he's able to get in there against Zeus.
Yeah, well, if he wins this game, we could see him again next game.
True story.
Why do you fall?
Amaz is shaking his head. No, please don't let that.
But yeah, once again, you see that Zoo has a very good opening. Any 2-1 drops are a good opening in a second.
There's like no good target to Lightning Bolt, and even if you do, you pull up your mana for the next turn.
Yeah. And this Leopard Gnome is just going to go to town on every totem that comes up.
Why is it important to kill the totems here as the Zoo player?
That's a good question because that's a very good question because Shaman is known for like buffing their minions a lot, even though they're like just zero attack minions, such as like using Flame Tongue to give them attack, use Argus to make a wall. So it's quite important to actually kill a Shaman's minion.
I've often felt during this tournament that these Shaman players should be playing one Bloodlust. There's so many turns where a single Bloodlust.
I mean, some players do. You know, one of my team members, Gara, he likes playing Bloodlust because he sees too many Harrison Jones, and he says, well, you know what? Doomhammer isn't as reliable if everyone has a weapon destroyer. I'm just going to play Bloodlust as another way to finish my opponent. So sometimes you do see it.
We have seen a lot of Harrison Jones. We've seen a lot of oozes, too.
That's right. I mean, we have not yet to see Bloodsail Corsair to remove one durability.
Wow.
But I mean, maybe if there's a pirate expansion, Ben Bro, we can see it. Oh no. All right.
Okay. So here as a shaman, you can use Feral Spirits to set up a wall. You do have to keep in mind that Overload messes up your next turn. So with 3 mana, you could use Stalnos and Earthshock. So you do have like a play next turn. So I think Feral Spirits is okay here.
Oh man, how unlucky is it to draw 2 of the most expensive cards after you drew the 3 other most expensive cards in your deck?
Yeah, I would say it's pretty bad, but at the same time, shamans don't normally run such high creatures. He has Sylvanas in the deck as well, right? So there are some games where you do have to draw them, and you do have to play around that.
Well, this just highlights the power of Defender of Argus. Playing Feral Spirit looks really good against all those 2-1s and 1-3.
Yeah.
But obviously, Defender of Argus turns those guys all into doggy killers.
Oh.
That's right, and they do 4 damage collectively just from its Death Rattle effect.
Yeah, Leper Gnome's hug is not really that good.
No.
You don't want to hug.
Insight from Amaz. Do not approach a Leper Gnome.
Well, I wonder if Chiro also has Reincarnate in this deck, because we see there's Kel'Thuzad, and there is some synergy with that card, especially around Sylvanas.
That would be awesome. If you reincarnate Kel'Thuzad, he comes back and then he resurrects
himself.
That's right. The one that died earlier.
Wow.
And it's really because now you have to kill both KTs or else they resurrect each other every turn.
Yep.
And if he did, then I wonder if he plays a Rupian Egg and then other ways to synergize all. But either way, he has to find some way to relieve this pressure.
Yep.
He needs to find a Lightning Storm or something to stall.
Like, I don't think Chiro's Shaman deck is meant to face against aggro. He really wanted to win the last game, so that this goes really good against control. So this is a problem.
This is a stomp.
Well, I hope somehow he turns this game around, because I want to see more of this Kel'Thuzad Shaman deck. This is great.
You might have to browse the Chinese tournament VODs if you want to see that. They like this deck over in China, and Chiro brought it over, but in this case, it's not working out for him.
I mean, cross-regions decks are pretty interesting. If you ever get to see the Chinese scene, they have pretty interesting stuff going there.
Well, he really needed to draw Lightning Storm last turn.
Oh yeah, he needed to draw spells, really.
Right.
And even if he draws one next turn, is it too late?
It might be. It might be the...
Especially with Lotheb making it cost way too much mana.
Yes,
a million.
8 mana, that's out of range. You can't even draw it next turn.
Yeah.
You don't want to now.
That's an excellent point. And with that consideration, the follow-up damage, I mean, he can't even really play the Feral Spirits either. That costs too much mana. He can't play Alakir. Those are his taunt givers.
Yeah.
Or to give him, to protect his health.
Yeah, the only play from his hand right now that he can do is maybe taunting a totem or using Fire Elemental to kill off a threat. But if Lotheb comes out here, he needs something else. Another Sludge Belcher? Is there anything that keeps him alive?
7 mana Deathwing.
7 mana Deathwing.
He needs a Deathwing.
Oh man.
Oh.
Look at Shiro. He's putting down his headphones already.
Yeah, I think he realizes that's his way.
This is done.
And just as quick as it started, Firebat goes to the top 8.
Incredible.
That was a very quick series.
3-0 from Firebat.
Oh, nice.
Well, Firebat really wanted to win, but you can see the disappointment in Chiro's face. That's not how he wanted to end the tournament run.
Right.
But, for Firebat fans, they've been expecting a good play out of him, and they expected to see him advance from this group. You look at that Group C, you peg Firebat as one of the heavy favorites to go in from the start.
I think Firebat did it for you too, Ben. Because you have to go to a panel soon, right?
Thank you, Firebat. Get me there on time.
That's right. He's really considerate. Well, Firebat goes on to play Cower in the top 8. That'll be happening towards the end of the day.
Right.
How do you feel like he fares up against that match?
Oh, I think Cower is a really strong player. I haven't heard of him before this tournament, and he's been playing really, really solid.
He needs a nickname. We should call him Cower the Crusher.
Cower the Crusher.
Because he's just crushed everybody on his way up here.
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? He also brought his family today. I saw his son and his wife. And
oh, great!
Yeah, it's a very cute thing. I even took a picture of it.
And there's a whole Reddit thread of him too. It was like Italian pride. And I was like, oh my god, it was so big.
He is the Cinderella story of the tournament, coming from a remote part of Italy and stuff. And Firebat will have his hands full. But I'm, obviously, congrats to Firebat. The moment's about him at the moment. We don't want to take away from his win at all. And he's overcome Chiro, which means Run and Gun is the last remaining Chinese player of the round of 16 that's yet to advance, leaving, if he doesn't qualify, then Titter Celestial is the last Chinaman standing.
And Tiddler's no joke.
No, Tiddler's no joke either.
He is really good.
He's a really talented player.
Everybody's really good. Jeez.
Absolutely. And I think it's good for confidence-wise, the 3-0.
Oh,
just putting it out there. I think winning 3-0 is like a really good confidence boost. Like, all right, I got this. So, Firebat will probably be feeling really good about this.
He seems very confident already, and that must just go even further to make him feel great going into this next round.
Absolutely. And that does conclude our third match. I do know that Colenso and Run and Gun is also coming up, but before we do that, we do have an interview with the winner of that series. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Amaz. Rachel, how you doing? Firebat, how you doing? Did you like that series?
Gentlemen, I know that Rachel's voice might have deepened a little bit since the last match, but yes, both Rachel and I are here, and we are with the winner, Firebat. They say that you look confident. Are you feeling confident after a 3-0 victory, something that obviously has to be defined as that went my way?
Am I out? Am I staying?
Yeah, I feel really confident. I feel great. Couldn't have went better.
I mean, when you go into a match like that, we've seen so many series here in Hearthstone during the Hearthstone World Championships that have gone 5 games because you guys are amazing. When you are able to defeat one of the opponents who's still in 3-0, that certainly has to be an additional booster for you.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. But the lineup was, that's sort of how I expected it to go. Like, either go or lose. Got over the priest hump. It was like, I got this.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw pretty much total domination. I mean, you controlled in a lot of the cases. There were a few times I look over and I'm just like, there's no minions on the, on Shiro's board. There's none, and it was like a couple games like that. A game like that, I imagine, it has to be, like we said earlier, it has to build more confidence.
Yeah, it builds a lot of confidence, but even with no minions on your opponent's board, while you're playing Zoo, you always got to be like scared of Alkanai Circle and stuff like that. Like against the Priest game, I saw him hold 3 cards in his starting hand, so that's why I played the Egg instead of the Direwolf. So like, I don't know if that was too cautious or not, because I was really afraid of Wild Pyromancer, Coin, Power Word Shield to just kill all my 2 health minions, and then if that happens, like he just wins the game on the spot from there. So even with nothing on the board, you still have to fear him.
That's good.
Absolutely. Firebat's our resident statistician. He keeps his Excel spreadsheet. So I want to know, most players, they predict, 1 or 2 turns in advance. I want to know, how many opponents in advance are you predicting here? Are you mathematically seeing yourself at the finals right now?
Not yet. I'm not that cocky.
You're fooling us a little bit. No, I mean, I love the confidence. All right, here's a question. Gnomes or goblins? Goblins or gnomes? Which one do you go for?
Let's go with goblins.
Okay, we've got a split right down the middle so far with our top players. 120 new cards coming out next month.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the updated spreadsheets after Blizzard adds over 100 new cards to the game. Is this work that you look forward to, number crunching and figuring out strategies, or is this stuff like, crap, back to the drawing board?
No, it's awesome. I love trying to figure out the most efficient ways to do everything and the best ways to deck build with the new sets and all the combos, and just figuring out everything exactly to the 1% to make it as perfect as possible.
And this is your first BlizzCon. It's already been amazing. New announcements during the opening ceremony. Obviously, the Hearthstone World Championship. Has your opinion changed from yesterday to today, now that the convention has filled up with people and the stage now and the tavern has some patrons?
My opinion on what?
on BlizzCon, on just the experience overall.
No, it's still just awesome. I love it. It's really cool.
What I want to know is, this table is amazing because what we saw before was people in separate booths, and then last weekend at opening weekend, we saw you guys sitting across the table from each other, but you still had the wall of the computer up in front of you. Now you have almost no choice but to stare your opponent in the face after. Are you looking him down? Are you giving him the eyes?
No, I'm not looking him down or trying to do anything like sneaky and make him nervous or anything. I'm just playing Hearthstone and trying to do my best and hoping he brings his best too and we put on a good game.
That's what Hearthstone's all about, I think.
Yeah, what I heard in that answer is that Firebat's saving that for later on. He's got a couple pocket tactics that he's going to be. Firebat, congratulations, man. Moving on to the top 8. We'll see you later on in the quarterfinals. We've got one more decider from Group B. That means more Hearthstone coming your way. This is the Tavern of Champions. And over there, we've got our casters. Casters, one final game, one more player to be eliminated before our quarterfinals. Are you guys having fun still?
Oh man, we are having so much fun. I'm being joined by Reels, by the way.
Yeah.
And Amaz just later, and we're taking a break. And oh man, BlizzCon 2014, World Champs, a lot of stuff's happening.
Oh man, BlizzCon has been an absolute blast so far. I could not be happier to be here. It has lived up to every expectation I've had, and I can't wait for even more of it to come. I am overjoyed, and we get to have even one more quarterfinal set by whatever happens in the next match.
Yeah, my favorite part right now.
So much has happened so far, right?
Yeah, so much, right? Yeah. I really was like, just want to say that the announcements was the best thing that happened so far. What about you? What was your favorite moments of BlizzCon so far?
Holding in the Goblins versus Gnomes love that I've had for the past couple months has been really tough, and I'm glad it's out there in the world for you guys to see. I'm also really excited about Overwatch.
Well, we definitely need to talk to you more because right now the NDA is down, I believe, right? Or is it not?
Somewhat down, right?
So we can talk about anything that's been revealed. Absolutely.
Okay.
So we've seen the trailer. So right now we are super excited about Goblins, Gnomes, and like expansion overall. And then it's in 1 month, right? It's just...
1 month is actually pretty surprising. I thought it was going to be announced at BlizzCon and then it will be released like sometime next year. But this 1 month thing is getting people really hyped up. Like I'm hyped up for it.
Yeah. It is coming in December, so get your sticks of dynamite and your Arclight spanners ready.
Oh man, that's nice.
All right, so guys, we are here at the World Champs, and the next players that will be facing each other is Colento and Run and Gun, I believe. So let's look at the bracket and see what's happening. So from Group A, Tidalus, Celestial, Advanced, and D2 Advanced. Group B, Kaor and Tare. Group C, it's Kranish and Firebat. So right now, Group G, Strife Crew is already there in the top 8. And Colento will have to play versus Run and Gun. And one of them will advance to our top 8. And then top 8 is ready to roll.
Yeah. Strife Crow made it through. He made it through in a best of 5 that went all 5 games against Colento. And now Colento, he's 1-1. He has to play one more to try it again. He's one of the heavy favorites, but he also has to play against one of the other players in Group D, excuse me,
Run and Gun.
tripping up on my words here, but Run and Gun had quite a match of his own in Group D in order to be able to make it through.
Versus Frozen Ice.
Yeah.
Amaz, have you seen that match?
I've seen that match, man. Run and Gun's Priest is something to be feared, and we know that Colento is playing Handlock, so we might see that happen again.
Can you tell us what happened there? Like, not everybody's seen the match, and there was some craziness.
I think the whole match was just crazy, but I don't want to spoil it, really. You guys have to watch, but it involved somewhat of a Jiraxis and a lot of draws and a lot of weird thought steals that actually worked. That's basically what
and
happened.
Molten Giants. A lot of Molten Giants.
Oh, you spoiled it, right? I was like,
I did spoil it?
Like, you know,
Oh, come on,
yeah,
right?
a little bit, but that was a match to be played. I think that was the highlight of the whole open weekend.
Yeah, it was an interesting note to end on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So Run and Gun facing Colento. Who do you think is his favorite to win this?
I think I'm gonna bet on Colento to actually take it because I mean he's just really a solid player, and I'm sure you want him to win too.
Yeah, Colento, of course, he's got the Cloud9 jersey on, hailing from Cloud9, named you are as well. I know that he's sort of certainly the hometown hero for you, and he's considered one of the best players in the world, and he's gonna have a very tough challenge here, though, if he wants to continue to try and prove it.
Well, Colento is a very good player, that's for sure. But I was talking to him before, and I told him, you are the favorite to win this tournament. And he was like, I really don't like being favorite or not. I feel I'm just going to play my game. So he's really focused on his opponent and just winning and just not making any mistakes. So he's not like feeling, yeah, I'm going to take this tournament down. Like he's mostly about playing the game. And on the other hand, we have Run and Gun from China. What do we know about this player?
We know that his priest is super good, and he did pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He plays basketball.
He's had a really tough road even to get to the point where he is. Making it through the qualifier, getting here and having basically the group of death in front of him. Group D for most people was considered the absolute group of death. And even just being 1-1 at this point in it and having a chance to play against Kolento, having a chance to beat Kolento is something to be said of basically him being deserving of it.
I certainly agree. If he eliminates Kolento from this tournament and advances from group of death, that's something that will position him to win the whole tournament. Like,
exactly.
He'll have momentum.
Yeah, the players that we have through to the quarterfinals already represent a huge hurdle to overcome for anyone who makes it through in this match. And that's absolutely true for Run and Gun, but it will be a huge boost of confidence if he makes it to the quarterfinals through Kolento.
Let's quickly look at the bans.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just about to say that everybody would die for a match against Kolento.
Yep.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, Kolento's priest is the one banned away by Run and Gun.
Okay.
And Kolento is taking away Run and Gun's Warlock. That means we will get to see the Paladin.
And we are not going to see any Hunters again.
No Hunters from either player. Neither of them even brought it.
Yeah.
And that's another interesting point to bring up is that Hunter, which is oftentimes so good, neither player even brought it. They think that they're better off without it.
I think both players are really control, more of control than aggro, judging by their deck choices here right now. And even like previous tournaments that Kolento played in, he really does prefer the mid-rangey control matchup. You see him trading a lot and going very safe a lot of times, and just likes to win games by that way. And we see it work a lot. Like, his style is really showing through. I mean, that's to like. How to say it? You contrast that with Strife Crows, really aggressive, always going for the face play, and it's really interesting. Like, there's a lot of strategies in Hearthstone, and it just caters to what you like to do, what you think is best for a tournament, and you just play along with that.
That's why I really love the tournament format, because it's so different from ladder, but it allows you for so much strategy and then planning. With the bans and picks, you just bring different decks. You don't. Well, you practice on ladder as well, but you don't bring the ladder deck to the World Championships. Like, you have to play versus other people. You have to practice with a team. That's why teams are also so important. That's why Kolento is on Club 9, and Run and Gun is, well, he is representing China right now. Does he have like a solid team that he's on?
I think he is, along with, I wish I had it in front of me. I think he's one of the players who is in that sort of Chinese power group that they have. And I don't know if it's like an official sponsored team or anything like that, but they do have a collection of players that all work together who have been at the top of the tournament scene, at the top of the ladder, on the Asian ladder, and I believe that he is one of those players who basically gets along with them very well and works with them.
Well, it's also important that he has a very interesting mustache that the fans are just loving, totally.
It is going to be a clash of styles and a clash of facial hairstyles as well. Kolento, very straightforward. Run and Gun with that little bit of style, that style stash. So we'll see what comes out on top.
All right, I think the players are ready, so we can actually start a game right now.
Ooh, I'm ready.
I'm ready as well. Kolento versus Run and Gun elimination match, last round of the round of 16. And here we can see the mulligans.
So we see, Kolento start with Shaman, that's pretty good. And Run and Gun, actually playing a Paladin first. That actually surprised me a bit.
I like it.
Yeah.
He had a lot of different things that he could have come up against that Kolento can bring. Obviously, all three decks still available. And he decided to go with the Paladin, and he ends up running into the Shaman. Is this a matchup that you've played either side of before?
Oh man, I have not played a Paladin match since forever.
Either
not
with
even
or
played
against?
it? Yeah, neither. It's just like, it's really been falling out of the popularity, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what Run and Gun does. I mean, with his mulligan already, it's interesting. He kept the Sludge Belcher in his opening hand, so
do we know what kind
of plan?
Do we know what kind of Paladin this is? Is this like an a mid-range version, not the control version we are used to see. Maybe an Undertaker Paladin, possibly?
I think it is the control Paladin. So it is a pretty standard control Paladin. He's got a couple things going on in his hand that I think are betraying the style or strategy that he's going for.
Right, but the outdoor does, the outdoor does, you know, put it already. So yeah.
And you mentioned that he kept the Sludge Belcher in his opening hand. And I think that means to me that his strategy for the game when playing against Shamans is to grind out his opponent and try to run them out of resources so that your powerful cards can eventually overpower the Shaman and take over the game.
So this Harvest Golem is going to be very annoying. It's just going to clean all the totems. But the Feral Spirit's help gets some pressure on the board.
Yeah, the Feral Spirit gets in the way, and it is going to obviously stop the Harvest Golem in its tracks. If you are the Paladin here, is there a particular strategy that you have going forward that you're going to use to try to break through what the Shaman has?
Can you tell me more about this matchup, by the way? Like, who is favored to win?
It seems like I would give the edge to actually the Paladin, to be honest, because as soon as there are big, you know, minions that come up, you can just like equality consecrate it away. You know, there's so many board wipes. It just really needs. I think this matchup is all about card advantage, to be honest.
Yeah, I think one interesting thing that's actually going to happen in this game, the Shaman player has already played one Feral Spirit, and we see another one in hand, as well as a Harvest Golem. Usually, Sludge Belchers are really, really good at playing against those cards. The Sludge Belcher survives; it can kill two Feral or two Spirit Wolves and still survive. But if he's able to use this Flame Tongue Totem to good effect, he might actually be able to break through even some of those. Right now, he attacked into the Harvest Golem. He could have ignored it, but he decided to attack into it, and now he's going to lose a Feral Spirit, a Spirit Wolf rather, for it.
Well, also I think it's important to note that Paladin doesn't have much AoE removal in his hand. Normally you have Consecration, you have Equality, a Pyromancer, but there is nothing like that. He will be only playing minions.
Yeah, but he's doing it in a pretty good spot right now, to be honest. He has a sword equipped. He has a lot of Belchers to stop all the, you know, 3 health minions. I mean, look at the Shaman's hand right now. You have Harvest Golems, you have Feral Spirits, they're all 3 health. So, I think, yeah, Run and Gun is doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah, Run and Gun is definitely doing quite well. And what he does have is the promise of a lot of draws to come. Even though he doesn't have all of those AE removal in hand right now, between 2 Sludge Belchers, a Holy Light, the heal from his True Silver Champion, and maybe even Lotheb to a certain extent, he's going to have a lot of time to find, hopefully, the answers he needs.
And I think it's actually interesting to see that Colento didn't put the Azuric last turn. He decided to do Totem and Feral Spirits, just so that he can get more value out of his Flame Tongue. And that actually paid off for him really, really good. So that was a very good move.
Yeah, he had to choose whether or not he wanted to play Fire Elemental on turn 6 or try to make sure that he could get good value out of his Flame Tongue Totem. The Totem was already out there, so I agree that that was an interesting choice that he made, and I think it was pretty good.
Oh, Kodo is a big draw here.
Damn, beating Kodo.
It's a great card to get to remove the totem.
So you have other options here.
You just slam Kodo here?
I mean, Kodo right now does kill every single Shaman creature. You could just equip the sword and kill the Flame Tongue Totem that way, but then you kind of lose the ooze.
You lose the ooze.
You lose the ooze, and without developing the board, right? So,
So is there any value in like keeping Kodo and Aldor Peacekeeper to like combo them out against the Shaman? Shaman doesn't have that many big minions, right?
Well, yeah, you do want to put the Aldor on the Fire Elementals, right? Or the Lotheb that comes up later.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think a Belcher here would be fine. Sorting out the Flame Tongue would be fine too, because, you know...
And just use the Hero Power?
And just use the Hero... Yeah, Hero Power is always good.
I think Hero Power is really important in this matchup as well. You're just building up the board, and those 1/1 tokens are very annoying for the Shaman to deal with if you don't have the Lightning Storm.
I really wonder what Run and Gun is thinking about right now.
Move quickly. For justice.
All right, he does decide to go with the sword. I actually agree with that because yeah, Kodo is like, you really want to play it anytime you want, and it doesn't seem like a time you need to play it. And if you develop the sword, you do kill 2 creatures. So that was pretty good. Over at Kalento's side here, he could drop Fire Elemental right now and clear the 1/1, so it's really difficult for Run and Gun to kill his Fire Elemental.
Yeah, it seems like it would be really powerful right now. He has the ability to clear out both of his opponent's minions and have this Fire Elemental in play that can't be removed by just the true Silver Champion, as far as he knows.
So Kalento here, I think an outdoor Peacekeeper would be pretty good. I mean, the Fire Elemental is pretty scary. You don't want to sacrifice anything to it. So if you put like Sludge Belcher here, it just gets destroyed. That's really bad.
So outdoor Peacekeeper is correct here to just reduce the attack of Fire Elemental and.
Well, there are a lot of good plays. I mean, even the Lothep here is completely fine because it only loses to Hex, and if your Lothep gets Hex, it's not really the end of the world, right? But the Fire Elemental stay on the board. So I think you really need to deal with that big creature right now.
Yeah, and is Outdoor Peacekeeper the best way to do that? Just try to reduce its attack so you can survive as long as possible?
Yeah, it seems like that way. You can also use Humility with something like a 5-drop, like a Sludge Belcher if you want to develop the bird further.
Yep. Is the Paladin's plan to just survive as long as possible? Is that sort of just the
Yeah, it does. The main swing point comes when the Paladin gets...
Moment of truth.
Forceful play. He hits the Fire Elemental there.
It's not bad. But yeah, the swing point comes when the Paladin can clear the board with Equality Pyromancer or Equality Consecrate, something like that, and then just swarm the board and, pressure the Shaman and overwhelm them with minions.
Well, overall, whatever Shaman is involved in the game, you have to deal with the board. So Shaman wants to expand the board, and Paladin wants to cut the board short.
Yeah. You see that both players are trading minions really well, like efficiently. So a good way to see who's winning is looking at the cards. That's usually how I approach this matchup.
So who is winning right now?
So right now it seems like Kalento is winning because minions on the board are also cards that you just played already, right? So you just count the number of cards and count the number of minions. That's a rough way of doing it, really.
It looks like he was having a tough time deciding what he wanted to use his True Silver Champion on. He ends up taking out the most power he can by killing the damaged Golem.
He wants the Outdoor to stay on the board, so... Yeah.
Well, he's going to go ahead and play Lotheb as well, which is going to stop his opponent from playing any big removal spells. That Hex is going to be locked out at least for a turn unless he wants to pay basically his entire turn for it.
Right, but I don't think Run and Gun would be... Oh, I mean, Kalento would be wanting to hex Run and Gun's minions that are not really high value. You have like stuff like Tyrion, you have Izera, you have Guardian Kings. Those are better hex targets.
Yeah, if you were playing against a Paladin deck, would you make sure you always had a removal in hand just in case Tyrion came out?
Oh yeah, you do not want to fish an Ashbringer. That would be the worst case scenario.
You definitely want to stop Tyrion from being played there. Do you just develop the board here, right?
Yeah, it would seem like it.
Play those sticky minions and then play around removal. We know that Run and Gun doesn't have removal in the hands, but Kalento doesn't know. He has to play around it.
Right, and you were pointing out, Kel'Thuzad is possibly such a huge draw. Unfortunately, he can't take big advantage of it this turn, so it's probably going to stay in hand. It's not going to get played just yet.
Because if you play any big bomb against a Shaman, it's just going to get removed.
Right. Usually when you play Kel'Thuzad, the best time to play it is on a turn where you can crash in your minions and have them die, and then return them right away. So you make sure that you get value out of your Kel'Thuzad.
Exactly. So it's effectively giving all your minions their Frato summon themselves in return.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
It's a fantastic card to get. Like this turn, he can just develop the bird, the board in third turn, just trade with the minions, and then Kel'Thuzad next turn will be fantastic anyway.
Yep. And he does have the Owl in hand this turn as well. And Nimsh, do you think that it's worth it to get rid of one of the death rattles with the Owl, or is there something that a Shaman deck might have that you would want to hold on to your Owl for and save it?
I think you can use the Owl here. Some of the Shaman decks they might be using Sylvanas, but I wouldn't expect Sylvanas in their decks. And silencing Alakir is not that valuable as well.
Yeah, most of the time when a shaman plays Alakir, it's when you're already dead, right? They're just using it to finish you off.
Yeah, and this Iron Beak, even if you use it here, next turn you might be able to trade with it, and Kel'Thuzad will resurrect it. So
it's interesting that Run and Gun is he's going all the way down on his rope before deciding to play Sludge Belcher. He could do it.
Oh, is he not playing?
Oh, wow. So he actually is playing around Lightning Storm, and there's the Alakir.
Wow, that was a very surprising play. We'll see if it pays off.
Colento is still fighting for the board, trying to develop his, and that Lightning Storm will do a lot of damage. No RNG rolls.
The Lightning Storm is still going to be great, but credit to Run and Gun for an amazing play by holding back minions in his hand.
Yeah, that was actually a great play. He saved the Sludge Belcher.
That was a great read. If his Sludge Belcher had taken a bunch of damage from a Lightning Storm, he almost certainly would have lost it. And he could have played the Owl as well and lost that. And of course, we know that Owls just love to run in there and die.
It's quite amazing that Run and Gun has still not drawn the Pyromancer combo with Equality, or just Equality Consecrate.
Oh, but he's fishing for as many cards as he can get. And
oh, that's one of them.
Well, just one is still double Equality in the deck, possibly. And is he even running Pyromancers?
I would assume so. Pyromancer's just combos with so many cards in the Paladin deck that it's just so valuable.
Yeah, he has Wild Pyromancers in his deck, and he's going to need to get them pretty soon. The good news is he's still at 30 life. The bad news is his opponent has a much more developed board than he does, and his opponent also has a lot of removal in hand. Oh, and there is the Sylvanas, so immediately after playing Owl, Sylvanas comes out, but his Paladin deck is not quite the same as others. He has even a Spellbreaker waiting in the wings.
Two Silences is definitely pretty good this meta, with all the Death Routers running about.
Is Sylvanas something really surprising to Shaman deck? I haven't seen Sylvanas, well, very often.
It's more of a 50-50. We do see a lot of Shamans playing around with that card nowadays. Because really, all a Shaman needs is board control, right? And then burst at the end.
Oh, so Sylvanas does help. Pyro.
Oh, wow.
Can he clear with this? Possibly.
He could use his Holy Light and actually clear the board. Because the Harvest Golem is effectively 4 health. And if you cast Pyromancer Consecrate, it deals 3 damage. And then with another spell, it deals the remaining 1. So we could actually clear the board here.
I think you have to clear.
Yeah.
So what do you do, Amaz? Like, do you play Pyromancer?
Yeah, I play Pyromancer Consecrate and actually Holy Light my Pyromancer so it stays alive.
Right.
Because it's really difficult for a Shaman to remove 1 health minions. It's not as easy as, like, say, a Druid or Mage.
Right, they have to commit usually a whole card unless they have something like a Spectral Creeper still alive or a Searing Totem.
Yeah.
But he silenced the Haunted Creeper.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. He would have killed the Haunted Creeper if he didn't silence it too, but it is okay.
All right, well, he goes for exactly that, and he gets the board back.
So this is the turning point. We'll see if Paladin can maintain the board control, because usually after a board clear, Paladin wants to just keep applying pressure with like big 5-drops, because 5-drop minions are really annoying to deal with.
But the Shaman has a lot of huge monsters of his own that are going to be just coming out right now.
That's a bit unusual for the Shaman. Like, Shaman mostly uses the small creatures, and here we can see, well, a lot of Sylvanas and Alakir.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you see every day in the Shaman's hand.
So I'm sure Colento saw Run and Gun's deck from before and knows that he has multiple silences in his Paladin. He could have chosen to play Flame Tongue that turn as well. Oh, and if he had, the Game Hunter would have been so bad.
He would have been punished for it.
All right, so Colento, greater than I. I would have considered it to try to bait out another silence onto the Flame Tongue.
You think he was really playing around the Flame Tongue Totem? I mean, he was playing around being a hunter by not playing Flame Tongue?
I guess so. Well, I mean, if you play the Flame Tongue Totem now, it really doesn't accomplish anything, right? You're not getting value out of it. You're not even using its attack immediately. So usually Flame Tongue Totem, you want to drop it the turn you can use it.
Right. It's also like concealed damage.
Right, exactly.
Well, there has been 1 Consecrate and both True Silver Champions played by the Paladin. So Colento knows there's not much left, but even still, the potential of getting blown out by something like Big Game Hunter that actually got drawn would have been pretty bad. So
yeah, I mean, it's just a bit more careful, really. And
which is exactly the style of player that Colento is.
Yeah, he is pretty careful.
This is such an awkward turn for Run and Gun.
It really is.
He can't really kill anything right now, which is a shame.
He isn't holding any spells, so at least the Lotheb is not a big punish right now.
It's just a vanilla 5/5.
Right. Ooh, and a second Hex drawn. So removal for days. And if Kolento can keep up the pressure, he may be able to end up taking this game out from under Run and Gun's Paladin, but Run and Gun still has a chance to top deck a little bit more removal to go along with his very powerful minions.
Right.
If Kolento clears his board, well, he possibly can't clear, right? Or can he? With Alakir?
I don't think he's looking to clear the board. I mean, if you clear a board versus his Paladin, it's really awkward.
But you want to do it to avoid equality, right?
You do want to do it, but then your opponent didn't use an equality for the longest time. So you would kind of expect them to have one. You don't want to overcommit. You want to kind of swarm your board with totems, get some value out of Flame Tongue, and then hopefully draw, you know, your finishers later, like a Rock Biter on the Alakir.
Kolento is going to have to make a tough choice here. He may just end up playing something like the Sylvanas. He could also play the Alakir. If he were to play the Alakir, sort of just to play it, he's going to run into the Black Knight, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Run and Gun, his eyes might get big here.
Oh wow, this will be a huge turn for Run and Gun. Or Rope and Gun.
Oh, 2 Holy Lights. That's interesting.
Oh, Wolf Pyromancer, that's you know, if this Paladin deck is anti-aggro, it makes sense.
It does make sense. I mean, heal for 6 and deal 1 damage across the board. That's a pretty good spell to have.
Maybe he did cut the Guardians.
Oh, that's actually...
Guardian is much slower.
Hey, yeah.
Oh wow, the Black Knight is killing the Alakir.
Oh man.
No, Alakir, goodbye. My only friend.
But Lotheb is still there. My free Lotheb staring at you.
Yeah, Consecrate #2 would have been the ideal draw off the top of the deck. Now Run and Gun has to decide if he wants to use something like Spellbreaker just to get another minion onto the board.
Is there any value in developing the Big Game Hunter? You've seen the Lightning Storm.
Yeah, exactly, because in a Shaman's deck, you don't see any creatures you can actually Big Game Hunter, aside from like a Flame Tongue something. So, yeah, would have liked to see that.
Well, this turn, he still has the opportunity to token, so
now it's
he went for
interesting,
that
yeah,
instead.
but it's interesting he attacked the Healing Totem, because obviously, like, why would you attack a Healing Totem and just heal back up to full, right? He's kind of like guessing that his opponent has Argus, so if the Healing Totem trades for something, it would be at 1 less health.
Or Flame Tongue.
Even,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
So
that was
actually, pretty smart.
That was good, yeah. And 1 damage into the face, it really doesn't matter at this point. It's a control versus control matchup. The board position matters much, much more.
I really like when players do this preemptive attack. It happens with Druid as well. Like you shapeshift and you attack into something to be able to kill it in 1 turn or 2 turns. And it really signals like when somebody is on the world level of Hearthstone, they're just starting to learn.
All right, well, the trades come in for Kolento, and he's debating whether or not to play the Sylvanas, and he decides to go against it. So,
oh, wow.
Sword of Justice drawn by Run and Gun. That actually would have been very valuable earlier. Now he's behind a little bit on board. Doesn't have a great way to
Kalthuzad is not that useful.
Kill the Flame Tongue. So the Spellbreaker is likely to come out here.
Yep.
Your magic shall
Which means Sylvanas will not be able to be silenced as far as we know yet.
But I still like Run and Gun is in such a good position.
He still has 23 points of health, a lot of good cards in hand, and a board where Kolento.
Yeah.
Well, Kolento is in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to come back right now, especially 2/2s are going to pop up every turn in the minimum.
So, Amas, can you tell me what is the way for Kolento to win from this spot?
It's pretty difficult because I want to say he wants to draw Doomhammer, but he doesn't know that his opponent has Harrison. Because you know, up to a certain point, Shaman does lose board control, and then you just have to win it first.
And the 2-for-1 Black Knight ended up being really important. And that's an interesting card that we don't see very often in Shaman. If you were to build a Shaman deck today, would Dark Iron Dwarf be one of the first cards that you would look to put in?
Yeah, it wouldn't be in it, but it certainly is a great card in Arena, right? So then, because you can just activate your totems anytime. So Kolento kind of took that perspective and just put it in, and didn't work too well in this game. But I could see it being.
Oh, it's Kel'Thuzad time.
Kel'Thuzad is just resurrecting the minions.
So getting back a 4-3 is, he says, good enough.
Yeah, it's good enough.
It is a lot of value.
It's going to run into Hex pretty much right away. And Kolento could consider doing something like Sylvanas and Defender of Argus.
Oh.
He has seen 2 silences already played by Run and Gun, so
that
do you
could
think,
be pretty tricky.
Yeah, that it would be pretty scary.
Yeah, especially if the Sylvanas steals the Kel'Thuzad and the Kel'Thuzad resurrects the Sylvanas.
Oh, that would be unbelievable. It would be a huge risk to take. And
my shield.
He has a couple of choices, right?
Of course.
The safest play would be to hex the KT and not do any funny plays.
Absolutely.
I think he's going for it. Yeah, he's going for it.
As much as I wanted to joke about it, Kolento, of course, the best odds almost certainly are just in taking out KT. No reason to lose everything there. And the first equality is drawn, so there's 1 Pyromancer left in his deck if he's playing 2, and there's 1 Consecrate left in his deck. And now he has an equality as well.
7 cards, 9 cards. Are we going to go to the Fatigue?
I think it's more likely that the Paladin deck, if it is going to win, will eventually be able to punch through.
Right.
Either way, I don't think the game is going to go all the way to Fatigue. Oh, and Reincarnate is drawn.
Wait, what is happening?
Oh, wow.
He can kill every minion besides the Guardian and have Sylvanas and Guardian in play.
Wow.
Unbelievable top deck for Kolento.
Such a huge card. And normally, this card is not that good. I mean, it needs setup, and this is exactly setup that Kolento needed.
Yeah, he set it up, and the setup is there. It is here. It is now. Kolento is going to think about exactly what he wants to do in subsequent turns. I know that he knows the play is there.
Yeah, of course he does. But
he's probably considering what could happen that's bad after this that he needs to prepare for.
Possible equality in clear, like
right.
You don't want to get equality Consecration or equality Pyromancer after you just took over the board.
But man, the 2-mana mind control is looking so juicy.
Right? As a priest specialist, what do you say to that?
2-mana mind control. Give me 5 of those in my deck.
All right, Kolento is going for it.
Well, yep. Sylvanas is coming out, and he doesn't play the Reincarnate.
Oh, that is interesting.
Oh, and a dueling Sylvanas drawn by Run and Gun.
This might end up being even better for Kolento.
Yeah, because if you're the Paladin right now, you kind of don't want to drop more minions.
Do you want to drop Sylvanas or not?
You don't even want to drop anything because the Sylvanas is just going to trade with your Guardian and take whatever you put out, right? Because the Guardian is obviously going to attack into this Flame Tongue right now. So
this totem with Taunt is so annoying.
Oh man, it's really awkward right now.
Oh, he's even considering playing Harrison Jones at this point.
Just have some force on the board.
Well, he could do something like play Equality and try to force a trade.
Could.
Can you just Hero Power Pass?
You could Hero Power Pass will probably be better just because if you put a Sylvanas into a Sylvanas, you usually lose because if you can kill, if that person can kill his own Sylvanas like that, you just take your Sylvanas and it just gets really confusing. But the point is, don't put a Sylvanas into a Sylvanas. It usually doesn't end up well.
Even if it's a golden Sylvanas, how can you avoid playing a golden Sylvanas?
Oh man.
Defender of Argus is an interesting card to get. You just seen your opponent attacking into Taunt's Hero Power Pass.
Right.
Maybe you just taunt up the totems, kill the 1/1 and go full face and just leave the Sylvanas without the taunt.
Yeah, you could, but then at the same time, I think you do want to use the Searing Totem to at least kill the 1/1 so your Sylvanas just doesn't die to trading if you do use Argus like that.
Let none survive.
Oh, it's just going to take it right now. Oh no, really? That's interesting.
Well, as far as he knew, he didn't have a really great way to defend his Sylvanas.
Okay.
He could have played the Defender of Argus.
Yeah, I'm interested to know if there's another target for Reincarnate. I mean...
Ooh.
Kel'Thuzad maybe?
Oh.
That's a good combo. Amat, can you explain exactly how it works?
Yeah, if you reincarnate a Kel'Thuzad, the Kel'Thuzad actually resurrects the Kel'Thuzad that just died. So it resurrects himself.
So you have double Kel'Thuzad.
You have double Kel'Thuzad, and then all your minions get resurrected twice. So that's crazy. We might see that happen. I'm not really sure.
All right, well, Golden Sylvanas left play, and Golden Sylvanas is back. But this time it's on run and gun side of the board.
Oh, man.
Kolento still has a very, very tall hill to climb. 26 health is an intimidating amount of health, especially when your opponent has Sylvanas in play. I guess he has good answers in hand for Sylvanas, but he has to find a way to deal 26 damage, probably in a short number of turns as far as he knows.
What's the line of play he's taking here? Because Kolento seems to be mostly trading. Is he really going for fatigue? Like, maybe he wants to answer all the threats that Paladin has and just win fatigue, because...
It's so cool that they are still playing board control up to, like, what, turn... This must be, like, turn 17 or something.
They have,
they're
like,
still playing board control. Yeah, they're not going for any face or anything, so really cool.
They're both down to only a few cards left. I imagine somewhere in Run and Gun's deck is Tyrion.
Yep.
And Kolento very, very wants to hold on to either Hex or Earthshock, at least one of them for Tyrion.
There's little time.
Well, he knows Kel'Thuzad is out of the way. So if he deals with Tyrion... Oh, he even killed the Guardian. So what's left that's beefy in the Paladin's deck?
Tyrion or Ysera, basically.
All right, well, I don't recall if he has Ysera in his deck, but he might, and Tyrion has arrived.
Put your faith in the lights.
Well, if you put your faith in the light, you're going to have a shiny frog.
Yeah.
Actually, I guess maybe not even a shiny one, just a regular old frog from a regular old Hex. So,
put your faith in the shiny frog?
Yeah, it's probably not going to work out for him if he does put his faith in the light in.
And
you can see he just checked it 4 cards to 6.
Okay.
Is there any way to use the Pyromancer? Like,
do you really want a Pyromancer clear this board?
Oh, you probably can't even clear. No, like you don't want to use equality even.
Oh, okay. But you only have 2 spells, and one clears the board, one does 1 damage, so probably not.
That's so awkward.
Oh no! Like, look at Renegade right now. He's like.
Yeah, because there is no way to force the Hex. Like, if you play Hearthstone, Jones, it will probably die to whatever, but you don't want to play Hearthstone. Or do you? Because even if they play Doomhammer, you won't be able to play Hearthstone.
Oh yeah, that's true. So just play Harrison as a creature, right? We saw that happen with the with 2 series ago where Harrison just was unplayable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just play Doomhammer and you're like, I can't play Hearthstone.
Oh, and there it is. So Harrison indeed does come out, and he thought about it for quite a while, but he realizes he only has 4 cards left in his deck, and he can't just draw 6.
Oh man, if Kolento draws Kel'Thuzad, it's going to be the biggest draw ever.
Wow. Well, to be honest, if he draws Kel'Thuzad, he only has 7 spots on the board.
Oh yeah, and there's a Pyro equality, but still, it would be very amazing to see a KT reincarnate.
And he gets a
second Rockbiter.
That's a lot of possible damage. If he gets a Doomhammer, how much is this?
Well, if he gets a
16.
Doomhammer, it's basically a fireball, right? Rockbiter weapon is basically a fireball, so that's how I calculate anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, it goes from 10 damage with 1 Rockbiter to 16 with the other. It starts off at a base of 4, so a lot of damage potential for Kolento in hand as soon as he draws Rockbiter. And as far as he knows, with 27 health, he'll have time to draw it. It's Harrison Jones versus the world.
Oh man, I feel like this is a game of chicken. Whoever uses their removal first loses.
Yep. It's going to be pretty scary coming down to the wire, and Run and Gun is trying really hard to bait out that Hex, but...
Yeah.
This Harrison is not doing much.
It's clean totems.
It's something.
It's doing something, yeah.
But it's not the Hex worthy.
But then it's just gonna, keep on clearing your board to deal with. Oh, okay.
All right, well, Lightning Storm is a great draw. Otherwise, I was going to ask, at what point do you choose to use a Rockbiter for removal instead of holding it for damage, and now he doesn't need to?
Well, I think as long as he has a Taunt Totem, he doesn't have to use the Rockbiter. But
at the same time, your opponent did drop Harrison, and they didn't drop any other creatures. So it seems like he's running out of actual playable minions. So I think that Lightning Storm here is pretty justifiable.
But do you even want to Lightning Storm? Maybe just attacking into a 1/1 and passing the turn is the play. Harrison will attack into the Taunt Totem, and that's it.
Well, at this point, Kolento has a Searing Totem and no other minions that can attack in hand or in play. So he's banking on either running his opponent entirely out of cards or finding something that can deal damage. With that in mind, I think it probably is worth it to just pull the trigger on Lightning Storm, kill off that Harrison before it turns into damage for his opponent, try and make sure he can win the fatigue race.
Do you think like Colento is winning the fatigue race anyway? I mean, or maybe he thinks he is winning because he already saw one Holy Light and he saw the Leon Hands as well. Right. So like healing is out of the question, and he knows that he has a lot of initial damage with double Rock Rider here.
And yeah, with double Rock Rider, it's like a sprint at the end of the race, right? Sure, you're each dying, but you know, at the end, you get that power move to get you through.
Wow, so you think like Colento is going to have a sprint on run and gun?
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Well, I think if you are sitting in run and gun seat, you're probably not too scared of 1 damage a turn.
Yeah, but you're not too comfortable either.
Well, you're much more worried about your dwindling number of cards than you are.
Oh no, you have to use Aldo on the steering column.
Well,
just for the minion.
I respect it. I respect the desire to get any board presence he can in play, and even if it just means a 3-3. Oh, and the Rock Biter does come out. So the Rock Biter comes out, takes out the Eldar Peacekeeper. Colento knows now that his opponent was more or less run out of resources.
Do you use Reincarnate now?
4/4/4?
I think you just keep it. You haven't seen a single equality yet.
He definitely does know his opponent still has equality.
Yeah, definitely.
And if he doesn't have Wild Pyro yet, of course he does, but even if he thought he didn't have Wild Pyro yet, he's drawing it soon.
One last card is a Sun Fury Protector.
It's actually a pretty good draw here with 2 attack.
Yeah, at this point, anything that can draw out removal or resources from Colento is what Run and Gun is looking for, but it's not enough to draw out a Hex.
Well, I have to tell you guys, I did not expect this game to like go to fatigue and look like this.
Oh, neither did I. This is a real slugfest the whole way through.
It's really surprising. How many cards Colento has left? Like what?
Colento has 1 card left, and Run and Gun looks like he has 3.
No, Run and Gun has 1 card left for sure.
Oh, Run and Gun has 1 card left.
Run and Gun has 1 card left next turn to draw.
Okay.
Colento, I believe, still has 3 cards left in his
Right, okay, I got it the other way around. Right.
Well, if you reincarnate the Rubin Egg, you get a 4/4 and you still have the egg.
Yeah, but it dies anyways to equality, right? So it
But you get a
like
spider then.
You do, but it's gonna die. So it actually accomplishes nothing, weirdly enough.
Wow, Colento has to do the calculations now. Who is winning the fatigue race? Last card for Run and Gun is...
I believe it's Consecrate.
Oh, yeah, it is, of course it is.
Consecrate number 2 has arrived. Unfortunately, that egg is going to be pretty annoying. And it may mean that... I'm not sure how Run and Gun can force removal out of Colento. I think Colento is going to win this game with just that Hex in hand, regardless of what else he draws.
Yeah, even if he gets a Doomhammer, I mean, it will be helpful to get fatigue, but Run and Gun is just out of his guns. He has to run.
Just run. All he has left is run.
Yeah.
No more gun.
That's a tough thing for a Paladin.
Right.
So do you start spamming well met?
You just can't... Like, I'm trying to think of a way Run and Gun can win from this position, but it looks really, really good.
Yeah, well, he's going to end up with a 3-1, and I like this line of play.
This is actually the best play. I like this.
A strong clear, and it gives him, although it's only 3 damage, the most pressure he can get his hands on going into the next turn.
If there is a Doomhammer, this guy... Oh! But this is a weird card to get.
There's no Doom...
Well, he has to have a Doomhammer. Come on. Maybe he did copy.
Maybe he really doesn't.
Doomhammer, the last card.
He doesn't have Doomhammer. Wow.
Doomhammer.
He's just playing a reincarnate deck. Wow. And he's going to have a tough choice to make on whether or not to use the Hex on the 3-1. I'm almost certain, of course, Colento knows that Tyrion is sitting in the hand of Run and Gun.
Whoa.
And he's not going to pull the trigger on the Hex. If he were to.
If he was really counting cards, Colento knows exactly what 2 cards Run and Gun has in his hand.
Yeah.
Right.
But wait a minute, if Colento does decide to put the egg right now, the Pyromancer can trade for the egg, and then equality wipes the board, and then Run and Gun can just spam 1/1s and win the game that way.
That's right, yeah.
But does he have enough time though? Oh, this is so weird. Because we know the Hex is gonna go on Tyrion.
Wow, wait, you're right.
This is so weird.
You're right, the 1-1s will be super important because there is no Doomhammer.
Oh, this is so weird.
Run and gun can still take it.
It's interesting that we assume Doomhammer. We've seen Kolento play this deck before throughout the World Championships. I don't believe we've seen him draw his entire deck, though, so we just assumed there was Doomhammer there the whole time, but it is a Reincarnate deck instead.
So both players are out of cards in their decks, but this game is still undecided.
Oh, look at Run and Gun. He's trying to count the cards and just really deciding, like, what cards would Kolento be holding? Certainly not a Doomhammer. He certainly wouldn't hold a Doomhammer in this position.
And this was really smart from Kolento, deciding not to play the Egg and the Reincarnate.
Oh, yeah.
The 4-4 alone, of course, threatening his opponent's 3-1. And even if Run and Gun decides not to use Equality here, he's going to have to hope that Kolento rolls, I guess, a Searing Totem? Because that's the only way that his Silver-Hand Recruit will be able to trade for the Azure Drake and force Kolento to do something else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But still, being Run and Gun, you have to think about a Doomhammer. You know, everybody is playing a Doomhammer or even a double Doomhammer now.
Oh, wow. If he plays a Tyrion here, that is actually so smart. Because the Azure Drake can't kill the Pyromancer now.
Yeah, because the Throat Token will stop it.
Yeah. This is the weirdest game I've ever seen.
So who's in the lead, Amat?
It really depends on when Kolento decides to pull the trigger. Because if he doesn't, I think he wins. Because Kolento's gonna pop his own Nerubian Egg by reincarnating it, and 4 damage a turn is a lot.
He will have a 4-4.
Yeah. So, oh
but
man.
Do you think Run and Gun is forced to kill the Azure Drake now?
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh, he does.
Oh, he does. Okay, so he goes ahead and uses the Equality, but now it's going to be a 1-1 versus a 4-4.
Oh, man.
But Kolento's going to have to go to the face with his 4-4 and try and win the Fatigue War.
Is it a taunt totem? No, it's a 1-1. That's good.
Still good. It's still good.
Quite good.
So who's winning this race?
Wait. I think the Paladin can't win this because sooner or later Kolento's going to get a taunt totem.
You're right.
But then Kolentos only has 13 health left. So what's going to happen?
Yeah, let's count it quickly. Reals, you're good at math.
Oh, Reals, go.
Someone out there has done the math for me. I'm just going to buckle up and be along for the ride with you guys.
Wow.
I'm sure Life Coach already knows.
Okay. But does it depend on when the taunt totem is going to be drawn?
If you get a taunt totem, you are able to stop 2 points of damage.
Yeah, because you want to squeeze in as much damage as you want. I mean, if I'm running out, I'll just go for the face right now. Because, I mean, if you clear the board, it's not going to work. There's a 4-4 on the board, right? And 4 is bigger than 1. So, you know, you have to go for the face here.
Is there any merit in trading the 4-4 into 1-1? I don't think so.
No. you want to kill over 4 turns? There's 16 damage to your face. There's no way.
And Run and Gun got fatigue damage first.
Yeah. Run and Gun does decide to do that. Oh my god.
3 points of damage from fatigue.
Oh, so it doesn't matter anymore because Kolento will take 4 and 5.
Yeah,
right? So Kolento needs to beat Run and Gun in 2 turns.
Yeah, he has this turn to attack and next turn to attack, and that is it.
Yep.
So it is theoretically 5 damage.
Exactly.
And that's it.
So actually, the 1-1s actually don't do anything, does it? Do they actually do anything?
Well, next turn, one of them can take out the Searing Totem. He needed to get in his guaranteed damage.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Turn.
But a Taunt Totem!
A Taunt Totem!
All right, well, the Taunt Totem is here, so
Wait,
I still think that means that Run and Gun wins the game, does he not? I believe Kolento...
4 damage! 4 damage!
Not going to be
5
enough.
damage enough? Oh, no. All right, wow.
So Run and Gun is going to win this.
Kolento can't do it.
Run and Gun winning the Fatigue War.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Kolento knows. It's not enough damage.
Oh.
And he just concedes the game before the fatigue gets him.
Wow, what a series.
Run and Gun.
What a game.
What a start to this amazing series.
Well,
Kolento versus Run and Gun.
I definitely did not expect that.
I think that one
No
game
part of that.
may have been just as long as the entire last series.
Yeah, with Firebat Sue, right?
The trio Sue.
Winning the 3 in a row with the aggro deck last series, and now we've got a real series on our hands with just this amazing fatigue game for game 1. Absolutely down to the wire, a slugfest the whole way through. with run and gun, barely taking it with control paladin.
I think he played exceptionally well. Like, he was counting into the last points. He held to Tyrion almost to the last moment as well.
Right.
He didn't get his equalities early, but he was able to get them by the end of the game and use them perfectly.
Yeah, that Tyrion play was actually amazing because
the game-winning play.
Yeah, it's a game-winning play because the Hex means that the Azure can't kill the Pyromancer. So that was crazy.
So he got like sneaked in a couple of points of damage and was able to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, he identified the exact moment where he knew that no matter what, his Tyrion was going to get hexed. But even though it got hexed, that means that, like you said, the Azure Drake was not going to be able to kill off his Wild Pyromancer, and then he was able to use his Wild Pyromancer the very next turn to clear out the board. Fantastic play.
Wow.
Imagine his relief when he saw like there is no Doomhammer.
Yeah, I was surprised that there wasn't Doomhammer, but it makes sense, right? I mean, we see a lot of oozes, we see a lot of Harrisons. You know, why play something that's gonna get you blown out anyways, right?
Right,
so, yeah,
right.
Makes sense, but wow, that 8 mana 0/1 taunt.
It was an 8 mana 0/1 taunt, that little froggy, and we were sort of joking about how inconsequential and how Tyrion's gonna be a frog. And it was like the game-winning frog. It really was.
Put your faith in the shining frog.
That's right.
Wow.
That's the thing.
We were joking about it too, yeah.
All right, so Kolento lost his Shaman, and right now he's down to his Druid and Warlock. What is he going to pick to counter the Paladin?
Probably not the Handlock, right? I mean, Shaman does really well against Handlock, so I would be expecting Druid. But at the same time, I think Druid matches up really well against both of those matchups. So Kolento has kind of an uphill battle here.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Handlock is Handlock versus Paladin is a weird matchup. It seems like Paladin has an edge because you have a lot of answers to Giants with Aldor Peacekeeper. Right. You have equality to control the board. But on the other hand, there is Jiraxis, and it warps the matchup a bit.
Jiraxis is one of the cards that does very well against Control Paladin, but Control Paladin is one of the control-beating control decks. It is one of the decks that does better against other control decks than almost any other class in the game.
So we're talking about Control Shaman, right?
Oh, are we?
Oh, actually, Control Paladin.
Yeah, Control Paladin does better against almost any other control
deck. That's true.
Than any other class in the game. So I would have to imagine that it's much more likely for Kolento to take the aggressive route of the Druid and try and get that pressure on board, get that early damage in, and follow it up with that high burst, of course, with the combo Force of Nature and Savage Roar.
All right, guys, I think the players are ready, so we can actually jump into the second game, and see how it goes. I think Kolento is actually going with the Druid deck.
Yeah,
okay,
as we expected. So we'll see how it works.
I do think this is a good choice. The Paladin deck absolutely is capable of beating Druid, but they need to keep the board clear early and often so they don't take too much damage early.
All right, so tell me about those hands. Kolento is playing a very aggressive Druid with Echoing Ooze. Oh,
yeah, we did see in the opening weekend that Kolento is playing the Token Druid, the one he made a while back with the Echoing Ooze. So if Run and Gun is, knows about this, he really wants to see, single removal early on, like a sword, and then at later games, a Consecrate combo, just to clear the board like we saw just now.
Right, well, speaking of a sword, I think that you were referring to a True Silver Champion, but a Sword of Justice is drawn. What does that card do in the matchup against Druid?
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest. I haven't played with Sword of Justice in ages. It was like in early beta that I played it. It was a crazy card, right? Plus all your creatures, but yeah, it's crazy. So Haunted Creeper play here is, it's pretty good. I mean, the Echoing Ooze might be buffed up by Argus, and the Creeper does represent that it's going to stick on the board. So I think it's pretty good play there.
Well, the sword is there, and it is available to be used. He could use the coin to play it out, but it looks like he's going to wait until a future time, maybe even just next turn.
All right, so for Kolento, is this hand good? He's not playing Wild Growth, so he didn't expect to get it, but Innervate is important.
Innovate is important if you have another card to, you know, go along with it, but right now it doesn't seem like that's the case. Well, better to draw it sooner than later, I guess. You don't want to be top decking Innovate. So if Kolento draws something big, like an Ancient Floor, for example, the Innovate could come into use really, really well.
Kolento is probably very happy that there was no coin consecration to clear the shade.
Yeah, at this point now, he can probably assume that he does not have a consecration in hand, and that might make him even play both of his 2-drop minions. Now he's drawn the second Haunted Creeper as well, and that would be the most pressure he can do. His hand doesn't have, like you were saying, a lot of resources for the later game, so that Innervate doesn't look too good yet, but if he were to draw something like Ancient Lore, it would be a big deal. But what if he never draws it? He just has to find a way to win with the cards that he has. And now that he knows that there's no Consecrate, he might do that by playing all of his minions.
Well, the benefit here is if he just spawns the board and there is no Consecration, next turn he has Lothep to seal a possible Consecration top deck, or even Equality Consecration to just clear it, which is really a lot of damage coming.
Yeah, he goes for the maximum pressure play. And now Run and Gun really is going to be on the back foot, finding a way to stop the pressure that Kolento is putting in front of him.
Yeah, it's only turn 4, and look at your opponent's board. There's like so much stuff that you can't kill.
They're just going up the Sludge Belcher and pass.
Actually, Sludge Belcher here is pretty sweet. You summon a 4/6 that Death Rattles in turn 2/3.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
I like that play a lot. It means that he wants to, if he can, try and grind out his opponent and start trading with the resources that are already in play. And it might work out really well. Last game, he was able to take his opponent all the way to fatigue and win that way. And a lot of it was on the back of the healing cards that he already has in hand. So he's trying to use his healing cards as well as he can, get the Sludge Belcher out there, trade with stuff, use the heals to heal up, and hopefully find a big sweeper like that Consecrate again later.
Yeah, that's true. He does play 3 heals plus the lay on hands as well. Of course, if you heal yourself, you do need to put some board as well, because, I mean, even if you heal yourself, you're not killing creatures, right? So you need to do both to dodge the Savage Roar combo that, you know, Token Druid has.
I just love the combination of Sword of Justice and Sludge Belcher. Like, look at this. He can't even play Lothep. He needs to use Swipe to not lose the whole board to the Sludge Belcher. But even if it's dead, there's the 2 free taunts.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that?
Pretty good use of Sword of Justice. We might see this. We might see Sword of Justice being back in the meta sometime after if this Paladin works out really well. We saw it working well against the Shaman.
So Kolento is able to deal with this board somehow and push 2 more points of damage.
Yeah, but he was expecting to deal a lot more than 2 this turn.
Yeah.
Sludge Belcher along with that Sword of Justice ending up being a very good combination. Another good card though, Consecrate.
That's a fantastic card to get. You can attack the 1/1 with a weapon and then almost clear. And Druid is like running out of cards.
I do want to point out that Kolento had to make a difficult choice last turn. He had his 2 Echoing Oozes in play and these 2 Haunted Creepers. The most damaging thing he could have done, or the biggest board pressure he could have had, would have been to use the Creepers to kill the Sludge Belcher. Instead, he used the Oozes and let them die, keeping the Creepers, the Haunted Creepers, the front end of them in play.
Yep.
If he had suicided them, Consecrate would be clearing his entire board.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting, because then you kind of bet if your opponent's going to draw Consecrate first, or if you're going to draw Savage Roar first. So Kolento didn't really take that bet because, I mean, look at the Paladin's hand. It's like swarmed with cards.
Yeah, but even still, like, this Consecration is clearing almost everything. It will just leave on board 2 Spectral Spiders, which is not something that Kolento can use to deal huge amounts of damage.
Yeah. Well, it would have been a more obvious Consecrate if the spiders were to be killed and the Spectral Spiders were to be formed.
So who would you say has the advantage from this position right here?
Oh man, I think the Paladin is by far a favorite right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, given that that's the case, what does Kolento need to draw in order to get himself back into the game or try to take an advantage?
Yeah, some bigger
Force of
minions.
Nature, Savage maybe.
Oh, do you think you want to get the combo right now? I think you want something to develop more, like, you know, Spectral Knight, Ancient of Lore, you know, something bigger, really. All these minions are really tiny.
What about just Lotheb and Innervate's Shade? So your board is becoming big again, and maybe you can go face. Because you know that no spells will be played. So you attack face for 4, you get the Paladin to 19, and you develop something really big, like Lothab and Shade is another potentially 8 points of damage.
Sure. I mean, the more you keep Innervate, the more useless it becomes, especially in a token deck. You're not really like dropping 2 big minions, like a 7 and a 5 drop ever. So yeah, I actually do like that play.
And even like if you top deck Savage Roar, next turn you'll be able to play Keeper and Savage Roar possibly.
And Run and Gun decided not to use his Consecrate, even though he could have killed the 4-2 Shade.
Yeah.
And he may be rewarded for it now.
Yeah, he might be punished for it.
Oh wow.
Look at this. That is interesting.
Well, Kolento looks like he's got a little bit of a snafu or
wait,
a little bit of lag or something like that.
It does cost 3, so...
It does cost 3.
Seems there's a disconnect issue here.
All right.
All right, well, we're seeing now over on Run and Gun's side that things are starting to move.
Oh. Oh! Whoa, whoa. He didn't get to play the Shade.
That might be game-changing.
That is interesting.
So Run and Gun is for sure confused about what's happened.
Well, Run and Gun, it seemed like he DC'd as well.
Yep, so it looks like we may have both players having disconnected, unfortunately.
Okay,
we haven't run into this just yet. We've actually gotten through the great majority of the World Championships without any such issues.
Right.
Now, given the position that we were in, if we were able to have both players reconnected and both players able to keep going from this point, still, what would Kolento be able to do to climb back in from this position where he did seem so disadvantaged?
Well, it really depends on what it's going to draw. Because if he gets a Savage Roar, is Savage Roar lethal here?
Savage Roar would be a lot of damage. It would be a 12 damage Savage Roar plus whatever he has.
Lethal. Yeah, it would have been lethal.
12 plus 9.
If Kolento doesn't draw Savage Roar here, then we might need an admin decision on what happened, because the Shade does change a lot of things. It doesn't die to Consecrate anymore, so we'll have to see. It does seem like that Kolento is like...
How much damage would be Savage Roar here? This is like...
Yeah, Savage Roar would have been lethal here.
Savage Roar represents 12.
12, right? 12
plus 9 is actually 21.
Right.
Right.
Is 22. So
22. Oh, not quite.
And he had a Keeper.
Oh, yeah, Keeper.
Of the
Keeper, so
he had
it
a
was.
Keeper in the hand.
Oh, okay.
So it was. But we can...
All right, so we are just restarting here. So overall, if Kolento loses with Druid, what's his last deck?
All right. So
guys.
yeah, if Kolento does lose his last deck, he has his handlock left. But right now, we are going to start things out because, you know, it didn't happen through the whole tournament. It just happened now. So unfortunately, it was during a very important play, I would say.
Yeah, they're going to get it sorted out, though. So bear with us for a moment while they get the players reconnected. For now, we are in a situation where, of course, we are looking ahead at what these players are going to do.
Sure.
We may end up seeing those 2 decks again. If we weren't to see those 2 decks again, then, of course, we would be seeing Kolento with his handlock deck as his last remaining deck.
Yeah, but even though like the game was not decided at that point, even though it seemed like Run and Gun has an advantage, Kolento could just win getting a Savage Roar.
That's true.
So whatever is happening, like you know, if we have to remake the game anyway, like it wasn't a point where it's hard to say who had an edge really, because it could have just ended in one turn.
So let's assume for a moment though that the game were to continue on, and of course Run and Gun did have a little bit of an advantage. He was at risk of just losing, but he did have a little bit of an advantage. Let's say the game played on and he did win the game, and you had to play handlock into Paladin. Is that a comfortable position to be in if you were Kolento in that position where you had to be on just your Paladin?
I'm happy that you added if you were Kolento, because I've seen Kolento winning handlock versus Paladin many times. Like in general, I would say that it's a bad matchup for handlock, but Kolento really knows how to play it, and I've seen him winning it many times with Jiraxxus. It's about patience. You just want to exhaust the removal. You want to play your threats one after another. If they don't have the removal, you just win there, because if they can't answer the Mountain Giant, you just win the game. But if they can answer every threat you throw, they are not able to build up their own board. So you just trade blows, and then at some point you play Draxes and you start spamming Infernals, and they're like, oh right, I used both my equalities, I used all my like humility and then Outdoor Peacekeepers, so what do I do now? And then there's a short fight, Infernals versus whatever's left for Paladin, and eventually Handlock wins the fight.
So one of the interesting things that we have seen as well from Run and Gun's Paladin deck is that he has 2 Holy Lights as well as the other heals, 1 Guardian of Kings, 1 Lay on Hand. So
right.
He
2
also
Holy
has
Light
Big
especially.
Game Hunter as well in his Paladin deck, right?
So there's a couple things there. The Holy Light is usually a card that is actually not very good against the Control, Warlock, the Handlock that Kalento would be playing into it. But the Big Game Hunter is good.
Important.
Which one is more important there? The kind of the dead card, the heal that you don't need, or is the Big Game Hunter the more important card that sometimes isn't in Control
I think
Paladin?
honestly the importance is the same. Big Game Hunter is a great card when you have it at the moment when they play the Giant. But it's highly possible that you won't get the card. Like even if you mulligan for it, you might not have it at the moment where they play one of the Giants. They have 4 of them. We've seen before, I think Kaur was playing double Big Game Hunter in the EU Regionals, and he was playing versus Handlock, Druid versus Handlock with double Big Game Hunter, and he lost because he didn't get those Big Game Hunters at all. Like the game was over before he was able to draw into them.
Well, if the match continues anything like the beginning of the match has gone, we will see them draw every card in the whole deck. So certainly anything could happen with that. I do want to point out, it is true though, you kind of mentioned it before, Kalento is one of the best Handlock players in the world. Whether we end up seeing a regame of that game or not, you absolutely cannot count him out yet. He is one of the cleanest, one of the best. He rarely ever misplays when playing a deck like Handlock, that Control Warlock with all the Giants and all that.
Well, as his team captain, I certainly agree, and I'm happy about your opinion. Yeah. And just for the guys who are joining us right now, we are watching BlizzCon 2014. This is the World Championships, guys. Kalento versus Run and Gun, the last round of round of 16, elimination match. Right now, Run and Gun is in the lead, 1-0 versus Kalento. We're playing out the second game and just figuring stuff out. So we'll be back with the game soon. Amaz, what do you think about Run and Gun until now? Like, you've seen his Paladin game.
Yep.
And what do you say?
I am actually quite impressed by his play, I would say. I was impressed already by his Priest versus Handlock back in the open weekend. And that Paladin versus Shaman really just confirmed that he is actually a pretty good player. So I'm excited to see how far he can take his Paladin with. I mean, Paladin in the finals, that's certainly something I want to see.
Wow. Yeah, I certainly agree. It's it only strengthens the fact like how cool Hearthstone is. So a lot of people say Paladin is not the best class you can play on ladder, but here we can see Paladin just winning the first game versus Kalento, like one of the best players in the world, and it's just fun to watch. Like, say,
because I mean, the community as a whole has decided, in a sense, of the meta that Paladin is not a good class. It's like not a class you want to bring. But here, Run and Gun is showing us that I can make Paladin work.
Yeah, Sword of Justice, Sludge Belcher.
Sword of Justice is actually a great card. That's what actually Paladin needed to beat everybody else. So if he does go really far, we might be seeing some Paladins again.
I do think that is also actually an interesting choice or adaptation for his deck, is highlighting that Sword of Justice. In the past, when we've seen Control Paladin decks, we've often seen things like maybe, let's say, Acolyte of Pain, or Gnomish Inventor, or even sometimes Azure Drake in the deck. And they're cards that are relatively low impact, and you're playing them to try to get a lot of value, but what you're not getting is a lot of card economy, where each card is doing something very high impact through the whole game. In the game we saw against Shaman, he won a fatigue game. And if he had something like Acolyte of Pain in his deck, he might have hit fatigue sooner without having really good card economy. So I think it's really interesting that he's decided to use Sword of Justice as a card that can sort of increase his card economy without going through his whole deck. as
Very
quickly.
cool. Very cool.
Right. I also have a short announcement. We really apologize for the inconvenience, guys, but the convention center is having some connectivity issues. So we are working on it to resolve this as soon as possible, and you know, we will update you as when they are being resolved. So, Amas, how are you enjoying BlizzCon so far?
Oh, yeah, the best part right now is just the announcements. I got chills sitting there, and I wasn't even in the main announcement hall there. I couldn't get in. There was just too many people. And yeah, it was just really exciting. With the, what's it called? Goblins and Gnomes expansion?
Is it like Goblins and Gnomes or Goblins and Gnome?
Goblins versus Gnomes.
Goblins versus Gnomes.
That's
Sorry
right.
about
Versus
that.
Gnomes.
Yeah, it's still really new, so.
And Jason mentioned that there was like those two ancient races fighting from the beginning.
Ancient races.
I love that. That was a wonderful little bait and switch, and I thought it was fantastic. So they got everyone to go, you know, yeah, for the Alliance, for the Horde, and then Goblins and Gnomes.
I was like on an emotional roller coaster because I knew that there was a copyright from Blizzard, which is Eye of Ashara.
Oh yeah.
So and Ashara is the queen, like Queen Ashara from the old times, like Wall of Eternity. So I was convinced that this expansion will be about gnomes and goblins because of the blueprints that were sent.
Right.
But on the other hand, I kind of hoped for Well of Eternity as well.
Yeah.
So when Jason said two ancient races, I'm like, wait a minute, maybe it is Well of the Eternity.
So what the heck is Eye of Ashara?
No idea.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
But
No,
yeah.
nice try though. Nice try
Okay.
though.
Yeah.
All right.
What's worth a try?
So Reels, you've been working on BlizzCon for some time. So how do you enjoy the fact that the work is over and you can now enjoy the events?
Well, for me, the work continues, of course, in order to be up here with you guys, and I couldn't be happier but to be able to do that. I did get to watch the opening ceremony. That was an absolute blast. I have a few friends who either flew or drove in here to Southern California to come to the event as well, and so I was able to, you know, share that moment with them and finally have it revealed why I was saying, guys, you have to come to BlizzCon. This is going to be the best BlizzCon ever.
And the opening ceremony.
Yeah, a lot was revealed in the opening ceremony. My friends play all of the different Blizzard games amongst them, and so that was great to be able to share that. I'm so excited finally to be able to talk about Goblins versus Gnomes as well. It is an absolutely amazing expansion. I cannot wait for it to be fully released, and of course the demo area is playable with a ton of the new cards basically on display there. So hopefully we'll start to hear some stories even just from the demo area of some of the cool things that have happened in the game from that experience.
Hopefully we can check it out, you know?
Yeah, you know, as soon as we get off the caster desk and if anyone rotates in for us, or, you know, run right over there.
Yeah.
But
Did you have any like final touch with to the stage as well? Because we have a fantastic stage behind us. Did somebody consult you on like Reels? What would you add to this Hearthstone stage?
So I didn't take any part in the planning for the stage. I got to be one of the people who was there when the esports team came and said, here's the concept for the stage, here's what we want to do. And we all just went, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Yes, this is Hearthstone. Do that. And I was so excited for it to all come together, and it came together beautifully. Our stage is amazing, and it just feels like Hearthstone, and that's what I love about it the most.
Amaz, do you like the stage?
Yeah, it was crazy because I arrived here 2 days ago and there was nothing. They built it from scratch, from the ground up. And 2 days, and then this happened. So there's a lot of people behind this. So yeah, shout outs to the construction, really. It's just awesome.
We'll definitely have to hang out on the stage at some point.
Yeah.
But guys, for now we are going to have a short break. We're resolving the technical issues that we have right now. We're going for the break, and then we'll be sure to be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die. This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves! But we will be conquerors.
The metagame is the mix of different decks that players bring onto the ladder that you can expect to see. And if you know what decks players are bringing, your deck can be especially good against the meta.
Metagame is like all the different styles of decks.
For example, Freeze Mage, or Warlock Zoo, or Handlock, or maybe a Murloc Rush.
What's winning, what's losing, what's popular.
It keeps changing, it keeps morphing. Sometimes some changes happen that we expect, and a lot of times things happen that we don't expect. Well, back in mid-2013, we had the rogue hero power being a little bit different than it is today. So back then, the rogue hero power was equip a 1/2 dagger like it is today, or if you already had a weapon equipped, it gave that weapon +1 attack permanently. They would equip the weapon, they would slowly build up that attack so it got to 6, maybe 7 attack. You'd play in Venom twice and have 28 attack and kill the enemy in one swing.
That rogue deck was so frustrating, we actually had somebody rip the mouse from their computer and throw it against the wall, and it exploded.
We've modified the rogue hero power a couple of times since then.
And finally, we have it just to the right spot where it's no longer the most powerful hero power in the game by a wide margin.
The Freeze Mage was basically a deck that would play multiple area of effect freezes and defeat their enemy without their enemy really being able to attack them with their minions.
You play a minion, and your opponent freezes it. You play another minion, and your opponent freezes it. And you play another minion, and your opponent freezes it. You're just furious.
Freeze Mage was kind of interesting. It let us learn a lot of good lessons.
And normally, we like to introduce new cards that counter old strategies. But in this case, we had to step in and nerf a lot of these freeze cards.
And still today, you'll now and again occasionally still see a Freeze Mage sort of appear and then vanish again. It's there to keep you honest, but it's not endemic. It's not all over the place. So those changes worked out exactly the way we wanted them to.
Unleash the Hounds, in its original incarnation, didn't work out so well.
When we first put it out there, we made it a card that gave all of your beasts +1 attack and charge. Players, being very clever, ended up putting out a couple of things with Wind Fury, made sure that those things were buffed up, put out wolves that gave all of their other beasts +1 attack, and then played that card to defeat their opponent in one turn. So we changed the card entirely to a different type of card that instead gave you a 1/1 Hound with charge for each minion your opponent has.
We modified Unleash the Hound, brought it down to 2 mana, had these very strong combos with Unleash the Hounds and Buzzard. It was just kind of overwhelming. People couldn't handle the card draw plus the pressure all at once.
Once we had seen kind of what Hunters could do with this card, we realized 3 mana is a much better place for this type of effect.
Before Naxxramas, there were some really strong decks. People were starting to get tired of them because they're so long since launch.
So then we released the Curse of Naxxramas, which infused new cards into Hearthstone for the first time since launch.
It's been cool to watch them try out these new cards, beat the old decks with new ideas. Every week it's changed.
One of the most exciting things about releasing new cards is seeing the metagame just in upheaval. So many crazy new deck strategies and new combinations of cards. The creativity and excitement that players have about making new decks and trying to break the meta.
Without us making very many changes, the metagame's been shifting back and forth as the players devise their own answers.
We're getting to create a bunch of exciting cards and put them out there, but we're not really owning the meta. What I'm expecting the meta to contain is a bunch of surprises that you guys, the players, bring to us.
The future is unknown. Who knows who is going to create the next Zoo or Miracle Rogue or Mad Range Hunter? It could come from you. And that's one of the most exciting things about the future of Hearthstone.
Hey, welcome back everybody to BlizzCon 2014 World Championships for Hearthstone. I'm Nimsh, joined by Amaz and Rios, and we are super excited to go right away to the game number 2, Colento versus Run and Gun.
Yeah, so if we want to do a recap first, Run and Gun did beat Colento with his Paladin against Shaman. So Colento would have to use either his Druid or Warlock deck against it. We had some troubles, but I think Colento will be sticking with his Druid deck. So Druid versus Paladin.
Yeah, we're almost certainly going to see a repeat of the game that we started before, which was Paladin for Run and Gun versus Druid of Colento.
Right.
We were right in the middle of the game. We had a few technical issues, which are now resolved, thank goodness. And we are back into this match.
Let's see the mulligans quickly. So Druid versus Paladin. And what do you think about those hands?
Well, those hands are pretty good for both players. You see the True Silver Champion for Run and Gun can remove some early pressure, unless he wants to go with the Sword of Justice route again, which worked out really well, as we could see. Colento's hand is pretty good too. There's an Ooze, there's a Harvest Golem, exactly what you want to see, a 2 curve into a 3. Pretty good starts for both players, really.
Yeah, one of the things that Run and Gun does have is that True Silver Champion in hand early, which can be quite important. He doesn't have any AoE clear yet, though, so he will have to contest for the board with his own minions if he wants to not fall too far behind to Colento's Druid.
Oh yeah, and we can see that Colento already has double Savage Burst, so anytime Run and Gun doesn't deal with the board, we can see explosive damage from Colento.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me about this matchup, by the way? Who has an edge? How does it fall through?
Well, I have played a good bit of both Paladin and Druid. Usually you want to be on the Druid side of this game. the burst that you have is something that Paladin sometimes struggles to deal with. And so Kolento can stay on board with as many minions as possible until a turn where he can start playing those Savage Roars. He will be in a very good position to win this game.
Right. And just now we see that Kolento did trade for both the 1-1 recruits. And of course, it's playing around, you know, Consecrate and whatnot. Because to a Paladin, one health really equals 2 health. There's not really much that can deal with this, except for like a Pyromancer and Holy Light or something.
Right.
But you know, you're at full health. You really don't want to use Holy like that. So that was a pretty good play by Kolento.
Wow, and an Innervate drawn by Kolento. Nothing that is too impactful right now, but it could let him power out something like both Force of Nature and Savage Roar in the same turn if you were to draw something like Force of Nature.
Imagine if you have Lothab, just coin Lothab, and then next turn double Savage Roar.
Oh man.
Face.
That would have been just game right there, because each Savage Roar represents 10 damage with you know, 4 minions on the board. So
Can it still like finish the game if he coins the Spectral Knight here?
Yeah, and the Paladin doesn't put any taunts, it might just be over, to be honest.
There's Lothab, but you definitely just
right.
play Aldor to counter the Spectral Knight. I guess.
Aldor against the Spectral Knight is really, really good, because, you know, as a Spectral Knight, you can't really affect it. You can only affect it with minion battle cries, and Aldor is the key to dealing with that. But still, 2 Savage Roar is very volatile. Kolento's just going to explode sometime soon. Oh, he actually decides to take the 8 damage now. He doesn't think that he's going to keep the board for long.
Do you play the... Oh, he didn't play the Coin Goose.
Huh.
Wait, how much damage is this now? Because can he win with Swipe and Savage Roar next turn?
Oh, wow. Well, he'll do the same damage with Savage Roar next turn, which is 12 in total. So not quite. But I think Kolento's, what he's thinking is that he's not going to have 3 minutes on the board ever again. So then he used the 1 Savage Roar. Another reasoning for his play would be that he wants the 1 Force of Nature combo with Savage Roar. He doesn't really need to keep 2. Because sometimes 2 Savage Roars really just does nothing.
And the best target taken out by the Stampeding Kodo. That was actually a very, very good thing to happen for Run and Gun. And a little bit rewarded for waiting with that True Silver Champion last turn. He decided to take the chance to hold on to it.
Right.
Wow, he gets Force Nature, so now he has the combo and Innervate and the coin.
The game.
Turn 6 combo? Wow, that would be crazy.
He can do it next turn.
Yeah, turn 6 combo.
To just develop Spectral Knight, go face, and win next turn.
Yeah, what's his opponent going to do? The Spectral Knight is going to do 3 damage with the Roar, right? If it gets outdoored. So, wow.
If he holds on to even a single minion by his next turn, he can just end the game.
Oh my God.
This game can be over next turn. What is Run and Gun going to do?
Oh, he drew a Belcher. That could help.
That's a fantastic card to get.
Right, but the Spectral Knight is not going to be dealt with.
But
easily.
would you expect a coin Innervate combo next turn?
You wouldn't, so that's why you wouldn't play Holy Light, especially. You want to develop the board with more 1/1s, right?
Is he going to use Holy Light?
Ooh.
Well, no matter what he attacks here, if he doesn't play Holy Light, he would have been dead no matter what. His opponent has, even if he killed both Echoes, 17 damage available. It's going to be even more than that.
That is crazy.
He's dead, just like that.
You can see the relief on Kolento's face. He immediately sees it.
The turn 6 combo is just very, very unexpected.
Wow. This game is just over. After the fatigue war that we saw in game 1.
Wow.
And Kolento is going to tie up the series versus Run and Gun.
That was a fast game.
That was a fast game.
We saw game 1, fatigue war. We saw technical issue break.
Right.
And then we get back into game 2, and Kolento takes it down really quickly, ties up the series at 1-1. Fantastic.
Man, like, what turn was that? Like, that was turn
6.
Turn 6.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was like a 50-minute game versus a 5-minute game. That was just the complete reverse.
I'm in utter shock. So, what does Run and Gun do right now? It's like, what are the decks left for him?
He has access. His Warlock is banned away. He cannot play it. And now his Paladin is defeated. That leaves him with both Shaman and Priest as options. Both of those are pretty good against a Druid. Of course, we see Kolento playing that token sort of double combo Druid.
Right.
Don't you think they're awkward a bit? Because, you know, the Druid has a lot of 4-attack minions, like Druid of the Claw.
It does.
And then Priest has problems with those like 4-deck minions. It's very good versus aggro, and this Druid wants to be hyper aggressive and like spawn the board, but like swarm the board. But then again, it's 4 attacks, so it's tough. And the other deck is what, Shaman? And
Shaman, yeah.
So how does Shaman fare versus this Druid?
Shaman is actually not that bad because you do have spells like Earthshock to remove all the silly death rattles that stay on the board. And you know, you have cheap removal like Hex to remove innervated stuff like in Ancient of Lore. So I think Shaman is a good pick here. With Priest, I don't think that deck really runs a lot of 4-attack minions. The only one is Spectral Knight, but then Spectral Knight is it's so powerful that you can't really deal with it, right?
Innervate Spectral Knight.
Yeah, Innervate Spectral Knight, you can just, you know, he says thank you for playing. Yeah, I'm just gonna own you, and yeah, it's just really difficult. So I think a Shaman would be a bit better here. Because Priest can't really heal above 30 health as well, right? We see Warriors do pretty well because they could armor up and dodge the combo that way and stack a lot of health or effective health. But Priest really has a lot of struggles against Druids.
Well, I think his chances either way are actually pretty close for that matchup.
Sure.
Either Priest or Shaman. I don't recall if his Shaman is, I think it is not the double Doomhammer version that we've seen. So it's going to be, I believe, 1 Doomhammer, 1 Alakir in the deck, and I think that still is a pretty decent chance even against Druid. And I don't know which one he'll choose. I really do think it could go either way, about even odds.
Yeah, I think like Shaman is pretty even, but our players are ready, so we can actually go.
No more guessing. No more guessing. We get to just figure it out.
Because there are a lot of Shamans in the tournament, and it's easy to like, you know, confuse them because they do play a lot of similar cards. Because Shaman class cards are very effective and very efficient.
Right.
Yeah.
We've actually seen 3 or 4 different versions of Shaman.
Yeah.
They use a lot of the same cards among them.
Right.
But their style of chosen finishers often changes. And Run and Gun deciding to use his Priest instead of Shaman.
Okay.
So Maz, you're kind of the Priest expert at the table here among us, if that's fair to say.
Right.
How do you approach the game when you're playing Priest against Druid? What are you trying to do to try to get yourself in an advantaged position and win the game?
Well, first I try to go second. And it seems that Run and Gun did that, so that's really good. Yeah, success.
Check.
Yeah. And now you need to, you know, kind of get the advantage of going second. Like, why do you want to go second is because you want the coin to combo with like the Pyromancer. And he drew it, so that's perfect. So now he just needs to look for more cheaper spells like Power Word Shield, Silence, the 0-mana Silence even.
Oh, I have to agree that Run and Gun is really good Priest player.
Injured?
Okay. Oh yeah, it's Run and Gun. It's not some normal Priest.
That's right. So, and we're going to see now, Colento is playing the deck that has those Haunted Creepers and the Echoing Oozes, and he's decided to play it right into his opponent's Northshire Cleric.
Right away.
Because the thing with Colento's deck is that every minion is lower than 3 attack, and the Cleric is just going to draw cards, so you might as well develop the board and just say, okay, fine, you can draw a card. I'm going to develop a board. If you decide to draw more cards, you're not going to develop the board.
All right. Well, that is the path that he has chosen for now. There is the Power Word Shield that you mentioned, and now that will give some options here for Run and Gun about how he wants to manage his opponent's board.
Amaz, is this like get clear right now?
Not the best Pyromancer clear right now, exactly. Because you can't really use the coin. I mean, you could, but then the coin is kind of wasted. You're just dealing 1 damage across the board, and your Cleric most likely is going to die if that happens.
And you don't have the turn 4 play also, right?
Right. So this is not the easiest turn. I think Power Shield and a Cleric to see what you draw next could be good. Yeah, this is not an easy turn. You have to choose something, basically.
Well, it looks like he may commit to using Wild Pyromancer and Power Word Shield. If he were to do so, it would leave the Harvest Golem as a 2/2 and able to clean up either minion of its choice. Colento would have that option. So instead, he's just going to opt to... Ooh, very interesting.
Yeah.
Now he has to decide if he wants to use a Power Word Shield or save it for next turn.
You know, if I was in Run and Gun playing right now, I would actually regret killing the Spider a little bit, because if I hit the Harvest Golem and healed my Cleric instead and drew the Power Word Shield, I could have cleared the board next turn with 3 spells.
Right, well,
so yeah.
There was no way to anticipate, of course, drawing specifically Power Word Shield number 2.
Right.
And
it's
now
pretty hard too, because you're already holding 1, right?
My shield for Argus.
And Defender of Argus is going to let Colento clean this up. And it's going to put it back on Run and Gun to find an efficient way to clear. He does have the potential to do so, or at least get it down to just the Harvest Golem. But Colento is able to keep pretty decent pressure on the board, considering how many more resources Run and Gun has after drawing a couple.
BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon!
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon? Drink, Hellstream. Claim your destiny. You will all be conquerors. And what, Gul'dan, must we give in return? Everything. Would reject this gift. And did you bring these mongrels here? Just to watch you die? This was not our destiny. Times change. We will never be slaves!
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Wars are only won upon the anvil of honor. Victory or death!
Victory requires strategy.
I can help you with that.
Only strength can assure total dominance.
But of course, you could forget all that and just have fun.
Well played.
Hearthstone, Heroes of Warcraft.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Diablo was defeated. For a time it seemed we would know peace. But it was not to be. For Diablo's essence lingers in the Black Soul Stone. I cannot destroy the stone, nor allow its evil to remain within the heavens. And so it must be hidden, even from the angels. I pray that it will be enough. You have done well, Horadrim. Your service here is finished. And you should all run. Malthael. Go! Find the Nephilim! Why? The Nephilim will stop you. No one can stop death.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
King Varian, the hour grows late. You must sign the declaration of war.
I was just a child when my father rushed to confront this same evil. He didn't understand these warlords at all. That mistake cost him his life and brought this kingdom to ruin.
You are not your father.
I know. But how can I succeed where he failed?
You can start by trusting my counsel. I have faced them before.
On Draenor, you were there all those years ago.
Yes. Believe me, they are not invincible.
Then tell me of them, Murad. Tell me everything.
Very well. Kargath had no clan. He was raised a slave. The ogre's cruelty was intolerable. So he sought a way out. The arena. 100 orc lives was the price for freedom. Fight. Kill. Salute. Kargath was unstoppable, and the day of his final fight had come. One last kill, and it was over. Kargath had earned his reward, like every champion before him. Buried beneath the arena, the promise of freedom, nothing but a lie. But Kargath would be chained no longer. Take your vengeance. Bound by vengeance, their name would be spoken in fear. This was the birth of the Shattered Hand.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
I understand your hesitation, my king. This mission will take great resolve. There will be lives lost.
There are always lives lost. But marching our forces blindly into Draenor
poses unthinkable danger. Yes, but you must have the fortitude to face whatever awaits us on the other side. I assure you, our enemy's will is unwavering. Let me tell you of their leader. A warlord whose defiance in the face of death became legend. Groma,
Mighty warrior, brought to heel at last. You are weak. Say it. Is that all? To think you once struck fear into my people.
Gromash had begun leading raids deeper and deeper into Ogre lands. He and his clan, the Warsong, were insatiable and relentless. It was only a matter of time until the Ogres retaliated. Among the victims of their retribution was Gromash's mate, Golka.
I am done. Give me the warrior's death I deserve.
No, you will not
not be broken. A true war song spits in the face of death.
Don't you see? It's too late. End it.
So many of my warriors bent like reeds. And now you are a wolf with no teeth. All of you. Look at you. The days have not been kind. Say the word, and I will kill you quickly. I admire your spirit, but I will break it.
Gromash knew the ogres could not have gotten far. He called upon his forces to hunt them down. But for many of the war song, the cost had already been too high.
Bury your weak. I will show you what it means to be war song.
Once again, Gromash struck deep into Ogreland. This time, however, the Ogre Warlord and his armies were waiting.
Your warriors. They begged for death. Your lands are mine. Your body is broken. You have nothing left. Say the word, and I will end your suffering. Yes.
He was certain that Gromash had given up, was ready to die. The body, after all, had grown so weak, had become so thin.
Say it. Say the word, and it's over. This wolf still has teeth.
From that day forward, the war song rallied to the banner of Gromash Hellscream. The Warlord. With the Iron Will.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
You cannot hesitate, my king. The Iron Horde must be stopped.
You speak only of their savagery. But surely they are not all monsters.
There was one. Durotan. His clan prided itself on suppressing rage, for they knew that those who succumb to the beast within become their own greatest enemy. The clan was named for its kinship with the snow-white frost wolves. Together, they hunted the mighty Clefthoof. Every winter, the Clefthoof would migrate, and the clan would follow. But one year, when Durotan was very young...
Mother, they're leaving. You've got to wake up.
His mother Gaia had been bitten by a drift lurker. Those who suffered its bite fell into a deep sleep, and few had ever awakened.
We can do no more for her! If we don't go, the entire clan starves! Or worse, the guard will be hungry!
You want them to feed on our mother? Father wouldn't leave her, Gunnar. And neither will I.
Father would know we can't carry our dead with us.
She's not dead!
Calm yourself, brother. You know what your anger can lead to. While the others are gone, I speak for the clan. We leave! Now!
I'm not going.
Days passed. Durotan remembered the lessons his mother had taught him, and with the aid of Gaia's old wolf Stormfang, they survived.
Mother, winter is setting in. You have to wake up. Wake up.
Orc and beast alike feared the Garn. Great black wolves. Among the most vicious and cunning predators on Duran. Durotan and Stormfang killed the lone wolf. But Durotan knew that the Garn hunted in packs, and with the setting of the sun, they would attack. He prepared to make his final stand.
Mother, they're coming for us. You have to wake up.
Outnumbered and surrounded, Durotan fought. He fought not just the Garn, but the rising tide of rage within him. Durotan was driven to the brink, and in the heat of battle, bloodlust claimed him. Anything that moved, he killed.
Is it you? Durotan. Durotan.
Mother. What?
I can see that you shed blood to protect me. But I would rather have died than know my son had become a beast.
Durotan wore Stormfang's fur until the end of his days. A constant reminder of the old wolf's courage and loyalty. But a reminder also that even the most noble of orcs may fall prey to the savagery within.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome
What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Taking the fight to our enemy may be the only option left to stop history from repeating. This very city was nearly burned to the ground by the same warlords we face!
Don't lecture me, Murad. I was there. I lived it. The only thing that got my people through those dark days was their faith in the light.
Faith is a powerful weapon.
So I'm told. The Alliance has the light from which to draw its strength. What steels this iron horde in its darkest hours?
One clan, the Bleeding Hollow, finds truth in the surety of their deaths. They are led by an orc named Kilrog. Kilrog's clan once ruled over the jungles. Until the Arakoa came. To survive, the clan went into hiding, living each day consumed by fear. Their chieftain even forbade them to stray beyond the borders of their forest refuge. For years, disease had eaten away at the once mighty warrior's flesh. And as he faded, so too did the clan's hope for the future.
Father. One day the stream will dry up. Then we will find a way to carry on. Like this. Look at us. We were never meant to live this way. Jumping every time the wind blows. Every chieftain must make hard choices for the good of the clan. Is this the death you saw then? No. This is not the death I saw. But perhaps it is time you finally saw your own. Go. Face your destiny.
Kilrog was bound by the legacy of his father, and ruled by ancient tradition. Those who would one day become chieftain performed the most sacred of rituals. They would sacrifice an eye for a vision of their own death. Sometimes, the vision would show much more. Kilrog saw his clan not as they were, but as they could be. Crushing their enemies in a tide of savage bloodlust. And Kilrog was one of them. His determination unwavering. Even when death finally came for him, he did not fear what he saw. He welcomed it.
So, tell me of your vision, my son.
I saw our clan strong and proud, victorious against our enemies. A glorious vision of the future.
Why then do you seem so troubled?
Because you were not a part of it. You were right. Every chieftain must make hard choices. For the good of the clan.
At last. This is the death I saw.
To me, BlizzCon is community.
Welcome to BlizzCon! What you're seeing here today is just the beginning.
None of this stuff exists without the participation of the community.
We are excited as hell.
It's when we get together with the people that actually, live and breathe these worlds that we build.
We couldn't do anything that we do without the support of our players.
Are you with me, BlizzCon?
Know their leaders. You know what forged them into the monstrosities they have become. Put your seal on that order, and I will be the first to answer the call.
Why are you so eager for this fight, Murad? For a paladin, you seem as bloodthirsty as the enemy.
It is not blood I seek. When you look at me, what do you see?
I see a paragon, a champion of the light.
Hi guys, and welcome to BlizzCon 2014 Hearthstone World Championships. Run and Gun versus Colento. I'm so excited to see the third game of this match. I'm Nimsh and I'm joined by Amaz and Reels. How are you guys doing?
Not bad. I'm glad we're back. We're back for the last match of the group stages, trying to set up for the quarterfinals. We're headed back into Game 3 with Colento and Run and Gun, and it's been a doozy so far, and we're finally going to get back into the action.
Right, and so far, Colento and Run and Gun, they have one game apiece. We see that Paladin beat, Run and Gun's Paladin did beat Colento's Shaman, but Shaman came back. Colento came back with the Druid. So now Run and Gun is probably going to use this Priest again, and we're going to see a rematch of that previous game. It's going to be fun.
Yep, and in case you guys were wondering, apparently there was some sort of electrical incident somewhere in the vicinity of the convention center. The tech people have been working to bring everything back online as quickly as possible. Thank you for your patience. We're really glad that you stuck with us, and we're going to get back into it. It looks like things are starting to come all back online, so we're going to get back into the games for you.
All right, so we are back to Druid versus Priest. Amaz, as a Priest specialist, who is a favorite in this matchup?
I think the Druid is a bit favorite here. It just depends on what other cards the Priest chooses to run, because we know that there are some tech cards that Priest could like sub in to help out with the matchup. But then Druid is one that usually we don't consider too much, because if we do have a good draw like a Blade Master into Circle, we just win the game, and if we don't, we struggle a lot anyway. So not a lot of tech cards can help with that matchup. I'd say that if Run and Gun can start with that Blade Master draw really early on, and Colento doesn't have a Wrath or something to remove it, it could be pretty good. But otherwise, I favor the Druid to win this one.
All right, the players are ready, so we can actually jump into the game and see the mulligans. Reels, do you agree with what Amaz just said?
I generally do agree. I think that Druid does tend to have a slight advantage against Priest. It is actually a match that is really close to 50-50, but maybe slightly in Druid's favor most of the time. And there are those swing cards, those swing combinations of cards that sometimes let the game jump towards the Priest's favor. And so those are the cards that Run and Gun is going to be looking for, especially early on in the game. If we do see something like Injured Blade Master plus Circle of Healing, or Akanai Soul Priest, Circle of Healing, a way to make sure that the Priest can take over the board before they take too much damage.
And Innervate is definitely one of those cards that helps the Druid matchup a lot. Like, he just accelerates so much, and this Shade is probably going to come down, and it's just going to start going.
Yeah, Priest doesn't usually have a great way to stop a Shade, especially after it's grown above 4 health.
Yeah, 4 health is kind of like the magic number where there's this like last chance to kill it. Otherwise, it's just going to stick there forever. That reminds me, Tick Master might be useful again.
Yeah, I suppose if you were staring down a gigantic Shade, you might as well try and give yourself a chance to turn it into a lily squirrel.
Right.
And if it was big enough, you wouldn't even be sad about a Devilsaur.
The mind games from Run and Gun, trying to play a card 3 mana to show that he possibly has a Pyromancer that he can play this turn.
Yeah, but Colento's giving that nothing. It's just going to drop down the Ooze and pass his turn, make a Shade a little bit bigger before attacking.
Now, if you were on Colento's side of the board, you would have the opportunity, probably as soon as next turn, to do something even reasonably powerful with your Shade.
Right.
Do you cash it in right away, or do you let it grow as much as possible because you know your opponent won't be able to stop it from growing?
Oh, I guess if you're Colento, then you would cash it in, like you can see, which is pretty good. I mean, you do take control of the board immediately. If he didn't attack the Shade, the Dark Cultists will start trading with those small minions and maybe even start healing again.
Right.
So yeah, that's not bad.
Run and Gun seems like he needs a Circle of Healing to clear this board. He gets another Akanai, which doesn't do much.
Yeah, what he has is a bunch of minions in hand to play out instead, and so he's just going to have to try and compete that way with what Colento's trying to do.
Wow. Another Innervate.
That is some good draws. You can Innervate out an Ancient Lord this turn if you trade with the Akanai. You really don't want to leave an Akanai up on the board. Yeah. You're not in a hurry to deal damage anyways. The main source of dealing damage in this deck is the Savage Roar. So just continue populating the board, lots of creatures, and eventually you draw into it.
Yeah, and now drawing into that Druid of the Claw from the second card off of the Ancient of Lore is going to fill out his curve next turn. This is a really imposing board from Kolento.
And Run and Gun doesn't even have Shadow or Death, so he won't be able to deal with this 5/5 immediately. You play Sludge Belcher or Loftus here?
Oh man, the thing is like, I mean, obviously we know that Sludge Belcher would get Black Knighted, so it would have been pretty deadly. But the thing is like, you know your opponent used 2 Innervates and a coin already, so if he did drop the Belcher this turn, it's not gonna get Black Knighted. Because there's no way of other mana acceleration, right? So I might have liked to see the Belcher a little bit more there.
Maybe he's afraid of the Savage Roar or...
Oh, already? Oh, wow.
Well, there's maybe even good reason to be afraid of it.
Yep.
If Loatheb hadn't come down, this would be a 10 damage Savage Roar.
That's true.
With 5 characters in play. Now, he probably wants to keep the pressure up regardless of what he does, and he needs to choose the best way to do it.
The charge should be pretty good here.
Yeah, I really like the charge. Oh, I'm not sure if I like the trade.
Oh, that's interesting.
I suppose maybe Kolento will end up right, especially if Run and Gun draws Circle of Healing. And he does not, so Wild Pyro.
Yep.
No circle. So do you just drop the Belcher here?
Well, you really want the board control back, and for me, Sylvanas just screams board control back. Does he actually lose if he puts Sylvanas next turn?
I believe so. This is 7 points of damage plus 8.
7 plus 8. It's not quite dead yet, but it's pretty close of dying. But really, Sylvanas can just swing the board back to your favor. The thing with these cards like Cairn and Sylvanas, you think they're very high value minions, right? Is that the point? The problem is if you drop it and your opponent just ignores it and goes for a face instead, you're down to very, very critical amounts of health, and by then you can't really, come back. So those are very dangerous.
It would be really dangerous to play, but you're right that it would swing the board back in his favor if he could make it work. Run and Gun making the risky play, playing the Sylvanas, and now it's on Kolento. He's even drawn Force of Nature. Does he pull the trigger on Savage Roar and get the damage in this turn? If he does, his opponent might be a swipe away from dead.
Might be also tempted to just play Force of Nature and attack with everything besides the 5/5 and trade with Sylvanas for Sylvanas to possibly take one of the trend tokens. So like put his opponent really low and be able to finish the game next turn.
Well, that's interesting because my play would be just Argus on the 2 small guys and just go in because you have so many minions that you're probably gonna kill next turn, Savage Roar.
Yeah, and even if he doesn't kill him next turn, he's got him down to just 8 life, and all he has to do is basically survive until turn 9 and play Force of Nature and Savage Roar together.
And as we know, that Priest, the most taunts Priest plays right now in most decks are just the 2 Belchers, right?
And let's say he does play the Belcher, Kolento's got the perfect answer in hand.
Oh,
I like this play a lot.
Yeah.
Well, he did pick up the Shadow or Death, so he might be able to clear the board.
Doesn't seem like it though. Pyro Death is gonna clear all the 2 minions, and there's no real way to clear the remaining. So I think he's just dead here.
Wow, is this game just over?
Well, he can heal himself to 10. Even if he does, Force of Nature is exactly 10 damage for Kolento. Kolento is going to be doing the math as soon as he sees this play.
Yep.
And as long as he can add 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 10.
Can Kolento spot lethal here?
Well, Savage Roar does it as well. Of course, he's got Swipe in hand. He's dead a million ways.
Wow.
Another fast game.
Taking game 3.
Very, very nice. Very convincing.
Kolento in the lead, and Run and Gun is down to his last deck.
Yep. And his last deck is a Shaman, seems like.
Yeah, so he will have to take his Shaman versus Kolento's Druid. And how does this matchup look like, Amaz?
Not the worst matchup ever. I mean, you do have like stuff to clear the Death Rattles, as we said, like Earth Shock. And Hex is actually really important, especially if your opponent innervates something big. You can just respond with it. It just depends if it's a special night. If it's a special night, it could be a bit troubling. You would need to use other creative stuff like a Flame Tongue, perhaps, to kill it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that throughout the long game, the Shaman will have an edge. but it's getting through the early turns that's going to be very challenging.
It's mostly a board control fight, right?
For the Shaman, yes. For the Druid, you can just go face. You can just use the charge for the Druid of the Claw and just go in. And usually you trade minions with your spells instead.
Right.
Yeah, the cards for the Shaman oftentimes trade favorably against those of the Druid. The Druid, that means, will either be looking to try to end the game with a burst of damage, much like we just saw in that last game, or draw more than one Ancient of Lore, at least one or two, so that they can stay in that game where they're trading resources and try and get ahead that way. It can be very difficult without it.
I wanted to ask like how important Ancient of Lore is, but more or less you just answered the question. It's like
Very
one
critical.
of the key cards.
Very good.
Yeah, it's one way to win from the Druid side. The other way to win, again, of course, is that burst of damage. Now, Run and Gun is not playing something like Double Doom Hammer plus the Lava Burst deck that we've seen. I believe Strife Crow is playing that version. Kalento earlier played his version of Shaman, which did not even have Doomhammer in it. It just had the Reincarnate, which was very interesting, but it fell. I believe Run and Gun's version of Shaman is a little more standard, which means we're going to see something like one Doomhammer plus one Alakir in his deck. It gives him a little bit of burst, not as much as the Lava Burst decks and the Double Doomhammer that we sometimes see, but if the game does start to go through those middle turns with the Shaman having enough life left, they can turn the game around very quickly and end it themselves with a big burst of damage.
Also, if they win the early game fight, if they have minions on board, they can just snowball from them thanks to cards like Flame Doom Totem and, as you said, like those burst cards like Doomhammer, Rugbiter, Alakir.
Yeah.
Because Shaman is really known for their cards to trade 2 for 1. Every card trades for 2 creatures, like Pharaoh Spirit, summons 2 wolves, and stuff like that. So, yeah, as soon as the Druid runs out of cards, the Shaman can get victory there.
Well, I can't imagine that Run and Gun is super happy that he's down to just his Shaman left, but it has done well for him earlier in the tournament, and he's just got it left, and he banned away Kalento's Priest. So if he does win with Shaman, he will be able to play Shaman against Handlock. So his strategy is starting to come out where, at this point, if he can win, he's going to be happy with even just having just Shaman left.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we can see that his ban was actually pretty strategic.
Yep.
So, yeah.
I think that both of these players came into the match with strong strategy. Kalento now with the edge in the match, of course, being up 2-1. Neither of them had a very easy road so far. This group, of course, was absolutely insane. Group D, the group of death. And I can't wait to see who takes it.
Amos, can you explain to me the format again? Because we have a lot of people just joining right now, watching BlizzCon 2014, Hearthstone World Champs. Those players play the best of 5, right? Like with bans? How does it work?
All right, so for just the World Championships and not, talking about the qualifiers or anything, we have 16 players from all around the world, the best players, and they're separated into 4 groups. And in the group stages, it's like a double elimination, where if you lose 2 matches, you're out. But if you win 2 matches, you're through to the top 8. And all of these games are, a best of 5. Everybody brings 4 decks, and you veto one of your opponent's decks so that they can't play in that match. So there's a lot of strategy going into that. You can form your decks to base around the veto, or you can just bring very strong decks and veto your a deck that you believe your opponent really specializes in. So.
And what about King of the Hill thing?
The King of the Hill thing.
Yeah, last hero standing.
Oh, last hero standing, of course. So yeah, with the best of 5, of course, when you beat someone with a deck, you have to keep playing that deck until it itself is beaten, and of course, the person with the last deck standing wins. So that's kind of what last hero standing.
All right, thank you so much. The players are ready, so we can actually jump to the game. So Reels. Did you want to say something?
No, I'm good. That was
was that okay?
A good explanation. I'm just ready. I'm just ready for the game.
I'm excited.
That's where I'm at.
Let's see this.
All right.
Game number 4.
Game number 4. Match point for
Kalento.
All right.
Jinx.
Ouch.
Druid versus Shaman.
I must protect the wild.
Oh, wow. And Run and Gun also is playing Kel'Thuzad in his Shaman, just like Kalento was. I think he's not playing the same Reincarnate deck, though.
But you have Sylvanas. Doesn't it make sense to play Reincarnate? Wouldn't it be...
Yeah, maybe it does make sense. I had notes that I lost I kept track of everything that happened last week at the beginning of the championships. I lost my notes.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I don't remember.
And that happens with Shaman too, right? They only change a few cards, so it's really hard to keep track of all the Shamans.
Yeah, most of them have a relatively similar strategy. We've seen a few big differences, though. One of them has been like that reincarnate, and I'm just wondering to see exactly what's going on with Run and Gun and whether or not he'll have the tools to be able to survive the onslaught of Colento's Druid.
How good is a double hex Shaman?
Not the best. A single hex would be really good because you want to like hex away, innovate big creatures, but a bit too crazy with two because you don't have a lot of options for minions. Although right now we see a Pharaoh Spirit curving pretty nicely. You still want more options.
Lightning Storm. He can actually clear this board right now. Is there a merit to that, or do you just kill the 1/1s and develop Pharaoh Spirit?
Well, it seems like a 5-mana card spell that it's effectively 5 mana to kill 4 1/1s is not the best value out of it. So maybe Pharaoh Spirits is a try to play right here. I mean, you can't really kill the Pharaoh Spirits without outside help, anyways, with Colento's current board. So yeah, Run and Gun should probably play with Pharaoh Spirits here.
Also, he will get Overload for turn 4, where he can just play the Totem, and then on turn 5 he will be able to play the Sludge Belcher.
That works pretty well.
Yeah, it is a good plan, a good curve for Run and Gun so far. Colento is going to have to find a way to punch through and start getting that damage in. For now, it looks like just developing the Shade, starting it going, start letting it grow as quickly as possible. Maybe the order of business for Colento. Little does he know that there is actually a Lightning Storm available in Run and Gun's hand, but he won't be able to play it yet because of the Overload.
So over back at Run and Gun's turn, if he gets a Healing Totem, he might be inclined to kill kill as many spiders as he can instead. But if he doesn't, it'll be interesting if he chooses to trade or not.
So are you saying this game will be mostly about trading minions?
For the Druid, you want to play a minion and do damage at the same time, and Druid the Claw in cat form accomplishes both. For the Shaman, really, yeah, you just want to get most value out of your cards and basically doing that. And when the Druid runs out of cards, that's when Shaman just wins.
Ooh, Alakir, golden Alakir drawn for Run and Gun. And we won't be seeing him yet, but it does give him a plan leading towards the end of the game if he can survive long enough.
That's a lot of legendary cards. Helfazal, Alakir, Sylvanas.
Yeah, it's like Colento's deck, really.
I think Colento wasn't playing Helfazal. It was Shaman versus Paladin, and Helfazal was played by a Paladin.
Right. But he had a lot of legendaries too.
Right, you're right, actually.
But it's a similar concept.
So Renegade trying to kind of do a little bluff, I guess.
Yeah, he's either doing a little dance so that Colento thinks he could play Earthshock or something.
Okay. Or just planning ahead, maybe.
But he's also, exactly. While he's doing that, he's probably figuring out how he wants his next few turns to go and what he'll want to do depending on what Colento does.
Right.
So we're getting to the point of the game where the hexes could start ending up being very important depending on what threats Colento ends up playing. If something like Druid of the Claw is drawn by Colento, Hex will be very important.
Right.
If it's something like Spectral Knight, then of course Hex will be not nearly as good.
Not nearly. It's completely useless against a Spectral Knight, so he'll have to use it against something else. Now, the main reason for, I think, damaging the face here is not because he wants to damage him, it's because he doesn't want to necessarily give the Spider Wind Fury.
Oh wow, he actually gets the Ancient of Lore, which we mentioned is a perfect card.
I must safeguard.
Yeah, one of the critical draws for the Druid, whenever you get drawn into a resource war against Shaman, which happens often, and you are playing Druid, you either need to find a way to do a bunch of damage really quickly and just win quickly, like you said, with Charge Cats.
Right. Charge Cats.
Charge Cats.
Oh man.
So he is going to lose his Silence here, but on the other hand, he is developing the board. And, well, he didn't deal much damage, but he took control over the board. So it seems it was worth it.
Seems like it plays right into Lightning Storm, though. Let's see if it rolls high on the Keeper.
Yep, killing the Keeper here would be a nice bonus. He'll be okay if it doesn't, but he does
he
get it.
hits the Keeper!
That is actually quite important, because the Keeper would be eating away at totems.
But right now, this is the perfect board to just innervate Ancient of Lore. He develops 5/5, draw some cards.
Right.
That is the card Colento wants to have in this circumstance.
But we see that Run and Gun has a very easy answer with Hex.
He does have Hex, of course.
Yep.
almost certain to come out in this case. And now it's going to be back on Colento to use some of the cards that he's drawn to find that pressure that he needs to start cutting into the life total.
Oh, that's a good
Of
shot.
Run and Gun. Spectral Knight is great. It's about as good as you could ask for.
So it's resistant to all the spells, but it's not resistant to Sylvanas.
Oh yeah, Sylvanas is a very, very good counter to Spectral Knight here. And you did see just now Keeper of the Grove being dropped down, right? So it should be relatively safe.
So looking at Run and Gun's deck and his hand, he is playing Sludge Belcher in his Shaman. That might mean that he's not playing Azure Drake, or he might only be playing one. We've seen a lot of other players in this World Championship playing Azure Drake. Is that helping him in this matchup to have Sludge Belcher instead, or is it hurting him?
Right now it seems like it's pretty good because I mean, if you look at Colento's minions as a whole, they don't have a lot of attack, I guess. So that you know, or health really. So the Sludge Belcher does trade effectively, whereas if it's an Azure Drake, it only trades for like a Druid of the Claw and it just dies. You're really just gaining card advantage, and in a sense, you really need board. Shaman needs board.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Like Sludge Belcher in this particular matchup and this against this particular build is actually better.
Yeah, very good.
All right, so what do you do here, being Colento?
Well, you certainly don't want to drop too many minions because otherwise Sylvanas might do some crazy stuff.
What about Black Knight value? You have seen one Feral Spirit, so you know
yeah,
not many minions you can destroy.
Yeah, and you don't expect Sludge Belcher to be in the Shaman deck, I guess. So, you know, it might just see play here.
Well, I would like to think that Colento kept better notes than I did and remembered what cards are in his opponent's deck. From earlier on in the championship, Run and Gun did use his Shaman deck to good effect.
Okay.
So Colento is probably aware that there is the potential of Sludge Belcher from Run and Gun's deck, but there's not really a good thing to do here if you don't play Black Knight. So instead, he's just going to dig, and the rope is burning on him.
To go a little faster.
Oh, and a Druid of the Claw. So, and he's just going to play out the big game hunter. Interesting play.
Ooh, he's going to go for board control instead too.
Well, this frog is stopping Sylvanas for now, but Run and Gun has Alakir as well. Oh, Fire Elemental is a nice card.
Fire Elemental.
So what he can do right now is Earthshock the Frog, Sylvanas kills the BGH, and Fire Elemental his own Sylvanas to steal the Spectrum.
Yes, he can. And that was the line of play that I immediately saw as well. The question is, will Run and Gun think that that's a good play, or will he think that some other line of play is better?
Oh, that has to be so good though.
Oh. What if he develops the Belcher? I mean, it will be bad for him because there's their Black Knight, but maybe he thinks, hey, I have, if I develop a Belcher, I have an advantage.
I do think that Fire Elemental plus Spectral Knight undamaged would be an extremely
amazing.
daunting board.
Oh, I think he sees it.
And if he sees it, this is going to be a huge swing turn for Run and Gun.
Oh,
He goes for it. He does see it. The Fire Elemental takes out Sylvanas, steals the Spectral Knight.
Beautiful.
Huge swing.
Yeah.
How do you climb 30 health and 2 giant minions if you are Colento?
Fantastic play by Run and Gun.
Oh, wow. Does it innovate help here? Not really.
Can he even kill this?
Man, we were saying how deadly a Spectral Knight is, and now even on the other side is super deadly. I mean, Druids have no way of dealing with this. Can't even, like, you know, cast a spell on it or anything. Do you just swipe the Fire Elemental and just clear it off with your hero power?
Well, normally, if you can't deal with the board, you just ignore it and go face.
But your opponent's at 30 health!
Yeah, Colento is in no position to go face from here.
That's too hard, I think.
Do you just set up a taunt?
You set up a taunt. The taunt is going to be terrible because it just... The Fire Elemental is just going to hit it. It's just going to die.
Can you maybe throw Defender Vargas on the opposing side of the board, taunt those guys up, and play your Black Knight to destroy one of them?
Maybe in a later expansion or something.
Time waits for no one.
Give taunt to random
All right, well, it's the Spectral Knight who is going to take the damage here. And he even takes 6 to his face by attacking in to the Fire Elemental. He's most likely setting up for a swipe turn next turn. But Defender of Argus is here too. If he were to decide to do something like roll a totem instead of play Sludge Belcher, he could get it out of range, but...
Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that you really want to develop the Belcher and the Argus with 9 mana.
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee, of course, that you would get the healing totem.
Exactly.
Well, if you Belcher and Argus, you can attack for 7 and put your opponent at 16. And with Alakir in your hand, you are in a really good position to win the game next turn.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, he does decide to roll the totem instead, so that means that he will probably have his board not quite cleared, but nearly cleared next turn without the Defender of Argus in play.
Right.
Which is okay. But Kolento does have some breathing room left here where he could possibly put together a bit of a comeback.
Right.
All right, so the full first Belcher is going to hit the board. Kolento has the Black Knight just waiting for a first stone to come.
Well, Black Knight and Swipe, the most likely play here from Kolento.
Yep.
He's just at 15. Needs to get rid of the Fire Elemental, which he set up to do last turn. So this turn, he would not have been able to kill the Fire Elemental with just Swipe. So very good play from him, despite needing to go down to just 15 life to do it.
So he's so low on cards, and his opponent still has 29 points of health.
Yeah, exactly the situation that Shaman wants to be in with the Druid. You have a lot of cards, Druid does not have a lot of cards, and you just slowly whittle them down.
Do Hex?
You could. To be honest, you really could.
What are the bigger targets?
Ancient of Lore is really the biggest target in Kolento's Druid deck. So I like that. That's perfectly fine.
My shield for Argus!
Alright, so Run and Gun is going to take the board back from Kolento again. Setting up 2 taunts and sitting comfortably on 29.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Druid has to use like creatures and spells to clear the board and fight back for board control. And in this case, it's just like a losing battle. It's like an uphill battle, right? Where the Shaman's gonna put more stuff and the Druid's gonna clear more stuff. So at some point, you can't clear everything, and then, you know, the Shaman just wins the game from there.
Yeah, but we definitely don't concede. You want to see as many cards as possible because you know you will be playing versus Shaman next game.
And an interesting method of clearing here. This lets him get the 2-3 into play, which maybe it could do something, but unfortunately there's just so much power left in Run and Gun's hand. And Sludge Belcher plus Loatheb, no possibility of Black Knight out of Kolento already used. And Run and Gun really does have a very dominant position here to push this to a game 5.
Yeah, Run and Gun has how much damage is this even? 8, 9. Like here, if he gets something to silence or amplify his damage, he's just winning right there this turn.
Like a Rock Biter or like an Earth Shock.
A Big Game Hunter is not the card, but still, he's so far ahead.
Right. It's a Big Game Hunter instead. 9 damage this turn is still so much. And Alakir crashes in, takes out the taunt. I wonder if he'll use it to clear, and he does. So full clear here, but no cards in hand for Kolento. And making use of even just the value of just the healing totem.
Oh, that's not fair.
So Harvest Golem is not it, and Kolento is going to concede the game. At tie 2-2, Kolento versus Run and Gun.
Wow.
We're going to game 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I am ready for game 5 in this one. I wanted to see Kolento play Handlock. I get to see Kolento play Handlock. The bad news for him, he has to play it against a Shaman.
Yeah, that's a very weird matchup. So Amos, can you tell us more about Handlock versus Shaman?
Oh man, the history has been pretty weird in this matchup because it's generally, I guess, agreed that Shaman is the counter to Handlock with Earthshock on Twilight Drakes. You have Hex on the Giants, but then lately people have been saying that Handlock is actually pretty good in Shaman. You know, Hellfire clears the whole board, and then afterwards you have Loatheb and shuts them down completely. So it's definitely interesting. It just depends on the key, changes that they make into the deck. I mean, if you suddenly put like BGH inside a Shaman, it's that much better, right?
Yeah.
And if you have like an extra Shadow Flame or a board clear in the Handlock, that's so much better. So it really depends on the little decisions they made when they made the deck.
And Rios, how much important Jaraxxus is in that matchup?
Well, Jaraxxus is one of the better cards in the matchup if you can play it in a circumstance where you've already traded a lot of resources with your opponent. If the game ever turns into a slugfest, that's the situation where Jiraxis can come in and make a big difference in the way the game plays out. It basically gives you infinite resources, but if your opponent has a lot of things they can do, a lot of the time that means that they can potentially burst you down. They have access to so much burst with Alakir, Rockbiter, maybe even Doomhammer in his deck as well. We didn't get to see it that game. It really is just a question of which things they draw and how well they play it. Run and Gun's Shaman play that last game was very clean. Very good decisions, and it's going to make it tough on Kolento to find a way to play out his hand in a way where he trades efficiently with what Shaman is doing when they do, like you said, have so many great answers to the threats of the Warlock deck.
Even a Big Game Hunter.
Even Big Game Hunter.
Right, yeah.
That could also be a big deal. It really just depends on exactly how their draws go.
All right, guys, the players are ready, so let's jump into the game number 5. This is BlizzCon 2014 Hearthstone World Champs. Warlock, Handlock versus Shaman, Kolento versus Run and Gun. I'm so excited to see the game. Let's see the mulligans.
This is a do or die situation. Only one person was going to advance from this match.
Yeah, one person goes into the top 8 and one person gets eliminated from this tournament.
Oh, man.
Yeah, one player very sadly gets to enjoy the rest of BlizzCon. Not in a way that most people who come to BlizzCon would want
to. To enjoy BlizzCon, but sadly out of the tournament, you mean?
Right, no, it would be the only way to be unhappy that all you get to do is enjoy BlizzCon.
Right.
Guys, being a Shaman, what are you looking for? Flame Tongue Totem, double Hex, maybe?
Double Hex is not that good, actually, because you do limit your options, to play minions and stuff like that. So,
Well,
wow, Harrison.
Harrison Jones making an appearance, and we did see for Run and Gun, he got to play that Harrison Jones
Shields up.
against Jiraxis.
Yeah, maybe it's his favorite minion. It's in every single one of his decks, yeah.
Yeah, and it was one of the reasons that he made it into this match against Kolento in the first place, was on the back of Harrison Jones. Unfortunately, not a lot of targets in the Warlock deck, just the Jiraxis
That's
weapon.
true. That's the only target. But I do like Kolento actually using a Sun Fury out here in turn 2. Not because he wants to clear like totems or whatnot. It's because that his hand quality is really bad. I mean, you could try and bet on like tapping into a turn 4 play, but he's taking the safer route instead.
I got
Well, right now he's able to kill the spider and use the moral kill to his advantage.
Oh yeah, he's gonna get rewarded for this play.
Yeah, very, very strong play by Kolento. Because he played the Sun Fury Protector on turn 2, though, it does mean that the turn 4 Mountain Giant will not be able to be played, but that's the way Kolento usually plays. He doesn't even when he can play Mountain Giant on turn 4 against Shaman, I've seen him hold back in order to do other things. And the reason why is because of those hexes that are in the Shaman's hand. That is the card that he usually plays around.
Right.
So basically he is like forcing Hex earlier, forcing Hex and Sludge Belchers and different minions than a Giant. It's interesting that Kolento didn't get a Twilight Drake, and there is also no Airshock from Run and Gun.
Twilight Drake would be an amazing top deck here if he could get it.
Yeah.
It would almost certainly force a Hex instead of the Earthshock, which is the better answer.
But then Owl's not really gonna do much here. Either Farseer here or you tap, pretty much.
I do think either option is okay. He's probably not excited by either option.
Yeah, not super thrilled, I guess. But the Farseer is a pretty good drop. I mean, your opponent did have to Rockbiter a 2 health Sentry. So, you know, this Farseer is gonna be pretty annoying in terms of like Run and Gun dealing with it.
Ooh, Loatheb drawn for Run and Gun, and he has even the opportunity to play it this turn if he wants to. Is that worth it, just to get the Loatheb out there and try to get that pressure on, or?
You usually want to put Loatheb when you have like a better board, so that you guarantee that your board is going to stick around.
Sure.
So it's kind of like a fine line between, oh, do I want to risk play it here, but then if I play it later, I have a bigger reward, right? I think just playing a Harvest Golem here is completely fine. You already saw a Mortal Coil. I don't think the damage one is going anywhere.
What about using the coin to get a totem? Is this worth anything?
You do want to have a lot of totems in this matchup because Flame Tongue is such a good card, but at the same time, you do not have the Flame Tongue, so you might just save it.
It seems like the coin is useless for now.
Yeah, the coin is not really doing much. Yeah, it's just not really doing much. But it's interesting that running gun is running the reincarnate version. So as soon as we see like Sylvan or something, we might see like 2 mana mind controls.
Wow, another Mountain Giant. This will be important.
It's double Mountain Giant in hand for Colento against double Hex in hand for Run and Gun. Ooh, and a Hellfire drawn as well. So there's a lot of opportunity here for Colento to clear out his opponent's board and maybe start to get something going. But even if he were to clear out what Run and Gun is doing reasonably efficiently, there's still those hexes waiting in the wings.
Right. But unfortunately, if I was running gun, I wouldn't want to see those hexes until a giant is dropped, right?
Right.
He had a very mediocre turn 4, I guess, with just the Harvest Golem. He could have played something else that's much better, like Coin of Belcher, for example.
So how about this play? Earthen Ring Farseer attacks Spider. Earthen Ring Farseer from hand heals your Earthen Ring Farseer back to a 3/3.
That's pretty good.
I like it. I think it's the best play you can do. I was thinking like about Iron Beak to free and then attack into it so that he has to decide what to kill. And apparently Colento is going for that play. But I like attacking the Spider with Farseer as well.
Well, maybe it is the better play. A Lightning Storm drawn though, and it's really either Loetheb or Lightning Storm, and that may prompt him to play the Lightning Storm here.
Oh,
but maybe he's not afraid of 2 damage.
Yeah. Well, the thing with Lightning Storm is kind of like a Holy Nova in Priest play, is that one is not really good against like a handlock because you can't really kill anything except for like the Taunt Givers and like Farseers, stuff like that. But as soon as you drizzle a second one, it could be really, really good.
There is merit in playing Loetheb on turn 6 against handlock, like your turn 5.
Yeah.
Because they won't be able to just simply Siphon Soul it, so you're forcing them to play something.
Right.
So you're, well, Colento was just forced to play a Mountain Giant that will be hexed.
Oh man, okay.
Yep, Hex is almost certainly going to come down. I wonder if he will kill the 2/1 Owl with Loetheb first or not. He has that option, and he does protect his totem with it. So he uses Loetheb to protect his totem. Now it's back on Colento, and is it a Hellfire turn now? Is that worth it just to clear out Mr. Loetheb?
Oh, Soulfire is pretty good here too, though. You just saw Hex.
True.
You saw that your opponent needed to like Rock Biter your Sun Fury. It's getting like his hand is pretty bad, so it might make sense to use Soulfire after dropping down the Giant and say a Farseer. And Argus is in this deck is not really that good. You want to drop it as soon as possible because if you die, you want Sun Fury to protect yourself, and you want the Argus buff as soon as possible.
Well, unless you're going to Drax, then Defender of Argus is a blessing.
Oh yeah, sure, that's true.
And Colento might actually have this game mapped out. He is thinking about Draxus already.
I like his sequence of plays so far. He is forced in a way to play the second Mountain Giant here, which means the second Mountain Giant is going to get hexed as well. Ooh. Hellfire is a bit of an unfortunate draw.
Right.
He does also have Shadow Flame though.
Yeah, and he does have board control, right? If you have board control, you don't want to play Hellfire. You want to play Shadow Flame instead.
Right.
So that was unfortunate, but it's fine as long as he maintains board control.
All right, so Run and Gun is he forced to play Hex? You have to play Hex.
Oh yeah. They're designed to kill 8/8s.
Are you playing around Faceless? Would you expect Faceless reels, like in a handlock?
I think that it's actually uncommon now, is it not? We don't see Faceless as much anymore. Once upon a time, of course, Leroy Jenkins was 4 mana.
Oh man.
You would play a Power Overwhelming on it, and then Faceless it and deal 20 damage all at once. That's not really a part of the handlock deck anymore. They've gone back to playing Jiraxis and prepare for the long game.
We rarely even see Power Overwhelming anymore, even, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Because it only works with like Shadow Flame, I guess, or even like 4 damage burst. And 4 damage burst is like nothing. You have Soulfires already to you know, fulfill that plan. So don't see Faceless that often anymore.
Can you Faceless a frog and then go for a triple frog strategy?
That would be pretty creative. I mean, you're not a hunter, you're not a kill commander, you don't need a
Look at that, Run and Gun is thinking about triple frog strategy. How do I even defend against triple frog?
Oh man, that's a lot of taunts to be sure, but you know, you can just make your own taunts right now. Right?
Well,
oh, another Ancient Watcher, okay.
And then Defender of Argus.
Yeah, Defender of Argus saying a frog might be good, just so it does something and just not sit there and just looking like a Looking like a green pudding, I guess.
Yeah, well, he's doing something now, isn't he? Frog is going to battle for Colento.
Yeah, 1 damage. That frog hits hard.
It's a lot more than 0.
Infinitely more.
This one frog is a survivor.
Well, Fire Elemental might be cooking some frog tonight.
I think like cooking at 2-3 is much more tasty.
Yeah, I think so too.
So it does seem a little better. Fire Elemental number 2. Maybe it'll get the frog, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see.
Ooh.
Oh, Lord Jiraxis.
Jiraxis is there, but you don't play it yet. Especially because you still have Molten Giant somewhere in your deck, and you really want to play Molten Giants before becoming Jiraxis.
You do, but this hand is pretty good for Jiraxis, I have to say. You have the Shadow Flame, you have the Argus.
It's really not bad.
Yeah, it's...
I think he has a lot of time before he needs to play it.
Right. I mean, you do want to tap for more cards, but then again, there might not be a point in time where you can play the Jiraxis.
Is there any merit in using like Faces on a 6-5, then Shadow Flame the 5-6, and go face with a frog?
Oh, wow, that would be a great play.
It must be.
Colento sees it.
He sure does. It must be a Cloud9 shared brain thing or something going on.
Oh man, I would love to attack with that frog.
Oh, and just in time to clear things out before Flame Tongue Totem can get value out of all the minions that were there.
Oh man, but if you use Alakir, that's not really kind of time.
Well, he knows that the Lightning Storm will do at least 2 damage.
Right.
Fire Elemental kills Fire Elemental. Fight fire with fire.
This is actually pretty close.
Yeah. Run and Gun retaking the board there.
This is still anybody's game, and Run and Gun is playing really well, predicting what's happening, just keeping the board, trying to develop what he can. And Shaman is a very explosive deck, so you know it can be over very fast if he gets the right cards.
It can, but one thing that the Warlock deck has access to that the Shaman deck certainly does not is Life Tap. Colento is starting to pull ahead on resources, which will mean a point will come in the game where Run and Gun will have to try to win with a burst of damage instead of continuing to trade resources with his opponent.
But Reels, remember, was the signature play by Run and Gun. He has...
That's true.
Harrington Jones.
You are right. When it comes to resources, no card in the game gives you really as many as Harrison Jones sometimes.
That's true.
Except for your buddy Amaz, of course, Northshire Cleric sometimes.
Oh yeah, she's pretty good.
Can get a little crazy.
Yeah, she's good. She's great.
Well, right now, Run and Gun has to develop the board somehow, so maybe playing this Harrison Jones is not the worst. You probably want to keep Alakir and Flame Tongue as a surprise damage.
Oh man, but Harrison Jones is like your ace card.
I know, but when you're playing in the World Championships, you have to make tough choices.
Oh, that is tough. Like, look at him, he's tortured, right?
That is the toughest of tough choices. A turn basically doing nothing is so tough when you have 10 mana.
I think he would have loved to put the Flame Tongue, because if the opponent's taps, he actually lets lethal with Alakir attack twice with the Flame Tongue, and actually reincarnate the Alakir to attack twice again.
Right, that's true.
Like he would have loved to put it
down. That
down,
would be 20 damage, 20 Alakir damage.
Yeah, that would have been pretty crazy.
That would be so much. Unfortunately, Colento would have had a way to shut it down.
With taunts, there is multiple taunts, so yeah.
And strong turn from Colento with Sludge Belcher and Loetheb.
Yeah, but a Sludge Belcher pickup for Run and Gun is also a good card. Now he can develop the board somehow.
Well, it's okay, but when your opponent plays Sludge Belcher and Loetheb, and your response is just Sludge Belcher, someone is doing better on that exchange, and right now Colento does have a big advantage on board.
I think if you play Sludge Belcher, you can still play a Flame Tongue Totem.
Yeah, Sludge Belcher, Flame Tongue Totem. Actually, Sludge Belcher and Totem, and if it's a taunt totem, you can slide the Flame Tongue in between the two taunts.
Yeah, a 5/5 taunt is better than a 3/5 taunt.
No, yeah. That's definitely true.
Where you might be tempted not to do this to avoid a possible Hellfire or Shadow Flame. Yeah. You've seen one Shadow Flame being used, and if you paid attention, you know that Hellfire was discarded.
It's definitely pretty tricky right now.
All right, well, it's Alakir time, says Run and Gun. He is almost all in on this play. It's going to be up to the top of his deck to find things to finish off the game because Alakir no longer is a threat. It is gone.
Yep.
How do you play around the Nerf Shock?
You don't play Twilight Drake.
Can you play 2? Then you play around 1 Nerf Shock.
Okay, I guess you do.
I think it might be time for Lord Jaraxxus. Oh, and he goes for it.
And we see what happens on the other side. We see Harrison Jones.
Wow.
Oh man, this thing is gonna happen again.
Run and gun for the 3rd time. Is he going to do it?
Wow.
Is there a
You
reason not
face
to do it?
Jaraxxus.
Of course he uses it, but then
you coin first, right?
No, you might want to Pharaoh Spirits and coin and then use Harrison.
Sure.
Right? Because you're drawing 7 cards, right?
How many cards are left in Run and Gun's deck?
It was like 14 or something.
He had 15 cards last he checked, so he might have 14 right now.
Something like that, 14.
Or 13 right now if it was the
And
previous
Colento
turn.
has 8, I believe.
Well, it's going to be Sludge Belcher instead of Feral Spirit. Oh.
He's not going for it. Harrison Jones.
He's not necessarily wrong. We want to see it, but he's thinking out what he wants to do, and he doesn't want to burn away any cards. He wants to make sure he can make as much use of the resources as he has, or that he can, as much use of the resources that he has as he can.
Right, and also he was able to develop the board, and with the Harrison Jones play, he would have a lot of cards in hand, but not like the biggest board possible.
Oh man,
Right.
that is interesting.
And now there's a giant taunt in the way and a giant 6/6 minion right next to it.
Another Earth Shock, so now you can't play around 1 Earth Shock.
You can't play around the 1 Earth Shock.
Harrison comes down, and there are 6 cards that are going to be drawn. So much direct damage that's going to be coming up.
Jaraxxus' weapon belongs to the museum.
Whoa.
And Colento is just rolling eyes.
Jeez. So what do we do here? With possibly 4 mana, I guess?
Well, up to 4 mana. But even with 4 mana worth of spells, he's still going to have a very uphill climb against a 6/6 every turn from Jaraxxus.
Yeah.
Oh man, look at this board. Like, Run and Gun has the board, has a full hand, and Colento has a couple of minions, and his hand is not exciting at all, especially looking at double air shock.
Yeah, but if you're running gun, you're like, oh no, he has a Shadow Flame or something. My whole board's gonna disappear, you know? You really don't want to see that happen.
Is he playing Defender of Argus here?
Really? Oh, he is.
Wow.
My shield.
This is surprising. I guess he figures he needs to hold on to Rockbiter for something like
burst.
I imagine it must mean that he has.
Shadow Flame top deck.
Oh my god.
This is what he needed to clear his board.
That is exactly what you want to see right now.
That is the definition of a huge draw.
Oh my god.
Do you play Twilight Drake and use Shadow Flame and Twilight Drake?
Oh, you Shadow Flame the new Inferno that you spawned, right?
Yeah, who needs the guy with taunt?
Oh man, do you want to play Twilight Drake first? I guess you do.
I think you can. Taunt is fine. You have only 50 points of health.
Dude, this Shadow Flame might have just
smart
saved.
move.
Yeah, that's really smart. Oh,
Very smart.
God.
He uses the Twilight Drake.
Colento playing around air shock.
Wow.
Well,
no, BGH, there's 6. And 6 does not equal 7.
6 does not equal 7, Amaz.
Oh no, that's just sad.
In an alternate universe, 50% of the time, 6 equals 7. Sadly, here for Run and Gun, that is not the case.
Oh no.
And the Run and Gun suddenly in trouble with Jaraxxus just spawning those infernals.
Oh, he's in so much trouble.
So much.
He's in so much trouble, his mom used his full name to call him out here.
Where did that one come from? Where the heck did that one come from?
I don't know.
Oh, jeez. But yeah, you have to play Belcher here. I mean, you're facing, what, 14 damage and you have 19 health. BJ is just going to actually do nothing against a handlock. How often do you see that happening?
Well, the good thing in all this for Run and Gun is that he's seen double Shadow Flame and a Hellfire, so now he can overextend as much as he wants. No more AoE, possibly.
Ooh,
oh my
wait a
God.
moment. What is happening? Is this lethal?
Well, no, it's not. It's
not
16
quite.
damage if he wants to push for damage now. But jeez.
That's almost lethal.
Almost. I mean, if he's still at the weapon, he would have had lethal, but not quite.
Well, still, being Colento, you can just relax here and...
I don't think you ever relax, right? No,
Relax is probably not
There's
the correct
still
term.
a lightning storm that Run and Gun hasn't drawn yet.
Do you think Colento is stressed right now? This is the game who advances to the top 8 of the World Championships.
Oh,
Absolutely.
And who gets eliminated.
There's so much on the line in this game, this game 5. He's going to make sure that he has everything planned out the best he can. He doesn't want to just accidentally lose to some unknown card that he didn't think about, so he's going to take his time and think about it.
Third Infernal. This board is just so scary.
Oh my, all those 6/6s. And now you can just, make them 7/7s because you just saw a BGH, right?
Just develop your board and go for face.
Oh, man.
Time runs out.
Oh!
Wow, with Reincarnate, Sylvanas is a nice combo.
But I don't think you... Wait a minute.
I don't think it's good enough, though.
I don't think it's
Even
good
if you
enough.
Sylvanas, Reincarnate, steal an Infernal, what does that do? There's still so much damage coming in on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I guess you want to steal the Ancient Watcher instead.
I guess you would and hope to top deck Lightning Storm.
That is just brutal. Well,
Can you like air shock?
Can you actually survive here? You Sylvanas and you Reincarnate, steal the Watcher, kill an Inferno with Lightning Bolt and Rock Rider, and then you're still dead. Man.
I wonder.
Wow, that Shadow Flame from Colento. That was exactly the card he needed.
It was the top deck of the game.
Yeah.
The game would have continued on in a much different way without it. But he set up for it so well the whole game.
He's going for it. Sylvanas is going to be sacked.
And the Mind Control takes out.
Oh, no.
That is terrible.
Run and Gun is devastated, but he has an Iron Begal.
Is this a taunt totem? No, not even a taunt.
This is not a totem, and we are going to see concede Colento.
Oh, Colento advances.
Advancing top 8.
Oh.
And Run and Gun is eliminated from the tournament, but well played.
Well played.
Run and Gun and Colento.
At the back of a Shadow Flame, man.
I really do want to point out how well Run and Gun played today. He had a lot of time to rest up before this part of the event, before this match, and it carried him all the way to here, not quite through to the quarterfinals. Of course, Colento is such a tough opponent, and Colento is the one moving on.
Oh yeah, certainly. Run and Gun played perfectly, and also great game from Colento. So this match was just fantastic. Fatigue game, then rush games, control games, and in the end, Shaman versus Warlock. I'm so excited, like watching those games. Amas, just give me a summary.
The summary is that anytime Run and Gun joins a tournament from now on, I'm gonna watch his games. Like all his games have been amazing, even in the open weekend.
Yeah, he's made a fan out of me.
Yeah. So yeah, but congratulations to Colento. I mean, it certainly feels good to go advance to the top 8 in the biggest tournament yet. And yeah, we should be joining him for an interview soon. Yeah.
Yeah, soon we'll join Colento for the interview, but I want to add that Run and Gun is, in my eyes, a moral winner. 3 times in World Championships, Harrison Jones into Jiraxis.
Yeah.
How is this even possible?
That's the Harrison Jones dream. You talk about destroying Doomhammer. Doomhammer is like the dream that actually happens sometimes. Being able to destroy Jirax's Blood Fury doesn't happen very often. He got to do it 3 times.
Yeah.
Super awesome. Really glad we got to see it. Still pretty glad that Colento moves through, though. Really great series, and now all of our quarterfinals are all the way set.
Oh yeah, we have a top 8 set.
All right. Colento will be facing Kranich in a Group D. But the next match that we will be able to show is Tilder Celestial versus Array. And yeah, that. All right, let's show you guys the bracket.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
All right, good. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
This is our awesome bracket for the top 8 of the World Champs BlizzCon 2014. Tilder Celestial versus Array. Then we have Kranich versus Colento, Cower versus Firebat, and Strifecrow versus D2.
Absolutely stacked bracket, top to bottom.
Yep.
It is going to be insane, and it's going to be starting in almost no time. We have all of the quarterfinals yet to go through today. I cannot wait.
And of course, tomorrow will be the semifinals, and then right after that is the finals. So very excited for these 2 days that are going to come on.
All right, guys. That bracket it looks amazing, but we have Colento already. So let's go to Rachel and DJ Wheat. Guys, give us Colento.
Thank you so much, guys. I am here with Colento, and it's been a treat, I think, watching you play these matches, because a lot of players, they show no expression, but you know, you're playing a card game, you kind of got to hide that. You don't hide that at all. I love to see you smile when you draw a good card. I love to see you smile when your opponent has a tough situation.
Rachel, one time I saw Colento's minions all die, and then he smiled.
What does it mean when you smile?
When I smile, it means I'm drawing something good, and I'll play it at the same turn, because otherwise I will not show my emotions.
Excellent. And does it mean you're having fun too?
Yes, of course.
You did mention that to us yesterday, is that, you know, for all the reasons why you could be playing Hearthstone, one of the reasons why is because it's so fun. I have to imagine that's why we see all those smiles throughout your matches. Is that accurate?
Not only reason, but it's good enough reason.
Okay, great. Can you tell us a little bit about game one, where the fatigue was introduced, the damage you take when you run out of cards? Do you like to play in games that go fatigue, or would you rather avoid those types of games?
It's kind of boring to play this type of games, but I still like it, because it's exactly that type of games when your skill truly shines, because every point of value you're getting from minions, it all counts. And the fact that I lost, maybe I did something wrong somewhere. Maybe one decision would change the game. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it's actually, you're down to the wire when you're playing fatigue, and I think one of the hardest parts is calculating, he's gonna take this, but if I heal him and then he does this, so, I mean, is that the most difficult situation you encounter in a game, or what would be the most difficult moment in a game where you're just like, oh, I hate playing like this?
The most difficult in game, it's to realize what's played is better. It's not about hitting or trading, it's about your understanding if the play is correct or not. It's hard to explain. It comes with experience, I think.
Another question, you know, sometimes Hearthstone comes with those great, you know, yes, you pull the card you need, and then of course you pull the card you don't need. And in that last game, you pulled like the perfect Shadow Flame. When you're in a competitive match and there's a lot of money on the line, is that feeling any different when you pull that perfect card than it is when you're just at home playing for fun?
I was waiting for the Shadow Flame maybe 3 turns. So I was like, hey, it's time to appear. Okay, Shadow Flame appears. Lucky, but it feels good anyway.
Well, you seem to be in pretty good spirits. Your next opponent is Kranich. How do you feel going into your match against him?
I never feel confident, if you want to hear these words.
Never feel confident?
Yeah.
Well, I know for a fact that a lot of these players, when I interview them to qualify for the championship, and I said, you know, who are you most looking forward to play? Who are you most worried about? The answer was almost always Colento. Oh. So how weird is it for them to hear that you're as scared of them as they are of you?
I don't care.
You know what? That's really the best. That's how you get into that pro mind state. You don't care.
I think that's the best answer. All right, we've got one final question for you. This is the most serious one. Goblins or gnomes?
You want to know my opinion about this expansion?
I want to know if you're on the goblin side or if you're on the gnome side.
Gnomes.
Okay. All right.
That is a celebrated answer. Well, thank you so much for the wonderful games. We're going to see more from you very soon as we make our way into our quarterfinal matches.
Yeah, we're very, very close to getting started with all those. We've got our 8 competitors that, of course, have been moving on, and we want to keep in touch with you guys. We love the tweets that you're sending us, some of the pictures from inside the venue and the event. It's all been great. You can reach out to us at @PlayHearthstone using the hashtag BlizzCon. We want to hear everything from what you think about the games, what you think about the new expansion, especially anything and everything that you'd have to communicate with us about. Also, we've got the virtual ticket, which tell us a little bit more about it.
Absolutely. If you signed up for the virtual ticket, you are going to get a lot of the sweet stuff that we BlizzCon attendees get for being here. You're going to get a fancy card back. You're going to get a fancy mount for Heroes of the Storm. You're going to get stuff for a bunch of other games that are on other stages, but really we just care about that Hearthstone card back. Have you seen it, man? It is tight.
Yes, I do want. So you can check out blizzard.com for more information on how to access and get your hands on a virtual ticket. Meanwhile, we've also got the fireside gatherings happening all around the US, around the world, where people are gathering not only to play and watch Hearthstone, but also to celebrate, of course, the BlizzCon 2014 announcement of Goblins versus Gnomes. I'm so excited. It's coming out next month, so make sure you keep your eyes out on all your social media to find out more information on when and where and new cards and all that good stuff. So we are very, very close to getting started, Rachel, and I think that we're going to check in with our casters here and see if they are ready for the quarterfinals of the Hearthstone World Championship.
Oh, we're ready. All right, Marcus and Rachel, thank you so much once again for that lovely interview, and congrats to Colento for being able to advance to the top 8. And we are now one step closer to crowning a world champion. I'm joined on the desk with Admirable and Reels, who stays on from the previous series. This is where it starts getting a little bit more intense. The nerves are going to ramp up just a little bit. I mean, it's still top 12 to 12, top 8. The prize money does get a lot more significant, but now it's single elimination once again. You lose and your journey stops here, and every win from this point is a lot more money.
The intensity does go up a notch, and it is a lot for these players to take on, but they have played through so much already. I'm sure that they are prepared. They have steeled their hearts against what they're going to face.
I guess so.
You know, it's going to be such great action, such great games.
That's right. Our first series for the quarterfinals, we're going to jump straight into, if you guys don't mind, will be Tare versus Tiddler Celestial. Let's look at the bracket and see where everybody sits. After our first match, we have Kranich versus Colento, and then, of course, the winners will be playing there. On the bottom half, we have Kaor versus Firebat and Strifecrow versus D2 to wrap the night. I couldn't figure a better way to do it. And I just look at this bracket all around, and I feel like both sides of the bracket are insanely stacked.
Yeah, not only are they insanely stacked, but you kind of also have stories that are spread out throughout the entire bracket. You know, a few people you might not have expected to be here. And then something that I want to mention about coming into this stage of it now that it's single elimination again is I feel like this is a pretty big load off of the chest of people who've already lost a game coming into this round, because now it's like new life has been breathed into them. People who have gone undefeated to this point, now one loss and they're out of it. But for people who have already lost a game and at this point now, it just feels like they've gotten a free win almost, because that's one less match you have to win against the guys in a format where it would normally be something like double elimination.
That's right. You have to wonder also, is fatigue starting to settle in for players like Colento who had to sit here for a while? There's actually a post that showed Colento taking a brief snooze while we were doing all those technical difficulties. And it's a very real case, too. Some of these players are tired. They've been mentally exhausted, trying to stay focused the entire time. I know guys like Strifecrow in the back, he just wants to play. He's like, but you know, Strifecrow, you play in the very last match of the day. Sorry, buddy, you're going to have to wait in line. And of course, it's like, I just want to get this over with. And I don't know how much that's going to play into factor for some of these guys who might be really nervous because they're trying to just get it over with.
I do have some experience myself with the fatigue factor when it comes to playing in esports events. And it is real. It is a real challenge to overcome. The good news for the players that are here today is that they have been in the area. They have been here for a week or even a little bit more. So they have been able to rest, hopefully, enough before coming into today. It is a long day, though. And if they're here to watch these matches, like Strifecrow, hopefully he'll still be fresh by the time his time comes.
Yeah, fatigue, I think, is definitely an issue for a lot of these players, but it's going to be more so of an issue for people who have had to travel before they've gotten to this point. You know, even being somewhere for like a week, you're not necessarily 100% adjusted to the schedule. You know, when you're at home and you're practicing and you have time to relax and just really be on point, that's when these guys are performing at their best. But you come to a tournament like this, and of course, there's always still the nerves factor. It's, no matter how much people want to say it's not, it is an issue when it comes to this. And of course, when you top that off with something like fatigue, and just not being at home and having to be in a hotel the whole time, that stuff really matters.
One thing that also does come into play is preparation for a series. A lot of players, they focus on their next match, how they're going to approach it. If what's the best band I can do and how I'm going to start the series off. The guys who've been in the quarterfinals since the beginning of the day, they've had the luxury of planning their match against either of these guys versus the players who are coming off the deciders match, all they cared about was winning that one match.
Right.
And they're not necessarily looking forward immediately because that'd be just too, forward thinking to the point where they might distract themselves. So how much does this play into a factor? Is Tare able to figure out what he wants to do in his strategy against Tiddler Celestial, who's been watching him since the very beginning of the morning?
Well, they do have their strategies set up of course, with their lineup before they even came to the tournament, before they came to the World Championships at all. But it is perhaps a slight advantage for the people who went 2-0 and were able to spend more time preparing, like you said, and didn't have to worry about a match before it at all. Even though the playing field has been leveled in the sense that it is now single elimination, regardless of whether these players came in through the lower bracket of their group or the upper bracket, it still is possibly, like you said, yeah, absolutely a slight advantage for the people who had more time to prepare, were able to relax a little bit more, and didn't have to play an additional series.
Speaking of the preparation point, too, I want to talk specifically about the match with Teray. We saw his mage ban in the last one, but he still won that match 3-1. And then we saw him play mage earlier in this tournament where he put up was a 3-0 with just the freeze mage
Right, he was winning 3 games with freeze mage.
And now you come in. This guy has been playing fantastic. He's shown a wonderful amount of insight. What do you ban against this guy? Like, what is the best prepared ban?
Can you ban against him?
Is there a reasonable ban against him? That's sort of like a really big show of how much he's prepared for this. Not just coming into it like from an opponent standpoint, but just like, I have come with the best strategy. How do you deal with the fact that my strategy's been working so well, and your game's sometimes been going to 4 or 5 games every single time? I'm just 3-0.
Let's not also forget the Chinese player, Tidler Celestial, coming out as one of the best players in the entire region, winning some of the most prize money you've ever seen in all of Hearthstone. So he is, by one of the definitions in 2014, one of the most winningest players.
Yep.
And he comes in here in the top half of the bracket. I feel like the winner of this match can perhaps be threatening to take it all.
Absolutely. And both of these players are players that we have highlighted even as saying, don't sleep on this player. Don't sleep on this player. They are super good. They may not be the most well-known to you, but they will be by the end of this tournament. They're both in the quarterfinals, and they both have to play against each other. Whoever does move on is absolutely going to be a threat to take the whole thing.
And with that, let's take a closer look at both these players as we get ready for our first quarterfinal match. All right, well, Tare versus Tidler Celestial. I learned a lot from that video, and I hope you guys are ready for the first quarterfinal matches. Both these guys are ready to go. And look at Tidler Celestial once again, donning that swag that he saw earlier last weekend. And as he was making a statement, not only with his Hearthstone play, but also with his clothes.
You're well dressed and well played.
That's right.
Yep. And well met.
I like that. I like that. I took a second to register, but that was clever, dude. Well played.
Well met.
I love how they walk out at the same time together. They're about to do battle against each other, but maybe they were already a little bit friends or friendly. Maybe they'll be friendly after. Who knows? But in the match itself, it's absolutely going to be winner take all. They're both going to be gunning for it.
You can't underestimate either of these guys. Like we said, this is a quarterfinal match where if you told me this is a finals based off of how the round of 16 panned out, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But it's a shame that one of these have to drop, but you know, I have to pick one of these guys here. I'm going to go with Tare. I feel like he's got momentum on his side. He's played extremely well in his round of 16 matches. In the second place match, even though he did lose a series in the group stage, I think he's on fire. What do you guys think? Who you're taking?
I'm on the same boat with you. You know, I've seen a lot of Tidlers play. You know, with WCA, and again, he's just on point. The guy understands his matchups. He's really aggressive with them, and when he needs to be, and he slows down the pace whenever it's time for him to do that too. I think he plays fantastic. But after seeing the way Tare played the last match, I mean, if he can continue to do that, There is not anyone who's going to beat this guy for the World Championships. I mean, that was beyond 100. That was like the kind of play that you can't determine is correct or not. You see it unfold as it's happening, and you're witnessing something truly special at this World Championship. I have to go with Teray for this match as well.
Well, I think that both of them are incredible talents. I think that Teray, though he played amazingly, Tidler Celestial will not be intimidated. And I'm going to go based upon what I believe will happen based upon their lineups. And I think that Tidler Celestial has a slight advantage in his lineups against Teray's based on his preparation and what I assume their bans will be. And if they are what I think they are, then I'm going to give a slight advantage to Tidler Celestial. He's going to take it.
This is a series which will see some variety. The only class that they share is Warlock. Let's take a closer look at Tidler's, some of the facts that we saw too. Apparently he is a board game guru. He's played hundreds of different kinds of games, and he's just a fan of gaming in general, but particularly favoring that tabletop experience, and that's why he's naturally drawn to Hearthstone.
Yeah, I think that's part of like card game specialists in general, is they always enjoy kind of like those board game aspects. It's something about being face-to-face with your opponent in scenarios where you have things. It's a lot different than behind-the-screen sort of actions. Hearthstone's combining those two aspects, but it's no surprise to see someone like him playing Hearthstone and doing fantastic at the same time.
Yeah, in the meantime, Teray is also enjoying his fair share of gaming, but it's a little bit more serious for him. Apparently, he's taking time off of school to focus on Hearthstone because this could be a big break in money. Again, $100,000 to first place and the title to call yourself world champion. Teray's taking it all hands on deck here.
And so far, so good for him in that. And whoever wins, it will be life-changing for Teray. It's a bit all in with that, but we've seen it done before. There are other players who have taken time off. A lot of them are streamers or something like that, but Teray is so good at the game, I don't blame him at all for saying, yeah, Hearthstone's going to be my ticket for a little while.
Not only that, but just kind of the position he's in.
Or buy like half your books in university. Sorry.
Yeah. Playing for 100K, it kind of makes sense to take a little bit of time off. I'm not necessarily saying that he's never going to go back. Of course, obviously he intends to go back, get 100K, go back to school, learn everything. That's paid for right there. And in 1 week into Hearthstone, that's sign me up.
It pays your education.
Yeah.
You get a lot of publicity. You know, DirecTV, of course, is doing all kinds of coverage over at BlizzCon. It's quite the experience from playing card game on your computer in your bedroom when Hearthstone first came out just over a year ago. And now here we are at the beginning of the round of 8. And, you know, at the same time, I feel like these guys, they've also calmed down a lot more. I haven't seen Teray really cave into the nerves at all, even though he looks, he doesn't necessarily a guy that screams confidence with his posture or his body language, but his play speaks volumes otherwise.
He's this really contemplative player, and it's a lot of thought process going on. And so it doesn't, of course, manifest as physical confidence, but he has very strong mental confidence with what he's doing.
Taking a look at the matchup screen, you see the bans and the classes available. Teray has banned Tidler's Hunter for good measure. He does have that Freeze Mage. And then Tidler Celestial bans the Rogue from Teray, his special deck, which he's grinded tens of thousands of games with. That's off limits for this series.
Yeah, I don't think it's any surprise. I've noticed a lot of the Chinese bands coming into this. They tend to pick off people's comfort picks, the picks that they think that someone has specifically, like they brought it because it's something that they thought were powerful, just because they've played it a lot and they understand a lot of their matchups. So no surprise to see Rogue banned on that side. And of course, from Teray's perspective, banning Hunter makes a lot of sense. He's got that Freeze Mage in there, and, if he doesn't expect his Freeze Mage to get banned, you really want to try to avoid that. Same kind of along the same lines with Warrior. I wouldn't surprise if there was a Warrior in that lineup. Wouldn't surprise me to see that get banned either, because you just don't expect your Mage to get banned in a scenario like that.
All right, well, the game is about to begin. We have Warlock versus Warlock, but keep in mind, and I double-checked this time around, Tidler is playing the Zoo, and Teray is playing the Handlock. Let's get into game one and see what these guys have in store for us.
Gosh, I'm just waiting for you to be wrong, like both of them playing Handlock. Oh, and look at that.
I was going to say.
Frodan lied to us.
Wait, no.
Frodan lied to us. There's just no doubt about this. I can't believe it.
How'd this happen?
You know, it's
I asked somebody, but he's like, Tidler's playing Zoo, right? And he's like, yeah.
Wait, who did you ask? Did you ask Kit Kats?
No, I asked one of the people that are like watching along.
Oh. It would make a lot of sense
really
if you asked
Kit Kats. Now he knows I forgot his name.
Even better.
All right, well, I just, I'm really embarrassed. Admiral, take it away.
Well, take a look at both these opening hands. You know, we saw this match earlier with Frodan UI and Nimsh. Shadowflame, he was talking about how important of a card it was in this matchup, and I don't think that this game's going to be any exception to that. Both of these players, of course, looking for cards like Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake. These are a little bit slower versions that are going to be relying on filling up their hand and taking advantage of that. But Shadowflame is a really big swing card. These guys are kind of going to go 1 for 1 until they get to a point where they can break the game wide open, and Shadowflame's just the kind of card that's going to do that.
Yeah, neither of these decks run out, of course, being the same deck, neither of them run out of resources very quickly at all. They both can have that slugfest action where monsters are crashing into each other, removal into monsters for a long time. And so it is oftentimes hinged upon those swing cards, like you said, in order to get a real advantage on board or in the game.
Man, I still can't get over my bad predictions twice in a row. Oh, that's pretty unfortunate for Tither Celestial, drawing the Mountain Giant just before he was deciding whether or not he wanted to play the Drake with the coin instead. Disrupts the turn, and as a result, he's caught in a pretty awkward spot.
Well, it's an awkward spot, but it would be no less awkward, or no more awkward, I should say, if you were to just play it into the BGH that is in the hand for Teray. So it's not that bad, all things considered.
Yeah, really important part of this match, Teray, actually, we saw his perspective. He found a boot in the garden down there in the bottom where he's breaking up the vegetables and making them regrow. He found a boot in that garden. That's going to give him a really big edge in this game.
Have you ever gotten triple boot?
There was someone in one of my Twitch chats. His name is I Found 3 Boots, and I don't believe him, but he sent me a screenshot of it, and I was like, oh my gosh, I've never seen 3 boots in the garden before.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, don't trust everything you see, Admirable.
It's clearly
Especially
photoshopped
on the internet.
Yeah. You got a Mountain Giant here, right?
I feel like it's your biggest threat.
Yeah.
It never gets cheaper than this. It's 3 mana. That's the cheapest it'll ever get. And at the same time, your follow-up play isn't even as intimidating. If you drop one of your 5 mana creatures, it's just going to easily get contested the same way back. So I think Mountain Giant's your best bet.
What do you think of him not attacking with the Twilight Drake here? Is he trying to just force attack on his own, or is he like not worried about Mortal Coil and Shadow? Why is he not attacking with the Twilight Drake here?
I'm really not sure. It just maybe because it seems bad, it doesn't look good. He could have just done it anyway. But
wait, he's at. Oh, okay, I thought he was hovering over the life tap, and I was like, "What? He's at 10 cards."
You and I got the same look. I was like, "No, don't do that."
We've all made that mistake where it's like, "Well, this hand. I mean, I have Twilight Drake, but everything else doesn't seem that good." But you have to be cautious. BGH seems like the best course of action to deal with it. I don't think you're trying to save it at all.
I don't see a reason to, unless you want to be more mana efficient by playing the Siphon Soul. Your opponent's probably going to play another Giant at some point in this game, and if they don't, you're usually sitting in pretty good shape. So I can understand that, but I think now's I got the beast in my sights. Now's just the time to play it. Let's be honest. I mean, who doesn't BGH at a spot like that? It's just a play you got to make.
Oh well, he has his own Giant now, which can come in handy in the following turns. And again, this matchup can be very swingy. It really is such a tightrope scenario where you see one player grabbing board, but then Shadowflame can completely reverse the momentum. So you can't really judge that Tare is super far ahead of Tither Celestial. He's sitting with some pretty good cards himself.
Yeah, I think he's definitely got an advantage right now, but I wouldn't. This game's certainly not out of reach by any means for
absolutely.
Tither.
Yeah, it's advantage Tare, but Tither Celestial does have so many resources available, and he's thinking about Hellfire. I wouldn't blame him if he did. It does knock his opponent's board down to just 1 attacking damage coming in. And even playing Sun Fury Protector there, it continues to contest for the board. And now the onus is on Teray again to sort of rebuild and build up that pressure. He does. The good news is that he does have the initiative here.
Both that feels like a pretty good draw.
It's a solid minion that can answer a lot of the mid-sized creatures. It shuts down spells that your opponent can't play the following turn. I mean, it's just something to do to put an initial threat on the board. I don't know how important it is to save Lotheb, though, in this matchup. Is there any merit to time it correctly? Because disabling your opponent's spells at a crucial time can win you the game, but is there a specific moment you ever save Lotheb for in handlock versus handlock?
It would just be if you were really far ahead. It's usually just a minion, and it can be somewhat disruptive. Of course, that is the time when Lotheb is best, regardless of what deck you're playing it in or against. If you are very far ahead, you play Lotheb, and it often seals the deal. In this case, he's not really going to be really far ahead when he plays it. He decides to just go for the Twilight, and he holds onto the Loatheb. Maybe he will have that type of circumstance later to play it if he can manage to get a real stranglehold on the board.
It's looking like a Shadow Flame turn to me. He really wants to play that Owl, and Shadow Flame clears his opponent's board. Yeah, that Twilight Drake's going to go down to 1 health. Is that's the second Owl he's played? Or was the Owl played on his Twilight Drake?
It was a lot. There were a lot of Owls.
And he just passed. He didn't attack, so.
That wasn't a mistake.
No, not at all.
Purposely held back because he doesn't want to give his opponent very cheap Molten Giants, which would cost only 3 mana or less, depends if his opponent life tapped.
Right. He doesn't have access to any real burst, so he doesn't want his opponent to get anything really.
Well, look at that right off the top of the deck. Now, I'm not one to really, hype up too many draws, but that 8-8's a pretty huge draw right now. I just you don't get much bigger than an 8-8 minion, maybe like a Deathwing or something like that, but 8-8's pretty big.
Thaddeus on the off chance that you get the Thaddeus twins going.
Oh, Fugin and Stalik.
He could be rewarded by playing Defender of Argus instead. I think that he was probably considering it, and if he can get those Moltens down to 0 mana, it would be even better. If he has a 5/6 taunt in play, his opponent doesn't have a great way through it, except to play the Siphon Soul that would be used on the Molten.
I really like the Defender of Argus here too, because there's a really good chance this gets Siphon Soul. That's a very good point. The only thing he's really risking by doing this is an opposing Black Knight.
Right.
So if you know that your opponent doesn't have Black Knight in the deck, like say Teray's already seen all 30 cards from Tiddler, and he can know that there's not a Black Knight in that deck, it makes a lot of sense to not be worried about it. But going against an unknown opponent, there's always that's a possibility that's going through your mind. Right. And then of course he does want to just play an 8-8. Who doesn't?
Yeah, especially when you can have the opportunity to take initiative on the board, and he chooses for the Molten Giant instead.
I like it.
He went back and forth and back and forth, and then back and forth, and the rope decided for him. The rope was almost burned away, and he decides on the Molten Giant. So almost certain to see Siphon Soul here. There aren't very many targets better than the 8/8s that you can use it on.
A lot of damage.
Right. I mean, you don't want to give the opportunity for your opponent to build momentum with that giant. So if you leave it alone, if you play defensive with the Sludge Belcher, he copies a giant, he destroys your board, you're in total trouble. You cry, he doesn't care, he takes your money.
Teray, by the way, he immediately reached for Jiraxis, kind of signaling maybe this is his play this turn.
Yeah.
Is he going to go for this just straight away?
Was it you earlier said today the first person who plays Jiraxis is a big advantage?
On a safe board, they usually have the advantage, and that's what Tiddler's going to face right now. 3/8 weapon. Oh, you face Jiraxis, Eredar, Lord of the Burning Legion.
That was pretty epic.
How does Tiddler... How does he get out of this position? Because we're looking at Teray's hand right now. There's 2 copies. I guess
he's got a lot of burst.
Loatheb's a good way to start. Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about, Frode. Do you want to save this card for a key moment, or do you want to just play it out there as an efficient 5/5?
And now he's threatening lethal.
Right.
And he has to play his own Loatheb to make sure he doesn't just get demolished next turn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get Shadow Flame.
Can.
Yeah, I mean, he can still get Shadow Flame next turn. That's the thing about this. This turn's tough. I don't really know if he actually is 100% safe this turn. How does he get out of it? Well, he just kills him. That's how he gets out of it. But Shadow Flame for let's say he plays Loatheb and then he plays the Defender of Argus. You're gonna have to Shadow Flame away either the Mountain Giant or just Siphon and punch through him. There's so many different things that have to happen here. He really needs to play that Loatheb though. If he doesn't play the Loatheb, though, this game's done. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, something along the lines of Hero Power, Loatheb, Sun Fury Protector, I guess.
No,
try to taunt up.
Here's the thing: if you're playing Loatheb to play around Shadow Flame, you also want to put them above 5 health because.
Right, the Loatheb.
Yeah, he can still you can Shadow Flame the Loatheb away. It's going to kill your 5 health guys. So if you're going to play Loatheb, you need to give him +1 health as well, which is what he would do with the Defender.
You give up the opportunity cost on playing an Infernal though.
You do have the Infernal as a 6/6.
But he's going to play it on the other guys.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, he's not dead.
He's not dead yet, but this is not a good position to be in, I don't think.
Yeah, he is dead-ish, as far as we can tell.
I'll take dead-ish if I'm cheering for Tiddler Celeste, or for Tare, that is. But Tiddler does have ways to clear the board here. It's just unfortunate because Shadow Flame takes the entire turn, and you just have that 1 remaining mana to sit there.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, though. Because you're worried about that, do you want to just kill off this Infernal? Do you Shadow Flame your Mountain Giant? And just attack him for 5? I feel like that's enough damage still. You're looking at 11 points of direct damage in your hand.
Yeah.
Right. That does make a lot of sense, and I wonder if he will decide that as well and try to make sure he can take out the 6/6, and he does. So it's worth trading your Mountain Giant for the 6/6 in that circumstance, even though it's slightly larger.
Well, it's not like Tare doesn't have his own damage in hand. He's got his own Hellfire and Soulfire. So that's 10.
He's got a Siphon Soul.
Yeah, not enough. But hey, look, if Hellfire and the first Soulfire discards the second Soulfire.
I was just looking at that. He's going to have to use Soulfire and risk discarding his other Soulfire. If that gets discarded, he doesn't have the damage to kill him after that.
I mean, you have to go for it, don't you?
Oh, I mean.
But you life tap first to maximize your opportunities.
Well, look at the percent chance you got. So you're going to Hellfire first, and now you're looking at 1, 2. You're looking at 5 of the cards in your hand. So this is a 6-1 to discard this Soulfire. 7-1, isn't it?
I've seen a
7-1 to discard the Soulfire. I think this is a pretty good spot to go for it.
Oh, and he goes for it. I've seen a lot of people.
Moment.
Oh, it is so green.
And that should do it.
Gosh, it makes me nervous just watching it, though, because I've seen it happen so many times. Tiddler going to take game 1, though. This is a really important one, I think, to win, too, because the handlock mirrors, it's really just a slugfest back and forth until these players get a big swing turn. And with Hunter not being in Tare's lineup and with Hunter being banned from Tiddler's lineup, you really want this handlock to get through because it is a force to be reckoned with. No surprise that either of these players led with it this match, I think.
Yeah, it is probably the right choice for even an opening deck against each other's lineups, and it does make game 1 such a big deal. Tare is going to be on the back foot now, and he's probably going to bust out the Mage to play against the Warlock. It is good odds, but the next matchups after that, even if he wins, is going to be a lot tougher.
Yeah, and just being able to win the first matchup, all lineups aside, is the fact that you get to pick into favorable matchups with the last hero standing format. So getting that first win for Tiddler is paramount for his series success. Taking a look at Druid and Priest and how it stacks up against Mage and Shaman, I feel like overall, yeah, I'm leaning towards Tiddler Celestial's lineup here. And I think you're right. Reels, you were bringing up before the series, you're going based off the preparation and how the series will line up class versus class. I think Tiddler's looking in a great spot.
He is in a great spot now. I wasn't certain, actually, that they would ban the way that they did and pick the way that they did. But since they did both open with handlock, and now that he has won game 1, he does have an advantage going through the rest of the series, more so than even just a one-game win would indicate.
Now, Reels, I know that you're a Freeze Mage specialist. This is a deck that you've loved playing for a long time, and it's gotten a lot better since Naxxramas Adventure came out, with Mad Scientist being able to fetch up a lot of these secrets. This is a matchup where a lot of people have typically felt that Freeze Mage has a big advantage. In my experience, I've never done good with Freeze Mage, and I don't know exactly why. What makes it such a bad matchup for handlock?
Well, one of the things that does make it more difficult compared to other matchups, when you are playing against handlock, in order to apply pressure, they often have to life tap in order to find that pressure, in order to have enough resources to win the game. When they do that, it makes the game winnable for the Mage without ever needing to draw something like Alexstrasza. A lot of the games that you play with Freeze Mage, you're digging for Alexstrasza the whole game, and when you're playing against a Warlock, especially against a handlock, there are a lot of circumstances where you stall, and you go, oh, I have enough burn to just kill him. And you don't have to set up some perfect hand. They just fall into a circumstance where you can just win.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense when you're saying it that way. I've seen Tare play a lot of this Freeze Mage. Yeah, I mean, when he says it that way, it feels really easy. I just want to go queue up and get Legend with some Freeze Mage real quick, or real slow, rather, with the nature of that deck. But I've seen him play a lot of it, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him be able to turn this series around. I'm still going with my man Tare on this one. I think he's going to pull out this match.
I mean, it's tricky, because if he does win this one, then he might face like the Druid, which might take a win, and then the Shaman might line up into the Priest. And it's winnable for sure, but it took all 60 cards being drawn and barely being able to kill his opponent for Tare to pull out. So it's going to be a really tight one. Game number 2 is about to begin, and I think you're right, Rios. Tare is queuing up his Freeze Mage. He needs to win this game to equalize. Can he do it? Game number 2 is about to begin. Jumping straight into the board. What cards are Tare looking for to start the game?
Well, in general, whenever you're playing a Freeze Mage type deck, the cards that you're looking for are the ones that say draw a card on them. The Loot Hoarder that he has, and then also Mad Scientist in a way is kind of like draw a card. These are the perfect cards that you want to have in your opening hand. As you can see, he X's out Archmage and Pyroblast, the expensive cards. Keeps the Loot Hoarder, the Mad Scientist. Those are what you're looking for early.
I want to talk about Tiddler's hand a little bit, because we saw him mulligan away at Twilight Drake while he had the Mountain Giant in his hand. Is that a standard thing?
I greet you.
That is an interesting question, because normally you want to keep those 4 mana creature or 4 drops, right? Turn 4 you play the Twilight Drake or the Mountain Giant. That is an interesting question.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking too. Because the other thing, if he plays the Twilight Drake on turn 4 instead, he can life tap and play the Mountain Giant on turn 3. It's really surprising, I think, to see, or for me at least, to see him throw that away. Maybe he's just digging for Iron Beak Owls because he knows his opponent has got all these really efficient Death Rattle minions, and you don't get a lot of value from him in this matchup because your opponent is typically kind of biding their time, drawing a lot of cards, almost implementing the same plan you are, except their early drops are a little bit more efficient than yours are.
This game is off to a quick start. That Pyroblast made its way back to Tare's hand. That might end up being a factor of how he went through this game. Now, one thing that this Mage deck does struggle with is dealing with large creatures. That's why Ragnaros is insanely powerful against the Freeze Mage, because it's high health and it's putting on great amounts of pressure without ever having to do anything.
Right, and another one of the reasons for Ragnaros specifically is that it doesn't have to attack, and in that way it circumvents the freeze spells of the Mage. In this case, he doesn't even have any freeze spells unless he wants to use a Frostbolt on the Giant. He could do it, and now he's found a Cone of Cold for next turn, but the Giant is going to have free reign, at least for now.
This is a lot of damage done with this Mad Scientist and Loot Hoarder. These guys really are going to town.
Yeah, it's a very, very aggressive draw for Tare, and he took advantage of it right away. He identified that he would be able to get in a lot of damage potentially with them, and coined one out right away. Ice Barrier going to absorb a full attack from the Mountain Giant.
Pretty much equalize. And, you know, Tiddler starting to load up a little bit more on the board. But it's not really about the board for these Mage decks. In fact, the creature sneaking in damage is all icing on the cake, especially if Tare can pick up other damage spells to pair with his Thalnos and his cheaper spells.
Yeah, at this point, even just 4 damage a turn pouring in from these minions is going to put him into kill range very quickly if he can piece together any damage spells.
Cone of Cold feels like a pretty good one right here.
It's juicy.
It doesn't get much better than this. You're freezing up 11 points of damage and getting through for 4. Down to 15. He hasn't really even done anything. He just attacked and drew cards.
Yeah, next turn, you know, just Blizzard and attack again, as far as he knows.
Well, he does have Iron Beak Owls to silence these creatures.
Wow, and he's going to use it. I wonder if he will taunt up. He can either taunt or he can play Shadow Flame, and he's going to go for the taunt this turn. And it's unlikely that he will even life tap at this point. If he does, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I'd be really surprised as well.
You start getting to the range where your opponent might just kill you with like Ice Lance combinations, so you have to be very cautious going below, like in the low teens.
Yeah. It would be a bit scary for sure. And now that the taunts are up, the free roll damage train is gone.
Oh my gosh.
Are you sure about that, Reels?
Yeah,
because if you Flame Strike with Blizzard, that's 6 damage to your opponent's board over the course of 2 turns. That gives you enough to push through and start sneaking in more damage.
Wow, I'm sort of surprised he didn't just like attack at least one of these minions.
Yeah, if he had attacked at least one, he would be able to Flame Strike next turn with certainty, but the Shadow Flame does not come out. So the Shadow Flame would have been the way to clear out the small minions. Now he does get to break through the Mountain Giant, and now he'll have a real choice whether to push through 2 more damage or try to get another card or that secret off of the Mad Scientist by suiciding into the Molten Giant.
He's looking for Ice Block at this stage, right? Ice Barrier has very small value for him.
Right.
I agree with you. I think he is looking for Ice Block for sure.
Oh, and it's not another freeze, so this is going to be a tough choice. It's still very likely that Shadow Flame is the play, but then it starts to get really scary.
Now, this is a really tough turn. It looks to me like if he gets to turn 10 pretty safely, he's got to win pretty close to in the bag, but when you're facing down this much damage, I'm a little bit nervous about it.
You start getting quite antsy because you know the burst that's capable, and we've seen it in the previous game, right? Just the Hellfire, the Soulfire combination.
Someone's out on me.
At this point, I feel like he absolutely has to clear at least some of the damage that is coming in. And he gets an Ice Barrier, so he checked it right away, and this will let him play Mad Scientist and then either Acolyte of Pain or the Loot Hoarder. Wow. He goes for Acolyte of Pain. So
I really like this sequence a lot because that Ice Barrier is changing his ability to play the cards he wants to, the way he wants to play them. He obviously didn't want to take a bunch of damage that turn, and so when he sees the Ice Barrier, he feels comfortable kind of picking his opponent's board apart. Whereas if he had something like Ice Block, maybe it would have changed the way he chose to approach that. You know, a little bit more reckless, like okay with taking a few more points of damage. But I like the way that sequence went.
Yeah, and he's going to see that it is another Ice Barrier, so the other Mad Scientist will be bringing out Ice Block instead, which will buy quite a bit of time for Teray. But Jiraxis is in the hand of Tiddler Celestial, and that is potentially a very important card.
Ooh, Fireball. So that's 9 damage just from Burn alone. Of course, he combines it with Thalnos. He's at 11.
If he were to draw Ice Lance next turn, he could do 16 damage just from hand with that combination of cards. Right now, he doesn't have quite enough to just finish the game outright. He's probably going to have to rely on either drawing cards from Acolyte of Pain to find another freeze, or hope that the ice blocks are going to be enough to hold the game.
It might be. It might be. You know, you're at the stage of health where your opponent is going to be hovering around this for a while. He might tap and then heal up a little bit with Farseer. He might play Jiraxis and end up 15. Right. So you just have to get that magical number, and perhaps a second Fireball could seal this game.
I like start this turn with a few points of card draw. I mean, obviously that's not the one he wants to pick up, but he's got quite a few freezes left. We still haven't seen a Frost Nova. We've only seen one Blizzard. Yeah, right. We've seen that he also has Cone of Cold in his deck. You know, a lot of different things.
Oh, and there is a Frost Nova.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he was looking for.
Very valuable card.
Yep.
I mean, there is Silence for Tiddler Celestial available to get one of his minions attacking again, but I don't know if that's enough to kill off his opponent or to pop the Ice Block.
Well, the thing he's got to think about, too, is if, like, say this Doomsayer comes out, which I imagine if he's going to Frost Nova, it will, do you silence a minion to push through some damage, or do you silence that Doomsayer and try to save your board? Because your opponent is still drawing a bunch of cards at this point, so they bought themselves a little bit more time to try to get to a stable board position.
Yeah, Teray, he was a bit rewarded there for setting up with the Acolyte of Pain instead of playing the Loot Hoard of the previous turn. Tiddler Celestial perhaps slightly punished by not using his Sun Fury Protector to kill off the Acolyte of Pain and stop it from drawing 2 cards instead of 1.
Getting to that Frost Nova has made all the difference. Tiddler's at the mercy of his opponent, has to silence in order to keep his minion alive.
Yep, and now he has a full board. This is actually really important because he can't play Lord Jiraxis unless he kills one of his own minions.
Oh, you're right.
And in order to do so, he might have to play Soulfire on one of his own minions, which could, of course,
discard
Jiraxis.
Yeah, it always discards it. That's a rule of the game.
Oh.
If Teray can identify this, he can play Fireball this turn and force his opponent to have something like Soulfire, or excuse me, Siphon Soul, in order to heal, because he won't be able to play Lord Jiraxis. It'll force him to play the Soulfire.
Do you think that's his best chance to win, is to kind of just push through some damage right here and hope that it goes his way?
Right, because he does have Pyroblast.
Yeah. Like, if you throw out the Fireball, do you also throw out the Frostbolt because your opponent could have something like Siphon Soul?
As you're looking right now, your plan to win is either Flame Strike and hope that your opponent can't pop your Ice Block, which you think they probably will be able to, or find some way to draw, another Frost Nova? If he just goes ping pass, I will be very surprised here. Okay.
No, he's going for Fireball.
He goes for the Fireball.
Oh, he's going for the Frostbolt, too.
So that way, now, if there is a Siphon Soul, even if his opponent has a heal, a Siphon Soul on the Doomsayer or his own minion,
oh my
he will still be able to win the game.
He's going to have to Soulfire.
He has to Soulfire.
Well, first, before that, he pops the Ice Block.
Yes.
Yeah, really careful to try to take his opponent as close to 1 as possible, because any overkill on this Ice Block is going to leave him at that life total. So very good practice to make sure he pulls another 2 here, which I'm pretty sure is the lowest he actually could have gotten his opponent at this point.
All right.
Yeah. Well,
time for a big moment.
He may not even go for it. He might just...
No, he's at 5 health.
He's at 5. He has to know.
He's got to do it.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to target the Ash.
Oh, And once again, you face Jaraxxus, Eredar, Lord of the Burning Legion. This game has been so close the entire way. It's so crazy to me that the difference is soul firing your own minion so that you have room to play Jaraxxus on the board. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
And Tiddler Celestial picked it up right away. He knew exactly what he had to do. Oh, the fireball drawn, but that's not an ice block. At this point, what does he have to do? He has to play
a draw
Blood Mage, ping, ice block. How much mana does he have left? Does he have enough for a fireball?
1, 2, 3.
No, he'd be
3
one mana
left.
short.
Yeah.
He can't. He almost certainly can't win here unless he draws what? Frost Nova, I guess.
No, but then he takes damage from Jaraxxus' weapon.
Oh, you're right.
And there's no way to stall while being able to gain life.
I think this game is a win for Tiddler Celestial. Applying that big pressure and just barely hanging on until he can get Jaraxxus.
Well, it's pretty unfortunate because if Tare just held on for one more turn onto his burst, he actually would have had the 15 damage because he used Fireball and Frostbolt.
Even if you're right, he would have had
the
Fireball, Frostbolt.
Even if he managed to live this turn by like freezing his opponent and his opponent's hero,
right?
Hellfire would still kill him.
It would still kill him.
He needs to have so many things to
There's
actually win this
3
turn.
layers of death for
too
Tare.
much.
There's a million ways. It's just it's ice blocker busted. Even if he had it,
this feels like Indiana Jones going through the temple at the end. Just like all the different obstacles he has to get through. Yeah. Well, he gets an ice block, so he's not dead yet.
Well, hold on. Maybe he can draw cards where he can stall the board and stall his opponent, and then get to the.
He can get Frostbolt and Ice Lance.
Right, but
Oh my gosh.
Hellfire. The whole point is to set it up so that way he can Hellfire, and then he's frozen on board, and he can't attack.
He can draw Frostbolt and Ice Lance next turn and just
He
win.
has to draw exactly
you mean
Frostbolt
just
Ice
damage?
Lance. Yeah, he has to draw exactly Frostbolt Ice Lance. I think you're right.
Yeah, he has
He's
one
got 8
Frostbolt
cards.
and 2 Ice Lances.
He's got 8 cards, and he needs 2 very specific ones.
And he cannot play. He has to draw them among these. He has 3 draws to get those 2 cards. We're going to see 2 of them right now. No Frost Nova's not. It's got to be Frostbolt or Ice Lance.
Ice Lance is
He
it,
draws
so it's
Frostbolt.
gotta be
Oh my
Frostbolt.
gosh! Oh my god. Wait. Okay, he doesn't have enough mana to kill his own Blood Mage to do it. He needed the Blood Mage for the damage, right?
Well, at this point, he's going to freeze his board. He's going to freeze the opponent and die to Hellfire. So, unfortunately, as close as it was, and he navigated
so
it
close.
so
Unless
perfectly.
he draws Counterspell off the Blood Mage.
Oh, please. We know Counterspell is not in Tare's deck, guys, but that would be pretty amazing. But pretty not okay, considering it's not in his deck or not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to do it. He's going to decide what his best odds are. Unfortunately, Hellfire is waiting in the wings for Tiddler Celestial. I think they both made a lot of tough decisions this game and both played it so perfectly. And Tiddler Celestial's just going to barely come out on top.
That is wild that Tare still had chances. He's a survivor.
I thought he was out for sure, but
I also want to say, look at this board. This is the board you're getting to, and you're barely beating your opponent. It's like 48 power with the minions.
If it was just like a 1 extra turn.
17,000 cards drawn.
Well, that's going to do it, and Tiddler Celestial will jump out to a 2-0 lead. And if that's not enough of a big lead, I don't know what is.
It's about the biggest one you can get until the actual match is over.
Is it now?
So he's got to be feeling good about this one. You know, I thought Tare was going to be able to take this, put together a good series. He's not out of it yet, but, of course, a 2-0 deficit, not the spot you want to be sitting in when you're in that booth playing for $100,000.
Not at all. It's leaving him with just Shaman left for his last deck. He's got a pretty good Shaman deck. It's a very high value deck. It draws through a lot of its card. It can find the right answers against something like Handlock in order to stay in it. I think there is a good chance that we will see a Game 4, but maybe not if Tiddler Celestial keeps playing the way that he has. He's absolutely made almost perfect decisions throughout each of these games. It's basically carrying right over from the beginning of the group stages. He just has been playing magnificently.
Yeah. Rather solid decision making. Like you said, there were some tough turns where you had to make some odd choices. and like you said, unusual situations where you're soul farm. But we've seen that all across this tournament so far. Earthen Ring Farseer on your opponent, so that way he can't play his very cheap Molten Giant. It's the, you know, attacking once with Doomhammer, so that way if your opponent has Harrison Jones, he'd be drawing 4 cards into Fatigue and killing himself. So these are like the plays that we've been seeing, because these guys are thinking about every single possible scenario and permutation of plays.
It seems kind of weird to say it, but those little subtle things are what brings these players to a world championship.
Absolutely. They are figuring out what all the little things they can do to give them any advantage in any given game, what those things are, and it's continuing to happen here. They haven't missed a beat, and it's 2-0 for Tiddler Celestial. Are we going to have our first semifinalist, or do you think that Teray is going to be able to stay in it with his Shaman deck?
Not yet. I think the Shaman has a pretty good chance against this Warlock, but you know, ask me again when Priest is on the table, and I'll probably get back.
You know what? We saw Teray beat Priest with Shaman once already today, and I think he played the matchup pretty fantastic. I'm still sticking with my man Teray for this one.
All right.
I think he's going to pull out a 3-0 with the
got
Shaman
you.
deck.
Okay, the reverse all kill with Shaman. Yeah.
All right, well, you know, with that said, I think Tiddler Celestial is going to be the one giantly advantaged for the rest of the series, but Tare, he's a survivor. Can he do it?
Warlock Giant.
Yeah. I think that's what he was going for. Maybe,
that was a totally intended pun.
We're getting right into the game. Game 3 between Teray and Tiddler Celestial right now. Teray just on his last foot with a Shaman deck. This Warlock has been raining terror so far in this matchup.
Even defeating the Freeze Mage. It is something that Handlock can do. We saw it there. So,
I mean, what does Tare really need here? He needs his removal to line up perfectly, right? There's a Giant already waiting, lurking for the turn 4. Does Tare pick up the response to it, whether it's through a lot of minions and trading, or even the Hex?
Well, he's got a minion in his hand right now, and it looks like he's picked up another one here. But part of a really big key to this matchup, of course, is just as you said, Hex. Hex is going to be able to take out these Mountain Giants, allow him to sort of recover the position that he's getting into, when his opponent's having to invest his first few turns into just drawing cards. Earthshock is also really important. That's going to take care of Twilight Drake straight away. But one of the biggest obstacles, I think, for Shaman in this matchup is getting past your opponent's ability to Hellfire and clear your entire board. These new Shaman decks, like since Naxxramas has come out, they focus a lot on the board early, and that makes them vulnerable to cards like Hellfire, where before Hellfire was very good, but it didn't really threaten a lot of your early pressure. So since more is dedicated to that, it's a little bit more dangerous. And Zombie Chow is another really good example of that.
Right. I still think that Gnomish Inventor will likely be the play here. He knows that the pressure is on to find either Earthshock or Hex, or whatever the big turn 4 play from Tiddler Celestial is. He doesn't have a Hex yet, and the first Mountain Giant of the game is sure to come out here.
Oh boy.
Slams it down with authority.
I mean, he does have cards to deal with it, but he's going to instantly use a lot of resources.
Wait a minute now. The game plan may have just changed, because with Doomhammer and 2 Rockbiter weapons, that's 16 points of damage in one turn.
That is
Not
a
to
lot
mention,
of damage.
you do have an additional, what, 12 over the course of the other turns that you can attack with?
So there's the potential here that he doesn't feel comfortable using all his removal spells just to take out this Mountain Giant, because it's a lot of damage that you're dedicating to it. It's not just like a Hex that you're putting into it. So something like Doomhammer right here and starting to launch an attack on your opponent's face, they may feel comfortable with that because they're counterattacking you for 11, not realizing that they're in such danger of dying simply because you have so much damage in your hand.
Wow, I mean, when your opponent is at 29 with a Mountain Giant in play, that is a hard trigger to pull.
Right, and especially because there's many ways for him to get taunts, put up a wall so that Doomhammer can't attack anymore. This is making a statement, to say the least, of your intent. You're communicating, you're telegraphing directly. If Tare basically said, I'm going to try to kill you verbally, it's the same exact thing as playing this Doomhammer. He might as well just walk over and tell Celestial in his ear, like, I'm actually going to kill you.
His tournament life is on the line.
You might as well just message him right now in Hearthstone. Says,
Okay, he's going to play it. Look at Tiddler's face. He's like, Doomhammer. He's taking out the Earthen Ring Farseer. I think that's a totally fine play, because you want to kind of avoid that little bit of extra damage your opponent can place on you. But I really like this play a lot.
I mean, he doesn't have Sludge Belcher. He doesn't have other ways to put up the wall of taunts.
Well, just look at the way that Teray's hand is constructed. This is all damage that can go straight to the face. I like the fact that he's launching an assault right here. And frankly, I think a lot of the aggressive players out there, myself and Chalky come to mind, of course. I think we would have made the same play. We'd jam down Doomhammer and get in there.
It's a fire bat thing to do too, and you know, Taray taking a page from that book, and Urshok is one of those cards that you want to have against Handlock, but right now it's a Mountain Giant is the threat, not the Twilight Drake, so the pressure is on for both of these players.
He has 23 damage
He's only 3 damage off of lethal right now. Yeah, this is crazy.
If that Urshok was a Lightning Bolt instead, that's actually the game.
I think I think that like Lightning Storm is pretty reasonable here though, because if you count your opponent's damage, they have 11 damage right now. So if they had 2 Soulfires, you are dead if he doesn't discard his other Soulfire. So when you're looking at something like, maybe he also has a Hellfire to go with that, a Defender of Argus suddenly could really pressure you and put lethal out too.
That is true.
He really needs to think about the amount of damage his opponent can counterattack him with too, and that's exactly what he's thinking about.
Hey.
We've seen Taray calculate over and over again, many turns in advance, and through a lot of different kinds of ranges. No surprises him taking his time this turn.
The counterattack damage potential here is actually 18
from the Handlock.
From Handlock.
Both players are at each other's throats, but do they know it?
They probably don't, but they've got to maybe have some inkling,
They
some
have bazookas, but
suspicion.
their backs are turned to each other. This is no longer, this is like a comedy movie at this point.
Do you Lightning Bolt here straight away since you just picked up the Spell Power Totem?
That's a legitimate thing, but then what are you putting him at? 17? That's actually somewhat okay, but I think, again, you're telegraphing your opponent.
I
You
think
have
he
to kill him.
that Defender of Argus is not going to be enough either unless he plays another minion with it because Urshok's in that hand.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
But he can play another minion with it if he decides to.
A minion that can easily get taken away, though.
No. Oh, gosh, this could be bad. Oh, gosh.
Oh, and he does play the double taunt, so...
Hold on. So 16,
and he just passes
16,
though, okay,
19.
so he can how much damage
Does he
does he
have
have?
Oh, my gosh. So he's got 16 with Doom
Lightning
Hammer.
Storm gets past one. Urshok does the other. I think he has it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 7 mana available as well. I think you're right. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. This is 23 points of damage right now. If he spots,
do not roll a totem.
If he spots this is lethal.
No, he's been lining it up all game long. Taray, he has to be able to spot this right here.
Oh, but he might not be thinking about using the Lightning Storm to do it.
This tells me that he sees the play. He's counting it again. He's double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking, dotting his I's, crossing his T's. Taray sees lethal, and he's going to play Doomhammer on turn 5 with a 23-point damage lethal on turn 7 with a Shaman deck.
Amazing.
I cannot believe it.
Well played, and the crowd is loving it. Taray winning over the fans because his aggressive play, you recognize, how can you be able to identify sometimes where you have to go for that opportunity, that small window where you can burst? A great recognition from Taray to be able to find that game.
If he doesn't play Doomhammer on turn 5, he absolutely does not win that game. There is no circumstance where he wins that game without identifying that line and going for it. Such an aggressive play with your tournament life on the line. I am very impressed.
Experience and wisdom really making a difference here because I think a lot of players would have killed that Mountain Giant and thought to themselves, I'm having to use a lot of damage to have to do that. But Taray took his time and really thought through it, calculated how much damage he had, understood that maybe he is going to have to draw a card or two to push through at the very end, but that's not that unlikely considering he has about 4 or 5 turns to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. You make him sound so old. You said experience and wisdom as if Taray is one of the older players of Hearthstone, like he's Nimsh and Artosis in a sense.
It's a lot of play.
No, Taray is actually really young. He's going to school. I think he's like 20 years old as well.
23?
Or is it? Okay, around that young age. Low 20s. Either way, he's in the prime of his youth, and he's playing Hearthstone.
Absolutely.
I love it. I love it.
Beautiful game.
Well, now we go to game 4, where we do have Priest and Druid available. Now, Reels, I'm thinking if he brings the Priest here, it's going to be really tricky and hard, but Taray, can he do it?
Well, you talked about this, and you said come back to me when we potentially have Priest up against Shaman, and that's exactly what's going to happen. I think that there is a chance, but I still think that Tiddler Celestial is so likely to win. I actually think it's really likely for him to win this game. I would even say he's a heavy favorite, not even a slight favorite. But I want to know what you have to say because you were saying come back to me. I'm coming back to you, Frodan. What happens when Shaman plays against Priest?
Well, you get everything that everybody you love get taken away from you. Everything that you have gets stripped from you. And to add insult to injury, they end up playing the cards of your own deck with Thoughtsteel and Cabal Shadow Priest. It's not a fun experience if you're the Shaman player and you get completely disarmed by the Priest, let me tell you.
It is definitely a painful matchup to have to sit through, but we've seen Taray he won this matchup earlier with just fantastic play. And again, multi-turn foresight, where it's like this clairvoyant vision he has. He's like, and I can kill him 6 turns from now.
Yeah.
I'm like, how
Absolutely.
do you know that? And then it just pulls it. I still want to talk about saving the Doomhammer until your opponent can't Harrison it, just being like an absolutely insane play.
Tare is the architect. He can craft his lethals in turns in ways we can't see it. Can he do it in Game 4, or Tidlo Celestial end this series and move on to the semifinals? Let's find out as we go into Priest versus Shaman.
It is true that in this very tournament, we have seen on multiple occasions Shaman defeat Priest. Priest, I believe, is still on paper a prohibitive favorite, but it is true that a lot of these players are more than capable of winning difficult matchups because they know which lines of play to take. They know how to take advantage of the things they can take advantage of to try to spin a difficult matchup into a win.
This is a really good start, though, for Tidlo Celestial. He's got cards that give the early minions of Shaman a problem in Dark Cultist. He's got AoE to destroy his opponent's board with Arcanine Soul Priest, or even whatever comes out in combination with the Wild Pyromancer.
I do think that combo of Arcanine Soul Priest plus Circle of Healing waiting in the wings for Tidler Celestial does make him a heavy favorite to win this game. That is such a difficult thing to deal with when you're playing Shaman. And all the Shaman has in terms of cards in his hand right now is the early pressure, those cards that are just on board.
All right, well, Tare, I mean, one of the ways you do win against the Shaman, right, is to burst the Priest out of the game. And he has one of those cards, but can he make it there with enough damage, with the cards and resources? Like, maybe he has to use Rockbiter before he even gets to his burst potential.
Right, and if he doesn't draw any really nice removal or other good cards to build pressure after his board gets probably swept out entirely, that is a circumstance we could see where he does have to use Rockbiter.
Yeah, I really like the way he's playing this early game, but it's just unfortunate. I think he's going to run into a brick wall with this Arcanine Soul Priest and his Circle of Healing. He's going to have to invest quite a few resources into the board to try to take care of stuff like this. I think it's actually kind of a blessing that this card got played, because your opponent you would have taken all the damage, and then the Zombie Chows, they would have healed your opponent back to full. So, you know, able to utilize something maybe like Flame Tongue Totem here, or even just the minion TLs on the board to try to get a little bit of value. It's not a great position for him, but certainly I think a lot worse if Tidler just would have waited.
Oh man, I do wonder. I think Flame Tongue Totem may trigger the Arcanine combo from Tidler Celestial, and if it does, Harvest Golem is likely to come down the turn after that, and Tidler Celestial decided to hold on the coin and will be able to steal Harvest Golem with Cabal's Shadow Priest.
Yeah, everything kind of lining up really poorly here for Tare, but that's the nature of this matchup, I think.
Right, you just can't stop the pre. You have to just not play around this possible combo from your opponent, and you also have to try and seize the board. What else can you do?
There isn't any other real option.
Oh no.
Here's a question: Do you Lightning Bolt this straight away, or do you wait for Fire Elemental? Well, I guess he's gonna wait for Fire Elemental, but what do you typically do in this position, and what do you think about this?
I feel like he's just trying to use the resources that he has as efficiently as possible. Unfortunately, those resources are going to become Tidler Celestials.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
that is so painful.
That is really painful. This is one of those reasons actually that Priest, I think, became so strong, was because Harvest Golem was such a prominent minion in the way this metagame was shaping up.
Right.
And this play right here, what do you do from this? You just played a Harvest Golem for your opponent. That's one of the worst feelings in the world.
Well, I mean, there are better targets for Cabal Shadow Priest. You could take your Oasis Snapchat or my Exna. Right? Don't tell me that never happens to you in Arena.
It's always mind control tech that takes it when I play in Arena.
Yeah.
Engaging
No
TC
one plays around.
It goes right past my 3 1-1s, and like my 11-11 goes straight to their side of the board.
This brother does.
Okay. Yeah.
Even Shadow or Death ready to go. It is, like you said, lining up so well for Tidler Celestial, so poorly for Tare. And the damage is now starting to pour in. And usually it's Shaman who needs to be the aggressor. This is going to be a very difficult board to wrestle back control of away from Tidler Celestial.
Definitely no doubt about that. The Priest is still at 30 life.
I mean, he's can't even wrestle away.
Not with his hand.
Tidler Celestial also has the Wild Pyromancer and the Holy Nova.
It's going to be a tough battle. He's going to have to draw about 5 or 6 perfect cards in a row, I think. And
Azure Drake.
it would take me some time to think about what those cards even were, and that's to get back to like a point of parity. Not even just like being able to have an advantage after that, just not outright losing the game. Full board sweep. 6 more damage coming across. He's down to 16 points of health against a deck that typically is pretty slow.
He's mana locked a little bit by the overload.
Falling fast, Teray on his last legs.
Which one of these do you kill?
Do you even kill any of them?
Well, the Wild
I think you
Pyromancer
got
does
to.
represent a threat to any board you ever put up, but I mean,
Just the minions themselves knock down
Right.
any board you make.
I mean, that's not really what you're concerned about because the Cabal Shadow Priest can just kill out any minion.
This is just
Exactly. Yeah.
not a spot you want to be in.
It's really hard to, from this spot, to ignore the voice telling you how much you feel like it's over, right? Like from this point on, Teray is trying to figure out a way to get back into the game, but at this point, there's that nagging feeling of like, oh, it's over.
Oh, there's been that nagging feeling before, and I feel like I've felt that nagging feeling on behalf of Teray in previous matches, and he has shown me that he knows how to find wins where they are so unlikely. But this is the toughest spot he has ever been in this tournament.
Right.
And give it up, and he's just
some brain boots here.
Maybe some boots.
He's like, let me try to find 3 boots real quick. Maybe that'll get me out of this situation. But yeah, I have to agree with Reels on this. He's shown a lot of tenacity in these sorts of situations, and he's envisioning how he actually wins the game at this point. So even if it turns out to be something ridiculous where he has to draw 5 or 6 perfect cards in a row, he's going to play as though he'll draw those 5 or 6 perfect cards in a row because that's the only way he can win. And frankly, that's what manipulating RNG and like the luck factor in this game is all about, is envisioning those, being able to envision those wins and then kind of pulling them out. Because of course you could always look at your hand and go, well sure, if I draw every perfect card in the game, I will win that time. But sometimes, you know, you can't draw perfect kinds of combinations. And this is looking like one of those boards where just almost no matter what he does, he's just not going to climb out of it.
Yeah, it's just looking pretty grim because now Taylor Celestial is going to draw 4 cards to wrap his turn, and his board is looking mighty fine. The Shaman needs to draw some kind of AoE to clear the board too. His Lightning Storm is probably the way he can stabilize here without just dying next turn.
Well, even at that rate, it costs 8 mana because of this Loatheb. This is brutal.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. So even if he drew the Lightning Storm, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's looking like the only play is either Alakir or Fire Elemental. And even if you play Alakir, you still can't take down that Cabal Shadow Priest that coined out on turn 5 and stole your Harvest Golem.
If you play Alakir, your opponent can Shadow Madness and use Alakir to kill you.
Yeah, that's also true.
Dang, priests are always killing. Come on, Anduin, stop killing me with my own cards.
I know.
That's all I want.
He grabs your hand and makes you punch yourself and asks you why you're doing
Stop
it.
hitting yourself. So he's like a mean big brother.
Yeah, Anduin's a bully for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know, I think Alakir is your best chance to survive too because it is a taunt minion. Your opponent can just rush past the Fire Elemental.
What to do?
Yeah, it's going to be bad news.
But we know that this won't stop the bleeding, and Taylor Celestial looks like he is going to the semifinals.
Unless for some reason he just does not see the
Nope,
he sees it right away.
Yeah. Oh, well, there it is.
Just before it's even like close to his turn. That's going to do it. Taylor Celestial taking the series 3-1, being the first to advance to 4 players left in BlizzCon. One step closer to $100,000.
The lone representative from China remaining. All of those other players who qualified from China have fallen. He's the last player, and China does have a lot of pride in their Hearthstone play. I think it's just very appropriate that Taylor Celestial able to take top 4. People are already pegging him as one of the horses that you can bet on to win the entire thing.
Yep, I think it would have been reasonable of you to pick either of these players at the beginning of the tournament. Neither of them were the favorites on paper, but anyone who has seen their play, anyone who has followed their progress throughout Hearthstone's existence so far knows very well why they are here. And either way, no surprise, Taylor Celestial moving on to the semifinals, the first representative in the semifinals, and yes, the final representative from China.
That's right. But you know what? There also is another representative from Asia, Kranich. is still alive, and he'll be going up against Colento coming up on the next match. The quarterfinals are just getting underway. In the meantime, Tinder Celestial getting past Tare. Do you feel like that was an important one to get out of the way, or is it just like at this point you just take him as you come? There's no person that you're really trying to get over, because he does have a really tough match. Whoever comes out from Kranich and Colento still is formidable.
I definitely can kind of see it both ways, but I think Tidler's kind of taking the matches just one at a time. You know, obviously very happy to get past such a formidable opponent. If he's been watching Tare play these matches, which I'm certain he has been, he's been seeing some absolutely killer play. So I think very relieved to win this kind of matchup, and again, sort of like a revived confidence for him. It's like, hey, there's only 4 people left in this tournament after this round. This is a real possibility.
We talked a little bit about, of course, them being not the favorites between the two of them moving into the semifinal. On paper, Colento is one of the favorites on paper, but at this point, he's got to have a boost of confidence knowing that he can beat anyone.
Yep.
And
absolutely. And, you know, as much as the journey ends here for Tare, he also played one hell of a tournament. One more time, let's give it up for Tare for being able to place top 8, coming all the way from the Americas qualifier, and being able to show that he's got some major Hearthstone skills.
No doubt
Definitely.
about
His
it.
future's pretty bright.
Yeah, I 100% agree. You haven't seen much of him because he's been a ladder warrior, but we've seen a ton of him this weekend.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm thoroughly impressed.
But the moment right now is all about Tidler Celestial, who is our first semifinalist. He's waiting with Wheat and Rachel to pull us off. Did you guys enjoy that series?
Definitely enjoyed that series. Yes, Frodan, we definitely no. We definitely no. There we go. We definitely enjoyed that series. Thank you very much for asking. We've got our first semifinalist, folks, and it is, of course, Tidler. Congratulations, you've moved on. And our first question is, you're guaranteed now $15,000. Of course, I know you're gunning for the $100,000, of course, but you have played a lot of board games in your time. I know you've won a couple competitions. Have you ever won more than $15,000 in any of other games you've played?
有在以前在WCA 上那个的亚军赢过30万，但是我想赢了这15000美元，我明天大概可以多卖一点周边了。
All right. Actually, I have won more than $15,000 before. That was at WCA when I got the runner-up of that tournament, and I got how much did you get?
30万。
Oh, he actually got like 300K RMB, which is yeah, about like 50K dollars.
So
yeah.
you've got something to work towards. You can beat that.
Yes, he said when I actually got the money, I was like, yeah, I got the money to buy a lot of action figures.
So you play board games, you play digital card games, and you collect action figures. You're like our superhero, that you're winning this tournament, that you embrace this so much. And we've had a couple questions on Twitter actually about you, because people want to get to know you better. And the #1 question that I have got is, can you please explain your gamer tag?
是这样子的，首先我的名字里面最后一个字是鱼，所以大家都喜欢叫我小鱼。然后大仙人是因为我在群的 battle， 我个人是一直比较喜欢中国一个传统的宗教道教的思想，然后那种自然无为，然后我就写了那个道教里面的仙人这个意思。OK。
So yeah, my name is Tidler Celestial, and actually my Chinese name, the last character of my Chinese name is Yu, which means fish. Actually, it doesn't really mean fish, but it's the same pronunciation of fish. So I use Tidler, which means little fish, as the first part of my name. And actually, I am a believer of the traditional Chinese religion, the Tao. So yeah, in the Tao, even the celestials are like supernatural, like semi-demigods, something. So I'm a big fan of them. So that's my later half of my name. So that's where the name comes from.
They will be very happy with that answer, definitely. Let's talk about game 3. I want to see if I can actually recreate the reaction that I saw you give. It was something like this. Can you explain the reaction and what you were thinking when we saw that?
我是感觉到他可能有很高的斩杀，但是我觉得当时我的血量和那个还不至于到他那个斩杀，因为他同时要有正击、那个闪电风暴，然后2个石化武器，1个闪电剑，就5张手牌，要求非常高。如果他真打出来，所以当时我还是非常有一点吃惊的。本来我都觉得我可能那场盘都可能会赢。
He said, actually, that was a surprise because I was kind of expecting a very rushy, kind of execute type of play from Tare. But I was pretty safe. I was very safe. And he was kind of like doing that brutal play. I was like, how could that be possible? He needs to have like double rock buy, he needs to have the sharks, he needs to have the lightning storm, but he needs to have everything. That's a very little chance for that to happen, but still I was kind of surprised. Is that happening? Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Any other questions?
I did actually have one last question, and you brought up Supernatural in relation to his tag, and we were talking with Tiddler yesterday, and it turns out you are a big fan of American television.
Yeah.
And what shows do you watch?
Yeah. Still watch.
You watch Supernatural and Prison Break, and we found out that if there is one character that you identify with, it's a pretty cool guy from Prison Break. Who is that, and why do you identify with him?
Michael Scofield and 然后就说他就是我觉得我不是很喜欢美国的那种超人的剧，但是如果是普通的一个，然后用自己的智慧去解决一些问题，所以我就比较喜欢这个角色。
He said, actually my favorite characters in all the American TV shows is Mike Scofield from Prison Break. And actually I'm not a big fan of like superhero type of characters. I prefer normal people who is like super smart, who is like solve the problems with their intelligence type of people. And so that's why that dude is my favorite characters.
I think that describes you pretty good. Hey, congratulations. We will see you in the semifinals. One more time, give it up for our first semifinalist, Tiddler. Ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals continue here tonight. We're live from the Tavern of Champions, and it's time to move on to our second quarterfinals. Casters, I know you like that one. Are you ready for quarterfinal number 2?
Yes, and yes. I'm going to answer for all three of us if you don't mind. Kolento versus Kranich to come up on quarterfinals number 2. It's been a long day, but we're still just in the thick of it. Kolento, we saw him earlier, and he was going up in a really tightly contested series against Run and Gun, and was barely able to squeeze it out after some technical difficulties. And now we come back here. How do you think his mindset is? Kolento, did you get a chance to talk to Kolento at all as his teammate?
And I'm similar to Kolento and same looks, but yeah, we talked, and I told him that it's great that he advanced to the top 8. But right now, it's life and death. Like, if he wins, he goes to the top 4. If he loses, he drops out of the tournament. But I did encourage him that what he needs to do to become a world champion is only win versus 3 people.
Yeah, that sounds simple enough. Let's just do that.
Yeah.
Well, he did that many times before, so.
Yeah,
that's right.
Done it plenty of times to get to here. It really doesn't seem that bad when you put it that way. 3 people and
all right.
into the world champion.
Not bad.
I'll take it.
One at a time, of course. You don't have to worry about being in a really big group or whatnot. Just basically take them down the challenges as they fall. Kolento is one of the most consistent players in recent memory. In all the tournaments he enters, he's always a threat. And taking a look at the bracket to see how we've journeyed thus far. Once more, if you're just joining us, Tiddler Celestial took out Tare and punched his ticket to the top 4. And we're about to find out who will join him tomorrow between Kranich from Korea and Kolento from Ukraine.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Kranich's play so far. Not too much of it, but I've been pretty impressed with what I've seen from him. I think he's really on point with his decks. I think he understands his matchups really well. Really playing to kind of how his strategies unfold also. He's sort of similar in the way that we saw Tare last round, where he would find these kind of unconventional spots to look for lethals because that's what he had to do. Kranich is sort of along those same lines. He really looks deep into his plays and understands what he has to do and really struggles to make it happen.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Yet again, we have a lot of players here, and Kranich is one of the best players in the world for sure. He is in the top 8, and if he wins versus Colento, he will advance to the 4. I feel like even though we might think like Colento is favored, I still think this will be an even game. Best of 5 series, anything can happen, and it depends on the deck lineups. Also, like Colento is saying, I always look at one opponent at a time. Like, you want to focus on one match, one guy, one lineup, because if you don't win, it doesn't matter what's happening after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these two guys, we've learned a little bit about them, but Kranich, she's a new face to BlizzCon at least, because we saw Colento earlier today. We had a video to describe to you a little bit about these two players and talking about themselves.
I'm actually really happy because I have a chance to play on BlizzCon stage. There are so many people watching me. My name is Hak Jun-bae, and I'm from South Korea, and I use Kranich as my Hearthstone nickname. I'm a Hearthstone player for Team Golden Coin.
My favorite class is probably still Warlock. I like having many options in hand. My name is Alexander Malch. I'm from Ukraine and I'm 23 years old. My nickname is Colento.
I'm a not good controller in games like StarCraft 2 or something like that. I like to put my brain to play well, and that's why I'm playing Hearthstone.
If I'm in good condition, I can tell what play exactly is the best in a particular situation.
I really like to make some moves that my opponent can't really expect.
For all fans, I want to say I hope you will enjoy all my games and did not get that disappointed if I am losing the game, because I cannot win everything.
That is right. You can't win everything, Colento, but you can win this series, or will Kranich be able to continue another dream run? Because again, these two players, Colento and Kranich, as they walk up to the stage for the round of 8, they have a lot riding on the line, a ticket to the semifinals and $15,000.
Oh man, this is exciting. And when I look at those players, I'm thinking Beautiful Mind, because in Hearthstone, you really have to have great memory. You have to read your opponent, and you have to plan the plays. It's not about mechanical skills, because you can take your time, but you know that the better player with better mind skills wins the match.
Mind skills.
You know, you say that.
I don't have enough attributes in that category, let me tell you.
You say that mechanics aren't a part of it, but I've seen plenty of players rope and misclick from time to time. There are definitely some mechanics involved, especially
a little bit, especially
on the iPad. Yeah, the touchscreen ones can get really brutal.
The tablets.
And Colento says he can't win everything, but he's doing a pretty good job at proving himself wrong. If you take a look at the way he's been playing tournaments lately, just seems like he wins almost everything that he plays.
Right, there was a 5 to 6 week streak where he just didn't drop a single series. It was 13 or 14 series in competitive tournaments where I think he won 2 of them and placed in the finals of another. So Colento, he's on fire when he's on point. Just like you said, he can look at plays and optimize them because he just played so much Hearthstone. You look at a guy like Kranich, you don't know too much about him. He says that he likes to play Hearthstone because he's not necessarily as fast and good, but he also is a guy who's told me he's played a lot more Hearthstone in recent memory. He said, during the OGN seasons or when I qualified, I wasn't really that good. He was the one who told me that personally. But he said after he qualified for BlizzCon, he boot camped, buckled down, and I think he's really come out as a strong player.
Yeah, but just playing Hearthstone is not enough. I mean, Colento is also studying his opponents. For example, even before this game, he was reviewing the VODs from last weekend when Kranich was playing, just to get a bit more information and refresh his memory on what Kranich was playing, which decks, which cards were popular in his decks as well. So if Kranich did put the same amount of preparation into this match, it will be equal. If he was a bit sloppy, then maybe Colento has an edge.
No way. I saw Kranich preparing very, very intently. I'm trying to see what Colento is able to do. Admiral, do you have any thoughts on either of these guys?
Well, not only is it about preparing for your opponent. I'm sure both of these guys have done that, but a lot of it is just about, you saw Kranich. He said he likes to come up with play strategies that put his opponents to a decision to make, something they can't necessarily predict. And I think that's what both of these players do. Colento really likes to restrict his opponent's decisions, oftentimes foregoing a lot of damage to the hero to restrict those options. And Kranich, I've sort of seen him do the exact same thing. He really likes to restrict his opponent's options, but you know, it sometimes likes to turn up the heat as well, go straight for the dome and try to pressure his opponent out of the game. You know, maybe I have a ton of burst in my hand. You need to attack my minions.
Well, he wants to become an RNG god, so if you want to become one, you have to put yourself in the spots where you can win having, you know, lucky RNG.
You hear that, Kranich? Former RNG god telling you how to do it. I mean, Nimsh was once upon a time thought to be the exact same thing. Colento's also been getting his own fair share of lucky breaks, too, being able to squeeze out a very narrow victory over Run and Gun. But, you know, people don't really know too much about Colento, the fact that he loves to play Hearthstone. But did you know he once broke his leg jumping for joy and missed an entire semester of school?
That's a lot of joy.
I had no idea.
It's like
I should have used that excuse instead of the dog and the homework one.
It's like a 14-foot jump for joy. Just dunks a basketball right in his face. He's like, ugh. Lands. He's like, oh man.
I would like to see Colento dunk a basketball.
That would be. I think if he could jump high enough to break his leg from jumping for joy, I think he definitely can. Yeah.
I think we should like introduce him to Hearthstone like earlier. Like, imagine Colento having 5 years of Hearthstone experience.
Yeah. I mean, he'd be unstoppable at that point. I mean, if he just has 5 years playing nonstop. I mean, he logs. Like, there was a story where one time he was still playing another game very competitively. He was on a pro team. And he was apologizing to some of his other mana grind teammates like, oh, I'm sorry, I only can play like 6 or 7 hours today. Is that going to be a problem? Other guys are like playing Diablo 3 as Reaper of Souls came out. They're like, yeah, it's no problem. Like, they're completely intimidated by how much this guy practices. And when he's playing on point, Colento easily plays 12 to 13 hours. And I mean, he's known as one of the ladder gods for a reason because he's just nonstop grinding. But also, apparently, he has fun while playing those tens of thousands of games.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Like, I mean, he just has a lot of fun just playing ladder. It's, I was hanging out with him a lot when we were spending time at those events. And Colento, when he wakes up, he just plays ladder. Then we go to play the tournament. We play in the tournament. And then after the tournament, he goes back to the hotel and plays ladder again. So
right.
he's just having so much fun playing ladder. And I was watching him playing, and he's just enjoying it so much. Just He's like reading the matchups, he's smiling, he's laughing at the plays, and it's really enjoyable to watch him play and enjoy the game.
Can you guess what Colento probably will do if he wins BlizzCon?
Gonna jump for
Play
joy.
ladder.
He's probably gonna go get #1 legend on ladder.
No, I was thinking he's gonna jump for joy and break his leg.
That's a much cleverer answer. I go with that one.
Yeah.
I'm changing it.
I don't. By the way, Diablo 3 I think is great for practice. So actually at Fight Night, you know, Forsen, Darkwonix, all those guys, they were all playing Diablo 3 the whole time leading up to it. We're like sitting there
Not
grinding out
Colento.
the games, and like they just took one of the series. So I was like, come on, man, you guys have been playing Diablo 3 the whole way. Game 1 about to begin though, and both of these guys queuing up Shaman right into each other. We've seen a lot of mirrors.
That's first time
So
for
far.
Shaman today. Let's see if Colento can keep it up, or Kranich once again from Korea and Team Golden Coin be able to surprise some people. Now I know, like Doa, for example, is on Team Golden Coin. He can't speak enough about Kranich. He feels like he is a great representative from the region. And it goes a lot to say how far Korea has come along. When OGN was first displaying their tournaments for Hearthstone, people took that region results with a grain of salt, right? They said it's not really the most competitive region out there, but they do have some okay players. But I think now you have to take them a lot more seriously considering that their play has been pretty sharp, barring a couple of nervous moments where you played against Firebat.
Oh, yeah, certainly. But everybody has nervous moments when you're playing at the World Championships. So.
Sure.
But Shaman versus Shaman, guys. Do we know like what version of Shaman Kranich is playing? Is it like double Doomhammer or more mid-rangey?
Well, Farmer's Golem to me says it's a little bit more mid-rangey.
Yeah.
He's looking to scale sort of into these mid-game threats and really look at pressure from there. But I actually, taking a look at the other side of this, it looks to me like Colento's got kind of a mid-range deck as well. I mean, this Dark Iron Dwarf into Azure Drake really signaling he wants to ramp into this mid-game. And Dark Iron Dwarf, I think, by the way, is a fantastic choice when you have cards like Nerubian in your deck.
Well, Colento has a bit of a different version. He is running one Reincarnate. He's running Sylvanas as well. He doesn't run Doomhammer in his version.
Yeah.
So it's I'm curious, like how this version will work versus a more standard build.
Well, when you're very board-centric, you know, cards like Lightning Storm is always one of those key cards to really swing the board in your favor. And a lot of these Death Rattle minions are pretty fragile. So if you can get a good Lightning Storm off, I still foresee it the same way. It's all about the board in this matchup. Although one player is going to be able to be more slightly aggressive with a Doom Hammer compared to his opponent.
Yeah, Colento taking, I think, by the way, a pretty big advantage early on. This kind of board can very easily force a Lightning Storm. He's already got one card from his opponent. That Nerubian isn't going to die directly to a Lightning Storm. Even if it rolls high, you'd have to have some spell power out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even if to fortify that. I think this is a really great position from Colento super early on in this match.
This board is so dangerous to Lightning Storm. If you roll low on the Flame Tongue Totem, you're in a really bad spot. Also, Colento has Feral Spirit as a follow-up.
That's right. You know, the Feral Spirits are really powerful because you're often going to have to split 2 cards to kill it. You usually have like a minion and then maybe Lightning Bolt. Otherwise, it picks up great value with Defender of Arius, Flame Tongue Totem. Being able to collect value in this matchup is also really important.
So Kranich already in trouble. Is he going to go for the roll? Like, even if you cast Lightning Storm, you will be overloaded for 2 next turn.
That's right, and you have 3 mana available. He goes for it, and he gets it. High roll on everything.
Wow.
That's it seems like the high roll on that Nerubian may not be important right now, but if he draws a card like Urshok, now it's going to be able to kill that directly. So this is actually a much bigger deal than you may think it is. You know, it's right now it's not, but in the event that he draws something like Urshok, it ends up making all the difference in the world.
Well, it makes difference anyway, because if it will be at 2 health after Feral Spirit, Colento could play Defender of Argus and the Spider will survive. But right now, there's no way it will survive Feral Spirit.
Very good point.
Right, you just toss out Feral Spirits, you get overloaded, you have 4 mana next turn, you don't have a clear play. So tossing out Feral Spirits feels very bad, but what are you going to do otherwise on 3 mana? Are you just going to totem up? That's also a very weak turn.
If he totems here, I imagine he's looking for a spell power totem, of course.
Right, and
wants to use that lightning bolt. Yeah,
I
definitely wants to do that. But I have to agree. I think Feral Spirit's a much better play here. It's going to set you up for almost every time you top deck like a Fire Elemental. Lightning Bolt's still going to be good. He chooses to go for this. You know, not a bad play because his alternative, of course, is still Lightning Bolt and Nerubian. So his Lightning Storm is kind of chalked up to the idea that it's not going to kill the Nerubian this turn, but it will set me up for Lightning Bolt. So making a bit of difference. But again, Colento being able to leverage this board position, he gets a safe Azure Drake on this board. He's got 2 4/4 bodies out. This is a lot of pressure coming into Cranch's side of the board, and he doesn't have a major swing card in his hand right now.
Colento knows that Lightning Storm is out of the way, so right now he can overextend as well.
Just a little, and not too much.
Yeah, but most of the players, do you think like most of the players are playing double Lightning Storm or only one copy of it?
I would say double Lightning Storm is still very important to have. You know that your opponent has like the possibility of playing Zoo. It's a really strong deck in the metagame. I'd be very surprised if some people feel like it's slow enough metagame that you can get away with 1 Lightning Storm.
I like how Colento is trading with minions, keeping his board present and slowly dealing damage instead of just going to phase. And there is a second Lightning Storm.
Yeah, I think Lightning Storm is one of the most important cards in the Shaman Mirror too. The game is so focused on trying to develop and keep control of the board that what ends up happening is you just get a lot of small minions on the board that really threaten anything your opponent can play, and Lightning Storm helps you catch back up from that position, or if both of you guys are kind of going straight at it and really battling back and forth, Lightning Storm ends up being a big swing card to completely take the game away from them. So drawing the second Lightning Storm, a big blessing at this point.
But would you use it here? I don't think it's that effective.
No, here it's not a very good spot to use it. It looks to me like, even though you're not getting too much value out of it looks like Black Knight's a totally fine play, which is, of course, great news for Colento because he's already got Alec here in his hand.
I was looking at the golden card animation for Lightning Storm, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I'd ask that card out on a date, and I'd call it back.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's bold. You didn't call me back.
Most of the golden cards are really beautiful. Look at
no hard feelings.
Look at the Feral Spirit as well. It's like the freeze effect and the chill.
Yeah. I never saw the Lightning Storm golden card. I don't know. It's just either that or I've never paid attention to it. It looks like the more you look at it, it's more mesmerizing. It's like an optical illusion.
That's why Hearthstone is such a fantastic game.
It doesn't actually ever deal 2 damage to you. It's always 3.
Yeah.
It's always 2 when you cast it and 3 against
It's cool. They're like electric whips that are controlling, but obviously we know he's channeling it. It's just a nice little thing out there.
That's the advantage of the digital card game instead of like a physical one. You have those beautiful animations of the cards, and you can collect them. And
that's right.
Enjoy.
Although Lightning Storm would have been worth a lot of money in real life. Loatheb, of course, a very powerful play to shut down the availability of your opponent, especially if they're mana locked or only 6 this turn due to overload.
Oh, Black Knight is still the play. but wow.
This is rough.
Yeah.
Right. This is one of those spots that you often see players get into where they don't have a lot of good decisions. So at this point, Cranch really having to think forward, sometimes 3-4 turns, really think about what's the least bad of his plays at this point.
Lesser evil.
He's got some plays that are okay, but nothing really spectacular, and that's a disheartening feeling when you're playing. So let's say he ends up playing Black Knight right here, for instance. It's going to take out this healing totem. This wolf's going to take out 0-1. You're facing down 8 points of damage. Your board's going to get killed again, and then your opponent's going to redevelop their board. Is that the kind of position you want to be in?
You have a spectacular play, by the way. Argus the wolf, then play Flametongue Totem, and spectacularly kill the frog.
Steal as much damage as possible using the most cards that you can.
Fair. You watch. You have to be nice to the frogs. I saw an ad the other day of what happens if frogs become extinct and flies are everywhere. So
I feel at this point,
wow. That's scary.
I feel at this point that when he chooses not to Black Knight here, he is intent on saving it for something like Alec here, or until he just absolutely has to have another minion.
But it's still a 4-5 that contests for the board advantage, or board control rather, which is very important, especially against a deck like Kolento. Even more so because you don't have many ways to do the burst damage other than the Alec here. You're going for more of a board-centric control because you have Sylvanas, you have Reincarnate, you have ways to load up really strong things and impact the board state, but you don't kill your opponent as fast as Kranich, or even going to the double Doomhammer deck that we've been alluding to multiple times.
Yeah, but most of the matchups for Shaman are for board control anyway. So if you have Reincarnate and Ruby next...
Look at this. He's going to get rewarded for his patience in holding on to this Black Knight.
Wow.
It's going to get a lot more value, I think, than it would have had it been in my hands. But that's why he's at the World Championships. This could put a lot of... This may be the kind of turn he needed to actually really get back into this game, because this is a lot of damage he's buying himself. Not that this by any means is going to be the game-winning play for him, but this is a big step in that direction, because he's been behind for basically all 8 turns of this game.
You can still misclick. The frog is really close to Alak here.
What's with you and killing frogs? Ben Brode has something against the owls, but you have something against these frogs.
Yeah.
Well,
these amphibians.
I think like frogs are threats. At least here. We've seen Kolento winning with frogs before.
Do you want flies everywhere in your house, Nimsh?
No.
Black Knight coming down on the Alakir is pretty much the best card you can ask for in this matchup, short of your opponent playing some very interesting choices. Like, we don't always see Sludge Belcher in the deck. That also is a viable target as well if they chose to include it.
Definitely is. This Manatide Totem, again, it's pretty liable to pull some heat from the Kolento's side of the board. If he doesn't feel comfortable killing his opponent over the next couple of turns and like really putting a lot of pressure down, this Manatide Totem really likely to be attacked here. And it's just sort of from Kolento's style that we've seen in the past, he loves to restrict his opponent's options, so I think it's very likely that he's going to continue to follow that same line.
At this point, you also have to ask yourself a question. Is it worth just going for face? Or I would probably hex the 4-5 and kill it with a 2-1. But still, just putting your opponent at 10 points of health is huge. But I guess Kolento will kill this other.
Right. I mean, you do lose the burst, though. You don't have Alec here anymore, and you're not running Doomhammer, so Kolento doesn't have the way to rush down his opponent other than just spells. And I feel like it's more important to focus on the board. It plays to Kolento style, too. You know, Admiral was telling me this some time ago, where Kolento sometimes, if you had to choose one weakness, it'd be that sometimes a little bit too board-oriented.
Yeah.
But if you're playing a deck that's catering to that style anyways, it's no longer that weakness. It's the primary way to win the game.
Right.
Yeah, and it worked for him beautifully because his opponent only has he has double Flametongue. A lot of reactive cards that need a board. He is a Shaman player, and with no board, those cards are just dead.
With this, a Lightning Storm being forced out with no hope of killing his opponent's Loatheb. Stuck with 2 Flametongue Totems in his hand, too. Look how ugly this is.
Now Kolento knows the double Lightning Storm is out, so he can overextend for sure.
Harrison Jones being squeezed out. A Flametongue sandwich. Featuring Harrison.
With
a stone tusk meat.
He is on fire.
Oh, man.
This Harrison is just waiting for
thinking about contesting on the board with the Flametongues, or what was he thinking about?
It looked to me like he was thinking about it, but I think when he goes for it, he gets blown out by every single lightning bolt and Earthshock.
That is a painful totem roll. That that healing totem instead of spell power or searing ends up healing it to 5/4, which means fire elemental, lightning bolt, slightly out of range, unless you roll the spell power totem.
He barely escaped. Is this a spell power totem?
No, it's not. This is looking really
Like,
bad.
That makes a huge difference because that's a 5 attack minion that could be edging you closer to death.
Yeah, but Colento still has an Earth Shock. So Harrison Jones is going to enter the fold.
Nothing belongs to the museum right now.
Right, Harris is talking to nobody.
Yeah.
In fact, I didn't even hear his battle cry whatsoever.
He was like,
he stayed silent for that one.
That belongs in a... Where is it?
Do you think for Colento
He ran into some mean owls before he got out there.
Do you guys think it's finally time to attack? Like maybe stop clearing the board and you know, just deal a couple damage to maybe finish the game in the turn?
Well, if there's one thing I know about Colento, that it's probably not that time right now. I imagine he's just going to use Hex. You know, in the same vein, we saw him Hex a 4/5. Oh, whoa, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Oh, he's going to Hex it afterwards. Okay, so he is gonna Hex here, but I do like his attack for 5 straight away here because he has Earth Shock to push through this next turn, or he has Lightning Storm, whichever one he chooses to use.
Haunted Creeper is not the card he wanted.
Well, I guess you can have Revenge of the Frogs. Well, which sounds like a terrible movie that some Hollywood producer would pick up.
The frog is going to kill the wolf. How cool is that?
That's pretty cool.
That's a big frog, by the way. Can you imagine a frog that killed a wolf? Like in real life, how big the frog would have to be?
Not a world I want to live in, man.
Yeah.
The Ruben Egg, a fantastic combo with Reincarnate, but I'm not sure if Colento wants to show the card.
Oh, he already played it previously. Oh, he rolls spell power totem as well.
Oh, clear.
Just clears the board.
No cards in hand for Kranich.
Yep.
No cards on the board. Colento using Reincarnated on this egg. A ton of damage on the board. And I can't think of a single card in Kranich's deck that could get him out of this one. Short of Deathwing, there's about...
Deathwing still
even
dies.
Deathwing wouldn't do it because there's a Nerubian egg on the board.
Oh my god, he
Not
did
even
counter Deathwing with this play.
Not even Deathwing can save from this one.
Deathwing.
Feral Spirit.
Feral Spirit? Does it save him?
No, there's not a taunt totem there, so Ursoc's going to be enough to push through this. And game one's going to be going over to Colento in this Shaman Mirror. Ahead almost the entire game at every step of the way. This is top-notch play that we're seeing. This is a man who's hungry for a world championship right now. This is a, you know, I've said it before.
Wow.
Or Nimsh has said it before, rather. Would you rather face Jiraxis or would you rather face Colento? And frankly, for me, I think it's Jiraxis.
I'm going for Jiraxis as well, man. And imagine facing both Jiraxis and Colento at the same time.
It's happened before.
Oh, yeah, it did.
He has played Handlock. And, you know, Colento does have that Warlock available. He's playing Handlock, right?
Yeah.
I keep guessing this wrong. I was like, well, Kranich obviously is playing Zoo.
He's playing Zoo.
Like, oh, gosh, I don't know about this one.
Are you sure?
Well, I think from this point on, when you have Warlock and Druid remaining, or sorry, the Warlock, Druid, Priest, and he has the Shaman available to continue on, I think Colento's in a really good spot. Winning that Shaman Mirror is pretty important because, you know, you have the availability of being able to use it and line it up accordingly to having the match advantage, winning that first game. So this is what you want. Like, if you're a Colento fan, this is what you want. And Kranich needs to get a really important win with either his Hunter or his Warrior.
Well, Hunter is a fantastic deck to sweep. So if he has Hunter available, he can just pick it. It's an okay deck to play versus Shaman. Right now it's tricky. Like before, Hunter had a very good win percentage versus Shaman. Right now it's a bit worse, but still a very powerful deck to counter whatever Shaman is doing. And I would definitely go with Hunter and try to steal as many wins as possible.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Hunter, not quite as big of an edge as it used to have when Starving Buzzard was still 2 mana and you could draw 36,000 cards and kill your opponent's entire side of the board. But, you know, still packs a really big punch right now. Savannah Highmane's still a tough card to get through. If you don't find a Hex or an Urshock in your hand, Shaman's going to have a really tough time dealing with it. And a lot of times they have to use those cards to deal with your early game pressure. So also, it's still an advantage here to the Hunter. But
it also depends on the build. Like some of the Hunters that are still playing Unleash the Hounds and Juggler, and then that build is better versus Shaman because you can use the base strategy of overextending the Shaman is applying against them.
Yeah, that's right. The totem hero power works against the Shaman when you're playing Unleash the Hounds. So every time you're building up the board, the Hunter has another knife to throw at your face. So it's a very tough situation if he's playing for that. But whether or not you even have so, there comes a point where the Shaman can turn aggression right back on. But usually you require cards like Doomhammer to do that. So I'm looking at cards like Nerubian Egg and Rockbiter, or Nerubian Egg and Reincarnate to potentially be Kalento's stabilization point. You can have the similar removals that you use to line up to take care of Undertaker, but I'm looking at that card combination to potentially be one of his tickets to stabilize him.
Well, he even has Sylvanas Reincarnate, so if he's able to just steal Savannah Hymen, that's a huge play. And it's like, you steal Savannah Hymen and you still have your own Sylvanas, you just win the game right there.
That's right.
It's an excellent point both of you make. Also, Dark Iron Dwarf, a great card to help activate Nerubian Egg. And then just the 4/4 body alone can really contest a lot of stuff that the Shaman does. It's out of range of Eagle Horn Bow. It's going to directly contest every single animal companion. Sometimes it'll trade, sometimes it'll come out ahead, but those are all points that can really help swing the game in Kalento's favor, even though they're just very small and subtle changes that are being made to the deck.
Absolutely, and we see a great start for Kranich with the Undertaker, but nothing to synergize with it. He needs some of his backup singers in order for this starter.
Yeah, well, he's got 2 shots at it right away, and then, of course, the first draw on his turn. He's going to need some Death Rattle minions, or this is going to get a little bit ugly.
And he gets them.
There's
he gets one.
Too.
He gets 1.
All right, but it's still a good curve, and it is Death Rattle minion. And that's a Leperno.
Oh, that's a Leopard Nymph.
So is this Undertaker going to bury Kalento?
Well, Kalento
definitely
doesn't have a direct answer.
Definitely liable for the Tombstone Palace.
That's not what he wanted.
Yeah, definitely. Manatide Totem not the card you want to see in this matchup right now. And Kalento's hand extremely slow. Really unfortunate mulligan from him. This Undertaker's going to get pretty big, pretty fast. Then to back it up, these are some. Blue Hoarder's one of those Death Rattle minions that you really don't like killing because it gives your opponent a card.
And that's very interesting because normally Shaman has access to the best counter card to counter the Undertaker, which is Air Shot. Kalento didn't join to it, but he still has a Harvest Golem, which is a great minion to play and to contest the board.
Now, this is a different direction that he can take right here. His Animal Companion, or now he even has Eagle Horn Bow. All of these cards that are in his hand right now can contest that Harvest Golem in some way. Which one of them is best?
I like Eagle Horn Bow because then for the next turn you will play Animal Companion and Leperno and still can kill something with the bow. So basically you're developing the board and destroying the board on the Shaman side.
Yeah, I like controlling the board a little bit more from your opponent. The Undertaker, as much as it is a holy grail in a sense to protect it, having minions to answer whatever your opponent's doing is also valuable.
Now, let me ask you, why do you think he put the Undertaker at risk instead of drawing a card?
That's a very good question. I guess he's like valuing damage more. He thinks like he is in a good position, and maybe he wants to bait out a Lightning Storm or.
Well, I think he's just playing around. Like he's hedging his bets against spot removal, which a lot of Shamans do have. They have Lightning Bolts, Earth Shock, Rockbiter, and so he's just making it so that way he can still answer the board. And if he loses a minion, he's still in an okay spot.
Right. Animal Companion is going to roll a Misha.
All right. Is he happy about that one?
I'd be pretty happy about it right now. It's protecting my entire board. Something short of Lightning Storm, I think that this board position is very difficult for Kalento to get past if he doesn't manage to draw it right here. And just look at what's happening. He's only got 4 mana available to him. He can kill this Misha, but he puts both of his Flame Tongues at risk to do it. The Dark Iron Dwarf's not enough. The Hex is going to pull 4 damage off the board, but then you're not doing anything to develop. This is it's an 8/4 that he has on the board. Both of these Flame Tongues now they're as good as dead. And then with Hunter's Mark in his hand, he's got more options available on how to take out this Nerubian. And it just seems like Kranich has got all the tools he needs to really put a lot of pressure on Kalento this game.
Oh man, that's like if he rolls a Leok, that's huge as well.
Oh. Well, there's a Leok.
Wow.
Undertaker now directly contesting that Nerubian, but it looks like he's got other plans in mind.
He's probably going to use the Lepernome and Hunter's Mark. Or even like weapon attack, because he can spend life and a minion is more valuable.
Well, so he's going to draw a card, then he's going to use the weapon attack. Picks up Kill Command too.
Oh, wow.
This is a spot where you develop Haunted Creeper instead of Hero Powering, right? I know in this matchup, Hero Power is really important. Over the course of 6 or 7 turns, the Shaman is fighting the entire match to try to get board control. If you've gotten enough free damage from that Hero Power, this is looking at sometimes like a Pyroblast by the end of the game.
I think so. I think the weaving in Hero Power is important, but at the same time, he doesn't have a play the following turn, right? So if he has Hero Power this turn, next turn he also can Haunted Creeper and play his Hero Power. This way he's not playing too greedy, and if his board gets wiped, he'd be okay.
There's a Lightning Storm top deck that can possibly put Kalento back to the game.
I think it's definitely a card he needed right now. I don't know how important it is this turn exactly, because I think Feral Spirit's doing a really good job at keeping the board under control as well. But certainly an option.
You have a chance to roll a spell damage totem and then roll high on Leok and just clear. It's a really low chance, but I think you have to go for it. Next turn you can stabilize with Feral Spirit.
Do you think Lightning Storming first? Wow, I'm surprised by that. I absolutely would have cast Feral Spirit first. I'm very surprised by that play. This is a very different line of play than what I would have taken.
Well, I think he just values his health. Values, not giving his opponent to use like Hound Master and being able to abuse it, and then valuing his health as a result of that. Feral Spirit's still able to challenge the board, but Kranich picking up yet another minion that can punch through it.
Well, the thing about this matchup is that Hunter is contesting the board for a couple of turns, and then Shaman eventually wins the board, but it's too late, and Hunter just finishes Shaman with hero power and kill commands. That's why this matchup is so bad for Shaman. And right now, Colento is really behind. Like, he is on defense.
Yeah, not really much else to do. I think Feral Spirit's, this is about as good as it's going to get. It's going to contest both of these minions on the board.
That's a card that you have to be very fearful of, because it shuts down the spells. You're so dependent on your spells to be able to draw you back into it.
Wow, he's actually going to Hunter's Mark straight away, and he wants 4 damage on the board. And why not? Colento isn't going to have the mana to use Lightning Storm next turn, even if he draws one, because of that Lothar battle cry. This is looking pretty grim for him this game.
It looks like this game is over. He needs its own totem to live one more turn, but he knows it.
That's going to do it. Kranich ties it up 1-1 with his Hunter deck, and he came blazing out of the gates. And, a really small, subtle play there. A lot of these cards, they just kind of lined up poorly for Colento. It was a very strong draw and then heads-up play and make sure that his sequences were right. But showing his knowledge just with the hero power, I think, that, as you mentioned, he didn't have a follow-up play on that turn, so trying to weave in those hero powers and get maximum value from that. A lot about what this matchup's about, because it takes Shaman, like you said, they have to get control of the board and then they have to start killing you. If you've used a hero power enough times, they often don't have enough pressure to be able to kill you before you can just kill them with hero power.
Also, you have like a limited amount of cards, so you want to use the hero power every turn and keep your cards to be able to play them on the following turns, because if you just overextend and they clear this, you just start hero powering there, but you're not doing any pressure, you're not playing any cards. So right now, what Colento has left, like what deck is he going to choose to counter Hunter?
He has Warlock and he has Druid available. Some people said that this fast version of Druid, when it first came out, was strong against Hunter, but that was before Undertaker in all of its beauty came out onto the ladder. So I'm not exactly sure how this Druid deck stacks against Hunter. What do you think, Admirable?
I think that Druid still has a slight advantage in this matchup. Not a huge one, but this is a sort of a way I think about Druid in a lot of matchups. It's really close kind of either way. It's a very comfort and safe pick. If you really understand the matchup really well and your opponent doesn't, I think it gives the Druid a much bigger edge. But if both players understand what's going on, I think the amount of pressure that the Druid can apply, and then some of the swing turns it gets with cards like Keeper or the Grove, or maybe Innervate to accelerate out some bigger stuff, you can just oftentimes put so much pressure on the board that Savage Wars, even without a Force of Nature, ends up being more than enough damage to really force through some victories here. So I think if he chooses to go with this Druid, especially he's playing 2 copies of Haunted Creeper and 2 copies of Echoing Ooze, I think he's got the edge in this match.
I think there's a couple of key moments. Like if Shaman gets the Lightning Storm, if there's no Lightning Storm, then the Druid will possibly win. Also, if you're able to like contest the board early, being the Shaman, if you lose the contest, then Druid is just killing all you have and getting an edge and getting tempo, and then eventually killing you after a couple of turns. Also, an Innervate might be important to just maybe get a Shade of Nakramas early to be able to overgrow the Lightning Storm. So there's a couple of those of small things happening in this matchup that are important. I think it's pretty even, actually.
Well, I lean a little bit towards Admirable. I think the Druid has to realize that he can be the aggressor here. And doesn't have to play so control-oriented, but it really does depend on the starts of how they go down. And remember, this best of 5 has now been shredded to a best of 3, so the person who wins this match will be in a great spot. It looks like Colento immediately chooses to go with his handlock instead. And you know what? Some people have been feeling like this matchup is not as bad as it's famed to be, right? People say that handlock and Hunter, oh man, Hunter's just so favored. But I guess more and more people are realizing that you can fight back.
It was in the past, because in the past you had Unleash the Hounds and the Buzzard. You could just draw a lot of cards. You basically drew all the cards in your deck. So you were getting the key cards like Kill Commands, Hunter's Marks, when you needed them. And you also were you also had tracking, which was a very important card to get the cards needed. Right now it's different. As a hunter, you only have a limited amount of cards to be able to defeat Handlock. So if Handlock is putting enough pressure and just stopping you from pressuring it, Handlock will eventually kill you in a couple turns.
Yeah, there's a couple other things that really change this matchup and the dynamic of it as well. And a really big one is just Sludge Belcher. This deck struggled a lot to find a follow-up play to turn 4 unless it had a taunt, something like Defender Vargas or something, one of the taunt givers in its hand to really apply a lot of pressure. And sort of one of the ways that I think Handlock wins this matchup is just by racing their opponent. So when you've seen something like Sludge Belcher to help fortify your board position so you don't have to worry about putting some of your minions at risk, even though that like Hunter's Mark can push through them, and then even something as small as people running Snake Trap instead of Freezing Trap in some spots. You know, I've seen a lot of people run 2 Snake Traps and 1 Freezing Trap. That really helps Mountain Giant and Twilight Drake push through a ton of damage. All those little things kind of adding up really gives Handlock, I think, a chance to win this matchup a lot better than it had before. Certainly still one that you don't expect to win more than you lose, but a lot better than it used to be when Hunter was very aggressive. Sometimes we're even running like Arcane Golems and Wolf Riders just to try to damage through.
Right now it's very interesting. Oh my god, a Hopper. And there is a Snake Trap that was protecting this Leperno. So Snake Trap, if there is an attack into Hopper, will like produce 3 snakes, so that's a lot of damage incoming.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be a Soulfire turn. I really don't think you want to attack the Sun Fury Protector in the Hopper. Because again, sort of the same thing that you were thinking. Once he's attacked with the Sun Fury Protector and he's seen that Freezing Trap wasn't what it was, he's kind of aware that it's Snake Trap, and that's a card he wants to try to leave dead on his opponent's side of the board as long as he possibly can.
Soulfire discards Faceless, which is a good discard. Like if he would lose the Shadow Flame, that would be devastating. He needs that Shadow Flame to clear the snakes.
Any of his taunt minions like Sludge Belcher and Defender Vargas also would have been a very devastating loss, but he maintains it.
He needs to, Colento needs to get his Molten Giants to be able to put pressure on board when he gets low enough. Because if you're not very fast as a Handlock, Hunter will get you low. And then you have only, what, 2-3 more turns to be able to win the game. If you don't get into your heals and Molten Giants. If he gets Molten Giants, he will be able to steal the game. But for now, it looks grim for Colento.
I got this.
Oh, and he's going to go for Shadow Flame straight away. I like it. This is kind of the turn this is what kind of the turn he was waiting for when he wasn't attacking his opponent's minions. He was aware that this was Snake Trap, wanted to clear this board out. Ooh. Wow, look, Cult Master drawn, you know.
Just in time.
This is a card I've talked a lot about in the past with Hunter. I do not like Cult Master in this deck. I think that once you've used the Hounds to draw cards, you've kind of done the reverse of what it did before when you used to draw the cards all up front. It kind of really defeated the purpose of drawing that Hunter's Mark at the very last moment. But, you know, to that same effect, I also saw Lothar win a match entirely off the back of Cult Master, just using it to leverage what he had on the board and just fill his hand back up.
This turn is so awkward, by the way. What do you even do? Haunted Creeper and Hero Power, but then again, if you Hero Power, there is the risk of Molten Giants. So probably don't want to deal any damage this turn. You might probably play the Cult Master on empty board and just pass.
I can definitely see playing the Cult Master here, but at the same time, you have to think about, if you don't start putting together damage now, with the way your hand's constructed, are you going to even be able to fight through something like Molten Giant? Let's say just your opponent plays it for 4 mana next turn. I think you got to start pressuring your opponent and just kind of hope that he doesn't have Molten Giant so that you draw kill commands, what you need necessary to win.
Well, Cult Master, I would probably keep the card because it represents a draw possibility, and because of Cult Master, you might be able to get into those kill commands earlier.
I like Haunted Creeper too because it gives the draw potential, like you said, but he does hold off on the hero power, which I can understand why. Although I do feel like you're missing opportunities, to kill off. But I think without the kill commands in hand, you definitely don't feel very safe doing that.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, this is why Headlock is so powerful. There is this threat of Molten Giants looming around, above your head. So you have to choose. Do you want to just deal as much damage as possible and risk just losing right there? Or do you want to be more conservative with damage dealing and play around them?
Yeah. Savannah Highmane, by the way, a lot of pressure being added to this board. This will oftentimes force his opponent to use Iron Beak Owl, silence it, make sure he doesn't get those 2/2s on the board. The fact that those are beasts really makes a big difference in this matchup too. So something he's thinking about. He's got a lot of plays this turn, but how exactly does he put this together? Because this Savannah Highmane is turning out to be a much larger threat. Like, imagine his position right now, Colento. He's thinking about, what do I do if my opponent drops a Houndmaster? What about if he drops another Savannah Highmane? All these things are going through his mind right now. And so he's got to find the right sequence of plays that gives him a chance to climb out of this, even if his opponent's got great follow-ups.
Yeah, you're silencing the Highmane. definitely a higher priority. He's going to lose one of his Defender of Argus. I mean, was he willing to part with that, or was he willing to get rid of another card, do you think?
Yeah, I think Defender of Argus is a card he's fine discarding. I think he would much rather discard Twilight Drake, but you know, Earth Enemy Farseer and Defender of Argus, I think in this position are kind of the same because he had another Defender of Argus. This Jiraxis, however, we haven't seen Soulfires discard Jiraxis pretty much this entire tournament. It's making up for all the times that Jiraxis has always been discarded to Soulfire in the past, and this is the Savannah High Mob that he drew last turn, right off the top and right onto the board. This is another kind of troublesome position because he could deal with it indirectly. It's just, it cost him so much to have to kill this stuff.
Oh, there is a Molten Giant, and this is very important. He can just play it here and use a Farseer.
Now, there's no way you're tapping, right?
I don't want to say there's no way you're tapping, but
well, I'm asking you as an expert here. Like,
instinctively,
do you feel like you have the room to tap, or do you feel like it's an off limits?
He can attack for 7, getting Hunter to 19, and next turn he'll have possibly 18.
Wow. He's gonna go for life. I instinctively life tap, and it's just because I want to find a Sun Fury Protector or maybe a Hellfire Soulfire to really push for lethal here. But as Nims was saying, he's got a lot of damage in his opponent's face right now. This will take him down to 19, and then just look at what's on the 15, 18 damage after that. So if he finds something like a second Soulfire or a Siphon Soul, a Sun Fury Protector, so many cards in his deck that can really fortify this board position. You know, he's down to 15 life at this point, but he's got 2 toss up at the same time. So certainly, wow, this is
spread out damage across the board. Play around. Well, it seems to be Defender of Argus in the hand. That was the card that would have bolstered it.
This is a position, I think, where, you know, one of the few times where I think Cult Master is really going to see a lot of value.
That is going to be an insane amount of card draw.
That's a lot of hounds.
Yeah.
If he would get a kill command, he would win right there.
This is a really tough position, I think, for Collector to climb out of now that he's got this many minions on the board. So yeah, maybe really good that he hedged his bets against this because his opponent would have drawn even more cards had he not done this. Taking his time, seeing what he draws, 1 card by 1.
That's going to be practically a full hand, although Kranich can play a few other creatures.
So he's even going to take out this Molten Giant. Yep. He's going to draw Hunter Punch right at the end, too. Just like
that's going to be painful, but at least it saves for other creatures.
Yeah, one more.
Wow, that was just an amazing move.
What the heck? That was his hand was like 2 cards, and now he's had a full hand.
You know, I said I didn't like Cult Master, but you know, sometimes it doesn't really work out very well. This is one of those spots.
Oh, does he want to overdraw his opponent? Oh, he's gonna try to see if he can get his opponent to burn a card.
Right. Web Spinner. What is Web Spinner gonna draw? Let's see. And picks up. Oh, crush! Are you kidding me? That is an 8/8 charge into the hand from Web Spinner. That's about the most value I think you can expect to get from it.
Shadow Flame is a good card, but does it save Colento?
It's a good card, but your opponent's got 10 cards in their hand, and it's at 26 life. I don't know if this is a position
if
you're
he
exactly
plays
comfortable
both
with.
them and kills off these minions, you're gonna try to burn some more cards.
My hand is too full.
The Hunter's Mark being gone.
That's 11 points of damage coming from
Oh my
Kranich.
gosh, but I think this is going to be a King Crush. He's going to count his damage and see if there's something better he can do, but I think this is a really great opportunity to get an 8 points of damage before your opponent taunts up.
Oh man, are we going to see the biggest Predator in World of Warcraft?
Oh, he's
He has
thinking
to be really, he wants to be careful about this too.
Well, Loffa is a fantastic card. You just develop the board and seal their hands. So
But it's not like the handlock can't clear, so if he just plays a bunch of minions.
If he plays that Leopard Gnome first, tells me he's using the Seagullhorn bow.
Right.
Can't disagree with that. Oh, he's actually going to take out his opponent's Lotheb to prevent Shadow Flame. That's a pretty heads-up play.
Yep.
I like it. Right now, Colento is forced to still develop the board. Like, if you play Jiraxis, you're just dead. Is there anything he can do?
Well,
That's actually true. King Crush is 8 damage, right?
13, 16. I don't know if there's a way you can get out of this.
You're always threatening 15 damage.
Oh my gosh.
And a Leopard Gnome on top of that.
Well, you would kill off the Leopard Gnome and then Jiraxis. But
exactly what he's going to do.
I mean, that's going to be enough for King Crush to end the game.
A web spinner drawing King Crush is going to end the game despite facing Jiraxxus and Kalento at the
same time.
So the answer to the question is, would you rather face Kalento or Jiraxxus? The answer to that question is, I'd rather have King Crush.
Would you rather face Kranich or would you rather face King Crush? Well, you got to face both right here. 2 games to 1 for Kranich now as he takes this game. Unbelievable draw from that web spinner.
Kalento
that is an end to the game.
What a I can. It's not very often you see an ending like that. And the Hearthstone World Championships.
And the World Championships.
The truth of the matter is, a lot of times, even if you manage to draw King Crush, you don't get a chance to play him, let alone be effective and be the way you kill off your opponent.
Probably I can totally understand why Web Spinner is your favorite card in Hearthstone.
Yeah, that's right. It is my favorite card. Although with maybe Gnomes and Goblins, or Goblins and Gnomes, excuse me, maybe that will change because there are some funky cards there.
We might get some cool cards.
I got a chance to go over there and play a couple games with it before.
Oh, did you?
Oh my gosh, there's so much craziness happening. You're like, what is just so many things that you cannot do in physical card games that you can do in Hearthstone. And they're making such a beautiful work of it. I cannot wait to see the full set.
We need to check that out.
Yeah, it's going to be 1 month from now before it comes out. In case you guys missed the announcement, but it's been plastered all over the internet by now. So I'm pretty sure if you're watching this, you're aware of the expansion. Nonetheless, we still have to crown a champion for everything up before Goblins and Gnomes. And right now, Kalento is on the verge of elimination from yet another dark horse in the tournament, Kranich.
And his last deck is a Druid deck. That served him well, but this deck is... I'm not sure if he can sweep.
Well, I mean, if he takes out the Hunter, I feel like the Druid against the Warrior is not bad for Kalento.
Yeah,
so if he can win this game, I would say that he's still in a position to win the series. It's just going to be tough.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if he wins this game, he's in a great position to win this series. Druid already matches up really well against Warrior, and then when you have an aggressive Druid like this, it's really focused on developing its board early, scaling into the mid game, and trying to end the game as quickly as possible. With Savage Roar really adding up on these minions that you've played that kind of duplicate themselves, Haunted Creeper and Echoing Ooze. That's a really bad matchup, I think, for Warrior. Just too much damage because you're trying to fight their minions with weapons. So you're just every time you're removing something, you're inherently dealing yourself more damage. And like I said, I think that Druid actually has a better matchup against his Hunter deck. So I think that coming from this perspective, it almost makes a lot of sense for Kalento to have queued up Handlock in the last matchup to try to get a win off of this Hunter deck, because Druid, I think, is matching up in a favorable position against both of them.
Right. Well, assuming he was able to use Handlock against Warrior, I feel like that would have been okay as well. And if you look at it in that light, based off your perspective, either choice would have been okay.
Right.
So maybe he was like, he didn't really care which deck to pick because the matchup is the same for both of them. It's like, okay, I'll just toss the coin and pick this one.
Also true. Also true. Well, I mean, it's elimination. It's win or go home for Kalento right now. And it's a position we don't often see him in, but in recent times, it feels like his series have been very close, to say the least. Whenever I see Kalento winning, it's just by, his bare skin, being able to just get out alive.
Well, the closer you get to the Hearthstone World, to actually crowning a world champion, the better the players are going to get.
Yeah.
So no surprise to see these matches getting a lot closer.
Well, those players are mostly on the same level and just putting the same amount of time to prepare themselves, having similar strategies. So definitely we enjoy those longer series to see back and forth, and also you have those counter decks. So some of the decks have better matchups against others. So that's why you see the back and forth and the best of 5.
All right, Admirable, before the next game, you're going to have to do the Innkeeper's voice for Kalento and Kranich. Okay?
Let's do it. I'm ready for it.
I mean,
I'm ready for it.
People don't really know this too much, but off camera, Admirable has a very, very good impression of the Innkeeper.
So it's one of those,
almost scary. Like it's
almost like I was the Innkeeper.
Yeah, exactly. Or the Innkeeper. Yeah, there's no way it's not, actually. The more I think about it, it's like, oh my god, this makes so much more sense. Like, it's Admirable talking to me and telling me like, oh, it's a legendary.
He does it all the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Epic.
Epic. It's going to be coming out. All right, so we got that settled. In the meantime, if Kalento can get past this deck, he's going to tie it up. And then if Kranich wins, he just goes on to the semifinals and plays Tither Celestial. And you know what that means? It means in the finals, we're guaranteed a player from the East.
Yeah.
From Korea/China, which people peg the West to be the heavy favorites to perhaps win this first World Championship.
Yeah. I think going into like the first and second stages of BlizzCon, that definitely was the case. But as you said, you know, Kranich, when he got in this event, boot camped and made sure that he was prepared for this. And Tiddler's kind of been in the same scenario. You know, at first he was, I played Hearthstone, but so he's buckled down a lot and he's really focused his game on it. No surprise, of course. Anytime you're putting up this kind of money for a championship, players are going to practice and they're going to get at the top of the game to make sure that they can claim their prize.
Well, Tiddler just finished second on WCA, grabbing a great prize as well. So he was always practicing and playing a lot of Hearthstone.
Yeah, he's been in the top for a while. You know, being able to make good runs through tournaments. And OGN Season 2, he also got stopped by Magic Wind, who also people peg as one of the best players in China as well, a top 3 player. So if the fact that he's running into those guys and they're eliminating and they're going on to the finals also speaks about Tiddler's play. And, you know, of course, Tiddler Celestial, Artosis was saying this guy was his guy to win BlizzCon if it wasn't Kolento or Strife Crow. So I'm not surprised by all that this is a potential semifinal between him and Kolento/Kranich.
I definitely agree. And now maybe the Innkeeper's voice?
No, I mean, the game hasn't started yet.
You can announce it before the game starts.
No, you do it during.
All right.
Yeah, you know, like the intro screen where he's like, Uther versus, you know, kind of go from
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Did it slip out there for a while?
Good, man. I like it.
Not even my girl touches my
whiskers. I was just rubbing it for good luck, you know. It's one of those things. Do I get 3 wishes now? Like, well, I want my Ragnaros to hit this.
Well, did you know that
like,
genies can be really literal? You're like, I want $1 million, and then just a bunch of bucks appear, like actual like animals. You're like, Gah!
It would be. It would be.
Literal genie.
I think my first wish would actually make Goblins and Gnomes come out tomorrow.
Oh,
right.
Oh,
right
man.
after the Hearthstone.
I appreciate you wasting your wish on that for us. That would be.
I'll take one for the team.
It's still super soon. It's like in 1 month.
It is.
And you can play it today. You can play it tomorrow.
Well, I mean, today I'm actually watching some of the greatest Hearthstone players in the world play, but after the World Championships, I'll hop onto those computers and then go to the StarCraft arena and make sure to catch the WCS finals.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We'll have, like, fun with some Goblins and Gnomes.
Another thing I can't wait for.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good to me.
StarCraft final. He's so good.
Battle. No, I mean, they've got some really good stuff. I mean, I don't know if you guys got to check out any of the StarCraft 2 panels, but they have some really cool stuff planned. They're trying to go all out, and they're redesigning a lot of aspects of the game, which is really cool stuff. It's definitely the best BlizzCon ever, in my opinion. Just based off of what they're trying to do, the new game that's been hidden for so long, Overwatch was not expected, and of course we get this great Hearthstone action that's about to go underway into game number 4. Kolento needs to win this one, otherwise he's out.
Innkeeper?
Wow, what a big match for these two guys. You're just waiting for it.
I'm just waiting for Admiral.
All right.
Kranich versus Kolento.
That was perfect.
Yeah,
amazing.
You are perfect just the way you are, Nathan.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Did you Bruno Mars?
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish. I hopefully I'd be still casting Hearthstone as well. This game is going to be hard for either player if they draw poorly in the early rounds, but I see a pretty decent curve for both of these guys.
Yeah, Kranich has a coin. He has 2 1-mana minions, so he can start. He has a very good start. Also, like Mad Scientist, a fantastic card, giving you a secret if it dies.
Both of these players have drawn very well, and I think when both of the players draw extremely well, it's a position that typically favors Druid, because Druid's really strong draws are very difficult to contest. And, you know, I mean, we've seen strong draws of Hunter. This isn't one of the strongest ones. Of course, Undertaker's the card he's looking for, but this Echoing Ooze already challenging the entire board that's here. So even something like Snake Trap, if that's going to hit the board, Kolento can kind of take his time and pick it apart between his hero powers. And of course, one of these Echoing Oozes is going to stick around. He has option for Harvest Golem. Lots of stuff happening really early in this game, but
it's incredible. Like one card is challenging 2 at the same time.
Yeah, still, this is going to be way up in the air. Maybe he can draw to the King Crush from this Web Spinner. Get some work done with that.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's just do that every time. Sounds good to me. I'll use my second wish on that. Give Kranich another King Crush.
If the Battle Cry on Web Spinner was always draw King Crush, would you play it?
Yes.
Of course you would. You like winning spectacularly with all kinds of. You put an Elite Torrent Chieftain in your deck.
I got King Crush from Web Spinner in the competitive Hearthstone twice.
You put Elite Tauren Chieftain in your deck just for fun.
No, it's a good card when you get good RNG.
Is that an IEM? Is that the one that was?
Yeah, that was an IEM. I also played it somewhere else. I think Viagon.
Well, he gets a Stone Tusk Boar,
hey.
so it's, you know, the miniature version of King Crush.
That's more mana efficient than King Crush. That's 1 mana for 1 power and 1 health. King Crush is 9 mana for only 8 power and 8 health. That's
right.
That's a great minion.
Well, Stone Tusk Boar actually does have some decent synergy in the deck too, right? Because he has Unleash the Hounds and Cult Master.
Yeah.
So
he's also got
ways.
he's also got Hunter's Mark.
That's right.
It's a great one to pair with
That's
Hunter's
right.
Mark.
Yeah, it's
the very first versions of Sunshine Hunter that we saw. Life Coach is one of the first players to really utilize Stone Tusk Boar Hunter's Mark as just a straight up removal spell.
Now Colento gets Ancient of Lore, which is an important card to refill your hand. But what do you do this turn?
Well, he has the ability to either develop the Shade of Naxxramas or play his removal spell in Wrath. I feel like Defender of Argus is also okay, but I feel like it's weaker compared to the other players. I think you want to set it up. And plus, if you get the taunt on that Spectro Knight, he will do a lot of
Yeah, so that's a really important thing to note. I think Defender of Argus actually is a really good play here. But I think saving the Defender of Argus is an even better play because taunting up that Spectro Knight really important because the way that Hunters are going to push through these kinds of minions is they're going to use cards like Hunter's Marks. They're going to use kill commands. Spectral Knight can't be targeted by any of those spells, so it sits on the board and kind of reigns terror. Now, something short of Savannah Highmane, there's really not a lot of answers. The Hunter has to deal with that sort of thing. Not to mention that, but since he's going to have to wait since he'll often wait a couple turns to get that Defender of Argus on board with the Spectral Knight, he could maybe be able to use it to pop something like a Freezing Trap.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Also, like Hunter right now doesn't have a good turn 4 play. He can just...
He's got a Stone Tusk Boar.
Wow.
If he plays that Stone Tusk Boar, I feel like he... Oh my gosh, I am wrong. I thought he was... Did he get a Snake Trap off?
He did get a Snake Trap.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. I thought it was a Freezing Trap for some reason.
Well, basically, I feel like Druid is disadvantaged in this matchup because of Freezing Traps. So Colento is testing for a Freezing Trap. He knows it's a Snake Trap now. What's the line of play he's going to take?
You definitely drop Spectral Knight in this position. If you were waiting on the Defender of Argus last turn, I think you definitely drop Spectral Knight. Right now, you're going to play Defender of Argus the next turn, and that's when your big push is going to come. He's got Savage Roar in his hand. He's going to look for lethal in a few turns here.
Well, in the meantime, Kranich has cards to disrupt that with Sludge Belcher and Loatheb. Both of them are great in their own capacity. The thing about Sludge Belcher is that it will hopefully force out your opponent to attack and activate that Snake Trap. So that's why I feel like I'm giving it the edge of this turn.
Oh, it definitely will, because you want to taunt your minions and probably just...
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Snake Trap's still going to activate here because there is going to be that 1/2 left behind. But you know, this is the extra 5 points of damage coming out straight away.
This board is getting scary.
Yeah, and at 21, he still feels comfortable taking points of damage. Not necessarily needing to play Defender of Argus this turn. Plus, he can still heal up with Ancient Allure should he choose to do so. So a lot of 1/1's going to be on his opponent's board, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal if you're at Colento's spot right now.
Also, the bigger the board for Colento, the better the chance to win.
Are you bothered at cleaning up with your Spectro Knight, or are you using the extra damage to push to 24?
You push.
I think you definitely push at this point. With Savage Roar in your hand and 2 4-power minions, I think it makes a lot of sense to push because not only is drawing a card like Force Nature really going to give you a lot of leverage, but if you decide to start playing cleanup, you're trading 4 damage for 1 damage on your opponent's side of the board. Enough, it hurts your potential to draw something like Swipe and clean up your opponent's board. And then just more on that is it's taking away your potential to end the game. Should you draw something like a second Savage Roar, or even just get in one more attack and still have a big threat.
Most of the time, the player who is forced to start a cleanup first will lose the game.
That often is the case, yeah.
Well, he didn't have Cult Master. That would have been devastating.
Yeah, that could have been. That
if he
really
had Cult Master.
Well, he could flare first, but I guess he just wants to play Savannah Highmane, which is really hard to deal with being a Druid.
It's a necessary turn to play Savannah Highmane here, but Colento's
so we think until
Colento's got different plans in mind.
Right.
He's trying to deal with this Savannah Highmane by killing his opponent. I don't think he intends to ever attack that again. To ever attack a minion again in this matchup. I'd be very outside of like Hero Power or something like that, but I'd be very surprised if he did.
So is Kranich going to develop Savannah Highmane, or is there maybe a different line of play? Flare, try to draw something and play Locket. Going for the Lion.
Yeah. It's going to be a race, that's for sure. Druid has the Savage Roar.
These are my favorite kinds of games.
How much damage does he have now?
There's an Innervate.
Okay, so he's got 8 on board plus 6, so he's got 14. He puts Defender of Argus and even Shade of Naxxramas ramping up for the following turns, and even Innervate out the Haunted Creeper.
Yep.
I mean, how much? That's just like a crazy amount of burst from your opponent next turn.
I think it's really likely what he's going to go for here, too, because it just seems like the right play. But you can see Colento, he's going to struggle a lot to figure out exactly what he should use Defender of Argus on this turn, because if he uses it on that Haunted Creeper, he's going to get 2 extra minions from it. Of course, he's going to think about how that affects his opponents. Unleash the Hounds.
Right.
You know, what if my opponent does something crazy like Explosive Trap?
Sure.
I don't know
What
if
he
he's...
has Hound Mask.
Right.
Denies me.
All of those things are coming into account right now. You definitely want to taunt at the Spectre Knight, but I like the fact that he's keeping his Black Knight protected because it means it can't get Hunter's Mark right now.
Sure.
Yeah, I
the
really
Shade
like...
Naxxramas is a guaranteed attack the following turns.
Yeah, I really like this line of play. It's like you just want to have more spiders and set up yourself for the Stepper.
Yep. It says, please, by all means, trade into it. Draw as many cards as you like.
Kill my taunts.
But I will try to kill you the next turn with the Savage Roar card. And well, interestingly enough, Granage actually can reveal that Shade of Naxxramas with Flare. So if you wanted to chew through it,
This is actually a really rare sight, too. If you look at Colento, he actually looks a little bit nervous right now.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever seen Colento nervous in a tournament situation before.
Well, his tournament life is on the line, and he has only 2 cards, and this is not a comfortable spot for Colento. He wants to be in control. He wants to have a lot of cards, a lot of choices, and do the safe plays. And this play is an admirable play.
You just got to go for the dome, bro.
Oh, was that? I thought that was an adjective, not that we're using.
It was like,
well, yeah. Ah, that wordplay, nice.
That Defender of Argus is actually pretty important here, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
But it looks to me like he's going to choose to use Unleash the Hounds instead of Defender of Argus, which I can't fault him for that. Actually, I didn't even notice this. Really important. That player revealed that Shade of Naxxramas. Wow. I just forget that card does that sometimes.
But
really
he
nice
is
to play this
trading
board.
down.
Yeah.
You know, he is dealing with Savannah Jaime just through being more aggressive.
Look at this. 4,
How much
5,
damage
6,
is this?
12.
This
This is 13 points of damage right now. There's a swipe! And that's going to end the game. A huge draw for Colento.
Unless Colento feels like he's a priority to clear and he's using more of his minions to trade.
Because if that's freezing
It's
trap.
going to be a freezing trap.
Oh my gosh. That's
Wow,
a
it's not
really
over
good
yet.
point.
So he has to know that it's not a freezing trap. Is he willing to take that gamble?
Well, even if he just goes with the play where he just swipes, he's still got a 4/5 minion on the board. He's still got his opponent really low. That 1/1's going to be picked off. Your opponent's got a couple 2/1s left.
Right? You have Defender of Argus back in your hand, which is a taunt.
I think, this is a situation. He recognizes
He
this
knows
too.
for it. Colento's going to even up the series, sending it to Game 5.
He smiled barely. Wait.
Yeah.
No, he knows.
Yeah, he
There
knows.
we go.
Making sure he doesn't misclick. Tied up the series. GG.
Wow.
From Colento there. This, like you just said, Nimsh, these matches are coming down to the wire. They just get closer and closer as you go down to it.
And now he's going to face a Warrior deck, and he has an advantage. Druid is a very nice counter to a Warrior deck.
Yeah, you know, the pressure that you can put on can give Warriors a problematic time. They don't have efficient ways of dealing with Haunted Creeper or Echoing Ooze. It often takes an entire Fiery War Axe to chew through these cards.
Oh, yeah.
And you're fighting it. And then how do you deal with Shade of Naxxramas without Brawl?
And
it's
sometimes
very difficult.
You even innervate a Spectre Knight, and Warrior has no answer to that.
Oh, yeah. I've definitely been on the receiving end of that before. I think one of the most important cards in this matchup from the Warriors' perspective, though, you know, Fiery War Axe is a really important one, but actually the combination of Armor Smith and Cruel Taskmaster, I think, is almost just as important. It really helps put a lot of pressure on stuff like Haunted Creeper, on cards like Echoing Ooze. It gives you a little bit of extra armor, so as you're going into the mid-game and you have to use your weapons to kind of clear out your opponent's board and make sure they can't use Savage Roar to put a lot of pressure on you, that little bit of extra armor and that little bit of damage you save by killing your opponent's minions really adds up to a lot at the end of the game.
It's a very, very interesting matchup from the Warrior side because you want to contest the board, like you want to clear all the minions, get as little damage as possible, and then you want to push because the longer the game goes, Druid will be able to play cards and get rid of your armor, and at some point play the combos, or maybe even double combo. And how do you defend against a double combo being a Warrior? You want to kill them before they do this. So that's why Ancient of Lore is such an important card for the Druid, because you need those cards. You need to refill your hands. You need to have the options to deal damage.
Well, yeah, I think there's just a lot of momentum, and tempo is really important in this game. Innervate, I don't think he's running Wild Growth, but if he has Innervates, ways to get tempo early on, and get the mana advantage is an easy way for Druid to just spiral out of control. You have ways of, like you said, keep the armor low, which is really important because there are charged minions in, like Druid the Claw. And I feel like Kalento's in a pretty decent spot, but we're gonna have to find out to see if it can happen because Game 5 is about to begin. The winner goes on to the semifinals of Fate to the Celestial. Who will it be? Kalento or will it be Kranich?
Innkeeper, please.
Kranich versus Kalento.
Awesome.
I must protect the
Victory or death! Victory or death!
We'll work on it.
Wait. What are we looking at?
Whoa,
wait a minute. Okay,
we forgot to mention this. Kranich plays a weird warrior.
Yeah, he's got a much different kill condition at the end of this. He wants it's Warsong Commander, or was it actually charge?
Well, I mean, he does have that Raging Organ for some big combo damage as well.
He had a charge effect in here to activate the Raging Organ. Was it? I don't remember if it was actually charge or if it was Warsong Commander.
I got pulled away for that series really quickly, so I didn't get a chance to look. But I do think he has one of those charge activators for sure.
And there's Rampage.
Right.
So the way this combo is going to work is Raging Organ is going to get Wind Fury whenever it's damaged, and it's going to get additional point of power on it. So when you use that with Cruel Taskmaster, you use a Rampage, and it's got charge. That is a ton of Wind Fury damage you're seeing coming at your face.
But that's in the future. But right now, looking at those hands of the players, both hands are pretty awkward. No early drops for Kalento, even though the deck is packed with early drops. No early drops for Kranich. Just having those executes.
He does have Innervate, so he has an availability of Druid the Claw. His concern is, well, what if he has Execute?
Yeah, he's thinking about Cruel Taskmaster Execute.
He still needs an enabler, so it's like Execute plus this Master, and that's two cards for possibly 2.5.
It'll be 2 cards effectively for 2. You know, they give you the coin for free, so the extra Innervate that you have. It's 2 cards and 2 cards, but you also get in 4 points of damage when you do that. And let's say your opponent doesn't have an Execute, this can really start to add up to a lot of damage.
Because we know.
Yeah.
He's got nothing.
This is something where, like, we looked at it from our perspective, and we're like, yeah, you definitely should charge it out. But this is a risk versus reward opportunity, and in my experience, I tend to charge out this Druid.
He's going for it.
Let's see if he's going to charge it or not. He's going to go with Taunt, so a safe play. This is something again that Kalento likes to do. He likes to play it safe. And the reason he's doing this is because Deathbite is a card he anticipates his opponent playing. But from my perspective, I'm not sure I agree with that, because if you get in 4 points of damage now, and then 4 points of damage next turn, if your opponent plays Deathbite, they've taken 12 points of damage from those 2 cards. I think that's pretty good value.
Yeah, I think so. You pay an Innervate to essentially get 8 more damage right there.
Right.
So I think based off that,
maybe he's playing around the Shield Block, Shield Slam as well.
Yeah, well, Shield Block, Shield Slam can't be done this turn, so I mean, you still deal 8 points of damage though.
Yeah, well, you like 4 points of damage, and then next turn they Shield Block, Shield Slam, and they kill your. Well, okay, you're right. It's 8. So.
Yeah. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit more narrow of a range of playing against 2, I think. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to taunt it. It's just a very different style of play. I mean, this is the kind of style of play that's gotten him to this World Championships. It's very difficult to say that it's a mistake to play it this way. It's two very different perspectives from one small decision that would be made.
Right now he's in an awkward spot because he can't kill this Armor Smith with Wrath, and you probably don't want to give armor to your opponent. But
I think you're shredding your opponent's armor. If he has Execute or whatever, he has to do it on his own time.
He's going to have to use his Armor Smith anyway. Armor Smith, absolutely not a threat to anything that's happening on your side of the board. Makes all the sense in the world to attack your opponent there instead.
But still, it is an enabler, so the card wasn't that bad, and you will get 1 point of armor anyway.
Yep.
And he gets an Acolyte, so he will be able to play it as well.
Rampage just looks so silly sitting up there right now.
That's funny. You can actually Rampage your opponent's creature. Did you know that?
And then Big Game Hunter it.
Oh!
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh, man. You are totally blowing my mind right now,
They have like a 2/2 on the board that you absolutely have to kill, and then you Cruel Taskmaster it to make it 4 power, then you Rampage it to make it 7, and then Big Game Hunter, you're like, you take that 2 power.
Yeah. You 3-for-1 yourself in the process, but I mean, whatever.
You get 4/2 out.
Think about a Rampage on an Acolyte of Pain. How much cards can you draw?
Oh yeah, that can make a big difference too. I've played with Rampage before, by the way. I wasn't satisfied with my results, but I definitely played with it.
Yes, it's got some okay, mediocre results, but at the same time, if it pays off, I mean, you just have to make it work once, and Kranich is in the semifinals.
Oh yeah, I used it way back in the day with Injured Blade Master. I'd play Injured Blade Master on Rampage.
I get it. Dude, you're blowing my mind. You got these next level decks that are so far ahead of the metagame. I mean, it'll probably be really cool with some of those cards in Goblins versus Gnomes, let me tell you.
Tough spot here for Clinton.
I think you just draft the 1/3 to deny the draw.
So painful.
And then shapeshift face for 1. Like, you don't want to use Innervate that much. It's it will be an awkward curve.
Yeah, I mean, using it off curve here, it definitely hurts a little bit, but I think it's fine. Like, what better opportunity are you going to have to use this Innervate?
Combo. Force of Nature Saboteur.
He picks up Ancient of Lore as well.
Wow, this is really interesting that he's choosing to save the Wrath instead of save the Swipe.
I like it.
Why does he choose to do that? Why do you like that so much?
With Wrath, you can still deal a similar amount of damage. You won't expect many minions from Warrior. So the one more damage is not that significant. You use all of the mana points you have, and Wrath can be more flexible, like versatile. You can still like cycle it to a card. And Colento's hand is not great right now.
Oh, that's a good one though.
Is the Ancient of Lore?
That's a reward coming.
There you go. That's one of the reasons you save it right there. This is an important card in this matchup. 2 extra cards in hand. That 5/5 is nothing to scoff at either.
Right.
Wow, there's an Inner Rage too. Oh my gosh, that Acolyte of Pain is a very good draw right now with what's going on.
But do you like Inner Rage and Rampage, the 3/5, make it into an 8/8?
Yeah, then he'd be at 23 after the attack. That's a great use of all those cards. 3 damage apiece.
I mean, he's got so much damage potential with Gromage, Inner Rage, and Rampage.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about how much that could do.
Yeah, definitely looking towards using this Acolyte of Pain and drawing cards with it.
Yeah.
With this Inner Rage.
You need to draw cards.
Yeah. And then if that Acolyte of Pain, which is very likely to survive a turn, could potentially get Rampage to take out another minion, that could be a big deal too.
What now?
He has a couple full plays. He can even armor up and finish the 5/5. Attack into the 5/5 with a 3/5.
Yeah.
Finish it with a shield.
I like that play a lot.
Do you play Acolyte of Pain after that? I think you can.
Yeah, I would play Acolyte of Pain and I would straight away Inner Rage it.
Yeah, deny it from being able to get silence and you lose card draw.
Exactly.
I mean, you're using cards to remove here. You need to catch up a little bit. That Ancient of Lore is huge.
Wow, he's going to go with the Execute instead, which means he really values the damage this Sludge Belch is going to bring. Acolyte of Pain's still not a bad play here. This is not a bad play by any means, but this is a very different approach, I think, that a lot of people are taking. Really valuing the idea of drawing a shield block with that shield slam here.
Well, if Colento is able to deal with this board, then Kranich will be in trouble. He is running low on cards. He will draw one more card for Acolyte of Pain. But if there will be like Keeper of the Grove, it could shut down the draw.
Well, if he chooses to Wrath here, he's not going to be able to play anything. So, I mean, that's something to account for too. So,
right.
I'm going to be interested to see how he plays this turn. This game would have played out very differently if I was on either side of this, but again, I'm at the casting desk, these guys. Championships, so.
And we enjoy it. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, the Echoing Oozes gets so much great synergy off that Defender of Arc.
Yeah.
But by playing it, you allow that Acolyte to draw a couple of cards. He's going for Force of Nature.
Wow.
That's something that didn't jump out immediately to me either. Yeah, but it doesn't even remove Sludge Belcher effectively 1 card for 1 card.
Yeah,
no, he feels like this is what he needs to do.
That's actually not bad. Not only he removes the Sludge Belcher, he also doesn't proc the Acolyte.
So it was Charge. I knew it was one of these two. I didn't know which one.
Right.
He's putting together this weird combo. Charge and
Raging Worgen.
For Raging Worgen.
Props to him.
Is there merit to just like charging your Acolyte of Pain here and just starting to get in for 3?
The problem is you don't draw cards with that, so... I would agree if it's the only thing you can do, but in this case, Kranich can pass. It's not... He's not forced by any means.
He could Shield Slam the Acolyte before armoring up.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think that's a good idea either.
I don't know if that's the best use of this set. I mean, once you've held on to this, it's got 4 natural armor too. Yeah, I think it's fine. Just attack for 2 and pass. You know, part of the benefit of the Warriors is that the longer the game goes on, sort of the better position the Warrior feels like it's in.
Well, if it plays traditional Control Warrior, when you're playing a combo-oriented one, I don't know how much of a window of an opportunity you have. Your opponent does have some taunts that can give you problems, especially considering you use both of your executes already.
Yeah, definitely. That is something really important to note. We look at Colento's hand, 2 Defenders of Argus and a Druid of the Claw. I'm curious how pressured Colento feels. Like he's got to remember that this is the Rampage Raging version. So
he knows.
I'm curious how much pressure that actually might influence the way he's played this matchup a lot, where he's chosen to kind of go slow and enforce removal spells from his opponent.
Swiping the Acolyte.
Yeah, he feels a lot more comfortable scaling him to the late game for this deck because he's going to see fewer legendaries from his opponent. So if he can sit behind a wall of taunts and then manage to pick off what his opponent's done, I think that's a really good way to try to pick up a victory this game.
What do you think about roughing the 1-2, killing it, then charging with a druid face, like denying the armor?
I think it makes a lot of sense. It just, I feel like he's going to use this druid recall to try to taunt at some point in the mid game. He's committed a lot to this style of play right here, where he wants to play the game slow and make sure that he's getting a lot of value from his cards and trying to force his opponent to react to what he's doing instead of the other way around. That's what it feels like he's been trying to accomplish this game.
Iron Begal seems like a blank, but I certainly appreciate the fact that Iron Begal made it to another deck.
Oh yeah, it's just been every deck so far. So good. The only deck I think I haven't seen in so far is Druid, by the way. Because Druid has 2 Keepers to the Grove, so it has access to those silence.
You don't need them that much.
Yep.
Well, you can rampage the token. Just throwing it out there.
Wow, a 4/4, that's annoying.
I don't mind that play at all.
I mean, I don't know how much you're saving the rampage for combos, but that seems to be a pretty strong way to seize control of the board.
He's looking at it too. Do you feel comfortable using your Grommash here without actually killing your opponent, or do you feel like it's you need to hang on to it at this point?
I would be afraid to do that.
Why exactly are you afraid? Because do you anticipate big game hunter from your opponent who's played like Echoing Ooze and things like that?
I would be afraid that it's getting moved, and then I lose all the aggro potential. If he has like a second Force of Nature, and specifically because the first one was used like casually.
Sure. All right.
Look at that Rampage Ooze. It's angry. It means business.
I mean,
oh gosh,
that all came from just a Sludge Belcher.
Yeah. Ooh, Spectral Knight's not a bad one.
Wow, not bad at all. Although you can silence it and remove it. So there are ways for Warrior to deal with, even though we said Spectral Knight can be problematic.
Still, this Warrior deck is really different. So what Kranich is doing right now, he's just building up armor, sitting there, and building up a 1-turn kill combo. Or like maybe two turn kill.
Yeah,
right?
he still needs Alex Strauza if he's going to get to that point.
He's used Rampage at this point too, so that's a lot less damage he's going to have to really pressure through that.
And he needs an enabler for Grommash. But still, I think like this is anybody's game.
Oh, certainly.
I feel like his enabler for Grommash this game is just going to be attacking one of his opponent's minions and waiting a turn. That's what it feels like to me.
I think he wants to also utilize Shield Slam before he loses his armor, so he's really thinking about how effectively to play this turn, because if the Spectre Knight keeps attacking, I mean, is there any guarantee that he can get something off?
Wow, he's going to use Grommash straight away, right into the Echoing Ooze. This feels like if you didn't use Grommash last turn, I don't really understand. Oh, and there's Big Game Hunter.
Kalento can't help but laugh at that one.
This is how you advance.
Wow, that is a huge draw right now.
I didn't even know he's playing one.
What an ill-timed Grommash. And this is likely to get charged, and here we go.
No, don't
the
do this,
damage is
Kalento.
pouring in.
That Grommash had a family.
Not anymore.
Oh, there goes that man.
Wow.
What a big swing in this game.
A Sludge Belcher is a good card to get.
Kalento looks to me like he's almost embarrassed.
He doesn't want to look at Kranich. He's like, don't look up.
Kranich hasn't flinched, by the way. He's just like, oh, a Big Game Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a heart of a champion right now. If you can endure that.
Well, this board getting picked apart by shield slams, but still a lot of gas.
Ooh, man, that's a great target for Defender, Vargas.
That's going to continue to build
Although
up
there's a
turn
Black
after
Knight.
There is a Black Knight.
Oh, you taunt both, I believe.
Yeah.
It's just too tasty, but the Black Knight will drop.
I mean, Black Knight's almost certainly getting played this turn regardless of what happens.
Sure.
I mean, a 5-4 is a pretty good deal, I think, for a Black Knight.
But I mean, you dealt with one of the ways for your opponent to kill you. Now you just have to worry about that charge combination.
Yep.
And then there's a very realistic possibility that Warrior doesn't have anything else. Although they do have the Alex Strauza, right? So that is also another creature you get to deal with.
There is one part of the combo, but still Kalento is very high on life. 26 and 1 armor is a lot.
I'm kind of surprised Kalento actually didn't attack with his hero power last turn. A little surprising. They're just hero powered again this turn. They're going second Shade and Axe Rhombus.
Oh, man.
This board is getting cleared.
That Shade will continue to grow.
So you play another Shade, you taunt both of the Shades. Both Shades, kill the 4-5, kill the 1-2, hero power face.
Shade of Taunt Rhombus.
Shade of Taunt Rhombus.
Imagine that card just had taunt, just like to go along.
Not
with
bad, admirable.
That was actually really terrible. But.
No, it wasn't bad.
Into the
So Froden,
5 out of 10 with money.
Froden, tell me, how do you win this game being a warrior?
Oh, you still can win. You just it's gonna be hard because you need to draw the exact cards you need to start putting on pressure back on the druid, because these Shades of Naxxramas are the biggest threat coming down in a few turns.
That is a card which is good, a good card. How much damage is this?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is 16 points of damage right now.
If he gets Rampage, he wins.
But he does have taunt creatures. But they don't activate unless they break stealth. I learned that from the Innkeeper. Hey.
Innkeeper is such a good feature.
Hey.
Oh my god, this might seal it.
This has been the perfect storm for Kranich with the series of draws that Kalento's picked up.
Now let me ask you this though. Kalento just saw his opponent on like turn 39 million, just armor and pass. How afraid of Brawl are you right now?
If you're,
Does he run Brawl?
I think he's not, because if you're Kalento, you know what your opponent is playing.
Well, I mean, at this point, wouldn't he just play Brawl if he's under this much pressure?
I don't know. Maybe he wants to try to bait you into playing some more minions and get some more value out of it.
Oh man, if that would be
Pyromancer.
If that would be a Rampage
in his deck, right?
Rampage would be lethal, right?
I don't think he does. Rampage would have been 6 more damage, so 16 plus 6. No, it would have been 22 damage. Yeah, a couple points off.
Do you clear this?
No, he's just trying to play minions to challenge the board instead. And hopefully there's no more taunts, but we do have two taunt minions coming up. Even a Keeper of the Grove to snipe.
Keeper is a fantastic card.
Yeah, he's still in a similar position though. Like, how comfortable does he feel playing against Brawl right now?
Sure.
I mean, if that was in his head last turn, it's certainly in his mind this turn. Whether he changes his conclusion is another story, but certainly something to think about.
I must say.
Is he playing around Raging Working combo as well?
Yeah, he is, absolutely. He saw this from Kranich. It sounds ridiculous if he hasn't met Kranich before, but he's seen his deck.
Yep. Kranich did reveal this combo deck before.
I mean, Kranich just, if you can find other ways to pair damage with his Raging Working.
He's only got 1 Rampage in here, right? You can't run 2 Rampages, can you? Can you? Oh, jeez.
So how much damage again is like
Raging Working? 16 points of damage.
16 points of damage, so Kranich realizes that it's do or die at this point. If his opponent has Savage Roar, it's over.
Yeah, but Kalento's got Defender of Argus, and he's got Lothep to make sure that these minions and these spells cannot push through for lethal this turn.
Right.
But, you know, still in his mind is Brawl something that he's worried about.
If so, does he